Welcome everybody to the Qatar Airways GK Kite World Tour.
Inside the water, like everybody want to win. It's gonna be a good show.
We now have like the best showcase.
I'm here to win.
For me, freestyle is everything in my life.
Pressure is a privilege, brings out the best in us.
The level can fully be shown when the conditions are perfect.
It's time to show it.
Let's get it.
Who are going to be our new world champions?
Wherever you go in the world, one airline goes further to make it feel exceptional. Qatar Airways, going places together.
Welcome to the Lords of Tram. It's the GKA Big Air Kite World Cup. Sorry about that laptop just coming in the screens there. I'm Lewis Crathen and Ruben Lenton is joining me next to me for a full day of epic action. We got over 35 knots already, Ruben. Are you ready for this big 14 hours, Kana?
I am not sure if I'm ready, but a very good morning. Thank you, Lewis. Absolutely beautiful waking up to so much wind already. And yeah, the guys are ready to crush it with Luca Cerruti, Stino Mul, and Joris Herrewijn. 2 Dutchies and a South African. And yeah, it's going to be a great battle.
Yeah, so we've just joined in then with a couple of moves already on the board. Ruben, who do you think is going to win this one? I always love to ask that question.
That's a gnarly one, but Luca Cerruti has just definitely got an epic bag of tricks and ready to send it to the fullest. He is in the lead already with a 6.23 with Stein just following him. And yeah, let's see. It's all about landing your tricks and anyone can take it.
Definitely hasn't got the height on that one. That's going to be a missed trick there. I think that was that's Joris on the North kiteboard, boarding kite. Yeah, we got you can say Stein, I can say Stino. Sounds a bit cooler, I think, Stino.
Stino, let's call him Stino.
Stino. I mean, it says Stino on my screen here, so I'm going to go with that. Stino on the Cabrina and on the duotone.
He's in the white lycra, riding full power on his 8 meter, I believe. Look at the spray coming off his board, and he's going for a beautiful takeoff with a nice mega loop, late back roll. I think he wanted a little bit more, but at least he's getting a nice score on the board for this attempt.
15 meters then. This is a sign to you at home just how we're starting off today. Way over 15 meters already. 78 meters in distance from the surf wrap. 500 euros from the surf wrap for the biggest jump here. And I reckon that's going to be up to the 30 meter mark at least as the day goes on.
Yes, it's nice to get that data coming in so that you have a feeling of how high they're going. And 15 meters, it might not sound that high, but once you're on the water there, hanging off your kite, it definitely feels high. And the record is going to 35, so we still have some room to play with and to see some progression throughout the day already.
Can he get the ball back on his feet here? That's the second chance he's had there. That's a really well executed trick there, Ruben. It looked like he chose the second phase to put the board back on his feet. They tell me Joris is a massive addict, massive kiteboarding addict, Joris Heroin, and that is an unbelievable move to get his account going now. He'll be ticking over nicely with 2 moves.
100%. And remember how this works. They actually get 7 trick attempts in this heat. And once that is finished, the 3 highest scoring tricks on the board will actually count for their overall score. And then it's up to the judges to decide who comes out on top.
God, we've gone straight in here, Ruben. Lovely shot there. Really nice, sharp angles. This guy needs a raise, whoever's on that camera. He's doing a good job. This guy needs to up it a little bit, but he's got a toughie. He's facing straight into the sun. Here he goes then. Luca Tiruti from South Africa. Multiple front roll rotations and a big blowout on that landing, Ruben. It just didn't come so nicely for him. I think that might have been a contra loop as well.
Wow, that was combining 3 rotations with that loop and the board off. So it's combining 3 moves into one. No wonder he crashed out on that one. It's a very technical trick. And he's also just waking up. So just getting started. And hopefully he's going to get the landing on that in the next attempt. Luca Cerruti, young gun from South Africa. And here we got Stino from the Netherlands. There you can see riding very powered on this 8 meter. And I think we will see the wind increase as well as the tricks and the height. Here we go with Stino with a nice kite loop board off from the fin and landing it super clean.
Yeah, that was nice and clean from Stino. He's done really well in this event over the last years. You know, he's really kept himself fit and strong. He works down the gym all the time, I've been told. He's really into his fitness and his nutrition. He eats really good foods, stays away from all that bad stuff like McDonald's, Burger Kings. He only does, I think he only does KFC out of all of those 3. But he's very strict on his diet. And it's good to see that he's being rewarded. Meanwhile, not the height really would have wanted it. Whoa, you can't land that. No, you can't land that. Ends up in a bit of a tomahawk. Just coming up a bit unstuck there, Joris, with the board, Ruben.
Yeah, I think he was going for a boogie loop board off, but then, he didn't get the height and still wanted to squeeze in a 1-footer there, actually putting him in another rotation, and he couldn't control the landing indeed. But, he definitely didn't have a good takeoff, so he didn't get the height. And not the time to perform his trick right.
Here comes Luca Cerruti then. Another rider donning a helmet. It's good to see this. Ooh. He didn't like it. He didn't fancy that left foot forwards. He disappears behind the bush and now comes into R4 with a right foot forwards. How's that body language look to me? I don't think he's going to boost here right foot forwards. I think he's going to set himself back up to come left. All the riders then getting 40 seconds to perform their tricks. That's enough time to sneak 4 tacks in, starboard and port. He's coming back now on a port. Left foot forwards.
You see the corner is the sweet spot. It's really, really flat. You see him looking for the gust, looking for the power. He's going for 3 forward rotations with that kite loop.
Ends up with 2.5.
And only 10 meters, definitely not the height he was looking for. Sometimes you just cannot time the gust, or there's no gust at the moment of your takeoff. And when you're squeezed in the corner, you have to commit and perform your trick. Otherwise, you will score a 0 for that attempt.
Stino looks like he's setting up right foot forwards here to me now. He hasn't messed around at all with how quick he's been able to get ready to go right foot forwards. He was right deep in the pocket there from an early stage, Ruben. He's eyeing up right foot forwards, but I'm not sure if it's actually him to go here. He might be waiting for Joris. His flag is up, actually. The white flag is up to the left-hand side there, which is another indication we get to the riders. Here he goes then, right foot forwards on a starboard. What's he got for us here?
Massive mega loop, laid back roll with a board off. and also sticking it clean. There you can see he's jumping to the right side instead of the left side, and I think the judges really like to see the variation on that.
Yeah, and just thinking about his last moves here, Ruben, he's actually demonstrated the ability to do a mega loop board off switch tack as well. That's taking the board off with a different hand. We saw the right hand, the board come off with the left hand as he came to the left. Now we've just seen him riding right foot forwards, pulling on that backhand with the left hand and actually taking the board off with the right hand. That's really skillful riding for me, and I'm sure the judges will be aware of that. A lot of them ex-professional kiteboarders that were very high up in the game. They do not miss a beat with things like that. So it's Stino Mole who's really taking it to the other riders here in round one, heat one of the men.
Joris going for the double back roll, kite loop board off with 2 added rotations on the way down, and he is just not keeping it together, unfortunately for Joris. But yeah, that looked like a complicated trick there, Lewis.
It did get a bit complicated. He almost went too big in the end. That was quite big. He had a lot of time in the air, and he just, for me, just the board didn't come on. He had a window of opportunity to get that board on solid to the feet. Once you get that on, it appears to me that the riders can then fix the landing. But if you haven't got that board on, there's a lot going on in the brain here. Now, Luca Taruti needs to replace that 2.27. It's going to be with a right foot forwards maneuver that he tries to do it with. Here he goes there. Oh, no, don't know. Looks to be coming back left foot forwards. Apologies there.
And remember, like when the guys have to take off the board, they still have to loop the kite and absorb that yank. So if they're not in the right position, they can get pulled off balance very easily. And to put the board back on, they have to tuck themselves, make themselves small, which often ends up in another rotation. But Lucas Cerruti displaying an epic move here.
Contra loop with at least a double front roll rotation with a board off as well for Luca Cerruti. That would be interesting to see what that scores. You can see all the scores live as well. And all you have to do is go to our website here. It's the GKA Kite World Tour. Click on the live and you're in the game. All of this lovely live data coming in from the Surfer app, which all the riders voluntarily have as well. So you can see it. We've got just 10 meters there, but it's the distance we like to see, how long they're in the air. And for me, I like to see the speed through the air. Stino Mole, to add to his account, going up with a huge board off. I think that was a doobie. I was following the screen, was hard to tell. Ruben?
Double front roll doobie. So yeah, with 2 front rolls and a kite loop. That's called a doobie loop.
Nice name, that.
Very nice name.
And
you invented that, Lewis.
And a board off.
I came up with the boogie loop, which is a single front roll with a kite loop. And Lewis added a rotation and called it the doobie loop. So getting very creative and definitely pushing the envelope. But
and
what
it's stuck. Can you believe it's stuck? You know those times you make something up silly. It's stuck. What? Back of the net.
Come up with a silly name and it just sticks. Well,
like they did with Ruben Lenton.
Pretty classic. Got some signature moves on my name.
Anyway.
Not all of them stuck though. The spring roll, for example.
No, that was
the mega loop laid back is just too good. Unfortunately, Joris wasn't getting a good takeoff. No.
Maybe he heard our conversation there. He just heard spring roll and just thought, oh, how was that allowed to happen? What an opportunity that was gone begging. Is that something you regret? Calling it the spring roll? Well, actually, I think you let the public call that spring roll.
Exactly. But I think the mega loop laid back just says what it is. It also sounds great, so I'm happy with that name too.
You got the boogie loop in there, I guess.
Got the mega loop, got the boogie loop.
Yeah.
Mega loop handle pass.
Yeah, this is true. We don't talk about that. That's banned from talking about the mega loop handle pass. That's officially banned. Nobody wants to talk about it. Even the top level of echelons in kiteboarding, as we're seeing right now. Joris, can he get this landing in? He just gets done over again on the landing. We've just missed that one, unfortunately. But I can tell you, it will not add to his scores.
But what a beautiful morning here. You're here with me, Ruben Lenton, and Lewis Crathern, reporting live from Barcares here in France at the GKA World Kite Stop here with the big air riders, the best big air riders in the world. Yesterday we already had an epic action with the women's round. We are waiting to get the semis and final roundup later off as well. And here we are on the way with heat number 1 of round 1 of the men's division at the GKA World Tour.
Let's remind you how this thing's being scored then. On your screens there is the total of their 3 best scores. Now, to my knowledge, they're getting 7 trick attempts. It might be 6 in these early rounds, so I apologise. We will be able to tell you. Is it 6 or 7? six events in their first heat. No, that's a bit harsh. 6 events, 6 tricks. So 50% of their trick scores will count. Their highest 3 actually. So you could. Oh, what has happened there, Ruben Lenton? That might count as a trick. Was that a trick? That looked like a trick to me.
He took off from the water, so he was airborne, but definitely not intentional. And this place is very tricky to ride, very challenging conditions, super strong wind, and very gusty. And here you see him making the most of the gust and traveling super far, catching a lot of speed mid-air because of that loop and covering a lot of distance. So he was covering 78 meters with a 14-meter height.
So their 3 best tricks scored out of 10 is their total score, which is a total out of 30. I'm no mathematician, but I'm pretty sure I can work that out. It's out of 30. So really you want to get 3 good tricks in there. You can't just copy the same trick. The judges want to see different families and categories. For example, a back roll mega loop, a front roll mega loop, a contra loop perhaps, adding variation. There is no variation score here, as your heroine really needs something big here, and that is what he doesn't need. He doesn't need a big floaty jump right now. Might look nice and fun, but that big bomb out's not going to help his scores.
No, unfortunately, that was not what he was looking for. He needs more than that. He is finding himself in the 3rd place in this first heat against Luca Cerruti and Stino Mul. And yeah, he didn't need a big floaty jump. Like Lewis says, there's a lot of different combinations the guys can make out there. But are we going to see any 10s today, Lewis? We definitely have the conditions here in Barcares. And what do you think we're going to see later on?
I think we are. I think if there was ever a setting for this sport to be pushed the way it is right now, it's here. This is where we are seeing the riders going the biggest. We saw the world record nearly beaten in height just 2 days ago here at this very spot with the guys warming up. You know, 35 meters plus was what Jamie Overbeek done on the water. But we now go straight into the next heat. Oh, wow. What a heat this is. We've
got
Giel Vloog, needs no introduction. One of the riders pushing the sport massively. Aaron Hadlow has been competing here for the last 50 years. And Nicolas Gambier is also out on the water.
Yeah, what a heat we see here. We see a Dutchie. We see a Dutchie, we see a Brit and a Frenchie, and we'll jump straight into some highlights.
Fumble a bag, now I will not fumble a bag. Fumble a bag, now I will not fumble.
Welcome, it's the Lords of Tram GKA Big Air Night World Cup. They're doing the draw behind me. There's so many riders from all around the world here for these 40, 50 knot wins. Day 1, we're starting with the ladies, but we've got 3 or 4 epic days ahead of us. Stay tuned.
For now, the plan is running the ladies all the way to the final. Stay tuned.
Really crazy action out there. Tricky for sure for these girls, but they're all sending it, and some big scores coming in today.
Girls, like, I'm really impressed. Congrats.
No, I don't really want to put myself in a lot of risk, but if it comes to it, I know that I'll push through and do what I have to do.
Hey guys, what an absolute belter of a first day here at the GKA in Barcares. The women have absolutely been throwing down mind-boggling action, and the heat has just been postponed because the wind got too much, 72 knots. So we're just taking a little break, and hopefully we can fly around to more action soon. Stay tuned for more epic big air. Cheers.
Welcome back then. Here we are at the Lords of Tram. It is the GK Big Air Kite World Cup. I'm Lewis Crathen, Ruben Lenton standing next to me. What a belter of a heat we're going into right now, Ruben.
Absolutely incredible. We got Nicolas Gambier from France throwing down for his first trick attempt of this heat. We got Giel Vlucht already put a trick down with a 6.93. Great opening score for Giel Vlucht there. Looks like Aaron scored a 3, which is not up to his likings, I guess. He's a 5 times world champion freestyle. Also won the Red Bull King of the Air a couple times. And he's hungry for more wins, it looks like.
Yeah, right now he won't want to be going in with an opening trick as a 3 style. But here is Giel. And he's still there you go. He's just working the classics, which just as an old school big air rider gives you that feeling that maybe you could still be out there dealing with. Mega loop back roll to start with, nearly a 7. A big boogie loop's going to score nearly a 7. Those moves.
That was a double.
That was a double.
Yeah.
I didn't even see the kite.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's kite loop twice. So that is Giel Vlucht. He invented the double mega loop. So he added another loop after the mega loop, which is definitely sketchy when performed right and performed in these kind of conditions, getting super high and really looping that kite twice and then hopefully landing it clean. So we're going to see more of that today. And here's Aaron Hadlow taking off. You see a little pre-pop, building up a lot of tension and just going for that mega loop back roll board off. And he's getting another lifty, lofty jump for another 2 rotations.
Oh, what a lifter. Wow, Aaron Hadlow's going to have at least 10 seconds, I think, in the air there. And that's something he's been telling me. He's getting a lot of lift here. He's got 11 seconds in the air, 104 meters during that move off surf wrap data. I think he's already gone in with a record here at this competition. Didn't have incredible massive height, but it was a pretty impressive move considering that data.
Yeah, that's what you see sometimes happening here in the very gusty, strong conditions, that after performing a massive trick, the guys are still in the air. The kite will catch another time lift and just keeps them floaty. And Aaron was able to add another 2 rotations to his trick and land it clean 100 meters down the line. So here we got Nicolas just going for the kite loop. Unfortunately not getting his board off the way he intended to. But definitely putting a little score on the board there, so it wasn't all for nothing.
What sizes do you think these guys are out on right now, Ruben?
I believe they're riding 8 meters. I think the winds will still pick up throughout the day. So, the 8 meters are definitely great big air kites. Maybe Giel's even on a 7?
You sure that was a double?
I am pretty sure.
You're not 100% sure?
Not 100%, but
I got kite loop front row on my screens here,
Oh.
which still may well be scored like that or written like that, but we're about to find out because he might just start doubling everything.
His kite spins so quick you can hardly even see it anymore. But
it's been said to have made some people cross-eyed.
I'm sure about that. Yeah, following these guys' tricks, absolutely mind-blowing. So we're gonna see lots of doubles, hopefully some S loops, which is when you do a mega loop and you decide to change the direction mid-loop, creating a moment of free fall. And you need to be high enough for the kite to catch you.
I don't think he's powered enough here. He's coming back right foot forwards now. He's definitely been working his 40-second time limit here to take off. I think he's got no choice but to take off. No, he's going to get one more. They're pretty flexible, the judges here, as of the gust. That's the whole point of giving them 40 seconds each. They're not in the heat altogether riding at the same time. They're given this space. It's a small spot here. But let's take a look now at what we've got from Giel Vlucht as we cross to our wide angle. No, he wasn't powered, Ruben. He was pumping that bar. I think he's on a 7.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Like
let's see what's on the beach. Yeah, we got a 9 and an 8 on the beach. I think he's out there on a 7. So where the wind was quite strong at the start, I wonder if it's strong enough. Now, what do we think Aaron Hadlow's on out there?
I think Aaron is on an 8. He likes to get the height and he won't do a double loop on this kite anyway, so I think he's chosen the power. However, none of the riders seem super powered at the moment. There might be a little lull in the wind, so let's see how that plays out for these riders. Should they go for like a kite change, mid-heat kite change?
Well, this is something I'm just thinking about, mid-heat kite change. Their kites are all the way downwind here outside our live stream booth and the judges booth, so there's no easy kite changes that can be done here unless you get your caddy right up on the sandbar or whatever bar you call that, where the riders are, just to the left of Aaron Hadlow there. You can see, look, those flags down to the right of your screen is where all the other stuff is. So Hadlow looks like he's going right foot forwards here, Ruben.
He's going for a
Yes, big.
contra loop.
It's big if he can stick it. He's got this all day, hasn't he? Aaron Hadlow doesn't crash these. Doesn't even butt check, I don't think, there, Ruben. I think that was just the spray in the way, right? Yeah?
Yeah, let's keep it that way. Let's see what the judges say about that contra loop board off with 2 front rotations.
No, you can't be biased as anyone involved with the live stream or
He's my
anything
mate,
like.
he's
Come
my
on,
mate.
Aaron. Come on, England. You're allowed to, you're allowed to care about your
So,
friends.
Who do you think is going to win this heat? Like, who's got the...
Aaron Hadlow.
All right.
No, I don't know.
I'll support my Dutchie Giel
He's,
Vlucht with his double loops. I think he's going to come on
this
strong in the
guy.
next few ones. Oh,
He's got
Nicholas.
stuck backwards nearly there. No one wants to be stuck backwards, but he fought it. Ruben, was he in a position there where he may as well have gone round with the back roll? What do you think?
Yeah, but it seemed like he wasn't feeling very confident and in control, but he got flung in a little backward rotation, but didn't commit to it. Even if he just turned his head to the left, he would have completed the rotation.
He may have got stuck backwards even there, though. You really got, as you always taught me, you got to send it to get that full rotation. But here's Giel Vlucht. This heat is really kicking off here. We're already over halfway in. What's Giel got for us? It's a double mega loop, a board off.
See,
Was that rotation at the end there? What the hell happened there?
Just before the landing, squeezing in another forward rotation. But here, even there, he wasn't getting the height, but still, his kite looped double. So I think he is definitely riding that 7-meter kite, which we were talking about earlier. And yeah, you can see Giel Vlucht stomping that trick, even not getting the height he actually needed for that trick. So he's a magician.
So that's come in as a kite loop board off category, Ruben. So you may well have been right earlier with the kite loop front roll. It's talking to Mallory earlier, head judge, has explained to me it's about evolution of the trick families now. So a front roll mega loop or front roll double mega loop will count in the same trick family. Here is Aaron Hadlow, clearly looking like he's going to go off left foot forwards here on a port tack. One hand. This is big from Aaron. Wow. What? Whoa. This is huge. If Aaron Hadlow can stick this, it's outrageous.
What? Taking it like a boss.
What a move.
He went straight up there, getting so much height. And let's wait for the Surfer app data to come in.
That was a massive boogie loop board off, 14 meters. Look at the distance this guy is traveling, 86 meters, 86 kilometers. Aaron Hadlow still got it, everyone. That was an unbelievable move. That was lovely to see out the window. How many more years are we going to see this guy delivering on our screens? He's
Pulling a Kelly Slater. Competing for so many years and still the GOAT.
Maybe even pulling an Aaron Hadlow.
So he's got 9 seconds in the air on our previous move, and he seemed so very well controlled in the air, knew exactly what he was doing, and he knew that he needed to land. So he was playing it kind of safe, but definitely getting some nice scores on the board. That was a 6.57, if I'm correct.
Yeah, it was. It was high, It was high. Let's see now. I love having this data from the Surfer app to compare. Let's see what Nicholas Gambier's got. He's got nothing for us there. Didn't quite find the gust on an 8-meter kite. Nice and big and clear on that Nash kite. I've always felt, you need the big numbers. Make it clear to everybody.
That's
Or
it.
if you really want to be sneaky, put the wrong numbers on for competition. At least let us see. I can see a 5-meter being flown on the beach by Nicholas Gambier's caddy. Maybe he's going to come in for a kite change here. But Giel Vlucht, he's able to do kind of everything on this 7 and nearly all of his kites, even 12s he can loop. Flying in left foot forwards now. Is it going to be a double? Yes, it is, with a delayed back roll. Easily getting the kite round there. And he's pushing it now, Ruben, with the doubles.
Definitely pushing it, but he's not getting the height that the judges like to see, so maybe he should switch up to his 8-meter, which is going to be a little bit harder to double loop, but we've seen Giel Vlucht do it before. I think he's just going to stick to the 7-meter for this heat, because going for a mid-heat kite change will cost you some time, it will cost some stress, and yeah, let's see what happens next.
It's interesting for me then. So 10.8 meters on that double loop with a delayed back roll. He scored higher than Aaron Hadlow's kite loop front roll board off, which was almost a third higher, 15 meters high here. So they're giving him some points there, definitely for the the innovation style moves with the double loops. Aaron Hadlow, meanwhile, going massive on a back roll board off, getting spun around into multiple rotations. He just couldn't take that one.
Oh, and his kite released.
No.
I think he accidentally hit his quick release. Or is he hurt? I don't think the landing was that bad that he hurt himself. I think he accidentally bumped the quick release and the kite flew away. You saw his bar shoot off. Is he alright?
Hadlow's swimming in here. No, he's all right. He's swimming back to the beach.
So that's a bit of chaos going on. He just lost his kite, released it, so swimming back to the beach.
He won't take that.
No.
He won't take that jet ski. He'll be telling that jet ski to do one. I'm pretty sure of that. Meanwhile, on your screens is Joris Herring, but Aaron Hadlow swimming back to the beach. He's got one more trick attempt. I don't think Aaron Hadlow's going to get back to another kite, but he certainly hasn't accepted that jet ski. I wonder what he said to that jet ski.
Get out of my way! Like as soon as the riders accept help from a jet ski, then it's game over for them because they have to run the heat on their own powers. And here Nicholas just not getting his tricks together in this heat. Aaron Hadlow in second place for now, with Giel Vlug leading well ahead with his double loops. So Aaron is swimming in, trying to rush for his last trick attempt, but I think he's in a safe second position, but Aaron never likes the second place.
No, Aaron Hadlow still thinks he can get out there and perform this trick. He's basically coming in after Hill. I don't think there's any way Aaron's going to get back out there, but here comes Giel Vlug. He already looks like he's got this one in the bag, and yeah, he knew. It's a bit of an anti-climax to the end of this heat. Aaron Hadlow swimming back, but still important that Aaron swam back to the beach so that he didn't get disqualified from the heat, Ruben. They still ask that of him, even with it all said and done in this heat. Aaron has had to make his way back to the beach. But it will be Nicolas Gambier with one more trick, so he can change things as far as the scores with Aaron, but he needs a pretty big move to do so. He needs almost up in the echelons of a high 9 to do so. 7.70, yeah, he's down almost 10 points here, so he actually needs... Can't do the maths, Ruben.
Does he have it in the bag or not? I don't think... Oh, he's coming to the beach.
Has he got another move, or have we missed two?
Is Aaron Hadlow launching another kite? Yeah. Oh, no, but hey. There's lots of confusion going on. But in the next heat... we've got Mark Jacobs from New Zealand. We've got Arthur Gilbert from France and Josué Son from Brazil. Very international, exciting heat coming right up.
Asa thinks he can get his move in. So he's been timed out on the screen here, but Aaron's going to give this a go. Right foot forwards. Aaron Hadlow going out. He's got one more move. Can he get? He's got the red flag up of Nicolas Gambier, which means I think Aaron might have missed his go. Yeah, he's been given a 0. He's actually been given a 0, Aaron. That's pretty harsh. He was pretty quick to swim back. There he is, Aaron Hadlow, already recovering his kite. But Nicolas Gambier also hasn't had his go, which is interesting.
He was waiting. He was giving Aaron some time to go for his attempt, but yeah, it looks like now Aaron realized that his flag
is annoyed. Aaron's annoyed there, visibly annoyed, putting his hand up in the air as to say, look, come on, I couldn't have actually done that.
So we're going to see Nicholas going airborne, but looks like he's holding back, turning around. Going to get a little bit of a better run up to perform his trick. He looks well powered though. Look at the spray coming off his board. He's hanging into that kite.
I think he needs an 8.93 in his third category here to try and overtake Aaron into second place. I don't see this happening for me.
Now, again, a missed attempt here from Nicholas. Unfortunately, not getting the trick in that he was hoping for. He must be feeling well gutted. So we're here in round 1 of the GKA World Tour stop here in Barcares in France. You're here with me, Ruben Lenton, and of course Lewis Crathern. We've got 8 heats in this first round, and we have just finished heat number 2. So coming up is heat number 3 with Mark Jacobs from New Zealand, Arthur Gilbert from France, and José Son from Brazil.
Very good turnaround then for Aaron Hadlow in that heat. Great result for Giel Vlug, who didn't really get super going into his best moves, but showed his class there with his extra double loops and so on. But Aaron Hadlow, as this wind absolutely nukes it now, he nearly made it a miracle out there and actually got out with his last move. So very unfortunate for him. Looked like his chicken loop, he pushed his chicken loop as well. So tough deal for Aaron Hadlow, but he's showing everybody he's still got it with some of those big moves.
So thanks for tuning in. Hope you're having a lovely day as well. and the wind is absolutely cranking here. It's going to pump throughout the day. The forecast looking absolutely fantastic. We had a waiting period of a month from the 1st of April until the 30th of April, and already on the first day of the waiting period, we are finding ourselves here in Barcares with the world's best big air kiteboarders, male and female, battling it out for that championship title. In this World Tour, we have 2 stops, maybe 3, and the overall best will obviously be able to crown himself the world champion. And we are seeing the best action unfold here in front of our eyes, coming up with Mark Jacobs, Arthur Gilbert, and Jose Son.
Thank you for joining us then. As Ruben just said, I am still Lewis Crathen here, and this is still Ruben Lenton. We haven't been replaced in that short 10-second period where we were last introduced to you. We can see you all on YouTube watching live from all around the world. This is a really special day for kiteboarding. We're about to see some epic stuff out there. We reckon we got a big 14-hour slobber knocker.
See Mark Jacobs here in the blue lycra going for his first trick attempt of this heat. Heat number 3 in the first round of the men's division of the GKA World Tour.
Looked like a mega loop with a delayed back roll board off to me there, and that was big and high. And hopefully we get his data coming in. And just going big straight out the blocks then, Mark Jacobs. So comfortable as a big air rider. And you can't, you have to not forget this guy was also a very good freestyle rider, able to be the ultimate professional and just switch disciplines straight away. The Surfer app, they all got it on them. They're wearing these phones. They don't have to be brand new. They can be old ones. They just run the software and they give us this live data. Track your sessions with just a phone or a watch. Don't have to take a phone out there if you're not so comfortable with your brand new phone. They should be. You should be waterproof these days, though, no?
But yeah, you can just download the app on your watch and simply wear your watch out there to get the data.
What's this here? iPhone 10 you got, Ruben, on the table. Or is that 9?
It's an iPhone 6 Mini SE.
Okay.
Of course, the 14 Pro Max coming right up. Best quality.
I bet they give that to you these days, don't they?
Maybe. I'll give it to you in a second, mate.
Okay. Here we go. Here's Arthur Gilbert then on looks like quite an interesting a rewind for us. We were looking at the kite. He's not happy about something there. Throws his hands up in the air. 4.7 meters isn't going to set the judges' booth alight. That said, nobody should want to set the judges' booth alight.
Yeah, I was going to say he's going to score a 0.5, but he's getting a 0.63. Definitely unhappy with that. Unfortunately, he didn't have a good takeoff and wasn't feeling it. But it still counted as a trick attempt because he did leave the water indeed. His board was airborne, so yeah, the judges will score that. All the riders get 7 attempts, and 3 of the highest scoring tricks will make up their overall score. So the maximum amount of scores that they can get in one heat is actually 30. And then you have to score 3 10s. And I do have a feeling that we are going to see some 10s today at this event. So definitely stay tuned. Thanks for watching, and it's going to be epic.
Jossie Sand then. Don't know much about this guy, but maybe I should. That kite looped very slow through the window there, but he had lots of height. Not a bad start for him in the red rash vest to complete that first set of tricks. There's an Aaron Hadlow walking back right below us here with a bit of an eagle's nest of lines below us. He doesn't look happy about something. Ruben, I just want to go back to that comment about setting the judges' booth alight. Of course, it was a figure of speech. However, back in your day, you had some times when you weren't happy with the judges' decisions, and it wasn't uncommon for you to put your fist through the judge's booth. It was made out of wood back then. You probably wouldn't want to do that. It's a metal solid container, but sometimes...
Watch me go. You score me a 0.63 and I'll come knocking on the door.
Give me a week and I'll make it through there. But
Mark Jacobs coming up full speed, going for that front roll, double front roll with a contra loop and an added rotation and board off. So 3 rotations forward whilst taking his board off and looping the kite with his front hand, which is called a contra loop.
I don't think it's going to score massive this. Very technical, but I think this was below 10 meters. So I think the riders really want to be hitting this 15-meter mark to get something massive. But just wrapping up that conversation, but you've been out there riding for years in competitions. Are you sometimes unhappy with the judges' scores that are given to you?
I mean, of course, it's with any judged sport, I believe that it's a judge's interpretation, and also for the riders, they might have a different feeling of what should score well, how things are feeling out there. But we have very skilled judges here looking very precisely at the height, the extremity, the flow, the execution to see what makes up that perfect trick. So I do believe there's a nice rule book, and the riders know this by heart, and yeah, trying to put the best performing tricks on the scoreboard. And here we see Arthur Gilbert, unfortunately not getting the height he was hoping for. Also looping the kite with his front hand, which is a contra loop, but what we want to see, what the judges want to see, is getting really leveled with that kite when you loop the kite. They want to see the height in that trick and the extremity, like the yank, the amount of power, the critical angle of that kite. And obviously the technicality also scores very good.
A big warm welcome to you then on this Sunday morning here on the 2nd of April. It's 8:49 a.m. here in the south of France. We're just a couple of hours north of Barcelona. We've got all our coats and jackets and everything warm on this cold katabatic wind coming from the Pyrenees and going all the way out to the Mediterranean. It's a westerly to northwesterly wind that's coming here. It's a beautiful sunny morning, just a bit of cloud over the mountains in the background. It's a beautiful setting here to really push the boundaries of big air. It's our first big air event of the year here with the Lords of Tram. It's the GKA now official event at this big air World Cup here for the second time here in Barcares. It's the 5th edition of the Lords of Tram, and Big Air really taking the spotlight here. I'm Lewis Crathern, Ruben Lenton is with me, and we're really getting into the groove of things here as Jose Sun going up with that red Rash Vest, blue North Kite, back roll, mega loop with a board off, just sticks that landing down. Wind looks like it's dropped a little bit here, Ruben.
Yeah, that's right. You saw him dropping from the sky a little bit, not getting the height he was hoping for, but he managed to do a rotation, a kite loop, and a board off. So combining all of that in one trick, still good. I think the riders are kind of waiting for the wind to pick up. Unfortunately, it is a little bit working like that it goes a bit up and down as the weather comes through.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at guys getting ready for the next heats here, going out on 7s, Ruben, and I think if it stays like this, you're not going big enough on a 7 right now. Or maybe I'm wrong, you know?
No, I think 8 meter, 9 meter will be great. But the guys want to have an easy looping kite, and still getting the height on that 7 will be great. But that only works when the gust and the wind are here, full force. See Mark Jacobs, I think he's riding his 8.
I think he's underpowered big time. Pumping the kite here, that indication to me, if he's not on an 8, then he's definitely, I mean, he's a bigger guy. Muscle weighs more than fat, of course. So bigger guy in that respect. And he is, I don't think he's going to be powered enough to perform. He's going to max out all his time. He's right foot forwards here. And you can see the height isn't there for Mark Jacobs. Oh, that's a big caner. They're the sorts of annoying landings in big air where you get injured. You don't get the height that you want and the time to land comfortably. Ruben, what's going on out there?
A big blob out there from Mark Jacobs. He was taking off, trying to give it his best, but unfortunately not getting the height. Couldn't really complete his trick. And there you saw him crashing onto his board on the water.
Thank you for all of you joining us. We are looking at your live stream comments today and interacting with you. And
Ben Rudman, cheers for tuning in, bro. All the way from South Africa. Great to see viewers from everywhere around the world supporting this big air kite event here in Barcares in France. And we see Arthur Gilbert, also a nice bomb out on the landing. Not fully completing that trick. I wonder if that's going to be scored as a crash or a massive butt check.
There on your screens then is Josu San. We don't know too much about this rider. He's a North rider. He's just composing himself now for his 3rd trick here. He knows it's his time because his flag is being raised on the beach. The massive screen on the beach here is also displaying his countdown of 40 seconds. He will be completing his 3rd move. He's got 2 tricks counting so far, but they're not the best scoring as such. Can he improve on that, riding left foot forwards towards the northeast as we look to the west? He says no to a left foot forwards. He didn't fancy it.
It is still very early Sunday morning. There's not a whole lot of spectators on the beach just yet, but it is slowly filling in, and I'm sure the action will build throughout these heats coming up. Here we've got Jose San.
Cool, he generated a nice bit of height off there. I think that was a nice pop as we saw him explode up into the sky I think he's going to be happy with that move to the right-hand side here. 13.4 meters, and he covered 71 meters with that data from the Surfer app. So he's making that North Kite work quite well, and maybe the wind is just coming back. That's the tough thing for these riders. These strong wind gusts come very much in periods here, Ruben, as we now turn our attention over to the former King of the Air champion, Mark Jacobs, who's riding a bit further down in the zone now, maybe to get some more wind. He definitely looks to me like he's going to jump here, Ruben, bar an equipment malfunction.
Very, very talented guy. Here we see him spinning fast, double forward with a loop, but not getting the height and power he needs. And yes, as you say, Mark Jacobs, very experienced competition rider, coming from the freestyle background, very technical maneuvers, keeping that kite low, doing a lot of power, but then switching up the discipline to big air, which is for him a natural progression. It suits him very well. He can do tricks both ways, so going to the left, going to the right, and yeah, this is just a powerhouse and hungry for the win in each competition.
Yeah, we can hear this wind coming back now on our live stream booth, starting to shake a little bit more. Just going back to that Mark Jacobs last move, he's so experienced. He just knows straight away his trick families: kite loop, back roll, board off, then a contra loop, front roll, board off, and then going for a kite loop, front roll variation, just filling his categories up nice and early on. But here is a mega loop, board off, just couldn't quite take that landing and blows out on the landing. Then is Arthur Gilbert, and he's ended up with an absolute Devi with the kite there, landing leading edge down into the wind. Was that a chicken loop blowout as well, maybe?
I'm not sure, but there you saw that he was riding with his right foot forward, getting in the air, looping his kite with his backhand, and then taking off the board with his front hand by the fin, and then actually performing a tic-tac, which is when you grab the board by the fin, you swing it around, so you throw the board in a flip, grab it by the handle, and put it back on your feet. And that also whilst looping that kite and, yeah, hopefully landing it clean.
Well spotted there, Ruben. No, he's okay. He's relaunched his kite and got rid out the other side of your screen. But meanwhile, Jose Soon is currently in second place, and I think he's going to upset Arthur Gilbert here, because that is a nice move there, landing his fourth trick now, and that's going to feel a nice... Oh, we got the replays coming in now.
Doobie loop board off. So this is Lewis' signature move, 2 double front rolls.
I don't think I can do that one, no.
And then he's adding a board off to your trick. So a doobie loop, so a double front roll with taking his board off. And
doob off, I think I'd call that a doob off.
Let's have a doob off, mate. But absolutely great to see him still getting the height. Even the riders are not that super powered yet at this moment. He was still jumping very vertical, getting a lot of lift, and having enough time to perform his rotations and board off.
Here we go then. Mark Jacobs a bit higher on that one, but still not much past the 10-meter mark for him. But I wonder if he just doesn't need to go that high at the moment. So you were asking us on the comments here, we can see what sort of kite sizes. It's 7s and 8s out there. And I think that's down to, the riders could easily take 9s if they wish. But they want to be out there with these kites ready for the double loops as well. And we do know that the wind will pick up. The flag, someone's asking how they work here. It's very simple. These riders are taking it in turns, in sequence, to perform their tricks. The flag will be raised on the beach with their colour rash vest. The big screen on the beach will also be coloured with their rash vest, and a timer will tick down from 40 to 0 to give them a chance to find the best wind. We feel here it's the best way things to run. It ran like this last time as Arthur Gilbert with a much higher mega loop board off. He's going to get a lot of swing on that, and yeah, nice landing for him, Ruben.
Very, very clean landing. So there you saw Arthur Gilbert in the white rash vest, putting a nice score on the board. I think it was quite a basic trick, but getting the height, looping his kite properly, doing the board off from the fin with his front hand, and yeah, absolutely super smooth, clean landing. So I think that will be a nice score for Arthur Gilbert, who is finding himself in third place in this heat right now. And you can see there's the 18-minute timer. It's not counting down. It's just an how do you say it?
It's for the aesthetics. It's like, you know, it just looks nice, I've been told.
It looks nice.
Yeah.
Because it's not really due to time. It's more the 7 trick attempts which the riders get. They get 40 seconds to perform their takeoff and land their trick. So, 6 trick attempts in a heat. And the 3 highest scoring tricks will actually make up their overall heat score.
This guy's pushing to take Mark Jacobs out in this heat, really, to catch you up with scoring and what's going on here. It's a nice replay of Josu San, the man we know not as much about. The doobie loop, lovely doobie loop there, really controlled, really nice and big. And I think he's trying to push here for first place. He's going higher for me, but is he going as technically, big as Mark Jacobs? So he's probably going to start having to think about which tricks to replace. Mark Jacobs has got 2 tricks in and around 6 or above. But here, now this is bigger for Mark Jacobs. A contra loop, double front roll, board off. How has he landed that, Ruben Lenton?
That was super sketch, super close, but he managed to keep it together there. So here we go for a nice replay of that trick by Mark Jacobs. He is getting a bit higher than his previous tricks. He's doing a double front roll board off with a contra loop and an added rotation. So 3 rotations whilst having his board off and looping that kite and just making it in time for that landing.
Some of you asking for the handle pass on the comments here for Mike Jacobs, and unfortunately, when that might have been 2020. Unfortunately, I think that might be done here now. Would still love to see someone send a big one. Now, there's one rider that's not here competing that's really grabbed my attention out in Cape Town. That's doing massive hooked-in jumps and unhooking and sending mega loops as well. You must have seen this guy, Ruben. I've forgotten his name, but I definitely think he's got that in the bag to unhook miles up in the air and handle pass. I'm loving that. We'll see. Is unhook done in these competitions, Ruben?
I can't wait for it. It's one of the most extreme things you can do, to unhook from your harness, so taking all the power on your hands, on your arms, on your body, and then performing a handle pass. So if you miss that bar, then definitely a guaranteed epic wipeout. But if you manage to unhook with a big air trick, then you definitely score some good points, in my opinion.
Now, one guy that I've been rumoured has been training like non-stop, Ruben, with his unhooked moves. You ain't going to believe the name I give you now, who might actually have moves that no one's ever seen before. You know who that is?
I have no clue.
Toby Brewer.
No way. Strictly unhooked?
Here is Arthur Gilbert then. Not quite getting the height he would have liked to. I think he's going to have to settle for third here. But yeah, Toby Brewer, strictly hooked, apparently. Is going to be strictly unhooked. I would love to see that. That would be epic, no? After all those years, coming back and then being the best at unhooked.
I'd just love to see a mega loop board off and then combined with a handle pass.
Just one move. Just enter the competition. One move, leave. Go.
You need 3 high scoring tricks.
It doesn't matter.
Just 110 and just get out there. One statement.
Yeah, one statement.
Statement move.
Yeah.
Flash rider. We have a streaker in the competition area. Oh no, that's Mark Jacobs.
That's your live other stream on your phone of another event going on right now. So big welcome to all of you then if you have just tuned in. We're pretty underway here. Heat number 3 is almost getting wrapped up, and it's got to a very crucial stage here because there is 2.3 separating Mark Jacobs and Josu San. What's he got for us? Is he going to replace his 4.67, which is in the kite loop front roll category? The wind has just dropped again a little bit, though. Yes, you're right. Jesse Richmond's kite loop front mode was pretty amazing, but it almost felt like there was a limit on height with that move. It had to be an early send of the kite.
Oh, here he goes. Right foot forward, going for the double front roll board off contra loop and sticking it clean.
Little grab on the end of that as well. So that will open up another category for him. He hasn't got a contra loop in there. That was a contra loop, no? So yep. Been crossed out on my screen that I've got for him here. I'm not too sure about that. So I think Mark Jacobs is going to take this one.
So here we see Julian Huyn looking for his takeoff. This is Liam Whaley, Clement Hood, and Julian Huyn battling it out here in heat number 4 of round 1 of the men's division of the Qatar Airways GKA World Tour stop here in Barcares, France. You're here with me, Ruben Lenton, and of course Lewis Crathern, streaming live. We're actually situated in a very nice commentator booth. With the live stream running, we can see right down on the flat water section where the riders are performing all these epic big air tricks for us today.
Situated.
Situated, yep, that's it, Lewis. Right here, we got a nice view of all the action.
We do. It is an incredible location here, and we just have to look out the window if we want to see any of that extra detail. I'm always a big fan of being able to give you that live view because I'm here, you know. I don't think we want to see this stuff going where I'm in my bedroom, waking up in my PJs, pretending I'm on the spot. I'm right here. I can tell you the temperature of the water, the smell in the air. Spring is in the air, but it's a bit chilly today. Some of these riders donning...
Just come stand closer to me.
Oh, thank
Luke,
you,
come
Ruben.
here.
Some of these riders donning balaclavas, but Liam Whaley, no problems in this colder temperature here. Taking off. This looks like a big explosive move for him with a mega loop back roll board off. Nice and controlled as he goes through the early gears, Ruben.
Yeah, here we get a little replay of Liam's trick. He takes off, pushes hard against it, like he wasn't getting super high. He was looking for a little bit more wind in that trick to just really lean into it. But you could see that, the amount of pressure and power he put against his kite actually, didn't catch the right gust to pull through. Thank God, I thought I was so baked I lost my sense of hearing. Well, thank God you can still hear us. There was a little button switched off, a little mute here on the live stream commentary booth. But we're right back at you, mate.
And nice comment there from Cruiser. My wife feels the same when I'm away from her. Nice to have you on board with us today here at the Lords of Tram. It is the GK Big Air Kite World Cup here in the south of France in the Barcares. I'm getting really into the swing of my local language now. Le Barcares. It's the Barcares edition of Lords of Tram, the 5th edition of Lords of Tram, the second time we've returned here. They had 3 editions in Grusan. This F1 kite is being worked up and up and down like a yo-yo. He's visibly underpowered to me now, is Clement Hood. Will he make the 10-meter mark on this jump? This is devastating. I mean, what size kite has he got out there? That looks tiny. That must be a 7 or below, but I reckon you could probably do a tack on a 13-meter out there now with the wind dropping that light. It really has come down to 20 knots just at this specific moment. But, of course, with that lovely shot of the wind turbines in the background, the wind is there.
Your fave, wind turbines.
They are my fave, and they're the future of all mankind.
Nice, cheers.
And womankind.
Thank God I look like one.
Someone said to you, look like a wind turbine.
Yep.
Is that, wow.
That's it.
That would be no friend of mine.
I believe it was my wife. I was doing the helicopter, mate.
Is that a kiteboarding move?
Might as well be. There's a heli loops involved in kiting. Like after the riders do a massive loop, then they will fly underneath their kite, and then they will actually perform another heli loop to land softly. But Clement definitely not happy with the power and the wind in this trick attempt. He's got it. He's putting his hands up, which is a sign.
A whopping 6.7 meters there, which clearly shows the struggles with the wind just dropping down. And as we said before, this is such a difficult event to kite swap because they have to come all the way downwind to get their kite. They're basically going to miss their turn. And I wonder if this is going to be something that's brought up by some of the riders, in that it's just so hard to switch kites in conditions like this where they are substandard big air conditions right now for me, Ruben. And I wonder if the race director Cedric, who is very similar to Olaf Van Tool. We miss you, Olaf. We hope you're well wherever you are, but he's doing a great job under your wing, I believe he was for all those years. Bit of a dip in this heat, Ruben Lenton.
Yeah, the riders are just waiting for the wind to kick back in and really try and perform their best trick attempts, but it doesn't look like it's kicking in right at this second. So let's see what the judges and the race director do with this heat.
Liam Whaley, though, with his D-Lab, a very light kite that he's got right now. He's up against an F1 and a North. Let's see, because all it takes in a heat is that your guy that you're competing against goes and does a big one. Look, the wind looks like it's coming nicely for Liam, and you just say, well, he was fine, so I'm fine, so what?
Yeah.
And he is fine, Ruben.
Jumping around 10 meters, doing his rotations and board off, and the classic clean Liam landing. And what we've seen Liam do, he's playing around with his landings as well, landing backwards even. So I'm curious to see if we're going to see some of that. So that's one front rotation, taking the board off, another front rotation, and an added rotation on the way down. So that's 3 front rotations whilst looping his kite and taking his board off. So a very technical move. He was going 12 meters high and covering a distance of 50 meters. So that's a nice data from the Surfer app.
1080 degrees. Or 1080 to be exact. And a rewind here for Clement that we can see sometimes happens when you've got that small kite and there's not super tension throughout. You can drop out and spin back the other way. So
it always feels a bit weird, like when you do a rotation forward, like you're so focused on rotating forward and all of a sudden the momentum goes the other way, and like you do a rewind and it's almost never intentional, and always feeling a bit awkward out there. But he was managed to land it, and yeah, the judge will take that into consideration for sure.
I don't believe he's on a 9 meter F1. I think that might be a 6 upside down. That definitely doesn't look like a 9 meter to you, Ruben. We got one of our eagle-eyed commenters there, Sebastian, saying he's out on a 9 meter F1. Do you think that's a 9, Ruben?
I think he's got the stats. Looks now that it's definitely not
6.
a 9.
I think that 9's upside down, Sonny Jim.
There's lots of kites laying on the beach here. The riders are all pumped up and ready to go. And we're here in heat number 4 of round 1 of the men at the Qatar Airways GKA World Tour stop in Barcares.
I'm going to add to that very descriptive description of the beach here. And there's also lots of mountains in the background.
See a bit of snow, mate.
Snowman? Where's the snowman?
I'm going skiing, mate. Ciao.
Yeah, this mountain in the background, which I should know the name of. I think I used to know the name of it. It usually has a Snow Mountain.
Snow Mountain.
Apparently it's called. That was clever. Right, there's the scene then. Just look, everyone's too calm on the beach there for me. Those kites are flapping around, looking pretty okay about things. This guy's running back upwind. We've got no sand going berserk or anything just yet, as the wind to me looks like it's just shifted perhaps around to the north a little bit. So can these riders squeeze any more out of it? Yes, they can. All the meanwhile that riders are going that big. Backside, block side, and comes out of the board, Ruben, into the cartwheel. That's not going to count, unfortunately, for Julien.
A classic cartwheel, yeah. As you can see here, he did a little pre-pop before the takeoff. He's going with 2 forward spins, and he wanted another one on the way down. But unfortunately, yeah, not having the height for another rotation. Off balance, falling off his board. Not cartwheeling as hard as we can see it sometimes. It is one of my signature moves as well. And here you see that he is actually unhooked, getting dragged off his leash.
He's had a big deal there, and I wonder if his legs got caught up in the kite. And yes, this was one of your signature moves, Ruben, I believe.
Oh, there we see Liam going for a
bit of a rewind there as well. But the wind's starting to come back now, as you can see those white caps on the water as we had that little lull here. There is Julien Hoon, who's also on the commentary team, going back to get his board. Ruben, you just mentioned that the cartwheel was one of your signature moves, and I think the first time I saw that one was out at, maybe it was at the Mega Loop where you were doing a demonstration.
Mm-hmm.
And
first move straight out the bag. Almost broke my neck on that one, but
at least three overs and unders on that one, and then we saw it again, I think, at another
first move straight again at my demonstration. Straight cartwheel, broke the board in half, out of my boots. Classic.
They're just one of those crashes that even though you think if your friend's okay, you can't stop laughing. It was just anybody that receives a crash like that. We've all received them, but those ones were special. Then we saw the steam train into the wave at King of the Air. That was a good one as well.
Sometimes it does look like a ragdolls behind these kites, and yeah, most of the time the crash actually looks worse than it really is. They often walk away from it, and I think that's due to the forward speed we have. So we kind of skip out of it like a skipping rock almost. And the worst is when the kite is not catching you. You have too much downforce with a lot of impact. But here we see 2 back rotations and an added rotation, so 3 backward rotations whilst looping his kite, but also not getting the height and the power he needs to land clean.
I think the worst is when you just don't come back up, actually. That's never a good one to have, and hopefully we don't see so many of those again. Just to answer some of our questions here. So yes, it's the 3 top scores that count out of their 6 trick attempts there. So the maximum you could get scored here is 30. That's with 3 10s.
That's what I would do.
Yeah, I mean, that's probably a good strategy. I don't know what these guys are messing around with these 5s and 4s. But actually, they don't have the conditions, in all seriousness, to be pushing their 10s right now. And I want you at home, wherever you're watching around the world now, I want you to remember this moment right now where we're pretty chilled. It's the morning. The wind is not up. Because I can guarantee you, as we go steaming through this another 3-4 hours, even an hour's time, you just don't know where we'll be. When this wind picks up, this thing gets epic. So just remember this moment where we were having a bit of fun. It's quiet, it's calm, because this atmosphere is going to change big time later, and we may well see the world record height kick in. So cancel everything you're doing on a Sunday. This is the place to be at the Lords of Tram. It's the GKA Big Air Kite World Cup in France, and you're watching live with me, Lewis Crathen, and Ruben Lenton. Next to me is Liam Whaley finding the gust. There we go. Big multiple rotations in the back roll with a board off. Pretty sure that was a mega loop backhand as well, Ruben.
Yep, 3 rotations for Liam Whaley there. A nice takeoff with the first back roll, taking his board off during that second rotation and adding a rotation on the way down whilst he's putting his board on. That's what I said, like the guys will have to make themselves small again when they tuck for putting the board back on, and that's when they often get swung into another rotation and then completing that on the way down just before the landing. But remember, the guys do need the height for completing that trick. And as the wind increases, like Liam Whaley, or like Lewis Crathen says, the weather conditions do depend the atmosphere and the type of action. And here, this is a very serious spot with very challenging conditions. We have the world's best big air riders battling it out today here at the GKA World Tour stop. So popcorn is great for breakfast. If you're watching this live stream right now, we just missed the trick here from Clement Hood.
That was my fault. I was distracting the director.
Yeah, cheers, mate.
Sorry about that.
Nice one, Lou. On the job, as always.
Was it missable?
Yeah, it wasn't super high, but he landed it, so it will pop up as a score for her, for Clement.
Well, as long as it wasn't, like the world record jump. I mean, I'd really feel bad if I missed them. We've got a few supporters for Jamie from Workum. That's one of the highest places of unemployment, I believe, in the Netherlands.
Workum. Workum hard, mate. So here we see in the red lycra, Julian Hoon not getting the height, but still performing that back roll and taking his board off. But yeah, not going to score super well because he was missing the height. You see all the riders riding past the edge of the beach there, really parallel to the beach, riding into that corner, looking for the gust and timing that takeoff perfectly. And here we see Liam Whaley.
He's not bothered about, the difficult wind conditions here. And this is what separates riders from the other experienced rider. A guy like Julian now is probably thinking, what have I got to do to end up in a competition where I'm absolutely lit on my 8 and 7 here? It's so annoying when that's what you specialise in. Liam's been doing this for years now in Big Air, even at a young age, and he's just finding the big us. Massive contra loop with a board off, and he's going to definitely not land this one, Ruben Lenton. What went wrong there? And a devastating yank at the end.
Oy, yeah, he just didn't have the height there to complete his contra loop and get his board back on his feet. So here you see he's going for a takeoff. He is doing the front spin, taking his board off with his backhand. The kite looped, but swung him too low, and unfortunately resulting in a big wipeout.
I wonder if he hit a New York Yankee on the way round there, because it really did push him downwind, and this wind looks like it's coming up a little bit. Not really the height also. That Clement's really struggled with height too. Another rider that must feel like, come on, how long will this be until I get to compete with 40 knots and above? This guy, we always see him on his social media channels riding totally lit. But Julian Hoon, he looks a lot more composed here for me. I think he's going right foot forwards here, which we call starboard in sailing. Riding to his right hand side. It's a world sailing event here, and I always feel that the way we utilize this space above water is just so unique and really defines our sport. Sailors must look at this and be like, wow, what are these people doing? We're sailing for a bit, and then we just go paragliding.
They're having the best time on the water. Kitesurfing is definitely an exceptionally beautiful sport to participate in, but also to look at. So thank you guys for tuning in, supporting this rider, supporting the sport, and we're ready to take it to the next level. Remember what happened yesterday? We even measured gusts up to 72 knots.
What a landing, Ruben. Sorry to interrupt you there. That was an incredible landing for Julian Hoon. He looked all day like he wouldn't get round there. He got the board on in such a small amount of time. And could that be the move that helps him, really push up from where he is right now?
I doubt he will get into the second position, but let's see what the judges say about that. Here we see in the blue rash vest, Liam Whaley building up full speed. Just going for a straight board off, not the power he was hoping for during the takeoff. So just going for a straight floaty board off. Not going to give him the scores that he needs right now. Although he is in the lead and he's not too gutted right now.
Floaty board off, often referred to as the FBO.
Sounds good.
A big FBO.
So how many trick attempts? That was the last trick attempt.
L'économie, c'est comme le climat. Ça subit de plus en plus de tempêtes, de crises, et ça s'accélère. Et un kitesurfer, quand il regarde la tempête, il voit une opportunité de sauter plus haut, de surfer des plus grosses vagues et d'aller plus vite. Et c'est ce regard-là qu'on veut amener aux entreprises pour qu'elles voient les tempêtes qu'elles traversent comme des opportunités. Prenez par exemple la transition environnementale. Ça peut être vu comme une contrainte réglementaire. En réalité, c'est une opportunité incroyable de se réinventer et d'attirer des nouveaux clients et des nouveaux talents.
Worlds of Tram was the first real big air contest in France and started
Welcome back here then to the Lords of Tram. It's the GK Big Air. What GKA? It's hard to get that A in when you say it quick. GKA Big Air Kite World Cup. I'm Lewis Crathen, and standing alongside me is Ruben Lenton, and this is maybe the heat that could be the real electric one of the day so far, Ruben. We've got Jeremy Overbeek up against Jeremy Belando and Lucas Gramstrup, and here comes the world record holder for height over 35 meters starting off. How high is he going to go? And just starts off with a mega loop board off. He can do that in his sleep.
Yep, that is still a very basic trick for Jamie. That was definitely not the height he was going for, aiming for in this trick. Like you say, he's got the 35 meter mark as a world record right now, and he jumped that 2 days ago here at this spot. So as the wind increases, we will see the riders getting closer and closer to the 20 meter mark, and then the 25 meter mark, and hopefully to the 30 and beyond. So yeah, stay tuned for more epic action unfolding. And here actually all the riders are under 20 in this heat. In this particular heat, it's all the young guns. We see Lucas Gramstrup, who we've seen riding in many big air competitions from Denmark, looking for a pre-pop with a nice doobie contra.
I like it.
So 2 forward rotations and then a front hand contra loop. Here you can see he does a little pre-pop just before he takes off, just to build up more power and tension for that proper takeoff. 2 forward rotations, contra loop, and an edit rotation. So 3 forward rotations, and very nicely styled and controlled. There for Lucas Gramstrup from Denmark.
Yeah, he'll be happy about that, Ruben. That was a nice start for him. Not getting scored massively, it looks like that. I mean, that was 13 meters up in the sky. And yeah, no massive score coming in. So Jabo on top at the moment. Here he is on that lime green and black slingshot kite. Left foot forwards. Jabo also making a big name for himself in big air. He's finding himself entering all the top events around the world now. And
winning a few.
He's up there. Yeah, he's winning a few on the podiums here and there.
He's got all the tricks. Definitely the height, the technicality. He can combine everything into one trick, and he's just looking for some more power. He can jump to the right, to the left, and also with so much style. Sometimes getting a little bit too excited, I feel, and yeah, not working into his competition strategy always. But yeah, he landed on top of the podium before, so let's see if he can do that throughout this event.
Was he okay? Didn't injure himself landing on top of the podium?
Yeah, man. There, you can see the height. Whoa! Oh, what? His foot accidentally flew out during takeoff, but he still managed to perform an epic contra loop, keep rotating, controlling that board.
Can we get a replay on this? I'm screaming it out for the director because I think there was a rewind somewhere in the middle of that. It just looked like he'd been rotated back round. I don't know if we're going to get a replay. Let's let's see. We have had some good replays today, but that one, 15 meters, pushing it over the 15-meter mark. That's where we want to see these big air riders going then. 64 meters in distance as well, and that just sends one out here to J-Big.
He's still scoring close to a 6, which is good for kind of an accidental foot slip, and he still managed to recover that midair. Sometimes when your takeoff doesn't go according to plan, you often abort your attempt. But Jeremy just went so high and was able to control his maneuver midair, just adapt and move on.
And let's see what Overbeek's got for us here. Now, we know he's such a confident rider out on his own. What can he do in a big heat like this? It's a massive mega loop. Back roll with a board off into multiple rotations as well. And of course he can prove he can ride with the others. Let's not forget he finished on the podium at King of the Air at the end of last year in his first ever attempt at riding in that competition. So he's really come to age. Ruben, you're a Dutchman. Are you proud of all these big air riders coming from the Netherlands right now?
Oh, 100%. I'm so proud of this whole community. We all support each other. We all push each other. And it's just amazing what the next generation is doing. How seriously they take this sport. It's a true passion. And the technicality and performance we are seeing from these riders is absolutely mind-blowing.
That was a really nice answer, Ruben. But I want to know, do you think the Dutch riders are the best?
If it ain't Dutch, it ain't. You figure it out. Much, maybe. But yeah, I think the Dutchies are definitely on top of their game when it comes to kiteboarding, especially big air. We are crazy enough. We eat plenty of cheese.
You guys could really do with speaking to your football team right now. You know, you're really not having it. Maybe
mind your own business, man.
Maybe our football team could speak to the rest of our riders back home kiting. You know, we've got Aaron Hadlow out here. We've got Max Tully. Is also one of the future pros in our sport. But you seem to have so many Dutch riders all the time, so confident in these competitions, and they're always up there in the rankings. But meanwhile, back to the action. We've got a bit of a lull in the wind right now. I'm sure you can see that online. It looks very flat, and we can see that any of you that don't kite surf, when you see these kites moving up and down, that is a sign of trying to work more energy into your kites here. You don't need to do that. When it's very windy, you lock it, you park it, and you go. But maybe Gramstrup can find some wind here. I don't think this is going to be big.
Pumping the board, but yeah, not getting the height he needs. I don't think that was scoring for this attempt.
I look like one of your jumps, Ruben.
Yeah, thanks, mate. Going massively close to the water. Cheers, Lou.
Sorry, that's not true at all, actually. I've seen some really big stuff from you. Flying on short lines, actually. You've been into the short lines a little bit, going way over 20 meters in Cape Town.
Yeah, I remember riding short lines back in the day, even 2008, riding 15-meter lines on a 9-meter kite and really looping the kite down low. Then for many years it disappeared, but now we see the guys changing up their line strategy as well, just because it gives a more dynamic and aggressive feel to that loop. And I'm super addicted to it. It's a new feel for me. It really ignited my stoke, and I can't wait to go out for a massive session myself shortly.
I want to know, Ruben, like whilst we have this wind lull currently in the heat area, and this is really low right now for this
Can
ride
go for
here,
a fishing
Grand
trip.
I want to know, so you're just mentioning your short line. How do you get short lines like that? Do you get the scissors out and cut them, or what do you do?
I did get the scissors out last time just because I had a little photo shoot planned and I forgot my other bar, so I just cut them, knotted them up. No, I'm just kidding. We want to take our line seriously, and I get them made up by the Kite Mana shop. They always help me out, get my gear prepped. But yeah, definitely find a shop, or if you're handy yourself, fix your lines. 15-meter lines is definitely fun to play with. It still catches you nicely. And we see the wind kicking back in here for Lucas Grumstrup.
Yeah, he just went into the second rotation. So that was 2 back rolls and a half into that meg loop. I love how he just committed to that rotation as well. He was over-rotated on the way up. Was that a rock? What even is that?
It's a cameraman with a
is
helmet.
Is that someone just really still?
Yeah, it's a statue.
What is that doing there? Okay, so that's an interesting rock in the zone there.
That's
or maybe someone's put it there as the optimum takeoff point. Are you allowed to do that?
Some reference.
Okay, so yeah, it's just perspectively that looks bigger. That looks interesting. There, someone's done that overnight. I want to know who that is. Left foot forwards. Then is Jeremy Belando who's coming in, and these riders they're under 20 now. You know, they're teenagers out here in the World Tour pushing the levels of big air, and it's just so entertaining to watch. You know, I don't know about you, Ruben, but I love riding. I always want to be out in the water, and I never imagined I'd be comfortable with talking and looking out the window at what we're seeing. But it's so entertaining, and you're just so amazed about what you're seeing that you can deal with it. You can watch it and enjoy it, and
really enjoy it a lot watching. One thing that is very frustrating for the riders is this low in the wind. They are ready to perform their best, most extreme, the highest, baddest tricks that they can possibly do, but they need wind for it. So if the wind is not there, it's really frustrating, and you're just asking yourself, when is there enough power? When is it kicking in again? And yeah, unfortunately not yet here for Jabo. He's turning around, trying to wait for the wind to kick back in, to give him enough power to perform his best tricks.
And you don't just think it as kiteboarders inside, you physically say it to the wind sometimes. You have these battles with the net. You're like, come on, give me something, you know. You have these incredible moments as kiteboarders. We all have them. And maybe Jeremy Belando's had some words here with the wind gods, because he's really found some power. Lovely little land, you know, just really like control. I love the way he touched that down, Ruben. So the wind is there in the gusts here, Ruben. That was only coming up as 11 meters. Looked a bit higher to me, Ruben.
Yeah, this spot does work a bit funny like that, with a bit going up and down. So you really have to feel it, be in tune. You think you cannot see the wind, but these riders can read the wind by looking at the clouds. They can see the trees, they can see the sand fly and the movement of the water. Even the spectators blowing over, like we saw yesterday, measuring a 72 knots coming through after the women's division there. So let's hope the wind will build strong like that, because the riders are ready to throw down and take on the most wind we can possibly find today. So the forecast looks promising, and yeah, we are just waiting for Jamie Overbeek to find enough power to perform his epic move. Remember, they get 6 trick attempts. They roughly have 40 seconds to perform their trick. Obviously, with a little bit of slack in there, if there is a little low in the wind, they will be allowed some more time to find the right takeoff moment. And here we see Jamie Overbeek trying to find that speed, the right power, riding into the corner where it's nice and flat. He does the preload pop, but unfortunately not feeling the gust here. Not happy with that. But he's such a consistent rider. So yeah, he just spent so many hours training on different types of kites as well, practicing many board offs, many rotations. I believe he did like 8 or 9 rotations. You should look him up on YouTube for some more incredible kite surfing action. These young guns are definitely at the top of their game, and I love how seriously they do take this sport, training off the water, looking after themselves, their diet, their mental health. It's all part of the puzzle to be feeling the best out there and at the top of your game in big air kiteboarding. Oh, nice crash there from Lucas Gramstrup in the red lycra there. Unfortunately, not putting a score on the board for this trick attempt.
He's going to be Gramstrupped about that. Absolutely Gramstrupped. Because this heat here, he really needs to step up now. Because we're getting through to the halfway point here. Riders we've had that lull, and they've been given a little bit more time. And right on your screens now, with clearly lots of power, leaning back, getting that edge going with the blue rash vest. It's Jeremy Belando, or J-Bo, as we know. Here he comes. There's definitely going to be a lot more height. Double back roll, mega loop board off into a third back roll. Ooh. And a wonderful landing into toe side. Ruben, that is a really skilled landing. I like that.
Smooth operator here. Jeremy Berlando doing a nice preload pop. Taking off super powerful. Going into that back roll. And then as he loops the kite, he gets a massive yank. Does the second back roll whilst taking off his board. And then adds his other rotation on the way down whilst putting his board on. So 3 backwards rotations, a board off whilst looping that kite. And absolutely nice, clean, neat landing for Jeremy Berlando. Scoring a 7.27. Very well in the lead in this heat. But here comes Jamie Overbeek with his answer. He's got all the technical skills and tricks. With a doobie loop board off and an added rotation on the way down. Not getting the height that we're used to. From seeing from Jamie Overbeek.
Yeah, Overbeek's up against it here. Here's the replay of that last move from the Ozone rider. Just wasn't up there to start with. I wonder if he wanted to double that maybe, but the wind is coming up enough. Another clean move from him, but you really want to be trying to get through in first here, these riders, but it's tough. No heat. I mean, how many times have we been in competitions and said no heat is an easy heat, but we're actually serious now. In the past, we may have been just saying it, right? This is now the truth now. J-Bo, J-Beak and Gramstrup are fighting out to try and dodge the second round here. That's a big miss. You're going to miss at least 2 or 3 hours of riding if you can just advance in this heat. It's a contra loop that's not going to score great as the wind just drops down, and so does the rider. Gramstrup just can't link things together now. That's 4 tricks each for these riders. Let's remind you then, it's their 3 best moves that will score. And I wonder if this is going to be the pattern of the day, Ruben, where we get these highs and lows. Very similar to life, but it's all about making the most out of those lows.
And that just shows you how in tune you have to be with Mother Nature. And this all comes down to experience and also confidence. And then you need to open your bag of tricks at the right time. And when you have enough power, you can get the right height. And here you can see that Jeremy is definitely finding the height to rotate 3 times, taking his board off. And this time he was jumping to the left. I think it was a contra loop. So here, whoop. No, he's pulling with his backhand. So it was a normal kite loop with 3 front rotations. And super clean landing, full speed. That's what the judges love to see. Getting 14 meters high, covering a distance of 63 meters and 7 seconds airtime during all of that.
You've got to keep your eyes on this here in the Lords of Tram at the GKA Big Air Kite World Cup down in France, because just when you think the wind is lulled, it's picking right back up now. And here comes Overbeek. Cameras had to zoom right out with that triple. He's going into 4 front rolls with a board off and a contra loop, I believe, Ruben. And their judges are going to like that. 4 times front roll rotation. We're looking at the hands here to confirm which side of the bar he's pushed. I think he's got his left hand on the bar there.
Yeah, front hand.
Yeah, front hands. And so a contra loop in that category for Jamie Overbeek. And he hasn't contra looped yet. So scores coming in here. Looks like a 7.0 coming in on my scores. And that has made this one spicy.
Definitely. How many trick attempts? Jeremy has 1 trick attempt left. Jamie has 1 trick attempt left. And we will see Lucas Gramstrup going for 2 more trick attempts left. And he knows he needs to pull everything out of the bag to even land in that second position. But Jeremy Berlando and Jamie Overbeek are running very close in this heat. So let's see who can up their scores in the remainder of this heat.
Yet to see anyone come in for a pit stop and change down smaller to take that on yet. And it's very tight, the amount of time you get to come downwind, ride back upwind. And I think that will be interesting because I feel like we're seeing a bit of a different strategy now with the riders. Maybe the equipment's allowing it, Ruben. In the past, we might have seen riders go out on a 9 and do big individual loops, then come back in and change to a 7, maybe even a 6 and start doubling. I think a lot of the riders have got very good at making 7 and 8s work in lighter winds, and perhaps they can even double them as well as go big, which saves them this pit stop. In an area like this where it's quite tricky to make the pit stop, I can see the other Ozone Kite on the beach in front of me outside ready for Jamie Overbeek, but it's 400 meters away from him, so I don't think he's likely to change it. Meanwhile, Gramstrup still it's just lacking the height a little bit for me, Ruben.
So what happens if you get third place in this first round?
You will be going into the second round, and you will be facing someone that's finished second in the first round. So even second is better than finishing third. However, the real golden position here is first place, skipping straight into the third round, giving yourself a break, and knowing that you've got through potentially to the latter stages of the event without going out at the first opportunity, which is always devastating, Ruben, when you go out last, you know?
So the second and third place will battle it out in the second round, and they will get mixed up, and only the first place goes to round number 3, which obviously saves some energy. But it is Sunday. The guys are just waking up in this round number 1, heat number 5 of the men's division here at the GKA World Tour stop in Barcares in France.
And really, this is all about Jabo and Jamie Overbeek. They are now separated by 6.1. Jeremy Belando with a 5.97 as his lowest scoring trick. That is from the Contraloop family. So are we going to see an improvement of the... Yes, we are. It's massive. This is a biggie, Ruben. This is a biggie. It's over 15 meters. Can he stick it? He's got to fight. Oh, he got bounced out. No.
Bombing out. Oh, Lewis just slamming his head against the container because he just cannot believe what we just saw from Jeremy Berlando, going absolutely massive, doing 3 rotations during that contra loop, but unfortunately...
And a bounce out of all things. A bloody bounce out.
Oh, no, not a bounce out. That was harsh.
And you know, the most devastating thing about it, Ruben, why I went away and had a moment there, is we will never know how that is scored. Ever. We will never find out how that was scored. And
it will be scored as 0, Lewis. Crashes don't score.
But what it would have been scored.
What it would have been scored, it would be well up there.
It was up there. That was into the 9s, maybe.
Into the 8s, I think.
Just like that.
But here, he was getting close to the 20-meter mark. You see on the Surfer Data app.
Wow. That's the biggest jump so far in the competition. Overbeek, meanwhile, going for a contra loop of his own. What does he need to try and improve here? I haven't composed myself here. Overbeek currently had...
Here's the replay of Jamie going massive.
He's trying to improve his... Was that a contra loop?
No, it was a normal loop. He's looping with his backhand because he was riding right foot forward, going up, going for that doobie loop, board off by the fin.
I don't think that's going to be enough, maybe, to improve his jump. So he wanted to... Oh, it's come in as a 6.77, and I think he needed more than that. He's knocked out the 6.37. No, he needed, I think, 6.9 maybe. So it really did get close. Yeah, he did need that extra 0.27.
Unfortunately, not getting the height on that trick attempt. So Jamie Overbeek, we will see him in round 2 by the looks of it. But here on the last trick attempt, even if he scores a 10, Lucas Gramstrup will find himself in round number 2 as well to hopefully better his scores to move on into this competition.
What an epic heat, Ruben. We're going to wrap that one up there and go to a commercial break. Lorenzo Casati, who is the King of the Air champion, Valentin Runderop from Spain, Is that a Dutch surname?
Hoenderop, that is definitely a Dutch surname. Yeah.
And Valentin Garard from France, who's really kept himself in the game in big air. And I think he entered this one last minute at the expense of someone else, maybe. I can't remember. But Valentin Garard keeps himself competing in big air. And I've noticed that he's taken out a lot of the GKA second discipline events where there's been big air thrown at some of the other events around the world. So I think he's going to be one to watch here. We've still got the other names up there in the top left-hand corner. That will be replaced when this one starts. We've already seen some big action here at 9:45. J-Bo going big on that slingshot. Yeah, he was really stepping it up there.
Definitely, he was slingshotting himself into the sky.
It's a good name, isn't it? Ruben used to be sponsored by Slingshot, so did I.
Yeah, definitely.
They were good days.
They supported us and the sport very well. Always a great vision, great products, and thanks for the love and support throughout all of this. And also supporting Jeremy Burlando, one of the top leading talents of this next generation.
Casati then opening up his account in this heat. It looked like a contraloop with a board off to me. As we see these scores coming in already. Nope, it wasn't a contraloop. It was a kite loop. Apologise, I didn't get my wide angle in there. I should know, really you should know, shouldn't you? I wasn't really paying attention there as much as I should do, so I apologise. But he's opened up with a 6.13.
Sometimes it is very hard to see what they're doing. If they're riding left foot forward, right foot forward, are they pulling their backhand or front hand? That's the best thing we can look at, but there is so much to look at. Like, you're already mesmerized by that takeoff, and by the time they are in the air, they are already flinging themselves in some rotations. So this was 2 back rotations and looping the kite. Backward or forward, Lewis?
That was backwards, so I looked out the window there. Sometimes our shot here, if we don't pan out enough, we can't see where the kite is going. We actually saw on the shot there it was a backhand. So a 4.50 kite loop back roll, and I think that's bang on, because that move is the first, tends to be the first rotation you learn, the delayed roll. It's very easy. It was nice and floaty. There's not so much risk in it. So I think that was quite good judging by the judges, even though he went 12 meters high. However, we now turn our attentions to Valentin Garard. Wow, what a bomb out there. He just didn't get any help from his kite that finally gives him some power, and he took some time to surface there. I'm not sure what. Can we get a replay on that one? Any replay? No replay on this one, but it's okay. It was a bit of a crash for Valentin Garard. And he opens his account with 0. Hello again to everybody joining us from around the world. We can see all your comments today. We're interacting with you today. I wasn't yesterday.
Whoop whoop. Yes, we are. We can see your comments coming in. So if you have any questions, please just drop them in the box and we'll be happy to answer them. As we can see, a beautiful takeoff. Not really getting the height. But Lorenzo Casati, our current Red Bull King of the Air champion, who definitely gave it his all. Looking for the right wind. Here you see a nice pre-pop. Going for a doobie loop, so 2 forward rotations and kite looping the kite with his backhand. Unfortunately, not the move that he was aiming for. Like we say, very challenging spot. We have the best big air riders here on the spot throwing down for you today. And here we see Valentin Garard.
No, I think that's Henderop.
Yep.
Rubes with a nice big mega loop back roll board off into a second rotation. And really cleanly landed it. This guy's got some style. I'm interested to see his hang time data. We've got a nice replay coming here. The old Premi pop. Up he goes, round, board off nicely. And look, this really demonstrates control to the judges there. I think that was around the 12 or 13 meters in height. But it's the hang time, I think. 6 seconds. Yeah, that was pretty decent. So I think we're going to get around a solid 6. If I had to guess, around that mark, maybe... bit less, bit more. I'm not a judge, Ruben. That's why I always prefer to come in here and talk about it. It's not official what I think. I can get away with it. It doesn't ruin someone's career if I get it horrendously wrong.
Not enough talking going on in the judging tower for your taste.
No, silent in there.
Yep. And here we can watch the best big air action coming at you live. Lewis Crathern and here Ruben Lenton. And it is not about the hang time, but it does add to your score. Like, the longer you are in the air, people are just mesmerized by the jump. And especially at this spot, the riders will be able to get that second and maybe even third loft in the jump. Are we going to see a lot of that today, Lewis? And how do you actually score that?
I think we are going to see a lot of that as the winds get stronger and stronger. And you know, I had a nice clear discussion with Mallory at the start about the categories. Just to remind you, can't copy the same move 3 times here to try and get 3 big moves and get your total score. So anything with a double loop is considered in the same family as a single loop. But meanwhile, Kasati going straight out of your shot. We picked him up here, but you just know he's going to land this. That was important that he landed that, because that is the commentator's curse sometimes. I think the wind has got nice and consistent. I almost want to use the word consistent here, Ruben, because it just looks like it's a solid 30 to 35 knots now. It will get windier. It will get windier today. We just know that. But now maybe it's even pushing a bit higher than 35 knots. Kites are roughly between 7 and 8. So I don't think we've seen any 9s out there so much, Ruben, for those of you asking what kite sizes they are. But this rider here, Valentin Hendrop Thomas, VHT.
You see him releasing his front hand, so actually taking off with one hand so he can lean even more into that takeoff. It's a technique that we see more and more being used by the riders besides the actual pre-load pop. What this does is like they get a little pop before they actually take off, so they get airspeed and they can lean into that takeoff with a lot more power, riding on the rail and kicking with that back leg against all the power of the kite.
It was a technique that I don't feel you could have had in the old days with the sea kite. You just had to have 2 arms on the bar. You let one hand off of that, you're in trouble. And what it also is helping the riders do, Ruben, is open up their body. So when we've all been there when you're riding and you get a bit tired and you just want to open up wind and you take that front hand off. I'm a firm believer that 2 hands on the bar is ultimate control and focus. But we're seeing, especially with these high aspect kites pulling further around the window, they really want to drive these kites into the window and above them. So just releasing that hand, allowing the body to turn, giving these riders much better angle into the wind. It's become a common bit of technique. Well spotted, Ruben.
100%. It's all about edging and timing your jump right, and then controlling it throughout. And having a strategy is very important. Like, we're here at the Big Air World Tour in Barcares in France, and these are the best big air riders in the world, and they have to perform a variety of tricks. It's not only kite loops to the left, it's kite loops to the left, to the right, but combined with board offs, also combined with kite loops the other way, so contra loops, that's looping the kite with the front hand, and the judges are particularly looking at the height and extremity of all these moves.
Yes, Yannick bringing those contra loops into our sport. A big hello to Yannick if you are watching anywhere around the world. Hope you're doing well. We miss you in the big air scene right now, and we know you'll be back one day with some new. I wonder what you're thinking of, all these different moves. Meanwhile, that's a big Premi pop from Lorenzo. This is a biggie, Ruben. It's up into the 20 meters category. I think this is going to be over 10 seconds maybe in hang time. Can he stick it?
Yes, very well performed there by Lorenzo Casati, and this is especially why he gets rewarded, because look at the height he was able to catch. And this is what we were talking about, that second kind of lofty lift after your jump. He found himself still at like 8 meters height when he completed his trick, and then he was able to just maneuver his way down for a soft and clean landing. I
think that might be one of the few jumps that's gone over 110 meters in distance so far today, 70 meters in height. That was an impressive move, Ruben, but I want to draw your attention to one thing there. We looked at our screens there. Maybe you noticed this at home. I didn't see the kite during that move. I didn't see that loop come low and level with him, and I think that's a factor when you're riding such long lines, which can perhaps get you up in the sky. We want to see the kites coming level with these riders for the real top scores. But here's another nice move from Valentin Hendrop. So you're kind of playing a pros and cons game, Ruben. We're flying 24-meter lines. Yep. You get well up there, but then you lose that extremity of the kite coming low and down.
Exactly. The gear that the riders choose, and of course the kite size, the line lengths, it all contributes to how extreme and gnarly your trick can be. Like Lewis is saying, with longer lines, you're able to catch a little bit of more height in your jump, but the loop is less critical, it's less extreme. So we will have to see what the judges are going to do with that throughout the event. We like to see the critical angle of the kite, getting the kite real low, seeing the slack in the lines, and a full-on yank so the riders travel a lot of distance during their trick.
Another reason to tune in today as well is because there's lots of new kites around on the beach. I'm seeing even a blank duotone out there. It's exciting. This is really pushing development in big air kiteboarding right now. And you might even see some of these kites on your screen where you think, what is that? There's definitely lots of kites now with Allure and lightweight materials that I didn't know brands were doing before. So that's one of the exciting reasons for you to tune in and try and spot these new kites.
So at the top of your screen, you can see the names. And in the red lycra, I don't know why there is not a color indication in front of their names, actually. Sorry, that's missing. We can see it here on the live scoring, which you can also tune into at the GKAKiteWorldTour.com. Then click on the live, and you can scroll down to the actual trick scoring. So there you can see that the riders will have 6 trick attempts, and their highest 3 scores will be combined for the overall heat score. You see the 18-minute mark at the top of your screen, which is not counting down. It's a rough idea of the timing of each heat, but the heat is actually made out of trick attempts. Each rider gets 6 trick attempts, and of course they have to land it and better their scores in a variety of trick families. Here with a I hope it's deep enough there for him to get away with the landing. It looks like he is okay.
I'd like to, wow, this is going to be one of those replays that you don't want to commentate on, but you do, because I believe he's landed this incredibly. He's had a malfunction there. He's come out. The way he's gone in there, I think it's okay. As long as he does, the chicken loop's gone.
He touched his quick release midair, and unfortunately during his rotations, taking the board off, yeah, he was cranking the bar so hard that he actually touched the quick release. The kite was released, and he just fell down from his leash. Luckily, he is okay. He is reeling in his bar, but this was what a crash.
9:58 in the morning. Come on, this is only the morning here. Wow. Yeah, we're staying here. We're saying to the director, we need to carry on talking. Just I don't want to go into the corner of the live stream booth and have a moment to myself. I feel like I need to get through what I've just seen. So we've just seen a kite ejection. I nearly said the wrong word there. From
top of the
I mean, it was that much of an explosion. I could have been forgiven for using that word. So in this, we're sorry, the scores are not as they seem. First and foremost here, these are not the correct scores that you're seeing. That's been pointed out. Exactly. Catastrophic. No, actually, no, it wasn't catastrophic equipment failure, because we think he actually activated the chicken loop release. Ruben, you have done this before, and it's cost you a big injury in your life.
Yes.
And you recognize that straight away, because the kite did not go away, which means that it wasn't a blowout as such. He stayed leashed in. But
it is not an equipment failure, but I do count it as equipment failure as well, because why do we as big air riders have a quick release like that? My hand is moving up and down so many times past this quick release, and I definitely don't want to hit it when I'm 20, even 30 meters up in the sky and come falling down just from my leash. No, I don't want a quick release.
Well,
but it is making the sport safe.
Yeah, we have to think about your usual riders that maybe can't jump 20 meters here.
But in big air, we have the best big air riders in the world here. They can get rid of the kite in some other way. We don't need a quickly accessible quick release just like that. A quick release is used by beginners, by intermediate riders, also by the pros, but I'm sure we can deal with it, with a bit more risk. But the quick release has definitely made the sport a whole lot safer. It's just with the touch, a push away of the button, that you can release all the power of the kite and be in safety in any case of emergency.
So let's fill you in here. If you have just joined us, we've just had this massive crash here from Lorenzo Casati. And actually, to be honest with you, as far as how high these guys go, I'm grateful that only happened in 10 meters of height rather than the 20 plus that these guys go, because that would have been very different. But the reaction from him to land as he did, to kick that board off and land two-footed straight down, was pretty impressive. We do have that one to show on a highlights reel. He looks to be okay, but we're discussing chicken loop release, which we've actually seen a lot of here. And this would be, I think, something that designers are now looking at, thinking about big air riders with all of their hands coming off the bars and grabbing the board and doing things. It was easy in the old days. We never used to do much, just held on tight with 2 hands. But meanwhile, this heat, this is quite hard to come back from, even as another rider here, as we see Valentin. Is this Valentin Garage?
I think we need a two-step quick
release. Is this a new heat? Riders here. What is even going on here? I mean, I've just been absolutely flabbergasted by what we just saw there, and we're yet to see Lorenzo is swimming back, so he's had to he's had to
his
swim
kite.
all the way back.
No, he got his kite. He relaunched it, and now he kited back. But what is he doing? Is he okay? That is, he landed in the shallows.
I wonder if that board is okay. He's walking out of the beach here with the yellow helmet.
He's limping a little bit. No, he's all right.
He took it.
He took it.
I feel like he took it.
And luckily it was deep enough. And he was riding a 9 meter indeed. So yeah, that's why he was getting the height and performing some epic moves. I'm not sure what is going on with the scores that we see in the screens.
It's not often as a commentator that you are speechless, but those sorts of moments are difficult to talk about. But that comes with the job, I guess. As Lorenzo Casati, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that was his 6th move actually there. And we now see another rider going absolutely massive. Was that Valentin competing? Valentin Henderop, that is. We've got 2 Valentins in this heat. And yeah, let's just see. So yeah, that was him with a 13-meter jump. So we apologize. Those scores are completely not refreshing properly in the top corner of your screen. But we can see online, just as you will be able to as well, a bit more of an update about this heat. And it's actually currently Lorenzo that's in the lead here with 19. So he might have done enough already, but
this heat only it sees one more trick attempt left from Valentin Garat, Frenchman, who's ready to give it his all. Right foot forward, building up the speed, feeling the pressure, the power. Is he going to jump or is he going to turn around? Looks like he's slowing down, moving up his kite and ready to turn around. Looks like the scores have been fixed as well. Valentin in this heat only landed 2 tricks, so this is his last trick attempt. And he's going for a kite loop laid back roll with a nose grab and landing it clean, but definitely not gonna up.
L'économie, c'est comme le climat. Ça subit de plus en plus de tempêtes, de crises, et ça s'accélère. Et un kitesurfer, quand il regarde la tempête, il voit une opportunité de sauter plus haut, de surfer des plus grosses vagues et d'aller plus vite. Et c'est ce regard-là qu'on veut amener aux entreprises pour qu'elles voient les tempêtes qu'elles traversent comme des opportunités. Prenez par exemple la transition environnementale. Ça peut être vu comme une contrainte réglementaire. En réalité, c'est une opportunité incroyable de se réinventer et d'attirer des nouveaux clients et des nouveaux talents.
Lords of Tram was the first real big air contest in France and started in 2019 in Gruissan. After our 3rd edition, the city of Barcares saw the potential of the event to develop their water sport appeal to the world. Barcares is a dynamic city, committed to events promoting their territory. Thanks to Barcares for their trust.
Next heat up here then. Edgar Ulrich. Koan van Dijk. How do you say his name properly, Koan van Dijk?
Koan van Dijk.
Yeah, just as I said. This one's easy. Timo Boersema.
Timo Boersema. So 2 Dutchies, and then we have Edgar Ulrich, who is a Frenchie, here riding. Is it his home spot? I am not sure,
Edgar,
but
I don't know. I feel like everywhere is his home spot. He's such a nice guy.
I have seen lots of footage of him riding this spot, performing some of the most badass tricks, and also on the snow. He also does snow kiting, where he gets some next level height.
It's a biggie.
Speaking of next level height, here we've got the
took it, Koan van Dijk.
Koan van Dijk taking it away in this heat. So the wind is definitely kicking in, and we see the riders already changing the kite. I think Koan is putting down his. Is it a 9?
8, yeah, he's taking an 8 down. Oh no,
no,
it was
it's
a
a
9.
9.
It was a 9. Good spot. Sorry. Yeah, so already a quick switch from Koan. So
size matters. Whoa! Look at the height Timo is getting here. The Dutchies are definitely not holding back. Covering a whole lot of distance.
It's got to be over 100 meters here, Ruben. We can look at 153 meters on our Surfer app datas. Are you kidding me? This has just stepped up now big time, Ruben. Wow, Timo Bow with a big banger off the bat here. And just look at the acceleration into the air he's just got here. Looping a doobie loop there, going into a triple rotation. And just concentrate. All those minor adjustments, Ruben, so vital to the landing here. I love to watch those moments. That was lovely to share that with you on that. Oh, wow, look at the wind, Ruben. It went wide.
Very, very well controlled, that trick. Even his first trick attempt in this heat from Timo Boersema. I think, yeah, definitely taking the lead with a 5.8. A decent score as a first trick. And here we see Edgar Ulrich also going massive. I think, yeah, he was looping with his front hand, rotating 4 times forward, contra looping, and board off, and unfortunately not getting it together. Oh no, Lewis slapping a dent into this container. But what a trick and what a skill. Look, he had to adjust because he got a gust, got some extra lift, and just managed to land it, but then it was super choppy and was not able to ride out of it.
And this is definitely one of those moments here at the Lords of Tram, at the GKA Big Air Kite World Cup, where things just get raised and you just don't expect when they come like this. The wind has picked up. The riders now have just performed their first trick. They've landed over 150 meters downward and they're swapping kites. It's almost meant to be that they've just used their 9s, maybe even their 8s, and they're switching down right now. So our cameramen have got a lot of work to do now as Koan van Dijk takes to the skies. Double loop, delayed back roll. We really have kicked off on day 2 now. This is the heat that I feel it's happened, Ruben.
Mother Nature is delivering us the power that we need for this GKA World Tour kiteboarding with a double loop from Koan van Dijk and a back roll added. Super epic trick. That's what we're seeing in big air kiteboarding these days. Not 1 mega loop, but 2 mega loops in one move.
And what a kite change that was, Ruben. Just pretty much after his first trick. That's the first move he's done on that small kite. He's dropped his 9 on the beach. After that massive opening trick, he's come down, switched to a smaller kite and just gone straight in. And that's some real trust with your equipment. To not even send one jump and go straight into a double. This is going to be one of those heats where you just wake up on a Sunday morning and you're like, whoa, I can't miss anything from now.
I'm going to give it my all. And that's what I meant with size matters. Like the 9 meter he was on before was not able to double loop. He switched up to his 8 meter and just straight out of the back. 7.43 for Koan van Dijk for that double loop. And here Timo Boersema also performing an epic move. Here's the replay of that. A nice takeoff with a mega loop, laid back roll, board off, and an added rotation on the way down. I think a solid score is going to be in the 6.
Nice landing that. His front foot didn't look locked into me, Ruben. He was still moving. You can't ever get your feet absolutely locked in after a board off. A kite loop board off must be a different story, but they still show the skill sometimes to land, sometimes even with the foot out the strap. We see that magical landing where somebody just deals with it with 1 foot in and out, and that's a hard one. But now we turn our attention to Edgar.
Yeah, might as well would have been in the judging tower. I said into the 6 with Edgar Ulrich now flying through the sky. Or is he now keeping it together? I want to see a replay of that one because we kind of missed it. Yes, thank God. Here we go. He catches massive boost, vertical lift. He takes his board off with that contra loop again. Not as many rotations as his previous attempt, but definitely catching a lot of height. Let's see what the surf, 20 meters, I was going to say. The Surfer Data app with 94 meters distance traveled and 10.4 seconds in the air. Edgar Ulrich, I'm curious to see what he scores for that.
That was definitely off the Ulrich scale. His own scale.
But you see, the best trick in this heat was Cohen van Dijk with his double loop. And now he's going for the S loop, which is a mega loop, but mid-air he decided to change the direction of the kite, which is definitely super tricky to do, super scary to do. But here you can see Cohen van Dijk looping the kite backwards and then whoop, moving it back.
God, that must be scary, Ruben. All of that free floor. You really look like you got to have a good body position in that move. It's no good having a lazy mega loop Rayleigh into that one, or you're going to get it.
100%, Lewis. This is the most extreme big air kite moves that you can possibly perform. And as the wind increases throughout the day, the height, extremity, and power is all going to increase as well. So thanks for tuning in here on this beautiful Sunday. You're here with me, Ruben Lenton, and of course Lewis Crathern, broadcasting from you live, Lords of Tram in Barcares during the GKA World Tour.
Now we're starting to see riders regularly going at 20 meters. Very inverted, that back roll mega loop into a second. And can he make the changes? No, bit of a butt check. Almost got helped by that bit of chop in the end. And very inverted. It almost looks hard to work out. But this second roll telling us that was a back roll variation of that move for Timo Bow. And how's he doing right now? He's got 5.8 on the board, a 6.10. So, yeah, he gets very heavily punished for that crash there. Just a 3.60, Ruben. It is a third trick on the board, but looking at the other sorts of scores coming in now, more importantly, the amount of wind available to these riders are going to be pushing for 3.7s, I think.
And like you say, every heat might as well be a final, but we're only in the first round. And we're seeing some insane action, and all three of these riders have got the double loops, have got the board offs, have got the rotations. They've got a bag full of the most extreme kiteboarding tricks. And here we see Edgar Ulrich riding right foot forward, doing a doobie loop, so 2 front rotations with a backhand mega loop.
Yeah, nice and controlled. It's not in the 7s. Good banker to have, but I think he'd be trying to kick that out. So they're getting 6 trick attempts, everyone. It's only their 3 best that score out of 10, a maximum score of 30. This man, Cohen van Dijk, already on 20.36. He'll be looking to upgrade the 5.13, and it is the doobie double, which he's looked to improve on. So, yeah, he hasn't got a front roll mega loop category just yet. So this should kick out his kite loop board off. Here he goes up into the sky on this replay. There, the first kite loop's gone round into the second.
Is he riding a 7 meter? This kite loops well too fast. And that's all. I mean, doubles are sick. They're difficult, tricky to do, but in my opinion, he wasn't getting the angle. He wasn't getting the extremity for that double loop. Let's see what the judges score for this one.
It's in the 7s, I can tell you, Cohen van Dijk.
Was
there.
7.2.
Yeah, so they're really rewarding the doubles.
The double loops are getting very much rewarded. And I hope we're gonna see them being done sicker and sicker, as Timo Boersma didn't get the loop in this jump, going for a straight board off. Not what he's looking for. It's not gonna score well. Too basic of a trick for the World Championships right here, right now. Oi, Edgar Ulrich with the technique, with the style, getting massive height and landing it clean. We saw the wind is kicking in. Kitesurf starting to fly away. So this was a back roll contra loop board off. Very well controlled, very well styled. And let's see what the Surfer app data tells us. How high was that trick? It was close to 15 meters. Edgar Ulrich into a second position. So here in the white lycra, we see Cohen van Dijk going absolutely massive with this double kite loop board off. What? Landing full speed, controlling the tricky ride out on the chop. Look at this replay, riding full speed, pre-pop. He shoots into the air, he loops his kite twice and getting leveled with his kite. I think he might have heard me. He heard my comments on the previous one saying that the doubles were not getting leveled, not that angled. And look what he's answering back with. A full-on line length double mega loop board off from Cohen van Dijk in the white lycra. Up next, we've got Timo Boersma in the red lycra getting ready for his attempt. And he has got the double mega loops in his bag of tricks as well. So let's see if he can pull it out and can land it. But absolutely mind-blowing from Cohen van Dijk.
24.43. Wow, that was did I just miss a 9.20?
Yes, he did a double mega loop, getting leveled with his kite and had a board off. So you missed it, Lou.
Yeah, that's disgusting. Sorry. I know that the cameramen didn't miss it though, and I will see it again on the highlights, I'm sure. But if you just watch that, sounds like you just did, Dan. You don't even know what to say. Here he goes. Oh, he wanted a double as well. I think just didn't feel the tension maybe on the way up. That was Timo Boe.
Timo Boe, but it's going to be very hard to beat Cohen van Dijk. And remember that the numbers 2 and numbers 3 will have to battle it out in the second round. This is only heat number 7 in round number 1 of the men's division here at the GKA Kite World Tour Big Air discipline.
And it is a tour now, Ruben. We just had the once off last year. God, this guy's maxed. Maxwell maxed out.
I was going to say Maxwell maxed out.
How's he doing, Maxwell maxed?
Yeah, Billy Bill had his ride with him today, checking out the event as well. From a safe distance. Like, look at these spectators. They are right on the beach, right by the action as the wind blows offshore here. And we got Edgar Ulrich with a nice doobie loop board off.
I think he can name that one. That's got such an awesome inversion. And this is what I want to draw your attention to here now. Up he goes into the first front run. Here with the board off. Look at that front flip almost. It looks wonderful. That's really one of his own moves. And I think that move there for him is going to push him a bit higher up with his scores now. It's probably going to knock out his 5.47. That was a kite loop front roll.
Yeah, wow. We see him getting closer to Cohen van Dijk with that epic move. Very well controlled there by Edgar Ulrich. And like you say, what a style. It also matters with what kind of style and commitment you perform these tricks. And you will see him getting fully inverted. Very difficult and very stylish. Here in the white lycra again, Cohen van Dijk. What has he got for us this time? Unfortunately, not feeling the takeoff on this one and going for a straight boost. Unfortunately, a missed attempt for him, but he is still in the lead.
That was Cohen's last trick, though, and it was also Edgar. So Edgar really went for it to try and get the win here. Cohen wasn't to know that he was in the lead here by 1.23, or he was probably in the lead by a little bit more before Edgar done that move. However, he's probably feeling confident. Athletes have a feeling about how they're doing. He won't be devastated he didn't get that last move.
Is he going for the S-loop? No, he's not feeling the takeoff. It's very tricky in these gusty conditions to always get a right takeoff. He's even bombing out of this just straight jump. And that just shows you how challenging these conditions can be. It's going up and down. You have to be very aware, very in tune with your body, with your mind, and Mother Nature. And just combine everything for the better. Thank you guys for tuning in.
Lords of Tram is more than a competition.
Always ready to catch in the spot.
From the beginning, the desire has been to bring together the best riders in the world to develop the big air kite discipline. To make an event, you need a lot of things. A team, organization, authorizations, budgets, and more. We are very grateful to our volunteers, our media team, and our judges. Everyone takes part in and is passionate about extreme sports. You will find them in the air or on the water. Partners are also a big part of the event. We are committed to creating meaningful links and building long-term relationships with them.
Welcome back here then. Let's bring in, who's coming up next, Ruben?
What a heat. We've got legend Andrea Principi. Yeah, actually...
They've gone. They just disappeared. Oh, they're back again now.
The master of the new tricks, of the bigger generation. He's absolutely shown us that he is leading the forefront of bigger kitesurfing right now with some of the most incredible moves. Also Jason van der Spuy with a bag of tricks and a set of balls that will surprise many. If you give these riders the right conditions, then they will perform some of the most outstanding moves. And completing this heat is Simon Braun from Germany, who we've also seen competing on more and more bigger events around the world.
Got in last minute due to an injury of another rider. And I want a big shout out to some of the people on the stream here. Baptiste, very good rider from Greece. How you doing? I want to see you out here one day. But opening up this heat will be the current world champion Andrea Principi, who may have been feeling a double on the entrance there, but didn't quite get the height he may have liked. I'd also like to say hi to Timmy, and I want you to know that Ruben has been typing on my account there.
Yep.
There we go. Probably not massively over 10 meters there, Ruben, from the current big air world champion.
We see Andrea there with the yellow helmet, and he is riding the blue rash vest. And in the white lycra, we will see Jason van der Spuy, and in red will be Simon Braun. So the riders will get 6 trick attempts, where they will have to perform different tricks in different trick families. So rotating left, looping to the right, different variety in the moves. And the 3 highest scoring tricks will combine their overall result of this heat. And looking forward to see who's going to end up on top. However, we've seen Andrea Principi really ruling the world of big air.
I think the wind's dropped here. I don't think the wind is delivering what it did for that last incredible heat where we really saw Koen van Dijk take to the skies. He was pushed by Edgar Ulrich in that heat as well, and we were seeing stuff over 20 meters. We were seeing the stuff which is really what we all want to see by the end of the day here as the wind picks up. I think it's dropped a little bit now. They just look too comfortable to me. When it's that windy, you can't just sit there and look at each other. The sun's come out, which may have affected the temperature maybe, but just seeing that arm off for these riders, you can't do that when you're absolutely lit. You just can't ride around like that. So they're going to have to really work for this heat. I think maybe the wind will pick up, or maybe I'm totally wrong. Let's see. Jason van der Spuy kind of proves me wrong a bit there. With around a 15 meters doobie loop board off, Ruben.
But like you say, it was very tricky at this spot. Like in the last heat, the wind did come through, delivering us some epic height, some epic action with massive double loops. And then these guys decided to go out on the small kites as well. But then the wind is kind of dropping a little bit. Here we saw Jason van der Spuy in the white lycra still performing a great move, but not really getting the height that we saw in the previous heat. But it can change in a matter of seconds. The wind is what makes this type of riding go bigger and bigger, so it can just kick back in any second. Thank you guys for tuning in with this epic action here, and Simon Braun opening up as well with a nice move there for him. Here we're watching the replay. You see him with the front hand also leaning in to get a better angle for that takeoff, and you see him edging out with a back roll, double back roll kite loop, and an added rotation on the way down. So 3 back rotations with a mega loop.
Yeah, nice landing for him. That's a lot to deal with, to just come into the event so late. I mean, he would have got the call less than 24 hours before the start of this thing. Look, you're in. Someone's been injured. I think Pasito Martinez was injured. But he's in and he's got to deliver. This is his chance. So many riders now competing here. So, cool, that's right up to the beach. Bit close to the sand there from Andrea Principi. This hasn't been the perfect start by the current big air world champion, Ruben Lenton.
100%. That was not what he was hoping for. He was hoping for more lift, for more power at that takeoff. He was riding up super close to the beach, almost running out of space there and almost clipping his board on the sand. but he managed to get a little airtime, but not the trick that he was looking for. So that's not gonna. Yeah, that scored a 0.56 for Andrea for just taking off and leaving the water. And here we see Jason van der Spy in the white lycra also not getting the power and the height he needs to perform this kite loop back row board off.
Yeah, he had to bin it there, and that tends to be the way the riders like to go, in 2 foot, nice and straight. Penetrate. It's all about penetration into the water, Ruben.
Tell me about it. It's a lovely day here. It's a beautiful Sunday. The spectators are rolling onto the beach to watch this action live. And also you guys watching from the comfort of your home or wherever you are in the world. Thanks for tuning in. I hope you're enjoying the show. You're here with me, Ruben Lenton, and of course Lewis Crathern. And look at the action here with Simon Brun, who's...
He can't go because he's body dragging in front of him here is Jason van der Spy. What does his timer say? I'm interested.
The riders will have roughly 40 seconds to take off, but he's going right foot forward, going into a massive doobie loop with an added rotation on the way down. Simon Brun, nice landing there.
Yeah, a nice decision as well, because he would have been given grace by the judges there that part of the box was busy with, it was actually Jason van der Spy who was retrieving his board after that penetration into the water, Ruben, from that crash. So he retrieved his board and has ridden out the way now, Jason van der Spy. But deciding to go right foot forwards then was Simon Brun, but here he is coming back left foot forwards now. What's going on here?
No, this is
Andrea
in the blue lycra, and here he's getting the better height, but just going for he's going for an S loop board off. That was a very tricky one. Like, he wasn't going super huge, but with his kite being super fast, he still managed to loop his kite one way and then the other way, but not as critical as I'd like to see it. Let's see what the judges think about that one.
Yeah, and when we talk about critical, my mind takes me back to the sort of S-loops that Gil Vloot brought into the game last year. He was throwing the mega loop as it went, only, not 360 degrees way around. We got a kite on the beach. That's going to go into the public. That is great work by one of the marshals down there. We've just had those sudden gusts come in here in the south of France, in Barcares, where maybe 40 knots just hits this place out of nowhere. Any kite that isn't sandbagged down on the beach just takes off, and maybe we're going to see a different second half of this heat, Ruben. It's all been pretty casual at the start of this, nothing above, I say nothing above the high sixes. That's still pretty impressive, but I got a feeling this wind might make a return as we see the man from South Africa with the air rush kite. He's just turning around right foot forward. You want to be careful with a little jump like that. Some of the nasty judges might feel that's a trick.
Yeah, and there goes your trick at 10. But like you say, Lewis, there's a lot of kites laying on the beach. All the riders have pumped up all of their sizes, from ranging from 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 meters laying on the beach. And you want to make sure they're locked with some sand so that they don't fly away when the gust comes through. And here, Jason van der Spy catching a nice gust for that double back row board off kite loop and landing it clean. Seems like he's a bit underpowered. He's a bit of a bigger, heavier guy as well. So, yeah, he might need some more power. But he also still wants to double loop. So I think he's riding a 7 meter. But he could have definitely done with a size bigger, I think.
Very difficult, as we keep saying, with these riders, because you've got this shot on your screen right now. Their kites are even further down towards the cameraman here, so they've got to make this decision if they do want to swap. Can they get back into the zone? And there is no timer running here. The timer has now been removed, I can see. But let's focus really on Andrea Principi here, who's he got the board off there, Ruben.
Simon Brun there with a straight kite loop board off. And you see that the S-loop board off from Andrea also got rewarded a 6.8, whilst his kite wasn't looping super critical. But yeah, the judges just love to see the double loops and the S-loops. And that's what the riders will have to go for.
It's the kites that are confusing me in the colour of the rash vest. Simon Brun is donning the red rash vest, and actually Andrea Principi, your current Big Air World Champion, is riding a all red kite. And they're also both wearing helmets, which is confusing. But there on your screens is the blue rash vest of Andrea Principi. This is a tight heat right now, Ruben. We have got less than 2 points separating all these three riders after 3 tricks. Look at what we're doing here when we're looking at the scoring as judges here, or as anybody that's part of the game in big air kiteboarding. We know their 3 top scoring tricks count, so We know they're looking in Jason van der Spey's case. He's looking to add a third trick to his category, to his point scoring. The others are going to knock out, hopefully, their smaller trick scores. So the 0.57 of Andrea Principi is what he wants to remove. And I think if he lands this, Ruben, yeah, he's definitely going to get more than a 0.57 for that.
But in this shot, I also couldn't see his kite, so I don't know if it looped once or twice. It was also not super high, just above the 10-meter mark there. And yeah, let's see if it was a double. Maybe a replay? Probably not.
I don't think it was a double. The scoring system won't tell. You can see all these scores coming in live. You can play the game too. Head to the GKA KiteWorldTour.com and take a look at the scores. And you will see them all on there, even with their names that they get given. So here it is coming in for that move is a kite loop board off 7.70, pushes him firmly in the lead. Can Jason van der Spey reply?
Aborted that takeoff there. So just waiting for a better gust, waiting for some more wind. I mean, the wind is there. You just have to find the gust and time it well. Here on the flat water. The music is pumping, the wind is pumping, the sun is shining, and this is Jason van der Spey not getting the right trick attempt here.
Bit sneaky this. He's getting a feel on the way up. I think he needs a 7.94 to go level with Andrea Principi. He's 12.93, 20.87 ahead, Andrea, with 3 moves. This could be big. He's found a gust there into that doobie board off with another rotation. Very good landing there, Ruben. I don't think it's going to put him into first, but it's definitely going to be putting him into second place here.
Yeah, but I had the feeling he was a little bit underpowered in that move. He was just trying to look for that jump there. Already 2 times aborting his takeoff and just not feeling it, but yeah, he was able to perform his doobie loop board off and then added rotation. So still bettering his score with a 6.57 for Jason van der Spey from South Africa in the white lycra. So up next we have Andrea Principi. No, sorry, Simon Brun going for his trick attempt in the red lycra. And he's going for the contra loop board off. No rotations added, but another clean landing. He knows he needs to put scores on the board. That's very important. So here you see leaning in with that front hand, taking the board off with his backhand, and then looping the kite in a contra loop.
I wonder if he wanted a double there, Ruben, because he's already got a 5.33 in that trick family, and he's just gone and done it again, and it scores exactly the same on my system here that's already come up, and it's not going to give him another trick. I think he would have been better off replacing that 4.77, which is in the kite loop front roll category.
Someone is asking what kite Andrea is on. Well, as the sport is progressing fast, the brands are allowing the riders to help with the development of these products so that they feel exactly the way that they need to feel and performing, to keep up with the tricks these riders are performing. So Andrea is currently riding a prototype. I believe he's on a 6 meter. But the kites get faster, more lift, and they get lighter, more direct. And that's how the progression of this sport and the equipment is happening.
I'll give you a little bit of an insight then. It's obviously a secret duotone, but it's a 3-strut duotone, so that kind of gives you an idea of what model it could be. Here he goes then, right foot forwards. What's he got for us, Ruben?
Whoa, massive double loop. Holy moly, what a landing.
Oh, that was close. Ruben, I thought he was
on that one.
I thought he was going to bomb out of that, Ruben. Can we get a replay on this one?
That will
no
be
replay.
amazing.
We don't have a replay. You just have to replay it in your mind.
You can skip back on the screen.
That's true. Yeah, you could do that. Really mess your YouTube stream up.
But yeah, I was looking out of the window and it looked absolutely incredible. He was catching some night height and just going for that double loop with the board off. Here, Jason van der Spey in the white lycra. Also landing it clean, so getting some more scores on the board there. I think he's going to edge out Simon Brun there with this move. So he's going for a back roll, then taking the board off, looping the kite, going for another back roll. And covering some nice distance as well for Jason van der Spey.
Yeah, nice kite angle as well there for him. Kite loop, back roll, board off coming in. He's not getting massive scores though for that. And I think we're down to pretty much Simon Brun's going to complete our first 5 tricks here. They only get 6 tricks, so we could start to get an idea of what's needed on these last tricks.
Biggies are needed, biggies. Absolute belters of tricks we want to see. And oops, unfortunately, not this little missed trick attempt for Simon Brune. He wasn't getting the proper takeoff. Still went for a little kite loop, but it's not going to score well. I think 1.2 or something.
1.27. Ruben, you're so good at judging those sorts of tricks.
Maybe 1.56.
1.27, I think.
Oh, it already came in.
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah.
Should have stuck with your...
Stuck with the initial
How do you
thoughts,
learn to judge those trick scores like that so much? Was that the sort of trick scores that you got yourself?
Experience, mate. First-hand experience. I've been doing some research on
yes,
crashes.
Yes, that's a 1.5. Get
yes.
in there.
Trying to score as low as possible while still fully going for it.
What was your best ever lowest score?
I think a 0.83 whilst I was giving it my all. What the heck?
Whoa.
Andrea Principe going massive again with it. Holy moly. Yes, we get the replay on this one. See, he takes off. He does the preload pop, fully edges, jumps very vertical, takes the board off, spins forward, and does 2 kite loops. So a double kite loop, boogie loop, board off.
Yeah, so let's work that out. Has he shut the door firmly on the other 2 riders?
8.43.
Trying to sneak into first place? I don't know. We're going to have to work this out. Simon Brune hasn't got the highest scores. Jason van der Spy has been, unfortunately, he hasn't got 3 different trick families. So Jason van der Spy then, with his last move to take first place, needs a ridiculously high score. He needs something like a 9.96 here if he has a chance. This is going to have to be off the scale. It's going to need to be a double. They didn't quite get the height that he would like. He's trying to confirm.
A doobie contra loop.
Yeah, so I think that was a misunderstanding of his trick families there, because he had a kite loop board off. Then he went for another kite loop back roll board off, a kite loop front roll board off. And then he went for another kite loop back roll board off in his 5th trick attempt. So he's, I think he's copied a trick. He's going to be devastated when he comes back. And it's in the contra loop family, at least, this last move. So he should have a 3rd trick score come on there. But really, it's Simon Brune versus Jason van der Spy for 2nd place here. I think he'll get away with that without a takeoff for Simon Brune.
So this was the final heat of the 1st round of the men's division at the Qatar Airways GKA Kite World Tour stop here in Barcares in France. You're here with me, Ruben Lenton and Lewis Crathern, and we are reporting live. As we go through this epic action, we have seen some incredible heat scores already, and I think my favorite one was the double kite loop board off from Cohen van Dijk, getting very critical and leveled whilst having his board off and just covering so much distance.
We'll be back shortly then as we continue on with the men. Let's go to a commercial break. Welcome back then to the Lords of Tram here. It's the GKA Big Air Kite World Cup down in the south of France. I'm Lewis Crathen and I'm joined by Ruben Lenton. Ruben, we've just seen the first round of the men. It's been pretty epic action actually already. What's the time here down in Barcares? 10:41. We've seen big crashes, jumps over 20 meters, and we now continue into round 2. First heat, who's coming up here, Ruben?
It's Jamie Overbeek from the Netherlands, and we got Nicolas Gambier from France, who both got second and third in the first round. So now they get another chance to battle it out and hopefully make it through to the third round as well. So only Jamie or Nicolas is going to go through. Let's see who's going to take it to the skies and perform the best moves.
Thanks a lot for joining us here on the live stream, wherever you are. Do let us know on the comments on the YouTube. We're actually interacting with you today. You know, I tried to keep focused on the first day and do my job, but now we're here answering some of your questions. Some of you asking what kite sizes we see in the sky, 5s all the way to 8s. It's actually quite hard to tell with the small kites these days, but out on the water now is Jamie Overbeek, and I believe that he'll be leading us into the start of this heat up against Nicolas Gambier. One of these riders will be going home, Ruben.
Yeah, so we got Jamie Overbeek in the blue lycra and on the red kite, and then we have Nicolas Gambier also on a red kite, and he's in the white lycra. So I think Jamie's gonna kick things off. He's riding his 7 meters, and the wind is very challenging here. It's very hard for the riders to know which kite to take out. And Jamie Overbeek just going into this heat with a nice mega loop, laid back row board off, and an added rotation on the way down. So 2 rotations, a board off, and a kite loop. That seems to be the standard these days, combining 3 different tricks in one here at the GKA Kite World Tour in Barcares.
In for his first trick then comes Nicolas Gambier with that white Nash vest. That's it's pretty simple with 2 riders for us to work out who's got what kite. He's on a Nash. It's Nash versus Ozone Beak. Doesn't really work, does it? That Jamie Ozone Beak.
Yeah, it works.
Does it work?
Yeah.
You like that? Okay.
Well, watch him make it work.
Yeah, he's doing wonderful things for Ozone, brand that you're passionate about, Ruben. But can he deal with this first challenge of the day, which is going to be in the form of Nicolas Gambier, answering back almost identically to Jamie Overbeek? I think they're going to be similarly scored. 6.07 for his kite loop back roll board off for Jamie Overbeek. What's Nicolas Gambier going to score? Higher or lower, Ruben? Come on, higher or lower?
I think a little bit lower.
Okay. Well, I'm going to go higher.
All right, fine.
Let's see what the judges think. Oh, someone didn't like it. I lost. Oh no, have I lost? Oh, big time.
Yeah, was it?
Big time. I liked it. I didn't mind. Maybe it was on the other tack. I thought it was 11.1 meters, 80 kilometers through the air that he went. That's what I liked about it.
Look,
So
full
massive.
speed. Jamie has a nice technique of getting that air time. He's also the current world record holder of 35.4 meters. And yeah, here you can see that he's always very confident to land clean. Here's a nice replay of this massive kite loop, back roll board off.
What a floater.
It was the same move as he first did, but I think he just wants to better that score.
He was unhappy about it. His own personal pride. He was unhappy about it. Big thanks for the nice comments. It's always nice to read that we're doing a good job. You know, we have to deal with tough times.
Tough people.
Tough people that don't like what we're doing or saying, but we're really enjoying being here in the south of France. It's very accommodating. This event really knows how to do things. And just look at the work these camera guys are doing. How about a nice comment for the camera guys? Look at this cut the director's got here. Nice and tight. Zooms out. We get that nice takeoff. Zooms out. They've nailed it. Cool. Do you think he wanted the double there, Ruben?
No,
Maybe?
not the double, but he wanted more, but he didn't have the power, not the height. So, yeah, pretty basic trick there for Nicolas. And there you can see Jamie already did 2 trick attempts. Remember, riders get 6 trick attempts, and the 3 highest scores will make up their overall heat score. But Jamie actually did the same trick twice. So you have to do it in 3 different trick families. And Jamie just was bettering his 6.07 score with a 6.4 score. So let's see what Jamie Overbeek is going to do next. But it's gonna have to be a different trick than a kite loop back roll. He's gonna need to add in some front roll or do the contra loop. And here he goes. Yeah, like I said, it's a doobie loop, so 2 front rolls with a board off, and I believe an added rotation.
Yeah, an extra half, I believe, if I want to be.
Look at him leaning back, getting his hair all blown into the wind. There you see 2 front rolls on the board off and an added rotation, indeed.
I remember those days, Ruben.
What, when you had hair?
Yeah, just blowing around. And then I remember you with scissors cutting off.
Yeah, that's because you didn't jump high enough.
I actually did. That was outrageous, that game. We had a game, some silly TV program you and Aaron were doing, where we had, way before the luxuries of the Surfer app and other various forms of data recording for our heights, we had these shadow boxes on our boards. I beat Azzo on that day, and for the TV show I had to pretend I lost. That was
that was harsh deals, but
I've never forgotten about that. He didn't loop it there, Ruben. Can he get his foot back in? Oh no, he had to get rid.
Sometimes it is really shallow there, and the riders will have to be very careful, even landing without the board, to see how they're going to penetrate the water and not hit the bottom. But yeah, coming back to that conversation, Lewis, we did cut off your dreads that time, and it was maybe not fair, but it made great TV, Lewis.
Well, that's all that counts, isn't it?
Exactly. These days, it's all about the views, the likes. Hit like, subscribe, and share.
Hey, who cares if someone's depressed for a year? As long as the TV looks good. All right, don't worry. I'll get over it. One day. Here we go then. Massive big boost here with the contra loop. Doobie board off, maybe into 3 rotations there from Jamie Overbeek, who's starting to work through the gears here, Ruben. This is really critical for me that he gets through this heat now comfortably, because your nerves could start getting to you. There's so much expectation on your shoulders. You've just got on the podium at King of the Air, one of the biggest events in kiteboarding, your first attempt. You just broke the world record. Everyone knows about that. Everyone's on your case here, and it only needs one other rider to decide he's going to have the best day ever and knock you out. Or maybe even if he doesn't even have the best day of himself, Jamie Overbeek, he's got to stay focused and try and call on his experience, which isn't loads in big air competition, but he started well.
But he's one of the riders that spends the most time on the water, and definitely loving lots of disciplines, and loves spending some time in the air. And also here, Nicolas Gambier in the white lycra, landing a trick, getting another score on the board. It wasn't super high, it wasn't super extreme. And Jamie is just super confident with his riding. He knows what he can do. He knows what he needs in order to win this heat. And he's well in the lead right now. He already did 3 tricks in the 3 different categories. So he did his back rolls, he did his front rolls, he did his contra loop and normal loop. So now I think he might need a trick going to the right foot forward as well. Or just focus on bettering his scores, because he can score way better than 6.5. He's got the tricks in there to really go big. But it is challenging conditions, Lewis, here. The riders really have to find the gust, find a good takeoff spot, and really hope for the best.
And they've got to adapt. You know, they have to forever be adapting here. And one form of adaptation I can tell you going on right now, Gambier's riding down to do a pit stop. How quick is he going to make this happen? But you will not see that in your shot. Jamie Overbeek, I think there's a double coming here, Ruben. It's a huge mega loop with a board off. That's got to be over 100 meters in distance. Look at that, over 116 meters.
Yeah, I want to see.
116 meters for him. That was pretty big. 71 kilometers through the air. That was a really big move.
Mark is hacked off with the world record. Please check the surfer leaderboard. We're talking about the world record there. You've got the surfer app, of course, bringing us the live data during this event. Amazing to get some stats. Is Jamie going for a kite change, or what is he doing? What is going on? He is going for a kite change indeed. He's switching between his edge, and now he's taking on the enduro, a smaller kite, which is better for the double loops.
It looks tiny, Ruben. This looks like one of the 5s of the fuels that I used to.
What is this kite?
This is a
very
small
tiny kite.
Yeah. So after this move, I'm going to try and get the camera on this pit stop here.
Yeah, he just relaunched. So we got Nicolas Gambier just looking for a proper takeoff spot, finding the gust, building up his speed, really pumping his board to build up that tension, feel the pressure, and there he does the preload pop, and he goes into the air. Oh, he goes for the double. Yeah, he just landed a double.
Did he pull out of that? I just came into that one late. I want to see that one.
But it wasn't a super critical, high-scoring double in my opinion, because he wasn't getting the height. He was just hoping to make it around and land clean. Luckily, he didn't hurt himself on that one, because the double loop does at the extremity, the critical time of the move.
Overbeek in control then of this precarious position in round 2, which no one really wants to be in, but unfortunately 66.6% of the riders in that first heat will find themselves in round 2. Only one of the 3 advancing into round 3. Overbeek didn't want to be here, but he's reacted really well, and he's doing well here. He's got this one in control. Nothing over 5s from Nicolas Gambier yet, but there is still time. There is one more move from him. This will be Jamie Overbeek's final move here, Ruben, and he's switched to his small kite here. We're most certainly going to see an attempt at a double. His body language looks good to me here, Ruben. He pulls on the bar, back roll, mega loop. Looked like a rewind. We've had an S-loop rewind there. I think I'd love to see a replay of this. Are we going to be able to see a replay here? No replay, I'm being told. No replay, unfortunately, but I think that might even come up as innovation here. But switching kites then for a double. We're not seeing so much of that.
Yeah, that's what these riders are doing. Different gear choice. Jamie is riding the 7-meter edge to just get the massive height that he was showing us before. And now he wants to get a bit more technical with the double loops, for which he chose a different type of kite.
Enduro?
It is the Enduro indeed, which is a bit of more of an open C-shape profile. Making it easier to double loop. It just spins a bit quicker, turns a bit nicer, and
oh, nice! I like this. Nice effort to finish. Oh, he's back braked it.
Oh no!
Broke back mountain on the end.
Oh, got it about that one.
Yeah, that was a nice effort. This would have been his highest score, Ruben. Sorry to interrupt you there, but what a way to finish in the competition. I think he knew his days were numbers here. His days were enduroed, and he just couldn't take that backbreaker at the end, unfortunately. So that is going to go in the way. Are we on 7 trick attempts? We are on 7 trick attempts now. Yeah, so they're up 1 more trick attempt as they're now head-to-head. There's no third rider here, which changes things. So, yeah, we did get an innovation score. 6.9 that came up for Jamie Overbeek. Can he get the height to really push up? No, he's mugged that one off. So that's going to be Jamie Overbeek's last move. And to my knowledge here, I don't think he can be overtaken. No, I'm right. He can't be overtaken because it's 20-12. And he would need over a 10 here, unfortunately, for Nicolas Gambier. This one's for the crowd. Is he going to try and go for a double loop here, Ruben, just for his own peace of mind?
I think he wants to show the crowd what he's got. And at the trick before, you could see him confidently going for that double. So he might go for it again, but I don't think he has the wind or the power for it now. Oh, yes, he does go for it.
Come on.
Yeah, boss.
Yeah, lovely. Nice punch up to the sky. And that's got to be a great feeling. Nice to have this replay on there. From the Frenchman, Nicolas Gambier. Talk me through this, Ruben.
Amazing. Great takeoff. Diving straight into that front spin and just keep looping that kite. So a double kite loop with a front roll. Absolutely nice. Nice work by Nicolas Gambier. Unfortunately, not enough to overtake Jamie Overbeek.
I can see his scores coming on the back end. There it is in front of your screen. A 6.10. His highest scoring move. He'll be really stoked to leave the comp in that fashion, showing everybody that he also is on the double loop train, which is steam training on its way to the future.
100%. So you're here in the second round of the men's division at the GKA Kite World Tour in Barcares in France. And in the next heat, so heat number 2 of round 2, we will see Valentin Hoenderop going for his second chance to make it further in this competition. And he's taken on Joris Herrewijn from the Netherlands. So it's a Spaniard versus the Netherlands in these challenging conditions here. Super gusty. Yeah, we're seeing some epic big air tricks displayed already. The forecast is looking nice and steady as the wind will pick up throughout the day. And as the action unfolds, we will definitely see a lot of progression in height, in technicality, and just the extremity of this big air action. We've already seen some epic double loops, and now there's just some confusion with the names going on. There's the wrong graphic on the screen. But we will come up with the stats of heat number 2 of round 2, and I'm just looking out the window here, and Nicolas definitely stoked on his riding and the adrenaline pumping. So here you see Valentin Hoenderop from Spain against Joris Herrewijn from the Netherlands. Also 2 young guns ready to showcase and give it their all. I still don't see their kite. Oh yeah, I see Joris riding out, looking on a very sizey kite. It must at least be an 8, and the wind is definitely picking up. So yeah, let's see who's gonna take the lead in this heat. So in the first round, the numbers 2 and 3 actually have to battle it out in this round, in heat number or in round number 2. So they get a second chance. So it's not straight out and go home. No, you get a second chance, which is very nice, because these conditions are very challenging, and it could lead to some upsets. So this format works well. So in round 2 we have 8 heats, with a lot of good riders still coming up, trying to make it through. And the heat will be running with Valentin wearing the blue lycra and Joris Herrewijn in the white lycra. So we got Liam here stepping up in the competition, or in the commentary booth, not in the competition box.
It's good to join you, Ruben. Thanks for having me. Lewis just popped out for just a quick breather, but here we are, round 2, heat number 2, and what have you made of it so far?
Absolutely mind-blowing action. The guys are going for the doubles, pushing it, and I think we're going to see some increase in height as the wind really seems to be kicking in right now and not wearing off anytime soon. Wow, what a massive kickoff for Valentin Hoenderop in this heat.
Yeah, I've been super impressed with his riding, actually. I was just down on the shore just for the last sort of 15 minutes, and he was actually one of the riders I got up close and personal with, and just shows great control. He's always sort of, doing little grabs on his way down as well. Nice style, and if he keeps it all together, he could be a force to be reckoned with.
Unfortunately, they're skipping out on the landing, which will be calculated as a crash, unfortunately. Let's see what Joris Herrewijn is going to answer with. Also got some massive tricks in his bag, so I think he's riding his 8 meter. He seems very powered, leaning into it. Look at the spray coming off his board. Leaning into it with that front hand. Going for a massive mega loop, laid back roll, and an added spin. Covering lots of distance, but too much speed on that landing.
Yeah.
And,
yeah, just coming in hot there, Ruben. And you can see going for that nice big mega loop with a late back. But yeah, you can see the wind definitely starting to increase now, and riders starting to gain a little bit more distance downwind, and it's only going to get stronger as this afternoon comes on, because right now local time is just hitting bang on the money, 11 a.m. So it's only going to get windier.
And that's it. And you saw that the gust was just throwing him off balance during that rotation. And let's see what Valentin has got for us right now. A massive mega loop, laid back, board off, and an added rotation, very well controlled and landed. This is going to be a good score for Valentin.
Yeah, he's a rider that comes out of Tarifa, so he's used to that sort of big air conditions, and recently getting in some last minute training. And you can see they're just keeping it all together. Big mega loop, as you mentioned, with that rotation, just to wrap things off nicely.
And in Tarifa is often riding Balneario, which is also a flat water spot where the wind is blowing offshore. Creating a very nice buttery, flat, smooth takeoff. Which we only need wind and water in order to take off. We don't necessarily need a wave or a kicker, which can be nice, which can add to the action. But here the spectators are right on the money, right at the action, and see the riders jump and perform right in front of them. And here you can see the mountains in the back, and Joris Herrewijn ready to take on some more action.
You couldn't be any closer to the action, could you, Ruben? I mean, you're right
where on his back.
Yeah. Yeah, but I mean, the crowd's now starting to filter through as we come towards the afternoon. And yesterday we saw I'd say around that 4 or 5 o'clock, it really did kick in, and we've got a little bit more of a promising, sort of more reliable forecast on the cards. So that Tramontana wind now just starting to kick in, some heavy, heavy gusts, and these riders, you know, we can see on the beach the 6s, the 7s, and the 8s. They're sort of the money kites that are rigged and ready to go.
Yeah, we see Joris Herwijn still a bit downwind. He is making his way upwind, ready for his second trick attempt, or third trick attempt. Yep. So the riders get 7 trick attempts in this heat, and 3 of the best scoring tricks will make up the overall heat score. And the winner will obviously continue to the next round. In yesterday's action in the women's division, we also saw some great wind. And I'm actually curious, how far did we make it yesterday with the action of the ladies? Did we finish the semis yesterday?
No, so when we rejoin the ladies at some point today, we'll be kicking things off from that previous heat with Nathalie Lambrecht and Angeli, who were going big. I think they managed to get about 3 trick attempts done in their first semi-final. But that's where we'll be picking things up from where we left off with the women.
So lots of action in store for us today, and Barcares is delivering some epic conditions, and the riders are hungry to take the win. And this is in heat 2. You can also follow the live scoring if you just log into the GKA KiteWorldTour.com and then scroll down to live heat scoring. There you can check what all these trick attempts will score. The scores are in different trick families, so the riders can do repetitive moves. They can try and better their score of a certain move, but it's always better to just have 3 different tricks on the scoring board before going into that strategy. Because in these challenging conditions, you can also skip out on the landing because it can be quite choppy and gusty. So, yeah, depending what happens mid-trick, it can be very challenging to get the scores on the board. So that's the first thing you want to focus on for sure.
Yeah, for sure. And in round 2, we've got 8 heats. So we're on heat number 2 for round 2. So 8 heats for round number 2, and then we're going to push forward onto round number 3. But let's remember as well that the heats now, Ruben, you know, if you lose, you're getting that one-way ticket home because, you know, if you lose now, you're out of the comp.
Yep, then you'll be gutted, all for nothing, or at least lessons learned, and on to the next one.
Because the next one is over for us in Tarifa, which is just in a few weeks' time.
Yep, Tarifa also a great bigger spot. One of the windiest places in Europe. Just like here in the south of France, the wind is always pumping through, which we love as big air kite surfers.
Yeah, we sure do. I bet you wish you were out there, no?
100%. I hope there will be time left, and otherwise tomorrow I got my kit with me, ready for a mega session on my short launch, I think. So looking forward to that.
Go out there and show them how it's done. But right now on your screen, Valentin going up. Not quite getting the height that he's been getting on the last maneuvers, though, Ruben.
No, definitely not. But it was very technical. It was 2 forward rotations with a contra loop, so also looping the kite with his front hand. But like you said, he was missing the height, so I don't think the judges are going to love this too much.
And still waiting for scores to drop for Joris here. So you can see there 12.36 for Valentin, made up of a 6.33 and a 6.03. But 2 crashes for Joris. So he's going to be looking now just to get a trick dialed down, just gain a little bit of confidence and just get something on the board as this heat just carries on.
So yeah, obviously the smaller sizes are a bit easier for the riders to double loop. The down thing is with smaller sizes is that it's very hard to jump big on a small kite, and especially after you did the jump. It's easy to get into the air, but controlling the landing and actually having enough lift to land softly is very difficult with small kites. So yeah, the guys will have to choose the right gear to perform their different tricks and hopefully come home with some big scores.
Yeah, we're going to see some big scores. That's one thing for sure. That's a promise. We've seen a big score come through for Cohen van Dijk in one of those previous heats. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think we were in the sort of the 9.2, if I remember rightly. I think he got for his double kite loop board off. One of the biggest moves that we've seen today. I can see him out of the corner of my eye now, enjoying the music, enjoying the vibes down here. But right now on your screen, Joris, let's see what he's got for us.
Oh, he's going for an S-loop. Oh, no. That was such a hard landing.
Yeah, he's going to need
no, he's putting up his hand. Let's hope he's all right, but that was a massive wipeout. You see him here looping one way, then deciding to loop the other way.
One of the biggest crashes I think we've seen so far.
So much impact. Yep, definitely in pain. Hopefully he's going to be all right.
Yeah, jet ski's giving it full beans.
So yeah, that's part of big air kiteboarding. It comes with crashes, that's for sure. So you always want to make sure that you land softly, that your kite catches you, and otherwise you hope you can ditch the board because it can come with a lot of impact. These riders do train hard. They're fit. They're very aware. And yeah, let's hope he's going to be okay there. Ankles and knees can definitely take a toll on this.
It looks like he's managing to kick himself up onto that though, but he's definitely in some discomfort there, as you can see, that right leg. But, you know, let's keep all of our fingers crossed that he's going to be okay. But as you said, Ruben, you know, if, you know, big air kiteboarding, you've got to go for it, especially when you look at the 24 men that we've got in this competition. It can be anyone's competition.
That was an S slap. It was an attempted S loop, but yeah, he didn't have the height. The kite was not reacting fast enough, so unfortunately ending for a massive crash for Joris Heroine.
Yeah, it doesn't look like he's going to be getting that board and going out anytime soon.
No, so this makes it open waters for Valentin Hoenderop, who can actually just enjoy a bit of time on the water to his own, or he can just save his energy and come back to the beach and win it like that. Is he going to give the spectators a bit of a show, or is he just going to come in? So how long have you been kiting, Liam?
It's been coming up to probably about 4 or 5 years now. I've learnt in the sunny Caribbean. I was a bit fortunate over there, which was lovely. And for sure now, coming out, living actually quite local to where Lewis is over in Worthing. I'm just over on the Hampshire way, so southwesterlies for us, and not quite as strong as this, but you know, I do enjoy it when it's around that 30-35 knot range, and similar conditions, nice and chilly over in the UK as well.
100%. And how did you get into kite surfing? Like, did you have a background in extreme sports, or?
I actually grew up on playing land sports on the tennis side of things, and then went and worked abroad, and there was a little water sports centre, and I said, you know what, I'm going to just dabble on that and see where it takes me, and now I play no tennis, and all I do is kite. So now it's the roles are reversed, and obviously very fortunate and pleased to be joined with the GKA, and that's what I do full time. I'm with the tour, so plenty of travelling. I've been over in Colombia for the freestyle this year, and we've just come back from Cape Verde for the kitesurf, and now here we are in France kicking things off with the big air. So
beautiful.
Yeah, this is where we are, and I wouldn't have it any other way.
That sounds great, Liam. It's good to hear. And what has kitesurfing added to your life? What has it brought you personally?
Well, I mean, the people that I've met from it have been amazing, you know, and nothing beats a good, you know, getting out on the water, clearing the head, just you, the wind, you know, the sport that you love, being able to just go out there and enjoy it, and regardless if it's, you know, the lighter wind days and say something you like your 12, or if you've got conditions like this and you can really, you know, commit and feel like you've had a good hard day at the office.
100%. Yeah, I always feel great to rinse off the day or start the day with a kiting session. It's like meditation, and like you say, spending time with yourself and just creating space for everything that's going on in the world, and yeah, feeling good.
Yeah, being able to disconnect. But I don't think anything beats a good session when you've got 3 or your 4 mates out there. You know, you got the spot. You're all out there shredding, having a good time, finishing it off with a little beer at the end. You know, you cannot beat that in my eyes.
On the money, right there and then. That's always a great feeling. And I also love it how the kitesurfing community is a really tight community, and everybody's looking after each other. It is our responsibility as well as water sports to look after one another, and yeah, to play it safe and fun out there. And everybody is pushing the level, and especially here with the best big air kite surfers in the world competing here at the GKA Kite World Tour. Absolutely mind-boggling action. And we're just gonna get ready for heat number 3, also with Edgar Ulrich in the blue lycra and Clement Hood in the white lycra. 2 Frenchies gonna hopefully battle it out. Here they are. Edgar Ulrich, also a young gun. We already saw him with some epic style. So yeah, looking forward to see what he's gonna nail against Clement Hood.
Yeah, 2 big heavy hitters here. We got Edgar riding for Duotone, and Clement has actually made the old switcheroo recently and has joined the F1 team. So wonder if he's still trying to, you know, just iron out the cobbles, get used to that gear a little bit. But you know, they'll be our riders next on your screens, and we're just going to keep firing through because we've got, as you said, Ruben, the best riders in the world for big air have joining us here in France, and what a time to be alive. But little switcheroo up in the booth now. Lewis, it looks like you're back in the mix now for the next heat.
Yeah, I'm back, and it was nice to actually just have a little walk on the beach. It's important to get down there sometimes. You really need to remind yourself how windy it is, how the kites all look flapping around, sand picking up. You know, you can be very easily falling into the trap of comfort up here in a live stream booth when we can hear the wind pick up, but you just from time to time must get down there. And more importantly for me, I like to try and kite at these events either before they're running, during, if there's ever a chance. You know, I want to be feeling it. It's the best way to talk about it rather than be guessing. But here we are then in round 2, heat 2. I know there was a question on the live stream for Ruben about kite loops doubles today with the times compared to when we had the likes of the sea kites and the fuels. I think I'm going to answer it. He's just gone off on his break now, and we were actually discussing it a bit earlier, that the amount of force through those old sea kites, especially as we sheeted the bar in during the majority of the loop, you hit such a power spike in the mega loop that you actually ended up flying towards it at such a speed that you very much were disconnected. In fact, that was the goal to in my opinion. One of the real things I loved about a mega loop was that sensation of free falling when I really hit a power spike with the kite level of me. So we weren't really gearing up for that tension feeling where we needed to feel constant tension after a loop. And that's been the biggest difference for me as kites went more bridled and high aspect, is that after a loop, the kite's still climbing. In fact, it can give you a higher apex in the jump after a loop now if the kite hits 12. And that's where the kites and equipment has helped us being able to open the door on these double loops, is that the kites can loop that little bit quicker. They don't hit the power zone so level. I mean, occasionally they can, but more importantly, the technique has changed, where you see more and more people looping kites with the bar sheeted out to halfway out, which is really done so that that leading edge is biting into the wind and moving fast to the edges of the window. So that's my take on it. Maybe we get Ruben's on it soon, but we get back to the action now. Valentin Hunderop Thomas has started. Oh no, that was the. That's not the action now. That was last.
Just because you've been out on there having a little bit of a breather, you see. But we had a big crash, and we do hope that Joris is okay. But up next, we've got Edgar against Clement. So that is your heat that's going up next, and should be starting any minute now. I can see Clement on the side, just out the booth here. He's got that kite in the air. Looks like to be maybe around the 6 range. So wind is definitely starting to pick up. They refer to it as smoke on the water when it's nice and hot and heavy out here. When we know it's windy, you can see, you know, it's a super flat spot, but when the wind is pumping and the white caps form, the famous quote of smoke on the water is being thrown around the beach down here. And that is definitely the way that we are going. We are going to be cooking with gas very, very shortly, because these two riders, these two Frenchies, are up next. Round 2, heat number 3 here. Lord of Trams, GK Big Air Kite World Cup. And you can see there the time, the ticker coming down from 20 seconds. So don't go anywhere, because in, well, 16 seconds now, this heat's going to get fully underway.
I think my money would be on Edgar here. But Clement, he needs the wind, really, this guy. And I felt like so many of his heats, he hasn't really been afforded the luxury of the strong winds that I know he's really preferring. So let's see if he gets that.
And there you can see there, nice. So super gusty spot here we have. But when it comes through, oh my word, that is absolutely massive, Lewis.
Yeah, that was a biggie. That was up there. Oh, how has he landed that? Oh, he can't take it. It looked like his board has foot come out the board, wobbled out the board. 20 meters plus jump. Just as we were starting to sit down in our new chairs here, Liam, we stood up straight away. And again, unfortunately for Edgar, he's almost going too big. So can Clement reply to this now? He's gone miles there. 90 meters. It's recorded on our data there from the Surfer app, but Clement really has a chance to start this thing off well and go straight into the lead. It's their top 3 scores counting from 7 tricks, remember. Here he goes, lovely shot this. Yeah, there's the win we're talking about. Massive doobie loop. That's as nice as you can do that move to him. If he sticks this, oh, he's bounced out as well. Oh, we got a replay on this one, maybe? Yes, we have. Director, so look at this. This is looking absolutely textbook in this move. It's about 17, 18 meters in the sky. And as we watch the replay, comes around from that last, it just didn't want to know. Sometimes your board hits a trough in that chop and you just get chucked off of it straight away. So unfortunately for both of these two, they started with zeros, but again, it's the landing that's causing the problems. They know these tricks inside out in the air, Liam.
Yeah, Lewis, little quote that we throw around on the stream, you know, you've got to break a few eggs to make the omelette. All right?
Yeah, you do.
And
I don't know if they'd agree with you, though. If we're replacing that for breaking boards.
No, not at all.
Make the omelette, I reckon they'll be hopefully not wanting to. Maybe the omelette being the final package.
Exactly.
I guess.
Yeah, that's what they're looking for, you know.
Yeah, of course.
Full
windy
commitment
now.
to get cooking. But
it's windy now, Liam. We can hear it in here.
We're starting to have a little shakeroo up in the live booth, and here on your screen, Edgar going for his second trick attempt, but not quite liking what he felt there. Maybe just waiting for that slightly more bigger gust to come through. And I'm pretty sure he's riding a 7. He was riding a 7 in his last heat, so I'm pretty sure he's going to be back on that 7. But actually going so big out of your camera screen there. So not quite sure what that was, as if we weren't able to have a look. But Lewis, you having a look out the window?
Yeah, right foot forwards. That looked like a doobie loop to the right-hand side there. So that was massive as well. So they really are 18.7 meters. Oh, no, I can see the lot there. Looked a bit further than 50 meters. Maybe not. I don't know. And through the air, he was going quite fast as well. So they're really starting to push out. You just notice with that data, you can almost tell how windy it is when you see them jumping up and around the 20 meter mark. You can just tell that they've started to really connect with the wind. The wind, look at the water. You just tell by the water. Lots more white caps as well. So yeah, we're about to see something special here. It really has just gone white caps everywhere now in the water, Liam. This is a solid 40 knots now. Coming in, Clement for his second move after a 0. Will he just go and try and repair the damage on that doobie? He will. Not as extreme as the last one for me. Can he stick it? He's really got to put this down. And he bounces out again. Maybe, I wonder sometimes, he got the right board, maybe bigger nose on there, longer bobbit. There's plenty of park riders saying he should have a 150 or something out there, but he can't hold the power so well with the big boards. He looks so odd on to land that, and he just can't stick it. It's a tricky landing at speed here in Barcares.
Yeah, you see the frustration on his face there. Sort of just lets that head go back and just thinks, So, but, you know, they've got 7 trick attempts, as we mentioned. So another chance for Clement, but on the money at the moment is... That is huge. Huge mega loop there. Edgar really starting to come into his own in these conditions now. As you mentioned, Lewis, it's a solid and consistent 40 knots out there.
Yeah, it is. You just see by the water, and he'll be happy that he's put a landing on there. And I can see Edgar now with 2 tricks scored on your screens as well, which is good. A 5.73 and a 6.57. So it's giving him a nice base to work off. And just a reminder for you again, if you have just joined us here, 7 trick attempts. And they're just seamlessly taking it in turns now. We don't even talk about that. Not quite the height that Clement would have wanted for that move, but it will be somewhere in the region of 3 to 4, in my opinion, for that back roll initiated mega loop for Clement. He'll probably be looking to upgrade that trick family, because again we remind you that they can't just do the same thing 3 times. They've got to pick different trick families, and that can be simplified as much as thinking of front roll mega loop, back roll mega loop. A contra loop is a different family, a board off with a mega loop would be a different family. However, if they perform a double kite loop in any form, that would be seen as an evolution of that trick family. To give you an example there, then, you know, doobie loop or a doobie loop with a double kite loop would be the same. So hopefully I haven't confused you too much. But meanwhile, Edgar Ulrich with a back roll mega loop board off. Look at that control. He's had enough time there to stick and grab. Stares back at the beach and maybe at the judges to say, come on, do you want some of that? That was really well controlled. That was straight at the judges' booth there for me, that stare out at the end.
Yeah, I wonder what Mallory's thinking of that. That our head judge probably thinking, who does this kid think he is? But, I mean, when you land a move like that, I mean, why not claim it? You're out there, 40 knots, first big air event of the year, and you're laying it down. This is what we want to see.
Well, his score will come up shortly. That's going to be above a 7 for me, no doubt about it. So he's really thrown the gauntlet down. 7.37 then for Edgar Ulrich, and a very strong move from him. As we see the next two riders on the beach, looks like Arthur Gilbert is getting ready for his heat in a little while, because these heats are going quickly. A crash from Clement. Clement's now up against it big time now as Edgar Ulrich starts to screw in some of those screws into the door of the next round, with Clement on the other side, the wrong side of that door, Liam.
Yeah, Edgar's just putting the piece of the puzzle together at the moment. That was a 7.37 for his huge move on that last trick. So 19.67 is Edgar's combined 3 scores. And then we've got a 7.23 for Clement. So work to be done. But Edgar there on your screen, who's just, hiding behind the bushes just at the moment, is going to be up next as we are in round number 2, but heat number 3. And we've got 8 heats in round number 2 before we go on to round number 3. But if you lose, you're on a plane home.
Yeah, it's a long stint, this one, and it definitely helps. You definitely prefer not to be in it, but unfortunately for 2 of the 3 riders in the first heat, which is a 3-man heat, there's no way you can avoid it. Second goes up against whoever finished 3rd in that first heat, but to be honest, it doesn't really matter with this standard. But left foot forwards then now is Edgar. He's not got the height there. He's committed to it anyway with a double. Oh, wow, how did he get the board on his feet there? It won't be one of his big scorers, but nevertheless, it's another decent move.
Yeah, I looked out the window there just because I wanted to have a little bit of a different view, and I could definitely see that the height was nowhere near what he performed on his last trick. But he's in a comfortable position here. He's enjoying the conditions, just finding the mojo, finding the groove. And no, I very much doubt there'll be any difference in Edgar's scores after that trick attempt. But it's this man on your screen at the moment, Clement, who needs to do work. There we have it. He's on an 8-meter. Looks like an F1 trigger. So 8-meter kite for Clement, and Edgar's over on the 7. It just goes to show you that it's all about the choice as well. These riders, we're seeing quite a few of them launch their kites before they head out in the water, get a bit of a feel, see how it is in the air, and then they decide what they want to take out, whether it's going to be a 7 or 8, or if they're looking to throw down those doubles that we're seeing just so much more regularly now. Then those 6s do whip round very, very quickly. And here we go. Clement starts to engage for what will be his 5th trick attempt. And there we go. Lovely shot here. We do like it when we can see back from behind. But unfortunately there, camera guy just going a little bit AWOL. So we have missed that trick there. We do apologise for the camera angles on that one.
Looks very much to me, though, like this is going the way of Edgar Ulrich, coming in for a swap.
Yeah,
perhaps.
he's coming in for a... it looks like he's going down from an 8 to a 6, Lewis.
Yeah, so right in front of us of the live stream booth there, just switching to a smaller kite as we see Edgar Ulrich will be next to trick, though.
Yeah, he's got a little bit of time now to just swap that kite, but... Okay, so while Edgar's there on your screen, Clement's gone down to... It's got to be a 6. I mean, the thing's tiny. It's like a little wasp in the air. But he'll be whipping that round for a few doubles, I'm sure of it. But you can see Edgar also just making a few gestures. I don't know what quite he's trying to signal for, but maybe he wants another kite size as well. Maybe he wants to go down a size.
Quite risky this from Clement as well. I think Clement's just kind of, Edgar's kind of trying to translate to the judges. Look, it's been ages here, so I think he's maybe thinking this should be a 0 for Clement perhaps. It is a long time to get back up into the zone here, and sitting in the zone with his kite is Edgar, who knows he's waiting. How much longer is Clement going to get? So he's coming back into the zone now, Clement. And I got a feeling now that the judges are giving more flexibility to the riders. I'd love to get the lowdown on that, because it's not easy to make this quick change and this quick pit stop. But no, I think there's a crash being scored for Clement now.
Yeah, I can see you here. I just had a little peek, and it looks like the screen's actually down at the moment, so which is why there might be a bit of confusion out there, because I can just look, and there's no... Normally what we have for our riders Yeah, they have a look at the screen, but they also have a flag system, so maybe a little bit of confusion there.
Yeah, I think so, but certainly, oh, I love this. This was lovely. I love the way he got on with that first front row. Come on. Oh, they just ended up almost no way that you could land that in the end, like a plane that lost the wing is on his way down here. But look at this commitment to the first front roll. That's a true doobie loop for me. The second roll is where the kite's looped, and then he was just spiraling out of control. But now he's coming in for a switch then, is Edgar Ulrich. This thing isn't done and dusted yet. There still is some moves to go.
I can't see any kite in the air for Edgar, though. That's the only difference.
He looked like he came in maybe requesting one, but yeah, he did just come back in. Just to have a word with someone on the beach. The wind now coming from a much more northerly direction. I can tell from that right foot forwards angle that Edgar's just really might come into your shot from the left-hand side here. Now just racing back. There he is into the box. He just came in to actually have a little word with someone about the scores, because we can see all these scores online, as you can as well. And he wants to know how tight this thing is. Perhaps what his lowest scoring move is, so he can know to replace that score.
Yeah, maybe he's giving his caddy a little slap on the wrist.
Yeah, I mean,
like, that kite should have been up in the air. Should have been ready for me.
Yeah. Oh, what's going on? What do I need to improve? Here he is then. Don't think he's going to jump here. It's going to be a right foot forwards then from Edgar Ulrich, which to me would be looking to replace the 5.73 which he has on the board. I can't see what that move was at the moment because my scores are a bit slow, but it was obviously in the front roll board off category, or perhaps not, and he opens up. Oh, wow, what a landing. There's a rider that just knows there's the moment where he pretty much seals the deal into the next round. Look at this height. This is nice. This is up and above 15 meters for sure. And he's such a master at getting the board off more to the point, when necessarily. And that's a big move. And Edgar now, yeah, boots out that lower scoring 5 move. And definitely looks to me like he's got the welder out now. He's done with the screws and now he's welding that door shut. It's very unlikely. Clement.
Whoa! Oh my word, Lewis. That is one of the biggest crashes we've seen. Off goes the kite. Looked like he was going... I mean, let's just watch the replay and find out once again. That was nuts.
Well, there's...
He went for the triple. He went for 3 loops.
Can we see the replay again? Again?
We're going to try and get that replay again.
I thought it was a double and into... back the other way. That was my first feeling. 1, 2. You're right. He went for the triple.
Oh my word!
And he wasn't high enough. Wow. So, and there is a rider got to him very quickly. So that's good to see.
What? I mean, these riders are pushing. This is. It was funny, Lewis, because when we were driving in this morning, we were like, is it the sort of event where we're gonna? I was chatting to Mally. Is a triple gonna be tried, or are we gonna see? Are we even gonna see a triple at the moment be attempted? And there we go. Clement there, going for the triple. I'm keeping all my fingers crossed that he's gonna be okay and he can walk away from that one. But that was ridiculous and balls of steel to attempt that.
I mean, those of you on the live stream here that have just witnessed that to me was the first triple loop, and that was also an incredible understanding of what was necessary in his heat. He needed a 10, and he could have still advanced with a 10 in this heat. I think he was down to pretty much his last move here in the event, and had he got a 10, it would have knocked out his 4.13. That would have been about a 20. He needed a 10, and I think he went for it. And what that really shows to me is not only like the level of commitment to try and be the first one to land that, shows to me it's possible. And you very well... I didn't believe it, Liam. I thought it had to have gone back the other way. Because I don't. But
there was a bit of a delay, Lewis, after that second loop. It wasn't like as quick. And maybe that's a sign, like, is it creating a little bit more slack in the lines?
Yeah, I think that's expected. The more you loop a kite, especially if you're airborne, the less tension you have against it, you're going towards it. But what that suggests to me is that it's possible. He had enough tension to get, he done 2.5. He nearly was there, but such was the commitment that actually he couldn't form any form of a half decent crash, as we just see a nice big boost from it looks like Arta. So this is why interesting propositions for the name of this loop there that we're seeing on our live stream comments. Thank you for joining us. We are still here. Yeah, I'm not sure about hospital loop.
No.
Let's see. But you have just witnessed the first attempt at a triple kite loop, and that is going to blow up around the world, I'm sure. Liam, did you think you'd see that today?
No. I mean, it's just bonkers that where these guys are pushing the sport at the moment, and what they're willing to attempt, and how far they're willing to push as well. I mean, I take my hats off, and you know, fair play, but I do, yeah. I mean, it's definitely not going to be the first and the last. But also, is that now going to encourage, when this Tramontana wind, because it's going to pick up, we know that for a fact, that we know that wind's going to really start to come in. Is that going to encourage the likes of Hill to think, I know I've got the kites that whip round and are super snappy. Shall I give that a go?
I think yes. I think that Clement wouldn't have been the only rider to have that in his mind today. And, you know, no disrespect to Clement, he hasn't finished on the podium recently. He's been a very top performer. But if he had that in his mind already, then maybe some of the others had it in his mind. Clement's definitely got the skill set to perform that. I almost started to wonder, has he done that before, maybe? Like, and nobody's seen it? Like, what a move to have in your bag. But I think the biggest thing we take away from that crash is, for me, one, as some of you are commenting on, I don't think he was high enough, but he wasn't miles away from that. But
no.
Two, it's definitely possible. It's definitely possible to do it. And I wondered, certainly, was there be enough tension? I mean, we've seen riders with double kite loops to have loads of time afterwards. So there obviously is time for. I just wish him all the best now, because I think that he's. I mean, I can only guess. I think he may well have hurt his legs. But the safety team is second to none here. Certainly the GK and Lords of Tram, and it was good to see another rider get to him quick. The jet ski get in and out of there so very quickly. So I think we're just making sure that he's okay. And the fact of the matter is, Liam, this is part of big air sport right now in kiteboarding, that the risks now, if you fall out of the sky, I mean, I often think of the sport of paragliding and think, what happens if you make a mistake there? You can't actually make a mistake in paragliding. In our sport, you can. And I think that leads to people pushing the boundaries a little bit further, because, I mean, I know as well as anyone, you can go over the limits in our sport and get away with it, and perhaps that's sometimes a bad thing.
Yeah, I feel a little bit like lost for words at the moment, just after witnessing that, you know. And we knew, you know, it was going to happen at some point, but to see it here, I was thinking about, you know, maybe we would see it at this event, but definitely not at, you know, 11:30 in the morning. So that obviously gives you guys and girls at home a good indicator just how windy it is at the moment. I mean, we've got solid 40 knots. I mean, some of the gusts that are coming through are full on. And if you haven't heard already, we saw a gust yesterday come through, which was recorded at, you know, around 70 knots, 72 knots to be precise, just upwind of the competition area. So, you know, this is the sort of winds that we're dealing with, and the forecast today is more consistent, windier. So we're going to see bigger maneuvers, maybe some more triple attempts, crazy doubles. I mean, it's just going to be pound for pound, punch for punch, kick for kick, whatever you want to say, whatever you want to call it. It's all happening here down at the Lord of Tram's GK Big Air Kite World Cup.
Yeah, let's give you an update then. I know some of you are watching from around the world and just want to know. I've just seen him actually carried off on a stretcher below our live stream booth. He was fully with it. He was actually holding his arm, which had one of those silver thermal things on. So I think it's actually an arm or shoulder injury, but he was very present down there. And I can only tell you what I saw out the window. This is not at all official, but from what I saw, he was very with it, holding his arm with a stretcher, and was brought out by the safety team. So hopefully that's not a major injury to him, so best of wishes to him. But we move on with the competition now, and the jet ski is just resetting itself, and we knew there would be crashes here. This is big air, it's big air kiteboarding, and certainly the real reason you're going to get crashes and injuries in a spot like this is because it's flat water. I know it's not dead flat, but it's choppy. When you're landing in the white water of big waves or a violent rough sea on an open sea, you have a real chance to actually, the displacement of your body is highly more likely. But when you're on flat water, it is, I mean, I know the cliche is it's like concrete, but you tend to bounce rather than penetrate. So that's why the injuries are so much more dangerous. We go to a quick commercial break.
L'économie, c'est comme le climat. Ça subit de plus en plus de tempêtes, de crises, et ça s'accélère. Et un kitesurfer, quand il regarde la tempête, il voit une opportunité de sauter plus haut, de surfer des plus grosses vagues et d'aller plus vite. Et c'est ce regard-là qu'on veut amener aux entreprises pour qu'elles voient les tempêtes qu'elles traversent comme des opportunités. Prenez par exemple la transition environnementale. Ça peut être vu comme une contrainte réglementaire. En réalité, c'est une opportunité incroyable de se réinventer et d'attirer des nouveaux clients et des nouveaux talents.
Lords of Tram was the first real big air contest in France and started in 2019 in Gruissan. After our third edition, the city of Barcares saw the potential of the event to develop their water sport appeal to the world. Barcares is a dynamic city, committed to events promoting their territory. Thanks to Barcares for their trust.
Welcome back here then to the Lords of Tram. It is the GKA Big Air Kite World Cup. We're in the south of France and we've had some massive jump. We're not even at midday already. I'm here, Lewis Crathen with Liam Dredge to my right hand side, looking out to see, as you can see on your screen and as you have for the last 30 seconds or more, the AP flag, which tells the riders, look, we're not starting this heat just yet. We've had a massive crash from the first triple kite loop attempt that I've ever seen, and that was from Clement, who's been taken away by the jet ski on a stretcher. We think it's just an arm injury, actually. So he appears to be at least conscious and well. So anyone asking about that clears that up to some degree. But turning our attention back to the action, which is about to start shortly, Liam, how would you wrap up this first half of the day?
Bonkers. One word, bonkers. I mean, we've seen... What was interesting was we looked at the forecast and it was very much, we sort of had this wind scheduled from like first thing in the morning. And when we came, we had an early start this morning. So we had our riders briefing at 7:30 with the first possible start at 8. that all went ahead. We had good solid wind, and for the first couple of heats it was actually quite solid. Not this windy, but it was good. And then it had that little bit of a lull and it dropped down a little bit, and we saw riders sort of on their 9s. I know Lorenzo Casati was on his 9, and then all of a sudden now Mother Nature has just thrown us not one, not two, but multiple bones, and you know, it's absolutely firing. And yeah, the only way I can sum it up, Lewis, is bonkers. Like, we've seen a triple loop attempt, which, you know, fair play to Clement for giving that a go, and we wish him all the recovery. We've seen, you know, Cohen van Dijk go for a huge double kite loop board off. I mean, it's just non-stop.
We might be in here. That looks like a massive mega loop here to maybe start off this next heat. So let's take a look and refresh our scores here. You can take a look at the scores as well here. It is the GKA KiteWorldTour.com, and click on the live button. That will take you through to our scores. I'm still seeing Edgar and Clement up there, so I don't think that we've moved on just yet, but we will update you very shortly.
And just a nice, you know, you can see here, just gives you a sense of just how windy it is. I mean, our live stream booth is sort of getting the shivers now. It's getting the shakes, and there's a kite that's just flown all along the beach as well. Tramontana is kicking in now. It is super, super windy. This is what big air is all about.
Yeah, you can see on your screen right there. Just look how animated the flags are, and just the nature. Look at it. That's 45 knots, maybe more. Now, even the water. That's not even any waves here. I don't know where that spray come from one of the riders. So this nice panning shot here is showing you the scene there, and it looks like I can't see an AP flag anywhere right now. So we may well be going into this one. Let's take a quick look. And we're sorry we haven't brought you a full update. We are in round 2 though, if you've just joined us. And Sunday morning, time is 11. Is it 11:42? Is my Mac in the wrong place?
No, you're bang on. You're bang on the money there, Lewis. You know.
Just to make sure, because there's been all sorts of time changes lately. But I'm still bringing up scores. So there you go. There's the black and white flag, which is different to the AP flag. Why?
So heat abandoned on that last heat there, so I'm pretty sure that is going back to potentially the Edgar and Clement heats. I mean, we really are up in the sticks at the moment. We are just chatting to our sports committee and trying to get all the ins, all the outs, and all the information so we can pass it on to you guys at home who are watching. But right now we're just on a little bit of a standby while we're just sort of ticking along, making sure everything is A-OK for the next heats, because as you can clearly see, it is firing here, and it's only going to get windier. The blue skies are now coming out. Beautiful spot as well. You can just get a nice scenic feel for where we are, as Lewis mentioned, down here in the south of France. You can get to this spot by going into Barcelona, going into Montpellier. It's about 2 hours from both. And just there, one of our riders, I think that's Jason van der Spy, riding there, coming out of South Africa, just getting airborne.
Landing back in South Africa nearly. Yeah, these riders just sending a few big boosts. It's one of those moments where the crowds sort of need to compose themselves after this very dramatic start to the day. There's crashes, people losing boards. I mean, look at the water there behind. There's a lovely shot of a spectator that, you know, standing there way too comfortably for the strength of the wind, but there's this lovely natural protection from the bushes and the land that just pushes up a little bit there. You can see that hill the left-hand side. So they're getting ready. Look at the flagman on top of that hill. We fall back to them. They're always there when our screen maybe fails on the beach, which is the big screen. Ignore the green flag to the left-hand side. Those of you that have competed in kiting before will think there's a green flag, something's on. That's certainly my reaction. But the flagmen or lady, they are just raising the matching colour rash vest to the 2 riders that will be competing, and that tells the rider, right, you're up. You've got your 40 seconds to go, roughly, because the judges do take into consideration wind fluctuations here, which can happen a lot. The wind is good now, Liam. I think we've seen a lot of kites blowing around on the beach. There's 40 knots there, and that is what we're looking for, to see that black and white flag lowered, and it should be the I think it's the blue that goes first.
The yellow is the 2 minutes before. So the red will go up 4 minutes. Then we have the yellow that will go up, giving our riders 2 minutes. And then it's bada bing, bada boom. The right flag for the right rider goes up, whether that's the blue, also the black flag, or the white flag, depending on their lycra colour.
They have the red and yellows and things down there as well. Okay, so
Yeah.
they've got the full shebang.
Yeah,
so,
the whole works.
Okay, so these riders on your screen now are just boosting for fun and to keep a sensation of the wind. And so, yeah, I only see 2 flags here.
Maybe
so I see a white and a blue only, and that's what I'm looking at as far as I think once those, maybe there's separately a yellow.
Yes, no, there is. There's like what they have on the checkered flag there that's up. There's a separate yellow one that they stick up. And then the ones on those 2 larger poles, they are for the lycras.
Thank you for clearing that up, Liam. So it'll be the manual raise. I believe it was so windy, one of those flag sticks broke in half a day ago.
It's like a gym workout holding one of those things up, and you'll be absolutely stacked by the end of the day.
Yeah, and it was hilarious to see the race director furious we didn't have a backup one. I mean, such is the wind strength of this sport. Who would have thought you actually need backup flags? It's all right seeing kites, getting smashed to pieces and lines breaking and things like this, but it's definitely one of the windiest competitions that we have on the tour. And we're going to cut right to us now in the studio, Liam. And look, we're wrapped up.
Yeah, super.
It's not as cold as it was last year, though, where that was the memorable year, or maybe not so memorable, where we did double pants, double trousers, double t-shirts, double everything. We've probably nothing worse than around 10 degrees in here, but as the wind picks up, it floods through here, and we almost know the wind's picked up, so we get colder.
Yeah, and we also know because the whole thing starts shaking.
Yeah.
But you say that, I mean, I'm pretty wrapped up. I've got the beanie on. I've got about 4 or 5 layers, but yeah, like I said, it's a little bit like home sometimes, and it's on a good day, I'd probably say right now.
It's a cold wind here, and I think that's the important factor to the temperature, is that this cold wind is a katabatic wind. It's coming off the Pyrenees, the Tramontana as it's known, and it comes straight to us on its way to the east, rushing out from the west. So it really does blitz past us, but it really gives us this flat water as it rushes over this sort of huge sandbar. And this is just the most perfect gladiators arena that we have for the riders, Liam. I mean, look how close the crowd can get. It's easy to judge. Our live stream booth can see everything. We're in for a real treat at this event always.
Yeah, I mean, one of the great things about this spot and is just how close you can get as the public. You have, you can go where we are, just outside by our booth. There's lots of beach space, and then if you go a little bit further down, the organisers have put like nice little walkways, and you can properly get amongst the action. And where the riders, which you see, are taken off with that left foot forward in that little pocket, in that little corner, the vibe down there, the cheers that go on, that's like a little party down there that you need a little ticket to. As you can see right there, that's exactly what I'm talking about, and that's why it's like the busiest section, because it's where the flags are, it's where everyone wants to get as close as they can, touching distance from the world's best.
And there are multiple other senses stimulated. You can taste the water as some of the spray maybe gets on your face when these guys take off, and you can hear everything, especially as a rider jumping there, that sound carrying into you as you're up in the air. And there is one of our riders just popping into shot there. So we're still waiting for that black and white flag to come down, Liam. So we are just giving you an update. We are shortly going to continue here as who does that? They're just warming up, sending massive mega loops out there, which you can see to the left-hand side. But Liam, whilst we have this small break, a perfect opportunity to ask you. You're one of the members of the GKA here. Can you tell me a little bit more about how this is becoming a tour and how that's developing? Last year, of course, we just had that once-off Big Air World Championships in Tarifa, which was really successful. But now there's more of a tour on the horizon.
For sure. I mean, it's been one of the discussions that the team have been thinking about for quite a while now. And we know it's clear for everyone as well that Big Air at the moment is going through this surge where the boundaries are being pushed. We're seeing numerous names popping out of nowhere as well, and the young kids taking it to the guys that have been in the game for quite some time now. But for us at the GKA, we saw this and we thought, we had our Tarifa event last year and it was just the one stop, but we want to do more than that. And we're starting off partnering here with the Lord of Champs, which is brilliant. We've just started our Big Air committee as well, so we've got 6 riders that are part of the committee, and that's a place of contact as well for the riders to give us their utmost feedback after the events, before the events, and also during the events, but also a place for the riders to contact other riders. If they don't want to approach, say, us during an event, then they can talk to other riders. We arrange regular committee meetings going forward, and that will hopefully help develop more events at more spots, more locations. And as discussed, we've got the one stop here We go to Tarifa. I believe the window starts from the end of May up until mid-June, and then we are keeping all the fingers, all the toes crossed for, you know, having a third stop at some point, which at the moment we're keeping behind. We're not quite sure. We're not going to announce anything just yet. We're still trying to work it all out, because when we put something out there, we want it to be, you know, confirmed. We want riders to be getting excited about it. But for us, you know, it's super important to have a big air tour, and yeah, a great way to kick things off for the year.
I think there'll be many people listening. Thank you, Liam, for that explanation of the exciting future that Big Air has, especially on the GK and the GK platform. Some people might be thinking, why have we not had this for so long ago? But I think one of the responses to that is that Big Air, it's so unique that, I mean, we have windows of up to a month. You can't just do an event on a weekend now. And Big Air probably needing the longest window out of any of the disciplines. We need 30 knots to get going and show what big air kiteboarding is all about. So I think that's part of the reason. The logistics involved are really difficult.
Yeah, for us as a world tour as well, you know, we have numerous stops. We have the Kitesurf calendar, we have the youth, we have obviously the big air and the freestyle. And with freestyle as well, you know, we want that, you know, we want the flat water, and it's also similar in the fact of big air, where you want the strong winds and you want to go to places that's nuking. Freestyle, you want to have those spots where it's nice and flat at that sort of perfect wind range where you can ride your 11s and your 13s. And at the moment, there's that gap for, you know, is it slightly too strong for freestyle, but is it slightly, you know, not enough wind for big air? So, you know, that's also trying to, for us, thinking about how we can bridge that gap. You know, are we going to look at maybe have a few more stops on the tour where, you know, we can go somewhere with a 1 week window, let's say, and run a big air competition, but in something like, you know, 25 to 30 knots, maybe just over 30 knots, because riders, you know, they can still, you know, pull those loops when they're around that 10. If we can get 10 meters at a good spot, you know, you can still put on a good show.
Someone here, one of our comments, why don't you do a stop in Cape Town? I mean, of course, that's a wonderful venue. We already have, of course, you guys are having some great conversation on our live, and we do really welcome you on board here in the live stream. It's lovely to have you in there, and we do just want to highlight that we are having a quick break. I think they're resetting things after that crash that we've just had, and it's quite tough on these two riders in this heat. So we start to draw our attention back to these riders on the water right now, getting ready for this next heat. Let's take a look. It's the rider in the white rash vest. So I know we have Jason van der Spa. I think that's Arthur Gilbert, who's currently in the zone with that red kite, who's just sent a big boost. Might come through your screen here in some way. No, he doesn't. That's the judges' booth there. That's not where we're speaking from. They've got a nice tinted window there, so not many people can see in there, but they can see out. But here's our crowd now looking on. And actually, we've got a bit of drama to bring you right now. There's a kite in the zone now, and it's Arthur that's crossed his kite up big time.
I mean, this isn't even a heat, Lewis, and these guys are just going out there. I suppose they're just like, this is 45 knots. I'm not missing it for the world.
Yeah, but there's an important balance they got to play here, is that just jumping around and waiting for your heat to go on is tiring you. That's half an hour of kiteboarding now that Jason actually getting out about 10 minutes ago. I can see him on the beach now, has decided, right, I'm not waiting any longer out there. It's tiring kiteboarding in this strength of wind, especially performing your biggest moves, you know, that you've got to do. You don't ever really tend to do them in such a short sequence of time. We're asking them to do up to 7 of their biggest moves in the space of less than 10 minutes, really, Liam. So they're getting tired. So yeah, this there you go. There's just from I think that was a big boost. Lost his board there a bit, Arthur. He body dragging back to it, no problem. But this is all the while tiring him out for this next heat. So photographer there who's orchestrating things to the left-hand side. But this is the scene on the beach here at 11:53 in the morning in the south of France. And that black and white flag still raised. So I think we're going to have a few minutes more until we get started here. So maybe it's time to go to a commercial break.
L'économie, c'est comme le climat. Ça subit de plus en plus de tempêtes, de crises, et ça s'accélère. Et un kitesurfer, quand il regarde la tempête, il voit une opportunité de sauter plus haut, de surfer des plus grosses vagues et d'aller plus vite. Et c'est ce regard-là qu'on veut amener aux entreprises pour qu'elles voient les tempêtes qu'elles traversent comme des opportunités. Prenez par exemple la transition environnementale, ça peut être vu comme une contrainte réglementaire. En réalité, c'est une opportunité incroyable de se réinventer et d'attirer des nouveaux clients et des nouveaux talents.
Lords of Tram was the first real big air contest in France and started in 2019 in Gruissan. After our third edition, the city of Barcares saw the potential of the event to develop their water sport appeal to the world. Barcares is a dynamic city, committed to events promoting their territory. Thanks to Barcares for their trust.
L'économie, c'est comme le climat. Ça subit de plus en plus de tempêtes, de crises, et ça s'accélère. Et un kitesurfer, quand il regarde la tempête, il voit une opportunité de sauter plus haut, de surfer des plus grosses vagues et d'aller plus vite. Et c'est ce regard-là qu'on veut amener aux entreprises pour qu'elles voient les tempêtes qu'elles traversent comme des opportunités. Prenez par exemple la transition environnementale. Ça peut être vu comme une contrainte réglementaire. En réalité, c'est une opportunité incroyable de se réinventer et d'attirer des nouveaux clients et des nouveaux talents.
Lords of Tram was the first real big air contest in France and started in 2019 in Gruissan. After our third edition, the city of Barcares saw the potential of the event to develop their water sport appeal to the world. Barcares is a dynamic city, committed to events promoting their territory. Thanks to Barcares for their trust.
L'économie, c'est comme le climat. Ça subit de plus en plus de tempêtes, de crises.
Welcome back here then to the Lords of Tram. It is the GK Big Air Kite World Cup. We just want to give you a bit of an update here over the last heat really, where there was a big crash, first attempt of a triple kite loop, and it's Clement who is receiving attention down here, and we're just on hold to make sure that he's getting the correct treatment down there. I think he has well, I don't know actually, I'm not down there, but I know it was considered serious, so we're just making sure that's okay. Ruben, a tough time for the event at the moment.
Obviously, thanks for tuning in and sticking with us. Obviously, this is extreme big air kite surfing, and we have the best riders in the world competing. They're pushing it, and Clement went for a triple kite loop. Unfortunately, crashed very hard, so safety team is just looking after him, and we're just waiting for everything to be back in place, so it's safe for the riders to go out again and continue this epic action.
So thanks again for your patience just while we get everything set as we should. But of course, as always, safety the most important thing here at the Lords of Tram and at the GKA. And we'll be back with you with some updates very shortly. But for now...
What do you think about the triple?
We're talking about the triple.
Yeah, what do you think about the triple?
I think it's crazy. I think it's possible.
It is possible.
I think it's possible.
You just need more height.
Yeah, and I think we were discussing that anyone watching that is like, hey, hold on a minute. I wonder how many riders had this in the back of their minds anyway. Yeah, it's big, but I think this is a natural break, certainly here, for people to go get their lunch, maybe. So there are some more updates coming in over the loudspeaker, and as soon as we have them, we get them to you. But for now, competition on standby. Thank you for your patience.
Cheers.
Welcome everybody to the Qatar Airways GK Kite World Tour.
Inside the water, like everybody want to win. It's gonna be a good show.
We now have like the best showcase.
No, I'm here to win.
For me, freestyle is everything in my life.
Pressure is a privilege, brings out the best in us.
Their level can fully be shown when the conditions are perfect.
It's time to show it.
Let's get it.
Who are going to be our new world champions?
Somewhere new, show me burgundy sunset sky. Let's fly. One of every feather, one of every hue, traveling together, taken in view. I'd wait for you forever. No one can deny how it feels. To fly, to fly, to fly. Fly, fly, fly.
Wherever you go in the world, one airline goes further to make it feel exceptional. Qatar Airways, going places together.
fumble a bag. Now I when I fumble.
Welcome is the Lords of Tram GKA Big Air Kite World Cup. They're doing the draw behind me. There's so many riders from all around the world here for these 40, 50 knot wins. Day one, we're starting with the ladies, but we've got 3 or 4 epic days ahead of us. Stay tuned.
For now, the plan is running the ladies all the way to the final. Stay tuned.
Yeah, really crazy action out there. Tricky for sure for these girls, but they're all sending it, and some big scores coming in today.
Girls, like, I'm really impressed. Congrats.
No, I don't really want to put myself in a lot of risk, but if it comes to it, I know that I'll push through and do what I have to do.
Hey guys, what an absolute belter of a first day here at the GKA in Barcares. The women have absolutely been throwing down mind-boggling action, and the heat has just been postponed because the wind got too much, 72 knots. So we're just taking a little break, and hopefully we can fly around to more action soon. Stay tuned for more epic big air. Cheers.
Welcome back then to the Lords of Tram. It is the GK Big Air Kite World Cup, and we have been on hold temporarily as we just get everything reset. And yeah, just regarding news on Clement, we can't give you an exact update on his condition, but we will do, as we're told. He's just being taken off to the ambulance as we speak. Nothing is official as far as his condition.
But it looks like things are in place, and Arthur Gilbert and Jason van der Spuy are getting back on the water. The sled is back on the ski. All safety measures are back in place, so ready for some more epic big air action right here. Thank you so much for tuning in and sticking with us here for the GKA World Tour in Barcares. I'm Ruben Lenton, and you're here with me and Lewis Crathern, obviously, giving us the ins and outs and all the details of all this epic big air moves.
Yeah, to get back to some of you, we don't have to run all day today. We have a whole month of April to do this competition. That is the win window, but I think they very much want to get as much done today as possible, perhaps going into tomorrow with this wonderful forecast. But yeah, the yellow was up. Sorry, Ruben, do you want to come round here? You're hugging me here.
Yeah, I'm just looking to see the flag. What's happening? I think yellow flag?
Nothing. So the AP flag is down. Competition on standby can be removed. That graphic, although it's probably going to go away. So there's the yellow flag, and that's the guy with that workout.
And we will see in the blue light crowd Jason van der Spuy, a very talented South African kid who definitely knows how to loop it on short lines, long lines, do the board offs, all the rotations. So he has got what it takes to take on the win. But he's taking on Arthur Gilbert, a local Frenchman, who also sends it absolutely huge. And the guys are feeling confident and hungry and ready to perform.
Just gone past midday here, and you know, we want to remind you, this is extreme kiteboarding. That's not the first big crash we've seen so far, and that's why we have everything in place here. Jet ski, boat, and what was really nice to see with that crash previously was just that the other riders come in, because they're usually first on scene, and you must take that, those of you that kiteboard that are watching here today. Are you thinking like that when you're on the water, when you're with your fellow kiteboarders? You want to get, even if you're not sure, or you wonder if someone hurt themselves a bit, go over there, check on them, where's their board, what they're doing. That is what makes our sport so unique, is that we look out for each other like that. And that should be the first thing you do if you see someone come down hard. But let's turn our attention back to this heat then. South Africa versus France. Jason van der Spuy against Arthur Gilbert. And coming in left foot forwards then with that air rush kite, looks like Jason van der Spuy. The yellow flag still up, which we can see out of our window, which tells me I'm going to move all the way around, Ruben, if you want to come round here now, because this is the
nice
best.
And cozy in this corner.
Yeah, it's what I like to call cozy corner.
Nice. I like being here with you.
Yeah, it's a nice spot here, out the wind, looking out.
If you've just tuned in, to just give you a little bit of an overview, we are in round number 2 of the men's division. Heat number 4 getting on the way very shortly now, with Jason van der Spuy in the blue lycra and Arthur Gilbert in the white lycra. And how this actually works is they get scored on 3 of their best tricks. They each get 7 attempts. So every time they do leave the water and take off for a trick, they will get scored. But only the 3 highest scores will actually make up their overall scores. So here goes Jason van der Spuy in his first attempt, kicking off with a massive double back roll board of mega loop and getting that second lofty lift and landing it clean. Well done by Jason van der Spuy for getting a first score on the board. Let's look at this replay. He got shot up, I think 15, 17 meters in the air whilst performing 2 rotations and a board off. That's a great kickoff.
That is, yeah, it is, Ruben. And look at we'll get that Surfer app data in shortly. I wanted to say, look at it. I'm so used to it being down there, but that was a big score. 6.97 coming in from our judges. And just to get back to someone asking why Carly was disqualified yesterday, I can't officially give you an answer, but my belief is that I think she touched or accepted help from the jet ski or the boat, which is deemed as a disqualification. The rider must propel themselves back to the beach as they sustainably can.
100%. So once you're out there in your heat, you have to make the most of it with the gear you choose, and definitely don't accept the help from the jet ski, or then you'll get a disqualification. And here we see Arthur Gilbert in the white lycra also taking off right in front of the spectators.
Yeah,
and
that's big.
He's looping with his front hand, so there was a contra loop with a double forward spin and a board off.
Lovely control there at the end. We saw that kite come round there. The move's not over if you're riding out. You've still got to help with that kite. There is the contra loop, getting the board back on in the second rotation. It's not dead here yet, Ruben. He's still got to do some kite work. As you see that kite miles behind him. That was really well executed. I think this is going to be a similar score maybe to Jason. They're going head to head out the bat already, Ruben.
So like we say, you get 7 trick attempts. 3 highest scores will remain. They have to perform different tricks, so forward rotations and backward rotations. Jason van der Spuy going here with a massive...
The doobie, that's a big doobie, and that's my sort of doobie where I like to see the doobie. My original idea of that move was that it has to be on the second front roll that you commit to it. That really makes it extreme. Kite didn't come super low on him there, though. Perhaps he just was a bit at the apex, Ruben, rather than just before on the way up where he would have got maximum power. But the height is there from Jason van der Spuy. And again, another score almost in the 7. So really throwing down the gauntlet then to Arthur. How can he reply here, Ruben? Arthur has started with a contra loop front roll board off. So are we going to see him go somewhere in the back roll, mega loop category, or maybe the front roll? We'll know as soon as he takes off. Which way he commits with his head will tell us.
Riding full speed in the flat water section with a good takeoff here. And a massive kite loop doobie board off.
Ooh. Was it doobie or was it a single?
Maybe single.
I'm not sure. Let's take a look here. So here we go. There's one front roll in there, which makes it the booby loop.
I still have to find that one out.
Interestingly, though, he didn't extra rotate, and now I don't think he should be judged down on that as such. It was high, it was powerful. Sometimes I think the second rotation comes from maybe the technique being slightly out, where they get thrown into it.
When they put the board back on.
It just throws them round into another one. It often gets sort of misconfused with a doobie loop, but I think it has to be intentional from the start.
So let's look at this replay from Jason van der Spuy. He's taking off nicely, getting his height, grabbing his board from the fin and actually flipping it. It's called a tic-tac board off. And yeah, with a nice kite loop.
Might look like Jason's being a bit slower there. You can often think that with kite loops, but you have to get up there first. It's not about looping instantly and quickly. If you're going massive, you have to wait until near the apex for your jump. So sometimes it's not about that you're slower to loop the kite.
Loops of Tram.
Loops of Tram. I like it, Ruben.
So here at the Lord of Trams event, Arthur Gilbert. Oh! Just making a mistake in the steering there and absolutely wiping out full speed.
What a recovery of his kite, though. However, he's going to be in trouble here now, Ruben, is Arthur Gilbert. He's going to be miles away from his kiteboard. The jet ski coming over to offer some assistance. He is going to be slightly in the way. This is a moment now where I think you just get straight back to the beach. Let's get him up on the screen here, Arthur. Great shot of him body dragging, planing through the water here. One plan in his mind here now is to just get his spare board. I don't want help from the jet ski or the boat. I don't want to be disqualified. If he gets back to the beach now, his caddy should be waiting for a board, and he may well not miss his next trick. And actually what's really lined up nicely for here is Jason van der Spuy looks like he's swapped kite, Ruben, so that's bought him a little bit more time. So he'll come in, change his board, so starting to get some drama in this heat also.
Look at the power that Jason is dealing with right now. There's a lot of spray coming off his board, meaning that he's edging hard against his kite, so the wind is definitely cranking through, which is promising for more epic big air action right now. And Jason indeed changed his kite, a little bit of a smaller kite, so we might see some double loops, but definitely some epic height coming up from Jason van der Spuy from South Africa.
What's he got for us this then? Left foot forwards now, Jason van der Spuy. He's done his kite loop back roll board off. He's done a kite loop front roll board off and a kite loop tic-tac. So contra loop might start. So double loop.
Oh, with a late back roll. Oi, just now crashing this trick. Unfortunately, going for the double mega loop whilst he was not jumping that high. Here you see Jason van der Spuy taking off in the replay. Going for the double kite loop and still throwing in that laid back. Oh, just coming down a little bit too short.
The difficulty is you need the height, but you've had to change to a smaller kite size to get a kite that's quick enough to go around. So here is Arthur Gilbert now, who's made his way out into this zone. He's actually removing his other board. Now, I think this is This is interesting. He didn't need to do that. That board should have been removed, I think, by the jet. That should have been taken out of the situation. Maybe the jet ski didn't want to go in the area. He's removing that board. I wonder if he's swapping it back to his other board.
That's his
quite
favorite
sneaky.
board. That's
yeah,
his
it might be his
board.
favorite. But that was interesting because his time is running now for sure. But he just removed it. That's dangerous to have something in the way. So I think he's going to get a lot of grace here from the judges just removing that. But let's see. Maybe he did. He has been given a crash though on my scoring system here, Ruben. That is trick number 3. Although that maybe was his last crash actually. So yeah, no, he is in sequence now and he's made his way out. Thanks for joining us wherever you are in the world right now. It is Lords of Tram. It's the GK Big Air Kite World Cup in the south of France. It's been full of drama. Again, day 2 here is I, Lewis Crathen, talking to you as a double loop goes on there nicely from Arthur Gilbert, who's up to here. Ruben Lenton is next to me, and we are talking you through only in round 2 here. But the action is epic, Ruben.
100%. This is what we came for, and this is a nice S loop from Arthur Gilbert in the replay. So
I
landing
got that
it clean.
wrong.
What did you say?
I said a double loop. Can you forgive me for that?
No.
I mean, it does look like it if you look quickly.
It goes so fast. So you might have gotten away with it if there was no replay. But the replay did you in there. And here Jason van der Spouw also going for the double. And now more height and throwing in that laid back and definitely landing this one.
We like that. We like that in here. This is going to be a big score for Jason van der Spouw. Nice replay here. Let's just look at the height he got already. He's accelerating upwards, Ruben, which I like. On the way up is when you get the real belt in mega loops. That is going to score big. I think he might be up into the 8s there.
Yep.
Ruben maybe with that score for Jason van der Spouw. Score coming in there. Maybe not.
7.73?
7.37 possibly. Yeah. Let's have a look.
Why's your screen off?
It's not my screen. That's why. Why is your screen dirty? Oh no, it's not your screen. Where did that lovely MacBook go, yours?
Just turn me on, mate.
It got removed.
I mean the screen.
That's what happened. You're in the screen. I don't understand.
Fair enough.
Probably for the best. Maybe you understand at home. Back roll into a contra loop. Board off. Can he get the board back on after Gilbert? Yes, he can. He's a former world champion as well, to remind you. This guy knows what he's doing.
Not getting the height. Like this is around the 10-meter mark. I don't know why the surfer app data is not coming through. Maybe the guys are not wearing it. It's voluntarily to... oh no, there's the surfer data.
11.2 height there, Ruben.
Let's see, around the 10-meter mark. But yeah, not the height he needs to take it on against Jason van der Spouw, who's throwing an S-loop as well. He knows that he needed to step it up. And that was done here by Jason van der Spouw.
Let's take a look at the top 3 scores from these riders then. Very similar sorts of scores. Not much separating these riders, Ruben. 0.21 separating them. Arthur Gilbert will be up next with his sixth trick attempt. They get 7. Their top 3 count. He's looking to replace maybe any of those tricks are similar enough that he might think, I can upgrade one of them.
So Jason van der Spouw for his S-loop, he got a 6.73, where Arthur scored a 7.03. So Arthur's one was slightly more critical on his S-loop. So
Contra loop back roll board off, only a 6.27. I've got a feeling this might be, although if he changed down to smaller kites, I think they're only going double trouble now, Ruben.
Definitely, double or nothing from here on out.
Do be double. No. Didn't feel it, didn't get the height, which sort of indicates to me he was after a double. So he's going to have another chance, but it's going to be down to the wire. But what can this man do? His lowest score is a 6.83.
Very consistent riding, very nice. And he's onto his last trick attempt. Is that right, Lewis?
Yes, he is. Can he upgrade his trick, or is he going to go for a new... Is it a double doobie? No, he didn't find it either. Oh, he might be regretting that one, Ruben. He opens the door for one more move.
For Arthur. Arthur is back at the beach, though. What is he...
What's he doing? Now, someone's telling him on the scores here. This is crazy. Is he going to miss his last trick because of this? He's going to have to get on with this. I think he's at risk of being timed out here. Big drama again.
40 seconds they get to perform your trick or to go for the takeoff. And Arthur was just chatting to someone on the beach to see what scores well in this heat. and how far he is apart. But they're going head to head. They're only like 0.2 points apart. So that is a critical time in this heat, with Arthur Gilbert having the last trick attempt. Let's see what he's going for.
Interestingly, Ruben, because our major screen is down, not in action, just below me now, it's actually not telling him how many seconds there are. He's going off a flag sequence, which is always working as a backup. So he's been able to bend the rules a little bit there and just come in. Not many of the riders have been able to talk to their caddy and actually look at the scores, which you can too, of course. GKA KiteWorldTour.com. Click the live. Arthur Gilbert knows he needs to find somewhere out there a .21. It's got to be a double. This is going to be it, Ruben. It's going to be it. If he can land it, he's going to do it.
Oh, yes. No.
Oh, he can't deal with it.
Crash it. Damn it.
He couldn't deal with it, Ruben.
Got it with that one. Like 16 meters high. And look at this replay from Arthur Gilbert in the white lycra, sending it straight up, going for the double loop, or S-loop board off. Sorry. I was mistaken there myself.
Oh, I just couldn't take it. And that'll be, well, that'll be a very, very relieved Jason van der Spey then.
S-loop board off, that would have scored him very, very well. Unfortunately, yeah, it looks like Jason van der Spey is continuing to the next round for Arthur Gilbert. But very nice riding, and the wind seems to be solid, Lewis.
It does seem solid, so we can't confirm that result until we get it in, but it looks very much to me that winning by .21, Ruben, was Jason van der Spey from South Africa, but of course, I am not an official voice.
And in heat number 5 of the second round here at the Qatar Airways GKA Kite World Tour in Barcares, we've got Luca Cerruti in the blue lycra, and then we've got Valentin Garat, Frenchie, in the white lycra, coming right up on your screens. So who do you think in this heat?
I think Luca's going to be hard to beat here, Ruben. I feel like he hasn't had his time yet still. I've always rated this guy as my dark horse, the guy that's sort of, you know, but no one thinks about so much, but he's starting to become a bigger name now in big air, and I don't feel that he's achieved his capabilities in competition riding. I've seen his videos. He can do everything. What I like about him is he can do the double loops, where he can go and take a 9 in 40 knots and do massive kite level, more simplified moves as well. But Valentin Garat has worked his way up the big air scene very well. He's been winning the events on the GKA, the sort of second discipline events that they've been running, and I've seen that myself in Saudi Arabia last year, where he just smashed everyone easy. Done the same again, I think, in Colombia recently. He's a very good competitive rider, Valentin Garat. He's been competing for years. The family name, the Garat brothers, everyone will know Sebastian Garat. You're doing a party with him, or is he doing a party with him?
I think he's coming down to drop some tunes with us, so it's going to be fun later on.
Yeah, so I imagine he'll be watching, but Seb very much leading the way with that family name from the early days in freestyle. Very used to being up near the podiums and being on the podiums. But I tell you what, I can see out the corner of my mind, out the corner of my mind. Well, I can see the corner of my mind, Aaron winning the event, but I can see him in real life just warming up below me now with his standard warm-up routine.
With his strong-looking quads there, mate.
He's looking fit.
Oh, there he sends it. What a takeoff with an S-loop in this heat. Luca Cerruti not holding back and firing it off straight out of the bed, and unfortunately bombing out on the chop on this landing. But what a massive move to kick things off with here for Luca Cerruti from South Africa.
That was huge, Ruben. Over nearly 20 meters on our surfer app. Look at that, 94 kilometers an hour he was pulling in the end there. So really the wind is optimum for this big heat. Valentin needs a nice big start. Here we go.
He saw that move from Luca and he was like, oh, I got to do something big, but not feeling it on this one. And aborting the trick in this trick attempt.
Better to abort than to be sorry.
But Luca Cerruti, definitely a roundhouse. He can do the short line mega loops. He can do the long line mega loops. He's got all the board offs, all the rotations, the contra loops. So yeah, he definitely has what it takes. But yeah, he always gets some harsh deals in competition. So hopefully today is his day, and he can continue and progress throughout the event. And a very different rider opposed to Valentin Garat, who also comes from the freestyle World Tour. I have never seen Luca Cerruti unhook, actually. Have you seen him do a handle pass?
No, but I wouldn't be surprised if he could do it. He's a very talented rider.
But the focus is on big air, where there's not so much unhooking going on, which I would like to see integrated into the future, or today, hopefully, because that ups the risk, ups the... Whoa, possibilities of moves, and here's just a massive straight mega loop from Luca. He wanted some more. I think he wanted to go for the S loop again, but was just not feeling stable enough.
He's really making that equipment work for him, Ruben. Just look how high. He was setting up for a double, I think, there. I don't know. He just didn't get the feeling. Maybe he just thought, you know what, I need to stick this one. I think he's on longer lines. The kite wasn't at that super extreme low angle. It was still a decent angle, though, but the height, 18.5 meters again. He's visibly going the higher of the two so far. Let's see what Valentin... Yeah, this is nice. Mega loop board off from Valentin Guerrero. Can he stick it?
Oh, one footer on the landing there. 1 footer butt check into a crash. So unfortunately scoring a 0. Here you see Valentin's replay. He's going for the massive kite loop with the backhand. He's grabbing his board by the fin with the front hand, and unfortunately not landing that to score some scores. Score some numbers.
Score some scores.
Yeah, that's the score.
Few questions coming in for us here. Will we see a 10 today? I think we might do. But also, how deep is the water they're landing in? I don't know. But
good question, but not that deep. I want
to find out. No, I think it's deeper than not that deep.
I'll get my diving equipment out. My snorkel, which I always bring.
Double kite loop then, nice and controlled. And Luca Taruti is just trying to get some... I think he's realised here that both the riders haven't got major scores on the board here. This is by no means his best trick here. I'm going to guess that was around 15 meters, that move, Ruben. I wonder if how close can we get? What do you think before the data comes in?
12 meters.
I win.
Oh.
13.9. Yeah, well, maybe 15 was a bit pushing it much, but
well, just a meter off, mate. Pretty good.
It's not too bad. It's nice we have this data here to work with. Maybe you can play the guessing game as well on our comments.
So how high is this jump?
That's
with a contra loop. Contra loop board off from Valentin Garat. And is he able to stick it? Yes, he is.
Yeah, he's going to be feeling good after that, Ruben. He really needed to.
So how high was it? Look at this. You get the replay before the data comes in.
If I had to guess, 14.5 if I had to guess.
Okay, I'll say 14.7. Keep it nice and close.
Good about this,
what do you think in the comments?
I feel like I'm going to be good. Got a good chance for this one.
Oh
wow! God, Ruben, I saw it before the replay. I should have made it a big bet there.
What a deal.
Actually, you said 15. He didn't even see it, so I feel like
14.7.
I feel. Oh no! Oh, okay, sorry. Yeah, I feel like you deserve that. That was a big.
You cheated.
Double loop here, maybe.
Oh, S loop board off. Oh,
how's he taking it?
Just getting it on in time, but that was very critical. Not the kite angle, but definitely the height. Like here you see Luca in the blue lycra taking off, and he's looping one way and then deciding to pull it the other way whilst taking his board off, having to handle very quickly in order to perform that trick. The S loop, I like it when it's done at the critical section. You know, you loop the kite, and then when the kite is down, that's when you want to switch it around. When the kite is actually completing the first loop and then you're kind of doing another down loop, I don't like it very much, so hopefully the judges keep a close eye on that. But we definitely like to see the height and the extremity of these types of moves. So keep it up.
Still waiting on that score for Luca. That's a big hang time. He sends it. This is massive from Valentin Garay. He's still in the air. Can he stick it? The all-important...
Again, his foot slipped out on the landing, dealing with that chop here. Look at how massive he goes. Absolutely 20 meters and doing the kite loop board off from the fin. And then see how his foot slips out and still managed to balance out of it. Oh, just cartwheels out of it, resulting in a crash. So bummer for Valentin.
20 meters on the dot, and that looks huge. What a bummer for Valentin. He's got he can go massive here. Valentin, if he landed that, would really been mixing this. He would have gone into the lead, I think, there. So the trouble is now his board is somewhere in his zone. If you could just see how far apart the two riders are now after a move like that, it's ridiculous. He's out of your screen to the left-hand side. He's not even in your screen. We're talking like 400-500 meters, maybe a mile. I don't know. This is getting crazy, but that was really something special from Valentin. His data is still on the screen there from the Surfer app. 20 meters. He's got his board back. That was genius. How has he got his board back there?
And we've got Lucas Cerruti with 3 trick attempts left. Remember, he gets 7 trick attempts, and here he goes for his 5th trick. And he does a double mega loop with a laid back and sticking it good.
I think it's a rewind. I wonder if this is a new move here. How voluntary, I don't know. Ruben,
did he get the rewind on it?
I think he got an involuntary rewind on this. Here he goes then. Straight into the double loop. There's one.
Oh,
then
yeah,
he comes back the other way round. That's outrageous. How are the judges going to score this? Whether or not he meant to do that or not, Ruben, but that was... interestingly, did he go for the delayed back roll on the first loop there?
Yeah, and then he got kind of flung off balance and got spun around in a forward rotation again. So let's see how the judges score that. But it's always very scary when that happens in a move. And luckily he was high enough so he could turn around completely before coming in for the landing.
I think he got thrown around like that, Ruben, because so often we see that move where the riders wait until the second loop, kind of where they know they got the tension. It's okay. That's the safer way to do it. It was scored as a kite loop back roll. So it was the back roll family that he initiated.
Double.
But the drop into the front roll came for me, perhaps that strange period after that first loop. I think for me that has to be a bigger scorer than performing the loop in the second one. I don't know. I don't do those moves. Perhaps the riders will tell me differently. But just
let's keep it that way.
As far as how it looked, it's intriguing, though. You look at all this stuff, Ruben, and think, this looks like the next level,
This is absolutely insane. Don't be afraid of kite surfing. This is not the average day kiteboarding. This is the best kiteboarders in the world throwing down their best tricks. So this is the big air discipline here at the GKA Kite World Tour. And here we see Valentin Garat going again for that massive mega loop board off and unfortunately crashing it again.
It's rocked him. It's absolutely rocked him, this... double kite loop, delayed back roll, rewind. He's still trying to work out in his mind, was that a rewind or not? I just saw it. It's absolutely shaking Valentin here.
Did the judges even see that? He was wondering.
Maybe I should go in and tell the judges what that guy just did here. That was huge. And once again...
Explain him how scary it really is.
Hey, guys, you think you need to give him a better score for that?
Going in for the double kite loop is already scary. Then throwing in the laid back right off the bat. And then getting a rewind, that's absolutely incredible.
Riding straight up to the jet ski and just holding on to it to DQ yourself. I mean, that was so good. That other guy did that move. But he's been a bit unfortunate here, Valentin. He's currently only on 6.27. But this is why. Is because this Luca Taruti has just been really taking it to him here as he starts to excel. We could see something big here, Ruben.
Back roll.
Didn't feel it. No, he didn't feel it.
Cancelled it.
I wonder what he was thinking.
He was still confused from the rewind earlier.
Are we get a replay on that last one or no? Maybe not. Maybe. What was interesting for me on that last move there, Ruben, is that these riders, they don't just get a sense before they take off what the wind's like. It's actually possible to abort these moves with almost a commitment of steering the kite. You can flip it, fling it in there a little bit and get a sensation. It's the same with the mega loop. You can go a quarter of the way around the mega loop and abort before you...
but look at the scores from Lucas Cerruti. He is well in the lead here, because Valentin unfortunately crashed a few of his tricks and now coming up with the mega loop laid back roll, which is not going to score that well for him, especially if you crash, then you get a 0. But Lucas Cerruti well ahead here, and I think safe to say that he's going to secure a spot in the third round.
It really is showing just how hard it is to land here. The distance covered, once you land in that chop, it's tough, Ruben.
So bumpy. I thought we had many speed bumps in Holland, but this is just another level.
This is another level.
But luckily...
a lot in Holland. They're annoying.
They're awesome. Can get some airtime, mate.
Well, they're there for a reason, Ruben. They're to slow people down, okay? If you're being serious about airtime or speed bumps, we're going to have to chat about this off air. Back to the action then.
Full speed, no speed bumps there for Lucas Cerruti as he's taking off the flats here.
With a double loop.
Yeah, double loop, but I don't think it's going to up his scores, his previous scores. So here you have the replay. You can see he's riding left foot forward, he's taking off, and then just keeps pulling his backhand. Oh, S-loop again.
How did we miss that? What is wrong
Are
with
we
that?
blind? Are we staring into the sun too much? What is happening? But that was an S-loop, not a double kite loop. So I don't think it's going to score his better his previous score. It just did. Yeah, he just upped it from 19 to 20.
All right, I think it's time we start getting on board with some scores here.
Turn your screen on again.
Yeah, it's not my screen, all right? This is an
this
iPad.
Screen, this random screen that you're touching.
It's someone else's.
You know the code, you know the passcode.
Yeah, it's easy.
So it looks like your screen.
It's all the same numbers. 6 of the same numbers. You can't be a moron to forget that.
Tell me the number.
No. Okay. You tell me the number to your one. You're already commenting under my profile on the YouTube here sometimes, so watch out for that. I've left the room a few times. I better scroll up and see what's been going on. But meanwhile, last chance saloon then for Valentin Garat. He's got 2 moves left.
He's going for a boogie, but then cancelling now.
Feel it, and unfortunately, I think because he's not going to get a great score here, I think it's all over. They think it's all over, Ruben.
But here's a replay of the... No, he was not feeling it, not in the right position to continue that loop. So great call to abort it. No matter how frustrating it is, it's better to play it safe than sorry. Don't want to end up in a big crash and then mess up your last attempt. But yeah, it is safe to say that Luca is going to progress to the next round. Here on his last attempt, ready to show it his all. He's taking off.
A massive boost, and to me that shows an incredible understanding of how the heat has progressed there. To just decide I'm not going to do anything. He would have been. These riders are paying attention to the whole situation. He's been counting the other tricks of Valentin. He would have known that he's crashed X amount of times, and you have to feel really for Valentin here, because he really did put some awesome moves in there with some massive heights, but the landings just didn't play out in his favour. But that won't be the end of him that we see in Big Air. Unfortunately, it will be at this event, but
and there you can see as well, like closer to the beach, the water is absolutely flat. And of course a little bit more shallow, but where they land, like the further you travel, the more gnarly the chops get and the more difficult it is to actually land your tricks, especially when you're going full speed. Then it just gets so bumpy and it's easy to slip out of foot or just completely bounce out of it. But into this next heat of round number 2, heat number 6, with Aaron Hadlow and Lucas Gramstrup. It's going to be an exciting one.
So a big hello to all of you that are tuning in live so far. Hi, Mum. And we're really appreciating your interaction with us on the comments. I'm Lewis Crathen, and to the right-hand side of me is Ruben Lenton. But on your screens, it's to the left-hand side. Yep. That is true, unless you're watching in the mirror, which we all do from time to time, I know. But the next heat coming up is a big one as well. They're all big heats. And I believe we've got Aaron Hadlow against Lucas Gramstrup. So it's the United Kingdom versus Denmark. The wind here is now pushing above 40 knots, which is exactly what we want to see in Big Air. And Ruben, every single trick, not heat, it just keeps on delivering here.
100%. We've seen some incredible double kite loops, S-loop board-offs, you name it, we've seen it. But as the wind is progressing and building throughout the day, I think we're going to see an increase in height, and actually we're going to see some more extreme moves, even more extreme. Imagine that. So the stronger the wind, the higher the guys can perform their moves, and the sicker it's going to be. So thanks for tuning in, and you came to the right place. Because it's not just about putting big scores on the board. It's about having the right strategy, leaving some room for error if you do end up landing on a chop. It is all about the strategy. And Aaron Hadlow, who's going out just now, taking it on to Lucas Gramstrup, is a very veteran, experienced, competitive rider. Always has the strategy, knows exactly which trick to do at which time. And that comes down to very critical heats. And I'm very curious to see how he's going to play out this heat. Is he going to start off with some back rotations? Then some front rotations, thrown in the contra loop, and of course that all combined with some board offs. What do you think?
Well, I can tell you, unfortunately, he started with a crash, which we've unfortunately not brought to you there. So he has had a crash to start off. So he's going to have 6 tricks left to the 7 of Lucas Gramstrup. But will he come up Gramstrupped here? Or will he be... sorry, I know. We were on the screen. We had to go to the screen.
I missed the crash.
Yeah, you did. Sorry.
We all missed the crash. There we go, straight up with the double here from Lucas Gramstrup, who's hungry for the win, but unfortunately not high enough to complete it for the landing.
Nobody wishes a crash upon anyone, but I bet Aaron Hadlow was watching that kind of relieved. This was Aaron Hadlow actually coming in on that, or was it Aaron Hadlow?
I think this was the previous one from Valentin Garot.
Don't need that replay. So yeah, it was Aaron with a crash. Lucas Gramstrup unfortunately with a crash, and Aaron would have been watching on thinking, oh, didn't want to start this heat 1-0 down, especially to a double loop. Already, so
but yeah, Lucas shows his confidence as well, starting the heat with a double. So let's see what Aaron Hadlow is going to answer back with. Does he have the height? Does he have the extremity in this move? So starting off with his back roll kite loop board off, just to get the score on the board. Not super high, but definitely safe score on the board, which can play a huge factor in progressing to the next round.
Here's that replay. Aaron's got this one in the bag. So good. It's always been great at adapting, Aaron. Now pre-popping into his jumps. It's never been a stage in kiteboarding where he's looked at something and thought, I can't do that too. So it's still competing now after years and years and years. Ruben, you competed with him all those years back. But here he is still looking good out on the water. But he's up against Lucas Gramstrup from the Denmark, who looks to be... double. Was that a double?
Yeah, it goes for the double kite loop and then with an added front rotation on the way down. So it wasn't super high, but he went committed for the double loop. So here you see, looking for the power, looking for the gust, taking off. Only around 8 meters height, I would say, dropping pretty quickly. And then getting flung into that front spin on the way down.
I've noticed something interesting with a different setup that the riders are doing for these double loops, Ruben. Big bars are back in town, so extra leverage on your bar essential. Look at Aaron Hadlow here riding in. That bar is no tiny bar like the days of those small WEG style bars we used to use, but this is a big one for Aaron with a boogie loop board off. He wanted to grab there, but he decided not to mess about as he started to get chucked down and underneath the kite.
Here we see the replay of Aaron Hadlow taking off in the blue light, where you see him swinging up that hand just to put more pressure and go more upwind angle, then flicking himself forward with that loop and taking off the board. So a boogie loop with a board off.
Look how Aaron's landing these as well. He's been really on point as well. He just knows how important these landings are. Possibly the wind just coming down a little bit here is reflected in their heights. 13.4 meters for Aaron coming in. He's already starting to get 2 tricks on the board. He didn't fancy it, yeah. So Graham Strupp there.
Is he riding a 6 meter? It looks like a very small kite to me.
Well, I think Aaron might only be on a 7. Who, Aaron or Graham Strupp?
Lucas, Graham Strupp, because he's just throwing doubles all over the place. Where the 6 loops a bit easier, of course. So, yeah, he's not getting the height that is needed.
You know, if you cross your eyes and watch a double, it becomes a quadruple.
Cross-eyed. I love it.
Don't try that at home.
Cross-eyed kiteboarding.
You've tried this?
Yes. Only a few times, Lewis, but it's definitely great fun being out there and throwing some epic moves. I'm frothing to be back on the water. But today it's all about the men's and women's big air division here at the GKA World Kite Tour in Barcares in France. You're here with me, Ruben Lenton, and of course Lewis Crathern, tuning it live from the tower. We've got a great view with the screens of the live stream, which you're watching, but we can also see out of the window, and we see the riders riding up into that corner, like Aaron Hadlow, taking off huge with a mega loop laid back roll.
Can he deal with it, Ruben?
Oh, yes, he's taking it.
I didn't think he was going to appear from that big splash. What a take from Aaron Hadlow. Let's take a replay of this 50-meter. Very comfortable trick as far as things go here. Very well executed. He never seemed to be fighting against that kite. And
but
Aaron,
we can do that trick.
We can do that trick. Yeah, we can do that. And the other way as well.
So
hey, get us out there.
I don't think it's going to score too good. It's a 4.6.
Score it a 1. We can do it.
I just want to see tricks that we cannot do, that we're scared of doing.
True. Like this one looks pretty good to me. Graham Strupp can't take it though with an S loop. So Aaron Hadlow only getting a 4.57. I think that's fair from the judges. But what Aaron's doing here is really racking up the scores, Ruben. They're not stupidly high scores, but they're good, consistent scores. And he's now put the pressure on the man from Denmark, Lucas Graham Strupp.
Yeah, you see the difference in riding. Lucas is definitely trying to go all out on his 6 meter, but yeah, not getting the height he needs to perform those tricks, and unfortunately not sticking every move. So that's why you only see 1 score of his on the scoring board, whereas Aaron already has 3 scores.
Did Aaron just come to the beach for an update on the scores there? I think he did. Look at his well. I think he's just been back to the beach to speak to someone and see about what the scores look like so far. So Aaron's got this one at the moment. He's of course had 4 tricks, but so has Lucas Graham Strupp. That is why Aaron's coming back in here a bit late, because he did actually just come to the beach. They don't have much time to do their tricks, around 40 seconds, but Aaron Hadlow riding left foot forwards may have to... He's going right foot forwards here, I think, Ruben. Or not. Nope, he isn't. Got it wrong. He's gone for the double. Aaron Hadlow's got the doubles all day.
Yes, sticking that one. Nice double, getting some good height on that. He's stoked on it. So here we see the replay of Aaron throwing out his hand, taking a good takeoff. I think it was only 12 meters high, but definitely some nice loops in there.
Good angle. Definitely has that in his kite bag, if some of you were wondering. Aaron now starting to upgrade his moves, or trying to get some bigger score. 5.83 goes on the board now. So Aaron kicking out that score of looks like a 4.57 kite loop back roll, which he'd done previous to that. It's a very clever competitor as Aaron Hadlow. But what can Graham Strupp do? Can't get the rhythm again with that jump, and that could be curtains for Graham Strupp. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's his 5th trick attempt. He's going to have to really go for it for these last 2 trick attempts. They get 7 attempts, by the way. Didn't decide to go back. I think that was a good decision not to bring that kite this way again, Ruben.
Definitely, but yeah, it seems like he's riding a little bit underpowered. I think it is a 6 meter, but I want to know for sure. I'm going to check it out when he comes back to the beach. But Aaron Hedlow on his 7 meter looking confident and then still double looping that 7 meters. So yeah, it's working for him, and I'm curious to see what he's going to do now. He's just jumping left foot forward. I think he might throw in a contra loop.
I think he could do that double with a late back roll, you know.
Oh, no.
Yeah, he didn't fancy that time. Oh, cool. That's just one of those landings where you think, what the hell's just happened? Just dropped out the sky. Aaron did not appreciate that from the wind there.
His body language says it all. He's like, got it. Like, damn it, what happened? Bum.
Yeah, we apologise. We got your flag wrong. We know that's wound up a few people there. We're not the flag people. We will personally have a chat with the flag man. Apparently, it's the Austrian flag, Ruben, but he's...
That's just rude.
I mean, come on. It could be further away. At least it's not far away. But no, I would also feel that I'd want my flag to be correct.
But there's a lot of elements going in to bring you this live stream here from Barcares in France. And all the pieces of the puzzle need to be in place. So thanks for tuning in and looking at this epic action. Unfortunately, Lucas not performing the height in this trick because he needs a bigger score than this in order to overtake Aaron Hedlow.
And I don't think he can overtake him now. Am I right? Or does he need a 10? No, does he? No, even with a 10, he'll kick out his 2.60, Ruben. It's a done deal, much to the satisfaction of Aaron Hedlow, that just starts thinking about his own country. Not happy with the dropouts he's received off those last two moves for Aaron Hedlow. But that just brings us nearly to a close. We've got Lucas Gramstrup here. What do you do now, Ruben? You're out of the competition. Do you just maybe go touch the jet ski and be removed that way? Do you try a triple loop perhaps to try and get that one in the bag? We've seen that today. What would you do here if you were Lucas Gramstrup?
Cry? Oh, on the water? No, yeah, there's not much you can do. I'll just perform an epic move for the spectators like this double contra. But yeah, he's not getting the height on that kite, unfortunately. So yeah, we see Aaron Hedlow advancing through to the next round. And into the next heat in this round number 2, we see Joshua Sam from Brazil against Simon Brun from Germany. So we'll see Jose in the blue lycra, where Simon will be wearing a white rash vest. So keep an eye out for that.
Somewhere new, show me burgundy sunset sky. Let's fly. One of every feather, one of every hue, traveling together, taken in view. I'd wait for you forever. No one can deny how it feels to fly, to fly, to fly. Fly, fly, fly.
Wherever you go in the world, one airline goes further to make it feel exceptional. Qatar Airways, going places together.
We're back then. It's Lords of Tram 2023 at the GKA Big Air Kite World Cup down in the south of France in Barcares. Can you say it like that, as good as that?
Barcares. Action, satisfaction. We're definitely in for a treat.
That was better. That was better than me. I wasn't expecting that. I'm gonna have to improve on my Barcares. That was pretty good.
Yeah, that sounds.
That wasn't bad.
Sounds
So
pretty badass.
We're guess what? We're back in Barcares. And we're south of Lucat by not far at all, actually. Those will remember the Mondial du Vent taking place year after year, one of the longest running events in the world. We've moved just south to this perfect location for big air as it's flat here. And on your screens now is Josu San, who starts off with a massive Mega loop with a back roll, with a grab and a board off as well. It almost stops on entrance to the water. That was strange. So I don't think he's going to have a huge distance cover. I mean, it looked pretty big, but all right, maybe it wasn't huge, but it was a nice start to the heat nonetheless, Ruben.
So at the same time where he's taking off, he's spinning backwards, reaching for his board, and looping his kite. So this was a nice move to kick things off with. Close to a 6, so a pretty decent score on the board for Jose San.
Ruben, why did you write IKEA bag under my name on the channel there? Just be wary of how you take those comments. It's both of us here under my... That's dangerous. I need you to log in. Meanwhile, back roll, double back roll, mega loop into the triple. That's 1080 degrees. Is that even a word? 1080 degrees.
1080.
Can you say that?
No.
It's 1080 degrees.
1080 sounds good.
Yeah. It would be 1000. No, 10... let's not get into that.
Lewis, simmer down.
Simmer down here, okay.
But yeah, he was spinning 3 times whilst looping his kite, so it was scoring a 4.6. He wasn't getting too high, not too extreme. So Jose San goes in the lead with 7 trick attempts, only 6 left for both riders, and their 3 best tricks will make up their overall score. And yeah, they have to be in different trick families. So the judges would like to see the riders perform backward spins, forward spins, jumps both ways, loops, yeah, with forward loops like contra loops, and yeah, epic doubles and S loops. There's a lot of variation to be found in this discipline of big air, which is yeah, a very natural progression. I love seeing the sport grow, and I think big air is for everyone. Everybody wants to fly and have a good time out there, so keep pushing.
A sense of calm descends over the arena here. Not for long, though, as we see that nice doobie loop into a 3rd roll. Did he stick it? Yes, he did, Ruben. I've just peered out the window here as Josu San looking to stake his claim to advance into the next round. You're unlocking my, well, not my iPad, of course.
Is it now?
You don't even know how to get to the unlock. What a failure that's. He's given up. It's not my iPad.
I'm just trying to unlock this iPad.
How can you not get to the unlock part? Okay. That oh, it's on the camera. That could be interesting.
Nice little picture.
All right, so one of these riders will go out. One of these riders will go out, but Josu San is he's up for this. Nice last move. He's currently leading this one, but oh, I thought that was going straight down for a second there. Can't ride out of that. Surely you can't ride out of a mega loop. Is that a new move that's just come into my brain? Obviously not.
Let's
for
look
me
at this
to
replay, but
mega loop Jesus walk. I reckon one of the guys could do that. Look, he was almost in a Jesus walk position.
Run out of it, put your board back on.
That
That would be insane. That would be a 10.
Michael McDonald, there's one for you to work on.
Landing into the Jesus walk.
What have you done to this iPad? Okay. There we go.
Nice work. Got Philip in the boot. How are you doing, Philip? Enjoying the action today?
Enjoying it a lot.
Nice. So, what is the sickest trick you've seen today?
The sickest trick was probably a crash, a triple loop in a contest during the heat, nearly landing it, unfortunately with a big crash, and hopefully injured not too much or not injured at all best.
100%. He's being looked after now, and we'll report back later once things are confirmed. But that was indeed a gnarly trick, and we're definitely seeing some innovation being thrown down today in this competition. And yeah, we're looking forward to this heat right here. It's on the way.
Stepping it up a bit there for me there is Josu San. Those of you supporting him from Brazil will be really stoked to see that kite loop front roll board off where the tricks are coming in very shortly. Yeah, nice score from him then. 3 tricks on the board for him now, as of course it's nice and simple. I like that. I like that about the scores here. It's good. But this is going to count as a crash from Simon Brun. So it's nice and easy for and a back breaking slam there as well. No one likes to see a broke back mountain on the water.
It's funny how you can take crashes differently. Sometimes your board can even be used as like a shield. You can, yeah, kind of soften your landing. Sometimes it can just blockside you and really be more painful. When you kick your board off, you can actually land flat on your back or try and skip out. Like, there's different ways to take a crash, and each crash is different and needs to be dealt with differently. Yeah, not on your head, Lewis.
No, well, I didn't actually land on my head, to be fair.
Well, it looks like it. You lost all your hair, mate.
Did I? I did have some hair there.
Oh, yeah.
Do you know what? I can't remember how I landed. the bottom line there. But just going back to what you're saying about the Brokeback Mountain style landing, or maybe the backward starfish. What has happened there, Ruben Lenton? Has he hit a rock there? Wow. Can we get a replay on that? A mega gust has just got a hold of Josu Sanet riding along. This is reminiscent of a time. I've only ever seen that sort of thing once, to Aaron Hadlow in Lucat riding along comfortably and then dumped into a hooked-in Rayleigh riding along. That's how much it increased. There is his board there. Great shot from the cameraman, and that is how much the wind can pick up here. 20 knots extra has just nailed Josu San. He's a small type of rider as well, and there's his board, and I think he might get a 0 here. Well, he comes through body dragging back here, but I think that might cost him his trick attempt there. But Ruben, the wind has just picked up here. There's us talking absolute nonsense for a little bit. The wind has just picked up, and now we're focused sharp for these big moves again. Oh, it's baguette time.
Baguette time, oui. But no, that was absolutely mega gust coming through, just ripping him off his board. So, yeah, that's what can happen. And hopefully the wind will keep kicking ass, because that's all we like. Lewis eyeing down some food. Hungry for more action.
I'm starving for more action, Ruben. Although I've had enough for a year's worth, let's be honest, with yesterday and today. Let's just give you a little quick rundown here. How quick can I do that? Yesterday, ladies, all the way up to the semi-finals we've run. Some incredible action and crashes. Now we're in the men today. We've seen the first attempt at a triple kite loop from Clement Huet. I think is he Elevate? I think I should probably get that right. I think he might be. And here on your screens, the wind looks like it's died a little bit, as we see Simon Brun with a trick that he really didn't need right there. So this heat's kind of just working itself out. But just to give you that update and comment that he has gone off to hospital. We don't, well, there kind of is no update. I haven't been brought anything here, so perhaps I can get something from my events team to deliver to you.
So this heat is well on the way, with 3 more trick attempts left for these guys. And what is it going to be? Simon does need to get some scores on the board. We see Jose San ready for his trick attempt. He's got some nice scores on the board already, with an overall 16.33. So he's looking to better his scores, and hopefully he can do that. Jumping to the right, or is he going to turn around? No, it looks like he's popping and jumping. And landing that one clean. Not sure what it was. Couldn't really see it properly.
Big shout out to Jez Hangtime Jones. Couldn't be here. He loves these events.
Was it the mega loop laid back? Yeah, I think it was just a mega loop laid back roll. And someone is asking, what is a contra loop? A contra loop is when the riders actually pull the loop with their front hand. So instead of doing a normal kite loop or mega loop with the back hand, where the kite continues as you jump, now the riders are jumping and then pulling the kite with their front hand. So then it's called a contra loop. Whereas the S loop, it's when they jump, they do a loop, and halfway they loop it the other way. So you basically get 2 halves loop, creating an S kind of shape. I named it the S loop 15 years ago, 14 years ago, when I tried it for the first time on my 5 meter in the Netherlands during a massive storm. And here we see a massive mega loop with 3 rotations being done by Jose San. Let's see if that's bettering his previous score. So here he goes, mega loop with a triple laid back, spinning like a whirlwind, Tasmanian devil.
Yeah, I think that works.
So Simon getting a bit closer. He still needs to better his 1.17 score. So let's see what he's gonna do with that. Which was an actual contra loop, but not as high and extreme and technical as the judges like to see it. Here you see the spectators who are right by the water there, by the water's edge, looking at all the action as the wind is blowing offshore here. The riders can really ride up to the beach. And here we see a boogie loop, a doobie loop. So two forward rotations with a kite loop. Not as high, not as extreme, but definitely landing. So putting a score on the board. So definitely bettering that 1.17. There we see Simon Brune crawling closer to Jose Sant to hopefully make his way through this event. And in the next heat we have Julian Hoon and Timo Boersma. Julian Hoon from France and Timo Boersma from the Netherlands. They will battle it out for a spot in the third round. But this is heat 7 in round 2 of the men's division here at the Big Air discipline of the GKA World Tour. He's just finding the gust, building up his speed. You can see he's edging. He's probably going to turn around. Yep, he's going to turn around, jump right foot forward. And let's see what power he can find. Is he finding the gust? No, the wind seems to be in a little lull. So he just did a low contra loop. And yeah, we saw Jamie jump 35 meters 2 days ago at this spot, taking off the flats on his 7-meter edge. So absolutely going massive. These riders today are jumping 20 meters high. And imagine 15 meters on top of that. That's absolutely ridiculous. The cameraman will have to zoom out a bit further for that. But hopefully the wind will keep progressing today. The forecast is still looking great. So we're in for a treat. Thank you guys for joining us. Here with Lewis Crathern, reporting live from the Lords of Tram GK World Tour event in Barcares, France.
So he needs something like a high 6.8 if he's going to advance in this one. Cool, the wind really looked like it dropped there, Ruben, at the end of this one. So low scores here, and as much as I can tell, that is the end of the road then for Simon Brune. Big, good result for Brazil there. Looks like Josu San has taken the win there, Ruben. 16.5 to 14.24. Let's go to a commercial break.
Somewhere new, show me burgundy sunset sky. Let's fly. One of every feather, one of every hue, traveling together, taken in view. I'd wait for you forever, no one can deny how it feels to fly, to fly, to fly. Fly, fly, fly.
Wherever you go in the world, one airline goes further to make it feel exceptional. Qatar Airways, going places together.
So we are just waiting to kick off this last heat of round number 2 of the men's division here with Julian Hoon from France taking on Timo Boersma from the Netherlands. We already seen some epic action of these guys in the previous round. And now they are going to give it their all to make it through to the next round. Both young guns, And yeah, both have a nice bag of tricks where we see Timo Boersma always jumping massive and going for double loops, S loops combined with board offs. So this is gonna look great. In the blue light crowd, we got Julian Hoon. And in the white light crowd, we have Timo Boersma. So Julian Hoon ready to kick off this heat with a contra loop board off. Not jumping massive. Looks like a little low in the wind there. But hopefully Timo Boersma, who is I believe on his 7 meter. Hopefully he can find some good wind, some good power, and time the gas well for a beautiful takeoff. Enjoy your baguette, Lewis. He's having a quick bite in between the tricks. You can also watch the live scoring if you go to gkworldtour.com and just scroll down to the live scoring. There you can see each trick attempt being scored, where the riders get 7 attempts with their 3 highest scoring tricks making up their overall score. And the tricks cannot be repetitive. There have to be back rolls, there have to be front rolls, there have to be kite loops, double loops, S loops, and contra loops. They're all different trick families with different direction of rotations and loops. And here we see Timo Boersma doing a massive mega loop laid backward with a board off and an added rotation. Unfortunately bombing out on the landing. He was covering almost 90 meters of distance here. Look at that. Taking off your board whilst your kite is looping and yanking you like that is definitely critical. Unfortunately, the kite didn't catch him on time for the landing. So that's going to score a 0, unfortunately, for Timo Boersma. But there he already shows that he has got the skills, he has got the balls, and he knows what to do. Julian Hoon with a 4 on the scoreboard so far for his first trick attempt. Here he goes for his second attempt with a mega loop laid back roll. And just a lofty safe landing there for Julian Hoon. Nice, we got Lewis wiping down the screen, some dust flying around here as it's very windy. Things are flying everywhere. You see some data from the Surfer app popping in into the screen with 13.5 meters height. But here Timo Boersma with a massive doobie loop. Full speed, getting the second lift and unfortunately bombing out again. It is so hard to ride these conditions as any gust can just throw you off balance. Here he goes for a proper takeoff. Going very inverted for 2 front rolls on this doobie loop. But here he gets that second gust and just throws him off balance for a proper landing. So unfortunately Timo Boersma crashing his first 2 attempts. Giving Julian Hoon some space here. Where he goes for a massive doobie loop as well. Oh, that was beautiful. And landing it clean. Ooh. Julian Hoon is giving Timo Boersma a run for his money there. Look, front roll and then pulling it on the second front roll, pulling that loop and adding another rotation. So a very nice move from Julian Hoon right there. Let's see what he will score for that. A 5.2. Nice. There was no board off included into that move, so yeah, I think it's a nice reflective score there for Julian Hoon. And here in the white light crowd, Timo Boersma going full speed, edging into that corner right in front of the spectators. Beautifully done. A massive mega loop.
Yeah, I expect to see lots of distance covered in this, Ruben. Yeah, just look how far he got whipped here. He hits a New York Yankee going round there. Lots of distance. Actually wasn't as violent as it might have looked, but I'm back, Ruben. I can jump in shortly now. And here we are on your screen then. It's Julian Hoon. The wind has really picked up. This is what this rider really likes. And I know he's been waiting for this moment to He's done it! He's done it! We talked about unhooked. He's done the mega loop unhook. What are they going to score this? Yes, he lands it. Yes.
What the heck?
Yes.
Did he take off still hooked in? Like, let's look.
Take off still hooked in, and this is what we saw.
Mid-air.
I love it.
Mid-air unhooked. I thought he was going to go for the double unhooked.
Look at this, full power going through the arms. Ruben, we talked about unhooked maneuvers earlier. They are officially back. How is he going to get scored here? This has to be in the innovation field. And what does that suggest that could be on our way in the future of the sport? Are we going to see unhooked to unhooked kite loop handle passes again? We do not talk about mega looped unhooked handle passes. They've been banned unofficially from talking about because no one can deal with actually
the risk of it.
About them. Only Aaron Hadlow can talk about it.
I invented that.
And Oswald Smith. Yeah, sorry.
The hooking. Aaron Hadlow. Ruben Lenton, man. Jesus.
he was the last one to do them in competition, I mean.
Okay, fair enough. He definitely added some technicality to that trick.
Ruben Lenton can talk about it. Aaron Hadlow can talk about it. Oswald Smith knows a thing or two about that move. But you can count on one hand people that tend to talk about those moves. But this... what does he get? Let's get to the point here before I don't...
Open up your iPad.
What did he get?
Let's see the scores on that.
I got that far with it. We don't need it on the iPad. We got it down here in my Mac. But I love to see this stuff. So what has he been scored for that? He's only scored 5 point... it's gone up a little bit.
5.9?
6.1. It's going up. How much higher will it go up here? For a bit of innovation. But... yeah, just unhook, it's quite straightforward trick, but I guess the risk is there.
No, he scored a 6.17 for the... I mean, it was nicely done. It wasn't huge. Like, look at this S-loop from Timo Boersma going absolutely mental, but bombing out on the landing. It's just not his heat.
This wind is really pumping now, Rubens. We see a replay of just how high the riders are now starting to get up in the sky. Beforehand... we saw jumps to 10 meters. It goes all the way up to about 20 at the moment. So, yeah, this is getting very interesting. We're going to have a short chat about Surfer very shortly, just after this heat takes place. But there's a lot of action to bring you from this heat now, as Julian Hun now going into the lead after that incredible hooked to unhooked mega loop here. What's he got for us, Timo, Ruben?
Well, his foot unfortunately slipped out. It looked like he was going to go for something unhooked again. But unfortunately had to abort this trick because his foot slipped out and he couldn't perform his initial trick. And there, unfortunately...
it's come out, the chicken loop. Oh, no. That was... and what's this?
That is also the risk with combining unhooked tricks, that your chicken loop can pop out. Like here on the lid, his lines go slack, and now his chicken loop just pops out of his harness hook, making his kite fly... off his leash.
So apologies, that was Julian there, who's just gone for his 5th trick here. And can he get back to his board? I think he's going to be okay to get back to his board. It's Timo up next. Timo from the Netherlands, a national friend or team friend. What do you call your friends in compatriot? I guess is a better word.
A bro.
A
country bro.
Hey, no, I didn't know he was that close of a mate. I mean, whoa. Okay, so a bro of yours is in trouble out here, Ruben. He's got 3.50 and he hasn't got long left in this competition unless he starts sticking some stuff. He's got to land something here is the answer.
Just a straight boogie loop, that's not going to cut it.
It might do, though. He definitely needed something on the scores here because he's got 3 crashes, so he can't afford...
He only has 1 attempt left after this trick, so let's see what he scores.
No, they are getting 7 trick attempts, Ruben, so they will get...
Oh, sorry, I was looking at Julian.
But that was Timo.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
So
2, 3, 4... He's got 2 trick attempts left, so actually he could have crashed that, actually. But if he wants that 3.50 not to be part of his 3 scores, he needed something there, and that 5.8, I think that's quite a strong score.
Yeah, did he go double on that? Did he go double?
Maybe he did.
Because for 5.8, I felt like he was going double.
I think he might have done, Ruben. It was on my mind.
But to come back to your question about why Julian only scored a 6.17 for his mega loop unhooked, is because it was just a straight loop. It wasn't super high. The kite angle wasn't super critical. Of course, he was unhooked, but yeah, he still scored into the 6, and that was, I think, a right score for this move.
I agree with you, and I think it might be on his mind to throw a delayed back roll with that, because he definitely could. He definitely looked controlled enough and had enough tension. So let's see. He's got currently his lowest score is a 4.13 of a kite loop board off in the mix here. He hasn't got any high contra loops that I can see. So perhaps that will be his next move. It is a double loop. Is he going to get the kite back up in the sky? Yes, he is for Julian Hin with all the local support there. And he emerges. He emerges from the spray. Still had to fight it. Ruben, here is the replay of this.
Hanging on to it. He's cranking the backhand full power for that double loop. And yeah, coming around nicely. A little butt check, but hanging on for dear life there and making it happen. No, we are not drunk. We're just getting confused by all this epic action.
They were talking about the riders. I can tell you they're not allowed to drink before they go out. It's very strict here, so
that doesn't work either.
Definitely in focus, the riders. But no, we're.
But this is a very interesting heat because Timo does have the tricks in his bag to pull out to better his score, and yeah, we're still waiting for his third score. So if it's in the 6.5, 7-ish, then he will take over Julian Hoon already. So this is massive from Timo, going for the S-loop. Oh, you couldn't really see the kite in his screen, but I could see from the way he was steering that it was an S-loop. Unfortunately, yeah, Timo just not having the time of his life with the landings today.
Yeah, so Timo is going to get one more chance to add to his trick list here. Is this wind really gusting up to 40 knots? Maybe more now. It really, I mean, the sounds on our live stream booth are pretty crazy. Can Julian Hoon get rid of that 4.13 on here? I think he might be thinking contra loop. I don't know. But I don't know if he does it this way. No, it wasn't. It's nothing. So he's going to be devastated if Timo can steal this for him. So Timo Boersma, he needs 6.14, I'm being told here. Did the iPad just die? What a devastator.
Timo's boogie was a double. So a booby loop, we call that then, which was someone's suggestion. But the boogie loop is a single forward rotation with a loop. A doobie loop is 2 forward rotations with a loop, and then when you do a boogie loop with a double, then it should be a booby loop, someone said. So it sounds kind of interesting. But radical, yeah. Thanks for joining us on the comments here on YouTube, Cheng. Thanks for tuning in on the live stream. We are rocking it, and this was the end of. This was the end of round number 2 here of the men's division Big Air at the GKA World Tour. And we are going to move on to round number 3, where we have all the winners from the previous heats battling it out.
So this heat, I didn't really get the full picture of the end of this heat, and I can only presume that it was a crash or something from Timo, unfortunately. But I'd like to invite someone over in to have a quick chat with them now. We've actually got Herbert from Surfer who's going to give us a bit of a rundown. Hey. Herbert, I know there's lots of people that are interested in hearing what you have to say about Surfer, because we've got this lovely data coming in the bottom left-hand corner. So I'm going to jump straight to some questions for you whilst I have your time quickly here, because I know you've got some stuff to explain about me. So please explain a little bit about the new version of the Surfer app and what people can expect.
Yeah, exactly. So we're working on Surfer 2 and .ai, artificial intelligence. You know, it's not just a hype term these days, but we're actually leveraging AI for improving accuracy and consistency while tracking jump heights. So one thing that is cool to talk about, I think you might have experienced it sometimes today, that sometimes you see on these jumps that the airtime gets aborted. I don't know if you have been noticing it today. You know, that somebody does an 8-second hang time and you get maybe 6 seconds or so. Am I still on?
Yeah,
okay.
Still on, yeah. Okay, so that's something that you are changing.
So yeah, exactly, because this kind of pattern recognition is pretty hard. It's not really straightforward on yes or no, but it's very much doable with artificial intelligence. So yeah, that's one of the benefits, as well as more consistency across devices, you know.
And how is this going to benefit you guys?
So yeah, so the main goal is now Surfer is supporting more and more devices like the Apple Watch and the Android Watch. The main goal is to have it all really consistent, you know, and not, you know, you don't want a phone or a watch to jump higher than another type of phone or another type of watch. So this is one of the main goals of this whole project. The project has been going on for more than a half a year, and it's almost gonna come out in a public beta. So yeah.
So there are all the sort of textbook questions that we needed to cover, but I now want to ask you something a bit more off the record. How does it make you feel when you're here at an event like this and you see your surfer app with all this data and everyone commenting that they're really enjoying seeing these metrics here, because they really provide us such an insight to what's really going on out there? How does that make you feel?
Really good, actually. I mean, it's a lot of work and it's a lot of sometimes a lot of stress as well. We're walking around with 24 phones here on the event. But it's a big pleasure and to be part of this amazing event and to see people going absolutely to the moon.
Like Stino is here with a mega loop board off to start this heat. But it's been a pleasure to have you very briefly on here, Herbert. And I'll now let you return to the stressful environment of making sure everything's working. Although it's looking like it's looking after
man,
itself.
I don't have to do anything, so that's all good.
Thank you very much for that insight. See you
welcome.
soon. Let's invite Ruben Lenton back. Oh, he's been enjoying that massive burger down there.
Yeah, thanks for all the info on that, Herbert. Absolutely amazing data coming in and making extreme big air kiteboarding more visible, tangible, and just show how high we're going with this sport. So we got an all Dutch heat here with Stino Mul, and Jamie Overbeek, a fellow Ozone team rider, absolutely sending it to the moon. Notorious for just jumping over 30 meters consistently and performing so many rotations and board offs. Like, let's see what he's doing.
It's Overbeek, not overbaked.
Look at this. Oh. Absolutely going massive here. Jamie Overbeek with a mega loop laid back roll and an added rotation and a board off, obviously. Absolutely going huge. Look at that, taking his board off during that first rotation and still absolutely high in the sky, coming in for that heli loop and landing smooth, putting on a nice score for his first trick attempt. Here scoring a 7 for that.
20.8 meters here, Ruben. 116 meters in distance and 8.5 seconds of hang time. These are metrics we don't see much so far today. We're now into round 3, though, of the men. It is heat number 1 of round 3. Jamie Overbeek against Stino Mul. And you've just joined us on our live stream. Perhaps you haven't just joined us. Perhaps you've been there all day waiting and watching this, because this is epic. This is big air kiteboarding taken to the extremes. It is the Laws of Tram here at the GKA Big Air Kite World Cup. I'm standing here I'm currently as Lewis Crathen, and next to me is Ruben Lenton.
100%. And in round 3, we see 8 heats of the best riders taking on head-to-head and pulling out their best big air moves. Here we see Stino Mul in the blue lycra, unfortunately bailing on this trick. This won't score massive because he didn't perform the trick he wanted to do and had to abort it. Now make his way back upwind.
Ruben, you're an Ozone rider. I want a bit of insight on the kite that we've got from Jamie here. What model is he flying? What size?
Jamie's currently riding the Edge, riding full speed, boosting to the moon, a very easy handling kite. And he's utilizing the absolute maximum performance of this, where you can see his doobie loop board off with 3 rotations. Was it 4 rotations? What a control, what a style, what a skill.
Yeah, well landed that there, and it's nice to see this replay. There's something I want to point out here on this replay, Ruben, is look at this unique style. He keeps the bar right by his head. That's unusual. He keeps this bar right up by his head. It keeps him actually quite straight. He doesn't tend to ride with a tucked, tight body position, Jamie. It's very unique to him, but it seems to work for him, and he's laid down a good landing. Look at that stance as well. Someone asked me yesterday why we don't just lean back and deal with it in strong wind. You almost become a bit hunched over because you have to push that bar out to get the full D-power as you're riding. So here comes Stino Mul, who's up against it here. He's been a podium finisher here before at Lords of Tram, but he's going for a mega loop board off with the fin with a back roll. Can he fix that? Oh, gets rid of the board right there. Very difficult, it seems, to try and repair the damage on a board off for the second time. Some of the best riders can get it on, but usually by the handle.
Here's Stino, took off right from his rail, did a little pre-pop. Everything seemed to go according to plan, but then he was just not in the right position to put his board back on his feet to come in for the landing.
Ruben, there's a yellow ozone on the beach being flown here. Why?
I see a little enduro in the sky indeed, because we see Jamie Overbeek. He's riding a 7-meter edge right now, and that kite is pretty hard to double loop, and that's why Jamie has his caddy on the beach with an enduro. I think it's a 5 or a 6 meter. With that kite he
Looks
can
like a
perform.
5 to
Yeah, I
me.
think it's a 5. So a little baby kite, but if he can still get the height and the double loops and perhaps S loop going, that will be very impressive. The different shapes of kites will result in different performances. And here, Jamie Overbeek on the edge, boosting to the moon, rotating twice.
A rare crash. A rare call goes in tomahawk style, feet first. Most important thing I think with these crashes, Ruben, is that you don't ditch the kite and you're not too far away from the board. So it can happen to anyone. This very consistent rider here. What went wrong here, Ruben?
Contra loop just didn't go high enough, not vertical lift enough, and unfortunately just out of balance to land this trick. But very cool to see him landing 2 sevens on the board already. Very consistent rider, and Stino Mul will have his hands full to try and beat Jamie Overbeek in this heat.
Yeah, he's on the Cabrina, Stino Mul, that white Cabrina out there. Also on the same team as Lorenzo Casati. He's not happy about that first starboard tack to the right, so he's going to get a second chance there. The riders are allowed around 40 seconds of time. Just to the left of the screen, you can see his blue flag raised. It really is on the side of your screen there. That indicates to him it's his go, because they're not riding on the water together here. You might be wondering how there's been no conflict, no tangles. This is how we do it, it tends to be now, where the riders get the time on their own on the water. What's he got for us? He's got Jamie Overbeek just downwind of him. Nice take off this. It is,
back roll.
Yeah, on the switch tack, he can do these right foot forwards as well. What a landing, Ruben.
Wow.
Straight up. He was very tight to that, standing up. That was a very good landing.
Here's a replay. You see him go in the sky. He loops his kite and takes off his board with the back roll and controlling it nicely. A good score on the board for Stino Mul. And you know that most of the riders, like you're either left-handed, right-handed, you do have a preference in which way you perform your tricks. If you can do your board off and loop your kite to the left with your left hand, that's great. If you can do it with your right hand as well, absolutely incredible. My left hand is pretty useless, I must say. I mean, it does a few things nicely, but definitely no board offs. So I will have to practice that. These riders seem to be very in control and capable to do tricks each way. So very nice move here by Jamie Overbeek.
Yeah, I want to talk you through this replay, Ruben, because this one, it didn't look like he had the most perfect of body positions. This all looks great up to here. And coming around here, that little wobble out there looked to me like he might crash, but he controlled that really well and got the tail just to make contact with the water and get a feeling. So that really was a nice landing from him.
Yeah, exactly. That was a contra loop with a board off and 2 front rotations and a nice little dangle to save himself and get himself into a better position to come in for that landing. These riders are dealing with all the power that Mother Nature is forcing on them today and utilizing it for their greater good, for reaching epic heights and landing new tricks. We do like to see innovation as well, so never been done before tricks in competitions. I mean, most of it has been done already, but who knows, we might see some surprises here. Stino Mul with a massive contra loop with 3 front rotations and a board off. That's going to be a good score for him. Here you see Stino take off with a front spin. It was a double forward rotation. I love these replays, so you can just look in detail what actually happened, because it just happened so fast. And 3 things in one go. The kite loops, maybe once, maybe twice, maybe one way, maybe the other way. And then with rotations added and a board off, it's quite a complex puzzle to take everything in.
Overbeek going for a back roll mega loop variation here. I think, it would have been a contra loop. His left hand is on the bar, Ruben. So we're going to see a good score for this. It had lots of height, and let's really pay a bit more attention
First
here.
back roll, second back roll, takes off the board, keeps the board off for a while, and then just controls the loop perfectly, comes in for that landing, super smooth. Definitely adds nicely to his scores.
I think that's a very good word to describe his riding that someone's just posted there in our comments. Please do get involved on the live stream here on YouTube. Controlled. He is totally in control and in harmony with his equipment, actually, because that's a major thing. I mean, we always talk about confidence and trust and these things.
He's going for a kite switch, Roo.
He is going for a kite switch. How have we missed that in front of us? Because meanwhile, we have to look at Stino Mul, who might be tempted to get on with this quicker to force.
Oh,
wanted the board off.
Didn't get the board off.
Will Stino change? I don't think Stino's got a kite to change to, but he's definitely on a big enough size that I don't know if he can double loop that one. Have we had a double loop from Stino?
Yeah, Stino. I think he's double looped this in Cape Town, getting very leveled. But yeah, Jamie Overbeek just gave his Ozone Edge 7 meter to his caddy and switched a route for a Ozone Enduro 5 meter. So let's see what Jamie's doing with this. I hope he can still reach some heights. I wonder why he doesn't grab the 6. Like in the King of the Air, we saw him double looping the 6 meter, whereas now he's riding an even smaller kite. Maybe he wants to go for the triple as well.
Whoa. Yeah, joining us late today, you would have missed that triple attempt by Clement, who took a bit of a nasty crash on that. So we still await to give you an update on his condition. He was taken away by our safety team earlier. But meanwhile, right now, we've got 2 riders that have changed down for double trouble. Actually, Stino coming in for a 6 meter. He dropped down from an 8, so he was on an 8 meter Cabrino. He's now on a 6 meter. And guess what brand, Ruben?
What's that? It's the Cabrino. He's on the Cabrino.
Sorry, it's a bit of a trick question, really. There, I mean, it should have really been a Cabrino.
There goes Jamie Overbeek riding on the shoreline. Yeah, he's going for the S loop, back roll S loop. Not getting the height that we like to see from him, but yeah, definitely completing the loops. So here you can see his edging. He's going in the back roll, looping one way and then looping the other way. I invented that move in 2010 on my 5 meter slingshot fuel back in the day. Very stormy, very challenging conditions. There were definitely no other riders performing any big air moves, so I had to figure it out by myself, which was good fun. But now seeing these guys take it to the absolute next level is an absolute honor and blast. So thanks to everyone involved for pushing it, progressing it, and sharing this beautiful sport with the world. Thank you guys for tuning in. We're here at the heat number 1 of round 3 of the men's division of the Big Air GKA Kite World Tour.
Stino needs something big here then. He needs something in the region of an 8 if he's going to advance here. My system's telling me that he needs 3.53 to lead, but that would be on top of his lowest score, which is a 5.07. So could this be one of the biggest devastators of the day? I think anywhere over an 8.5, and he's got a chance. This has to be massive from Stino.
Double.
Didn't fancy it. Oh, he really did land hard there and stopped quite quickly, but he didn't fancy the height. He really was hoping for a bit more height than that. So I think that Jamie Overbeek has got this one comfortably in the bag, Ruben.
Is he standing there? So he's walking. So that's how shallow it is.
Was he standing?
I think his feet were touching the ground.
Or it's just that windy that he's being pulled out of the water.
So is this the highest? That's what I was wondering earlier. Is this the highest scoring heat we've seen so far, getting into the 20s?
I think we have seen Cohen van Dijk into the 20s already, but both of these riders pushing. It seems to be both of them are quite high up here. So it will be one more trick attempt then from Jamie Overbeek. That looks to me like it's all the trick attempts done from Stino.
Yeah, definitely. Bragging about mega loops all day long, man. Someone had to do it. Just kidding, man. But yeah, we're all pushing this sport forward together. It's absolutely great seeing the guys share all the clips of their new tricks online so that riders can see and copy it. Also, to enter some big air competitions, there's video qualifiers. So the riders are chasing down every storm to keep progressing and capture their best moves on camera so that they can participate in the world's leading big air events.
What's Jamie Overbeek got for us here then? He knows he doesn't have to do anything crazy. He's already advanced here. I wonder if he's been told that. But I guess biggest thing he doesn't have to do is get himself injured here. He's pumping the bar like crazy. So for me here, he is the last rider to trick in this heat. And I'm wondering why he's still out on the water here. Also Stino just behind him. But anyway, here goes the last attempt. Already, I've got the next heat already up on the board. That's because it's just worked it out.
Oh no, double contra. So he went for a back roll, double contra board off, which yeah, unfortunately didn't get enough height on this 5 meter. See, he takes off, he goes into the back roll, and then with his front hand, he is pulling 2 loops, so double contra loop, but unfortunately not landing it.
And could easily have got injured there, Ruben, trying to get the board on late like that. That was, I think, fortunately, he's okay. But those 2 riders win, and we apologise. We had Hilflucht and Valentin on your screens that had come up, and that was the system that had worked out that, of course, Jamie Overbeek had advanced. So Yeah, in some ways, some of you talking about the kickers at Kite Beach, they do add something to them, but this, this is really this constant contact with the water is giving the riders this nice high boosty jump. So next up here then in the big air kite men's, it's
Double G.
But it's G and a V.
GV, double GV.
Double G, but it's G and V. Sorry, you lost me.
Double
there,
G, that is Giel's nickname because he invented the double mega loop, taking it to the next level.
Okay,
That's
right.
why it's
I
double G,
know, I
mate.
knew, yeah.
Now you know.
I know that, yeah.
And Valentin Hoenderop from Spain. I mean, Giel's got a bag of tricks that Valentin Hoenderop can hopefully match. He will definitely try his best to advance to the next round, because now it's winner takes all. So let's see.
So what are you trying to say to me here, Ruben? That whoever lands this triple will get triple initial, basically?
Then you're the triple G.
So you could be, if you're Zara Hugenrad, you could be triple Z or triple Z. Sounds a bit triple Z.
Triple G. It's about the G.
No, well, it doesn't have to be the G. It can be any letter.
OG,
Well, that's,
double G.
No, but Giel is fortunate that G is the first letter. If it was, for example,
It doesn't have
Aaron,
anything
it
to
would
do
be
with
double.
his name.
Well, it must do.
The G comes from OG.
No, it's to do with his name, Double G. You
Double
don't know.
G.
You don't, we talk
Double
about
gangster.
we talk about this stuff when we're out on the beers, me and the lads.
Well, you still need to talk about it some more to get your facts straight, Lewis.
Well, there is a triple-barreled surname for us here, Valentin Hunderop Thomas. They've had to extend the box for his name there. That's interesting. But straight into things. Giel Flug starts with a double kite loop with a delayed back roll on the second loop. Punches the sky. He's pretty stoked about that, and he'll be happy that he's got a good strength of wind for his heat. We have seen some of them drop, but he seems to make it work on that ocean rodeo. Do you say rodeo or rodeo?
Rodeo.
Good, you're correct. Didn't want to have to correct you.
Cheers, mate.
Okay, 7.0 on the
You
board.
love correcting me.
Do I?
No,
I don't.
you're the best.
Thank you,
Love you,
Ruben.
man.
We're having a great time here. It's Lewis Crathen and Ruben Lenton talking you through all of this. Can we see Valentin with an upset here?
Also wanted to going for a double, but I think what worked in Giel's favor is that he opened the heat with a banger of a move with a double mega loop, laid back roll, which definitely got his adrenaline pumping. And here we see Valentin's answer, which is just a mega loop laid back roll with an added rotation, which is definitely not going to measure up to Giel's first trick.
Score it for me, Rubes.
Giel's vlug? Yeah, there it is. It's already, yeah.
4.47, yeah.
I was going to say like 7-ish.
Cool, there's another double.
Double G move.
Yes, okay, that's true. Yes, it is. Let me check here. Yep, G is the first letter in his name here, so that will be a double G move. And look, he gets that first loop done before the apex. He's going on the way up there. He has all
His
the time
kite is so fast
in the world.
And he just keeps pulling it around very nicely. And I think we're going to see some more solid performance from him as the wind starts increasing throughout this event. And what is Valentin going to do? Is he going to go for a double? He needs to wham it all out. Oh, no. Again, the mega loop laid back roll.
Ooh.
Kind of the same move.
I like that 1 footer, though. That's added a little extra. I think they might upgrade that to
A little tiny bit extra.
5.5. Or not.
Against double G, you need to throw doubles as well. I mean, he's spinning twice, so it's something double.
I'm curious, Ruben. What does the G stand for?
I've been explaining you 3 times now.
What does it stand for?
Gangster.
Oh, I didn't hear you. Okay.
It comes from OG.
No, it's
double G.
The guy's got Giel Vloogd here, not Gangster Vloogd. So we'll have to disagree on it. We'll agree to disagree. Gangster. Is that what G stands for?
He's a double gangster because he throws double mega loops.
A double gangster.
Exactly.
Well,
now it makes sense to you.
That's dangerous. It's having a gangster and then there's a double gangster. That's
Okay, enough gangster talk. But OG is on the water, taking on Valentin Hoenderop, who has got his hands full to try and edge out Giel Vlucht, who is just throwing doubles after doubles. And hopefully some S-loop action as well. Giel loves to get the speed, get the height, and now he's going for the double. Yep, the booby loop.
With a double kite loop. Now, what I like about Giel here is that he seems to make these double kite loops stick, even though, he's gone pretty high there. That's a pretty high one. But his core tension is so good with the kite that he really gets every ounce of tension in contact with that kite, it looks like what you need to get that kite going around. The last thing you need is to be going into a mega loop Rayleighs, which I've never liked that technique. You go straight towards the kite, Ruben, and you lose contact. You get that slack in the kite. These riders need tension to keep these kites working. He's got really good core position, and that's how he seems to get it round every time.
Do I feel some tension here, Lewis?
some line tension, yeah.
Definitely. Whoa! Valentin Hoenderop taking it to the skies with a mega loop, late back roll board off with an added rotation on the way down. Here we see the replay. We see him take off, get into that back roll, take his board off, and then he's tucking himself to put the board back on, and he flings into another rotation, and then stylish with another nose grab at the end.
He's got some nice landings going on here, hasn't he, Valentin? He seems to be landing everything quite softly, quite nicely. He's got a good natural instinct here. So here goes double G going right foot forwards. I tell thee.
Finally getting things straight here, Lewis. I very much like it. Thank you
What
for all the comments and joining us here, interacting on the YouTube live stream. Yeah, if you have any questions, please feel free to let us know, and we will address them as they come on. If you want to find out more about the actual scoring, besides the scoring at the top of your screen where you just see the 3 best scoring tricks, you can also look more in depth at the GKA KiteWorldTour.com website. So you can get some more insights there as well.
Just click on the live in the top right hand corner and you will be connected to what we can see here. And we're really smashing through these heats today. There's a lot to run. We don't know if they're going to finish today, but I think it's looking good. So in comes left foot forwards into this special world sailing event, Ruben. It's a world sailing event.
He doesn't look too powered. I think he's riding his... What is he riding? It looks like an 8,
but a 9. He's been doubling it. Let's not get crazy here.
Well, he's been doubling his 9 meter as well. That's how fast these kites are. But I think it's an 8 meter that Giel Vlucht is riding. But double looping. See how fast that kite just turns around. So he's looking for the speed, really riding on the edge, but looks like a little low in the wind. Can he build it up? No, no wind. Giel's definitely a rider that prefers being very overpowered, so give him 50 knots, 60 knots, and he knows how to handle himself. And we've got a lot of action in store for you as we get through the heats in round 3. Coming up is also Mark Jacobs taking on Edgar Ulrich. After that, in heat 4, we have Liam Whaley from Spain taking on Jason van der Spuy in South Africa. And Valentin answering with some nice tricks there to up his scores.
Steven Seagal, double S?
No.
No.
No, mate, that's not how it works.
Not go there, okay.
No.
All right, just thought I'd throw it out there. So left foot forwards coming in there. He looks powered now.
Double board off. Oh, with an added forward rotation. It wasn't super high, but definitely a critical move. Looping his kite twice, whilst taking off his board with his front hand. So he's taking off, he's looping the kite with his backhand, whilst taking the board off with his front hand, fully stretching out like a Superman kind of move. And as he tucks in to put the board back on, he gets swung into a little forward rotation just before the landing there. Just missing this trick from Valentin Hoenderop, but it was definitely not a double. And I don't think it's going to edge out Giel's scores. So here you see Giel scoring some nice 7s as well. So the wind is...
They're saying, Ruben, that we will be able to get this done today by 7 o'clock. I'm not sure if that's including the ladies. Some of you asking about the ladies yesterday. They're all the way up to the semi-finals. They had an epic day yesterday.
Yep.
Some really big moves from them. But we are currently in round 3. Heat 2, Giel Vlucht against Valentin. And Giel's riding around that box there, just trying to find every ounce of the wind. There are the spectators lining the shores. They're facing south as we look out to the water now, looking dead on around southwest.
I want to
cloudy.
see Giel's kite size. I think it's a 7 meter, and that's kind of the risk that you take in these conditions, which change, going up and down, getting stronger, getting lighter. That on the 7 meter you might be underpowered, just like Giel finds himself here. He's riding quite a big bar on that small kite as well, making it spin even faster.
He's pumping. He's pumping. He's
Lewis with the double L. Easy.
I didn't understand that.
Just
did you
open your mind, free your mind.
It's Steven Seagal. I don't think it's spelt like that. Either way, here goes Heel fluked, and he's got the double in here on the... Oh, he just got the kite ref. Wow, finally we see a crash from Hill, and didn't maybe get the height he needed. He's gone for the doobie board off double loop.
Booby loop. Booby loop board off.
That was a single front roll, so it was the boogie board off front roll, but he's gone it with a double kite loop, of course.
Get it right.
I'm not sure about that.
A front roll with a double kite loop is a booby loop, so booby loop board off.
Meanwhile, Ruben, whilst we're discussing the booby loop, we've just seen a massive... That is upping it a little bit here. So it's 10 meters from Hill from his height from that last trick. But how high in the sky did Valentin get here during this mega loop board off?
With a tic-tac.
With a tic-tac. Did he land it?
Yep.
He lands all his moves so softly. He's landing softer than most here today. What are they going to score here for him?
So very critical to take your board off by the fin and then actually spinning it around, grabbing it by the handle, and then putting it back on. But the critical moment is when you actually spin the board around, that the board can just fly away if you don't position it correctly on the wind. It can just take it away, and then you land without a board. Land without a board, crash without a board.
Still waiting for that score to come in from Valentin, because it's been
Here, double, no, ooh, Giel just had to abort his move there. But yeah, getting a nice rewind during that move.
Yeah, we are getting to the closing stage of this heat. Giel looks like he's been in control for a while. I wonder if he was thinking about bringing that kite round in an S-loop there. Still, I want to see, what did that score come in from Valentin? Because I'm not seeing tic-tac in there we are, tic-tac coming into the category now. 6.13 is what he scored. This is big.
Absolutely massive with 3 rotations and a mega loop.
Oh, he can't take it. He just goes over the nose, and one feels like he might need to take it. How did he crash this, Ruben?
So he goes in the back roll right on the takeoff, gets a nice yank, and then he's super high still, so he's just having too much forward speed. And yeah, the chop is doing him in, so he couldn't keep his balance on the landing there. And in the comments, joining us is as well Billy Parker, making me very happy seeing you, brother. I miss you. And there's always an invite for you if you want to come show your extreme moves. You're one of the most badass kiteboarders on the planet, and I can't wait to ride with you again and hopefully see you in competition. If you are still feeling fit and strong, definitely come show what you've got, because you definitely always stand out in competitions and can combine all the powered handle passes with the board offs and the mega loops. So let's see it, Billy Parker.
So when you're mixing it up in the comments section here of our live stream, beware. Some of these riders actually form a king of the air riders. They know their stuff. Billy, we miss you around actually. And what is going on here with this very strange gust, as my attention got turned to the water suddenly with an Evo. Who is that out on the water in this next hit? It must have been Edgar Ulrich.
He loves playing around, man. Like, even if it's not his heat and he feels the gust, he can just not contain himself and hold himself back. He's just sending it. And he knows this spot like no one else, and he's been training here a lot of times, and he knows how to handle the gust and get that second lift and just be very playful with it. What an athlete.
Kite loop front mob. That was what I remember from Billy Parker. They didn't really know how to score it at King of the Air. He had that move down. He had it down. He's another one that gets added to the conversation with the hooked into unhooked moves, along with Tom Herbert. He had to be involved in that conversation, so we apologise. But let's get back to the present here. It's Mark Jacobs, former King of the Air winner, up against Edgar Ulrich, who's ripping right now from France. The Kiwi against the Baguetteman.
Both very skilled riders, very fit, very capable, and we're going to see some epic action, because these boys have got what it takes. I think their bag of tricks is quite equal, and their preference of the tricks they do is also quite equal. So let's see who can go the highest and the most extreme in this heat coming right up. Mark Jacobs from New Zealand against Frenchman Edgar Ulrich. And someone is asking, when does a trick actually count as landed? Because the last one was landed, but then he crashed. So he crashed. You need to ride out of it and be in control for, as long as you need to ride out of a trick.
They ain't messing about here now. They're going straight into the heat. So it's a S-loop?
No, it's a booby loop. This was a booby loop.
We don't have the same view as you back home, by the way. So let's just see what that was. You think it was a booby?
Yeah, it was a double kite loop with a forward rotation.
6.57 from Mark Jacobs for that move to open his account. Here comes Edgar Ulrich. It's only 11 meters in height for Mark Jacobs, but it looked quite good.
Muito top.
It's a bit higher maybe from Edgar. Can he stick it? Yes, he can.
Massive contra loop that was. There's the replay from Edgar Ulrich's trick. He goes massive, yep. Contra loop. Contra boogie board off.
Yeah, good opening start then from him. Update we have from Clement now coming in nicely is that he is in a stable condition. He is waiting to get an x-ray for further checks. So nice to receive that information that he's stable.
He's in good hands, and yeah, he was still smiling, so that's a good sign. But what I find interesting is look at Mark Jacobs with his S-loop. So it was a forward rotation with an S-loop. But here's the replay of that Mark Jacobs move. He loops the kite one way, and then whoop. I said S-loop. No, man.
Okay, we're going to need the comments here, because I'm pretty sure I said S-loop, and you said
I said
no.
it's a forward rotation with an S-loop.
Did it? So, well,
but
we could always go back on YouTube.
It's all right. You hear what you want to hear, Lou.
I do.
But what I was going into is the score that Edgar Ulrich got from his contra loop was actually bigger than Mark got for his double.
The height. I like the height. Look at his height.
They need the height, yep. Again, a contra loop. Woo! Landing it. Was it a back roll? Did you see it?
So I'm just having my scores.
Okay, here comes Edgar Ulrich.
Here,
yeah, into the back roll, double back roll. Look at that. So athletic, so controlled, keeping that board off, stretching out the legs. Very stylish there from Edgar Ulrich. And yeah, he's definitely getting a little bit more height than Mark Jacobs was getting. But these guys are going head to head.
Cool, that DJ's going for it down there, Ruben.
DJ lost the plot. Oi, not getting the height to get away with that.
But he did.
Yeah, just barely, but I didn't like the look of that.
Tell me why didn't you like the look of it, Ruben?
Because he's riding too small of a kite. He's not getting the height. It's like it's not happening. It wasn't big. It wasn't big.
You never want to be landing any of your mega loops like that, where you just come down and you think, oh, I'm just making it. It's never a good feeling, and it's typically associated with riding in winds that aren't strong enough. And as we learn our mega loop journeys, we like to try, 25 knots. But the more you get into the journey of the mega loops, the safety is actually in over 35, 40. You get that extra space. One must think of an airline pilot that has more room to maneuver. And this is his signature move. He's odds on for this, Ruben. Ooh. I think it was a double front roll kite loop. I've got to make sure we get this right.
But was it a contra? Like he's riding to the right. He is taking off his board. No, it's a kite loop. Yeah, he's taking off his board with his front hand. So pulling with his back hand, making it a kite loop. And letting it clean in full speed again there from Edgar Ulrich. But Mark Jacobs, what does he need? He can also jump both ways. His preferred way of jumping was always to the right side, and he was having to learn everything switch, because that's what scored good in the Red Bull Mega Loop, in the Red Bull King of the Air in Cape Town, where the wind comes from the left.
Let's bring you up to speed here now then. We are just getting a replay actually of Mark Jacobs with his move to the right, but we are in round 3. Double loop from him. He needs the height really to start scoring a bit more, but if you just look, these riders are filling the score sheets now. That's the difference we have now from the earlier heats. They're all the way up to 20s already, and we can only start to think about who needs what and when we get to that stage. It's 7 trick attempts, their best 3
Look
count.
at that full speed going into the air massively. Edgar Ulrich. Triple, four rotations with a board off and a loop. No, that's counted as a butt check. So
Still tried to rotate him, Ruben, as he hit the water there. He had an extra one. So 1,
2, 3, and then one more.
4, and the back roll still wanted more, into 4.5. Actually took it though. He did take it. It will count as a butt check for that move for him. We go straight back over to Mark Jacobs. Let's take a look at what he's been doing so far. He's got his kite loop front roll.
I love the height Edgar is getting though on that D-lap. I don't think that's enough to take on Edgar Ulrich at this time.
Might have been a double loop there. So on our screens there, we don't get to see the kite. We can look out the window at times. We didn't choose to that time. So let's see what the judges say about that. Our scores aren't refreshing as I'd like in front of me, which hence I've gone a little bit quiet.
Yeah, okay, you're right. Michael Erhard in the comments there. Why do we call it an S-loop for Mark? It's more like a loop plus a contra loop. That is very true.
But actually, it's not what it's called.
I agree with you on the critical, and S loop needs to be pulled at the critical time. Otherwise, it is indeed just a kite loop with a contra loop, making it less extreme.
We're just talking about the trick families in front of us here and how they score this. This one actually comes up as innovation. Okay, we're up to date here with my scores. So this heat pretty tight here, 20.97 to 19.90. There is 1.7 in this heat at the moment, Ruben. And now we draw our attention to Edgar Ulrich. He's going to be going for his 5th trick attempt. His lowest trick score counting at this moment in time is a 6.
Double board off. Yeah, double loop board off. There we go with Edgar Ulrich and putting the board on time.
Will that replace his 6.87, Ruben?
Ooh. Which trick was the 6.87?
So it was in a contra loop front roll board off.
Yeah, I think this was better. It wasn't necessarily that high, or the lines were not that angled.
It's big. I can see some scores coming in here so far. It's gone into an 8 as we see. Oh, what has happened there?
So he scored very well there, Edgar Ulrich, for the double kite loop board off. And
it's a double. It's a double contra on that Mark Jacobs went for. Now we're looking at scores. We're looking out the window. There's so much going on with the speed of these tricks. So sometimes we miss one of them, but we're definitely looking at Edgar Ulrich. They're testing us now, Ruben. This is what's happening. And whoa, big contra loop, front roll contra loop, board off. Can he stick it? He's got the hole. Come on. Yes, he's pulled through
on there. What a speed, what a height. This was absolutely massive from Edgar Ulrich. He's taken off, boom, almost getting leveled with that contra loop. And look at this last minute rotation onto the water.
I think they have to score some of that, Ruben.
Yeah, definitely get some points deducted. But yeah, I don't think it's going to better his score, so no worries on that.
Mark Jacobs in a bit of spot of bother here then, as Edgar Ulrich with that 8.13 came in for that kite loop board off of his. That's the category here. We might be saying kite loop board off. We're not necessarily saying it wasn't a double, but that's the category it goes on. This is a double as well for Mark Jacobs in the back roll board off category as well. Landing that super clean, Ruben. So unless we're looking out the window here, you aren't seeing if the kite is double looped or not on that screen.
And he goes for the second one. Yeah, you have to look at the bar and the lines, how many times they go up and down, but a double loop for Mark Jacobs there. He's just missing some of the height. He should have gone for a size bigger kite, I think.
That is going to get rid of one of those 6 point somethings of his, though, I think. 6.57 is going to get knocked out. The 7.27 gets put into his scores. But there's still there's a difference here. Edgar Ulrich, with his 2 moves over 7, is edging this right now.
Edgar's edging it up. Like he is getting the height here. Oh, double contra loop board off. No, almost landing on his board with 2 cartwheels.
Your signature
My
crash.
signature move. Yeah, well done, Edgar.
10.
Well, so here we see back roll, and then he loops the kite forward twice. So double contra loop, but wasn't getting the height from the start. So still ballsy to still go for it.
Yeah, he didn't go get the height. I hope he's okay then. Now, was that his 7th? 1, 2.
This guy's made of rubber. I'm sure he's fine.
That was his 7th trick attempt. He was really trying to up it here. So let's think about what Mark Jacobs needs. He's currently needs 1.10 on his lowest score already, which would be a 7.73, I think he needs here, Mark Jacobs, and I don't think he's bothered with it. I think he's, what do we miss there from Mark Jacobs? Was he done already?
He's done. Yeah, he kicked off the heat, so he had
so he's kicked off the heat, but he's been kicked out of this one. The former Red Bull King of the Air winner, not quite sticking it together. I want to know what size. It was a 6 meter, Ruben. He was on a 6 meter.
Yeah, that's why you get for holding back. Mark Jacobs, you're a big guy, you're strong, you should have been on a 7. Come on, make me proud next time, brother. No, thanks for the show. I hope the wind... Yeah, that's a gamble too, the wind can kick right back in, and then the 6 meter would have been perfect for him, and he was able to perform all of his S-loops, double contra loops, and double kite loops, but unfortunately the wind wasn't pulling through for Mark Jacobs there.
We move on, Ruben, to Liam Whaley from Spain and Jason van der Spy from South Africa. He looks like he means business. That's a scary profile picture. No? Does that guy not look like he just wants to jump through the camera lens and do a triple loop?
Yeah, he looks like a convict. But
what? I actually did think that, but I thought
what a mugshot. No,
a convicted kite addict.
but very
That's
interesting.
what he looks like.
Very interesting heat coming right up with Liam Whaley, a known competitor, world champion, and just knows how to handle himself in competitions. So yeah, let's see what he's got for us. He's got the double loops, he's got all the board offs, the rotations, and the style. And what is unique from Liam as well is that he sometimes tried to land blind after a big air trick, which is yeah, definitely upping the difficulty.
Are we going to see anything like that from Liam, do you think?
He's on
Sorry to interrupt you.
Sorry to interrupt you, mate.
Sorry to interrupt you.
Sorry.
Again.
Here, there he starts with a double mega loop from Liam Whaley there. But I was just going to say, he is on a very small kite there as well. Very long lines. So I hope he can get the right critical angle. Is this a 6 meter, Lewis? Oh,
I don't know.
Booby loop straight out of the bed. What an opening.
I think it might be a 7. I don't know. Just the way that kite was looping. I'm being offered a sweet and I'm saying yes. I don't know what it is.
Such a sweetie.
Why am I being filmed taking this? What's in here?
I'll take
no,
one,
we should
actually.
be talking about this replay here. The man in white, Jason van der Spey. That looked like a nice big one. Is that a contra loop variation? I got distracted. Just never get distracted, especially by a chocolate. But there is a...
Wow.
There's the replay, actually. So it was a kite loop variation. Looked like a doobie loop for me from Jason van der Spey. His scores coming in here now. They look pretty good. 6.90 for a kite loop. That was a board off as well. We missed that bit.
In the previous heat, it was not Shredgar, it was Edgar Ulrich. Shredgar is notorious from the US, and this is Edgar from France. But here, Liam Whaley, absolutely going massive, landing it clean, full speed, very well contained, putting scores on the board. Here we see the replay. It was a double kite loop with a back roll. Very well done. But like I say, he's riding also 6 meters, spins very fast. I like to see some more critical angles, but we're just getting started in this heat between Liam Whaley and Jason van der Spey. Both racking up some good scores, so they're hungry for the win. They're hungry to continue and make it to the top of the riders list here.
It's day 2 of the Lords of Tram. It's the GKA Big Air here, Kite World Cup in the south of France. The collaboration between the GKA and Lords of Tram now fully in place. This is high in the sky, Ruben Lenton, and this is Jason van der Spey, high in the sky. My oh my.
Oh, but unfortunately bombing out on the landing. Look what he did here. He went up with a back roll, got some massive height and a yank through that loop whilst he was taking off his board. Oh, but just not stomping that landing. Too much downforce, couldn't hold on to it. Just couldn't take it.
VDS, Jason van der Spey as he's known, but here's another double loop board off from Liam Whaley, who lands it so effortlessly. Look at that control with the kite bar. It's not over until you ride out of that. So he's getting really good acceleration up into the air, gets the second loop done lovely and extended out of his board offs as well, Ruben, which the judges do like to see. So Liam Whaley is really in the mood here today.
Yeah, and what was making that move extra critical is that he wasn't jumping that high, but still performing a double loop and a board off. And the angle of the second loop was, yeah, getting closer to my liking. So, yeah, nice one from Liam Whaley there, and scoring well into the 7s. Well done, Liam.
Over we go to Jason van der Spey with a back roll variation. Now we start to see the momentum firmly in place with Liam Whaley, who's already got 3 7s over the South African, who kicks the board off there and will have to body drag back. I don't get the sensation here, Ruben, that we're looking at that mental nuking wins just yet. We just look out to see. It looks a bit calm. Look at that arm off the bar from Liam Whaley. We just don't see that sort of body language from our kiteboarders when it's pushing 40, 45 knots in. We know that's going to come through at some point, Ruben, when we least expect it, probably, as it does so often in this region of the world. We are just a couple of hours north of Barcelona. The nearest city here really is Perpignan, on the Mediterranean side of the south of France. We're now looking towards the southwest as we look to our rider coming left foot forwards. The rider is, of course, Liam Whaley, well known in the kiteboarding industry, freestyle master and big air. Here he comes, accelerating. Lots of speed there. What's he got for us, Ruben?
He's got a 6 meter flying and taking off, going for the... Oof, not getting the height. That's because of the 6 meters. I want riders to step it up, maybe take a kite kite size bigger, just to make sure you have the power to get that height. He was going again for that booby loop, but just crashing it out.
I'm not sure he's on a 6. I'm not sure. You sure about that?
Yeah, I feel it's a 6.
You feel it? I don't know.
These little kites just, I don't know, they feel a little twitchy, a little too tweaky, a little too easy.
I look at that kite and think just the width from tip to tip that lends me to think maybe it's 7. And the way it's kite looping, I don't feel his kite's looping too quick. So we'd love to get to the bottom of that. Maybe you can tell us what you think online in the comments. But I'm going 7. Ruben's going 6, but he's going
7.
He's going well enough. But this man here, Jason van der Spy, there he is going for the back roll variation, double back roll with the board off. And was that a mega loop or a contra loop? Didn't quite see his hand on the bar there. But Jason van der Spy definitely needed a score. And so we can watch, yes, it's a kite loop variation, backhand from the South African.
But yeah, thank you for the comments. Thanks for joining us there on YouTube during the live stream here of the GKA World Tour Big Air Discipline. And yeah, people are commenting that we shouldn't be calling an S loop if it's actually just a loop combined with a contra loop. And I totally agree with that. We will watch our words with the S loop. And here we see Liam Whaley going for an absolute banger of a trick. I'd like to see the replay on that one. Okay, so here he's edging. He's doing a little pre-pop edges. 1. Oh, that was the S loop. Boogie S. Absolutely incredible. Curious to see what score comes in there for Liam.
Here's Liam Whaley, focused as ever with that lovely stance that he has. He's in control here of men's round 3, heat number 4. And Jason van der Spy getting his 6.10 score on there. We'll still be in this now. Both riders have completed 4 moves. In fact, Liam's done 5. So we now go over to Jason van der Spy. Those of you paying real attention here, just as we are, will notice that he's changed kite. And I wonder, is that good? You never know what sort of wind you're going to get. But he's lining up some doubles here now. Is VDS. JVDS, if you want to be critical here.
Definitely, definitely critical. We're here at the top of the game of the big air discipline. The best riders in the world throwing down at this beautifully flat water spot in Barcares. And here Jason van der Spy focusing on getting height and the double loop with a late back roll. And unfortunately crashing out. And he needs to do better than that to edge out Liam Whaley, because Liam is on fire.
Here's the replay. It wasn't super high. He went for the delayed back roll on the second loop, interestingly, that time, which may be down to how he felt on the way up. But Liam Whaley's got this by 10 points at the moment, and Jason van der Spy is only going to have 2 more trick attempts to try and improve on his score so far. Liam Whaley then, what's he going to try and improve on as he jumps up?
Ooh, he almost wanted to go for the S-loop board off again, try and better his score on that one, but yeah, he wasn't getting the height, and unfortunately no time to take his board off.
Ruben, sorry, go ahead. Sorry.
Here you see him take off and just not getting the height to take his board off.
Yeah, well worth talking about that replay. Do we think he's going to land blind here? Too dangerous, too risky?
I mean, with all the chops and all the distance covered, and especially the gusts that keep blasting through this place, I think it's going to be very tricky, and I don't think we're going to see it. Maybe later on. But Liam Whaley is definitely doing good with a 22.7 score. With his 3 highest scoring tricks here in this heat in round number 3, heat number 4 of the men's division. Here Jason van der Spy, unfortunately have to abort the trick because a lack of wind, no good takeoff. It's not a bad display. This heat is not ran by minutes. It's not time is not really a factor. The riders get 7 attempts, 7 trick attempts that is, of which the 3 highest scoring tricks will be making up the overall score. And they get 40 seconds, roughly 40 seconds to take off to perform their trick. So they might be able to ride back and forward one time if it's not right, as long as they don't take off.
Liam not happy there with that gust of wind. I think what we'd like to be seeing here actually up there is perhaps which trick number that they're on, Ruben. That could be useful for us to see, but I take that as bad communication. We need to be updating you a bit more about how these tricks are scored. It is their best 3 scoring tricks, a maximum score of 30 will be scored because it's out of 10 for their best 3 tricks. And right now, Liam Whaley looks to me like he's got this one well in the bag. He's messing around down there. He knows actually the scores. In fact, Jason van der Spy cannot get back into this one. It's an S-loop for the crowd.
Oh, S-loop, and like we're talking about it, he just landed blind after an S-loop. Holy moly!
I don't believe it. How has someone told him what we're talking about?
Jason van der Spy, just as we talked about sketchy landings blind, he just...
he just and he held it.
What would you score this?
I want to say a 10, Ruben.
It is very innovative. I definitely should say like a 9.
Yeah. This is
because the S-loop wasn't super critical, it wasn't massive high, but just
definitely not 0.47.
No, so let's see what happens with the scores, but I don't think he's gonna outperform Liam Whaley here. But nice innovation there by Jason van der Spy to land this S-loop into blind.
Where did that come from, Ruben?
We said it, we manifested that.
And he didn't just land it and quickly switch round. He landed it and looked at the judges.
He was riding blind for ages, like, I got this.
Just when you think it can't surprise you. So it's actually just come in, I think, at 7.13. But this could still change, I think. This could still change. So let's
Why?
see.
Why could that still... Ooh,
well, because one of the judges might be sitting there just thinking, oh, come on.
No, yeah, it did change a little bit. 7.5. Yeah.
They are allowed potentially. Oh, it's gone up again. It's 7.7 now. It keeps going.
What a deal. What an absolute great performance. Unfortunately, Jason wasn't able to get all his best tricks done. But yeah, Liam Whaley, congratulations. Very nice performance. Thanks for the show. And we will be moving on to heat number 5 with Jeremy Burlando and Luca Cerruti.
Now, if we really want to be critical, we got a comment here saying, was that loop to blind? Was it to wrapped? Is the real question.
No, it was too blind. Trust me, wrapped will be the other way.
He was moving left as he took off, correct?
Yeah, but it's about the direction he is riding.
Well, he was riding left when he took off.
When he took off, yeah, but like when he was landing, like if he would be...
Going straight downwind.
No, it was blind, mate. It was not...
Okay, all right.
His kite was on the right
just
side.
thought I'd just throw it out there as,
fair enough.
you know... Someone asked.
It's always good to analyze what's actually going down. But yeah, at the replay I saw correctly that
it was definitely backwards. Yeah, I agree with you. I also saw that. But so I'm gonna have to put the microphone down here so we try and look at this. So I think it was like this, Ruben. So he's going this way and he's gone like that. Yeah. He was.
Yeah, with the kite on that side.
But he's going back that way.
Yeah, it's kind of edging that way, so... I think it's blind. I think it's blind.
Okay, I don't know if it's...
but we will...
I remember having this big discussion once with Joe Siastolo, who's regularly commentating here on the GK, and we spent about 2 hours up, I want to say in the bedroom, but I know where many minds will start going, but actually we had the boards on our feet, and we were thinking about which way these things all have to be landed, and it was brilliant exploring...
But with wrapped, your bar should be on your upwind side, and with blind, the bar's on the downwind side.
Try telling that to a wakeboarder.
All right.
They don't have an upwind or a downwind side, do they?
Spend more time at the bar.
We need Noe Font to wrap that one up for us, perhaps. But
and he might have even closed his eyes for that landing, so then it was definitely a blind landing, another wrapped landing.
Right.
So that sealed the deal. But unfortunately, Jason van der Spy, his competition is coming to an end. And Jeremy Burlando and Luca Cerruti, 2 young guns, the new generation, ready to fire off their best big air tricks right here at the GKA Kite World Tour in Barcares in France. We're 1.5 hour away from Montpellier and 2 hours from Toulouse, about 2.5 hours above Barcelona. So a really beautiful place here by the Mediterranean Sea.
J-Bo up against Luca Cerruti then. Another big heat here, Ruben, and we go straight in with Jeremy Burlando, who doesn't go so big there. The wind's calmed down. You can almost hear a pin drop here in the live stream booth.
Yeah, the water is calmed down. You can see the flags are even playing around a little bit. So let's see what the race director thinks about the conditions. But the riders will let us know if it's not really suitable, if the lull is too long. But yeah, maybe they just have to wait around a little bit until the wind kicks back in, because it can change any second here in Barcares.
Come on, Billy, you can't just give me a no. I want a descriptive report on what that move was, because I'm not letting that go yet. Back to the action then. It's Lewis Crathern here commentating in the south of France. It is, of course, the Lords of Tram for the 5th edition of Lords of Tram at the GKA Big Air Kite World Cup. It's the second time we've been here at this spot in Barcares. Those of you who've competed in the past or travelled around the world will know it's a big one on the calendar, the Mondial du Vent, which is not what the event is part of anymore. But this region, famous for its cold Tramontana wind, which comes from the Pyrenees, as we pan left from south to southeast, following this rider on his direction to the northeast as he goes for a tic-tac. I think it was a front roll with a contra loop.
Correct.
But no big height on that one, Ruben. In fact, 9.4 meters.
Yeah, he wasn't having the wind for that. Like, he took off out of the screen, but completed his forward rotation with tic-tac and a contra loop indeed. But yeah, with the butt check, it's not going to score too well.
So I'm being told here that Luca is flying under Italian. No, he's got the South African flag here.
Maybe they changed it back.
Maybe they changed it back. Here's Jeremy Belando, a bit higher this time with the Mega Loop back roll, board off, multiple rotations and grabs. But the wind just on one of those infamous lulls here at the moment, Ruben.
Yeah, here goes Jeremy. He's going up in the sky, taking off his board during that back roll and the loop, and a very stylish nose grab to finish things off.
If I had to guess, he may well have become Italian just to get through the passport gate, a bit easier in Europe than maybe his South African passport. I should know. I've got 2 daughters with South African passports. Here we go. Whoa, how many rotations was that, Ruben, with that contra loop?
I'd say 3 rotations, but I got a little bit dizzy looking at that. So let's see the replay here from Luca Cerruti in the white lycra. He's going forward once, taking off his board twice, three rotations.
We can agree on that.
Nice, I like it.
That's good.
Love you.
What a team. What a team. We're finally agreeing here at 2:27 in the afternoon. You've got to have that competitive edge, even, of course, on the water, but in the live stream booth. We want to make this the best we can, and we want to be giving this as much accurate description as we can. So here comes Jabo, Jeremy Belando from Spain. He's flying under... Oh, no, sorry. That's not Jabo.
No, yeah, it is.
It was Jabo.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
on my screen is... Oh, I was looking at the Surfer app. Come on, idiot.
Nice.
Come on.
But yeah, somebody was saying that Jason should have won his previous heat with the last trick that he did.
Come on, he should have won. Come on,
man. This is robbery. No, but it is the 3 highest scoring tricks. You cannot win with just one high scoring trick. So yeah, unfortunately for Jason, Liam just had a few more technical tricks with some more height.
You know you can win with one trick at the Mega Loop, the Red Bull Mega Loop.
Red Bull Mega Loop event, different format, extreme conditions, a gnarly Dutch storm. Also coming up, the wind window opened yesterday as well, so we're on standby for that, and can't wait for it.
Jabo left foot forwards then with that green slingshot. The overcast sky very visible on your screens. As this is a bit higher, Ruben. I like a bit of this. This was very big. Multiple front rotations with
3.
the board off and a kite loop as well. Maybe 2.5 if you want to be really critical.
Straight into that front spin with the board off with his front hand, looping the kite back. Nice.
2.5 for me, that, Rubes.
Perfect.
Not 3.
Fine.
See? Yeah,
Fine,
we
either way.
agree.
Yeah.
Oh, we agree on
Yeah,
that.
nice.
That's good. Oh, tic-tac and into a Mega Loop backbreaker. So unfortunately that one's not going to score, I think, for Luca Cerruti, who changes positions, these 2 in the scoring now. It's getting pretty close. What went wrong here, Ruben?
Yeah, he wasn't high enough to end the kite not in the right position. So yeah, he needed some more wind, some more height in order to rock it. So thank you very much for tuning in here into the GKA World Kite Tour here in Barcares in France. You're here with me, Ruben Lenton, and of course Lewis Crathern, bringing you some nice reports here from the live streaming tower as we are looking out over the nice flat water spot where the wind is cranking, and we've got the world's best big air riders. So right now, Luca Cerruti taking on Jeremy Berlando, and Jeremy well in the lead here. But yeah, it's only the 3 highest scoring tricks, and the guys have 7 attempts in order to put them on the board.
Maybe you've just tuned in here and you're thinking, right, we've got 10-meter jumps going on in our data in the bottom left-hand corner. Like, what's actually going on here? I would not be going anywhere, because at any given moment, this wind will come in, go over 40 knots, and we see the guys up there over 20 meters. Right now, it's just a double back roll from J-Bo, who didn't quite get the feeling there, but there's definitely a feeling around here at the moment, Ruben, of a bit of a light wind breeze blowing. You can just see it on the water, no white caps, and I wonder if any of these riders would be tempted to swap kites here, Ruben.
Yeah, I mean, that's a gamble, and that's why you have to choose for yourself on the water. It is strategy. It is also competition. Yeah, the race directors are looking closely at the action, and if the lull lasts for too long and the riders really cannot perform. But yeah, here now he's already powered again, so it just changes every second, every minute here. And with a little bit of patience, you can find the gust. And here we are looking at Luca Cerruti in the white lycra, ready to build up some speed, riding just past the shoreline where the water is nice and flat, looking to build up the speed, build up that tension. No, he is not finding the connection there.
But that was a drone. I thought it was a rider through under the water. That was a bit strange.
I think that was Joppy flying his drone.
Oh, who's that?
Oops.
Oh, getting the action. Yeah, no height there, really, Ruben. This is a tough heat, a tough tomahawk of a heat. There, here's the replay, and they just aren't getting the jumps and the height that they so often want.
Yeah, just no time for it. He just chucked his board away and bombed it. But
Had
here,
to get rid.
Jeremy Berlando with the double back roll. Board off mega loop. Unfortunately, also crashing this trick. Normally, he's very consistent on this one. Still jumping a nice 17 meters here. Woo!
Yeah,
look at
just
the height.
like that, you find a gust, and there you go. You're back off again. So this is really a tough heat we've joined now, or you've just joined us. We've been here all day talking you through it. But this one's close at the moment. It's not the usual consistent top scores we see, as this looks pretty nice to me. Looked like the left hand was on the bar there to me. For Luca Cerruti. So I think we've got a contra loop family there, Ruben.
Nice. So the contra loop, remember, is with the front hand. Yes, you see him do the board off with his backhand and then looping the kite forward. So that is a contra loop with 2 rotations there for Luca Cerruti, putting a nice score on the board, I believe. Ooh,
Yeah.
into the 7s.
Yeah, wind is coming back again here, Ruben. It's just got that feeling around the booth. You can actually hear it in the live stream booth. You'll start to see that water change. Sun's starting to appear as well. You can just get this sense. You have to visit this location as any kiteboard in the world. It is extreme. It's wild. There's something beautiful about the intensity of the kiteboarding. The wind is very strong. Great place to be in a motorhome as well. You can drive around, pretty much stay everywhere and stay in campsites. And the port of Barcares are just so supportive of this event. And it's wonderful to see that it's become an official World Tour event with the GKA now. But up into the skies is a it's a Doobie Contra.
With
I
added
yeah.
rotation on the way down. So very nice from Jeremy Berlando. Here he goes, right foot forward. You see the little pre-pop, and then Rob edges right into it, chucks himself into the forward spin 3 times with a contra loop. Not going to score too high because it wasn't super massive or extreme. But I don't think it's going to better his score. Oh, he is improving a little bit there, moving up into the 18.
Getting to crunch time in this heat, Ruben. There's not much in this at all. 0.97.
Yeah, whoever wins this heat is on the money and moves on to the next round. Unfortunately, the loser is out of the competition. So it is really crunch time, Lewis, and it is no holding back at this time. Unfortunately, it is very hard to find the gust at this minute, but...
And it's going to go down to the last 2 tricks here as we get the replay of Luca Cerruti, who would not have wanted this. What was that outside? Sounded like one of the speakers blew up out there, but maybe that's a good thing. Yeah, now this heat, still, and there's Jason van der Spy. Well, not Jason van der Spy, Jeremy Berlando also performing a move very quickly. So things just happened very quickly around us there, Ruben. As J-Bo performing a double back roll with a board off as well. Didn't look too happy about it as he landed, but I think that heat is almost done. It's going to be Luca Cerruti. What's he going to need here to overtake him? It's very tight. He needs to upgrade. He's still got a 3.73 scoring, which is a contra loop front roll tic-tac.
Which he can do like with his eyes closed. So let's see if he's going to better his contra loop. I believe so. Oh, no. Not getting the height on this one. Still going for the double. What? Oh, landing blind.
It had to be blind. Wow. Can you believe it? With this wind's dying down, Ruben, we are seeing he needed 0.9.
Or was it wrapped?
Well, he was going
He
left. He was going left, that's all I'm saying. And then
He's going left.
Oh no, so that one I think.
Yeah, blind.
But that was different than the last one.
Yeah, but his kite was on this side.
All right.
It was blind.
Okay,
blind
so
landings, no reps.
What he needed there, he had 3.73 scoring, and he needed a 4.71 to advance there, Luca Taruti. And I think he's just thrown an absolute devastator here, perhaps. Although, was he already in the lead?
Yeah,
no, he wasn't. He wasn't.
He was already in the lead.
I've got it. It says second here on the back end. So, and there's Jabo with just a big loop, but big jump. Oh, so Jabo actually had another
move. Just
move.
first rider, second rider. Doesn't say anything.
No, but I think maybe they actually had one more trick attempt than we thought. So let's get to the bottom of this. So he still only scored.
Well, flying out the screen there.
Let's just be straight up here. Our scoring system's gone off a little bit here, so I can't tell you exactly what's going on. Unfortunately, because that was a really tight heat. I haven't got the seventh trick come up on my back end scoring system, and now it's just turned off. So we always get this access directly to the judges' scores. What you can see on your screens is final.
So we are on to
So yeah, what we can tell you is that was a tight heat. So apologise for not giving you the real insight that we're used to doing. Luke and Jeremy didn't really have much in that at all.
And you see the riders getting very creative with those blind landings. As we started talking about it, then they started throwing it. We saw Jason van der Spy with his blind landing after the S loop. And now after the double kite loop, Lucas Cerruti decided to land blind. And landing blind is super difficult, especially with those kind of speeds coming down from such a height and landing in choppy conditions. So
I think Lucas sneaked that. I'm just looking now. I can see his low score of 3 has been booted out on your screens right there, even though we've just had Lorenzo Casati on Cabrino versus Aaron Hadlow in the background there. How could that have been in the background whilst we're trying to work this one out? I think Luca might have sneaked that. And again, utilising the wind just being a bit lighter there. The water was flatter, Ruben, and we talked about it being too choppy to land blind or wrapped or whatever you want to call it, backwards. There,
sideways.
Backside, block side. Aaron Hadlow's heat here with Lorenzo Casati, Italy versus England, and we all know how that turned out the other day. 2-1 drubbing over in Italy. We're good now. We're getting good at football again. It's like, you don't watch football. You're more of a, like a cricket person?
A baller.
More of a baller. Well, there's loads of sports with balls. What sort of balls do you... Luca Taruti.
The high performance one.
The big ones. The big ones like beach balls and things like this. Basketballs.
Well, we are definitely going to see some balls in the next heat. Moving on to heat 6, we will see Lorenzo Casati from Italy taking on Aaron Hadlow from the UK. And this is going to be a very interesting heat. New generation versus the old dog.
How can Aaron Hadlow be an own goal? Work that out. I'm reading the comments, mate.
You just don't know what OG means. You just can't deal with it.
Mate, if you score an OG, you score an own goal.
Mate, it's not all about football. There's more in life than football, Lewis.
Well, just about with kiteboarding as well. I was brought up on football, Ruben. That's why I'm here today commentating. I've learned everything from the wonderful, complete, polished package that is soccer around the world.
I thought you were speaking about your head. The complete polished package.
Well, that's kind of you to give me that compliment too, but what are these scores doing up here? We're pretty sure that Luke has done this.
Just cracking up in the DJ booth. In
Original gangster. Oh God, none of you guys watch football, do you?
No, stop it. This is not a football competition, Lewis. Move on.
OG. Talk to any of my mates about an OG. It's not something you want to have on your title.
My mates will know straight up what it means.
So Hadlow versus Lorenzo Casati. I just got that in there. You didn't help me there, Ruben. I wasn't lending it for you to fill that. Actually, both of us had to be. These scores are not helping us on the score. So it's an AP flag up, Ruben. There it goes. That's nice. At least our director's paying attention. Why is the AP flag risen?
I don't know.
Ruben?
Maybe the flag was bored and needed some airtime too. But the AP flag is actually just up for a break.
Now we will be taking a look at the The perfect polish package, the triple
Nice.
P.
There it is.
The triple-
Oh, can I touch it? I'm
triple
already
P,
touching
yeah.
it. Oh, it feels good.
So it's Lewis Crathen here in the live stream booth, and I'm joined by Ruben Lenton. Ruben, are you enjoying yourself here?
Absolutely fantastic. I mean, standing here with you, looking at the live stream, and obviously looking out the window to see the action, the big air action that all the riders are throwing down is absolutely phenomenal. I love being here. I love being part of it, and the atmosphere is great. Sun is shining. The wind looks to be in a little lull, so I think that's why the AP flag is up right now. So on a little standby. So maybe head to the fridge, grab yourself a nice bevy, and yeah, get entertained that way.
Yeah, it's one of the most entertaining events, certainly, to watch. You can really get close to the action, and the view that we have here out the window is second to none. But we've got our screens here. We can see everything, and we hope that you're enjoying the show wherever you're watching from around the world. I think these camera guys are doing a wonderful job here. And sometimes in such strong winds, they're complaining their tripods almost getting blown over. We saw, get this, Ruben, we had a gust yesterday that someone seriously said to my face, without laughing, they said it was a 70-knot gust.
Yeah,
Straight up to my 70 knots gust.
Yeah, 70 knot gust. That's
Like
absolutely
this
crazy.
serious, say it was a 70 knot gust.
Staring away the 70 knot gust. I experienced a 74 knot gust on the water once, but
Rubbish. I was told it was 20. My mates were there on 13s. What are
Just
you
bragging
talking
about the knots I've ridden, mate.
Okay.
Let me. Now, yesterday in the women's division, who were absolutely throwing down. You can also look at the live stream from yesterday, day one of the GKA Kite World Tour here in Barcares. It was actually mind-blowing action as well, and the wind was actually pumping, coming through. And I think it's gonna go in a little lull right now, so that's why we're on a break. And it will come right back up for some more epic action. So definitely stay tuned here.
If you have just joined us and maybe you're not aware, we did see the first attempt at a triple kite loop today. That's right, not one, not two, not double G or any of that. Triple kite loop from, it was Clement Huaut who really actually injured himself with that. We're told he's in a stable conditions. He did get whisked off to hospital with our wonderful safety team, but he really took one for the team there, trying to push the limits of kiteboarding. We still feel that this might be on the cards if the wind picks up. Ruben, give me a name. Who do you think might perform the triple kite loop?
100%. I mean, these riders are definitely putting it all on the line. And yeah, I don't think Clement had the height to really go for the triple, but he had the kite for it. He had a small kite, which was very fast. I think Andrea Principi is definitely going to go for a triple sometime soon. Lorenzo Casati might pull one. I mean, anyone here with a small kite, and if the wind picks up, can probably go for it. But it definitely takes some balls, and it doesn't come without any risk. So.
Yeah, I echo that, Ruben. It's definitely not about the size. It's about what you do with it. So it's not all about taking the big kites these days, Ruben, and just sending the biggies. We want to see some variation in these double loops in the form of contra loops. Kite loops really are, I mean, we're actually even saying the words triple loops now. We're saying that.
Trips.
Kieran Trippier, Newcastle back. Very good player.
Mate.
So, well,
all right, I'm out.
Okay. You said Trips. He's known as Trips. Okay. Aaron Hadlow coming in left foot forwards here. And this may well be him opening up his account. Nope. He's the AP flag is down, I think. I can't see the AP flag up there. So let's take a look. You probably support Alkmaar or something, don't you? AZ Alkmaar. Eindhoven. Noordwijk. You're from Noordwijk, Ruben. A town with very strong links to strong wind, kiteboarding. It's your hometown? Sorry, you're busy having your burger down there.
Lewis, you're one funny man.
Sorry, okay, no, I'll continue. I can handle this.
But my hometown is definitely known for the strong winds, and yeah, I think Europe has definitely some hot spots where the wind pumps through nicely. At this particular location, the conditions do blow from the same direction quite often, whereas in my hometown on the North Sea, yeah, we get all directions of wind, all strengths of wind, and here it's always blowing offshore at this spot and just pumping through. So very beautiful to be here and to see all this action unfold in front of our eyes. And Aaron Hadlow against Lorenzo Casati kicking off anytime now. Both riders have got a backload of tricks.
Lovely compliments coming here. Compliments coming in the form of the comments. Someone mentioning that I've got a really bright head. I mean, I know I'm smart and clever. I'm very bright. That's obviously
Beautiful.
what they mean here.
Bold and beautiful.
Bold and beautiful. Thank you, Ruben. Can we get a replay of Clement's triple? I think you're going to have to wait for the highlights, although I guess if you wanted to get a replay of it, you could go back in time. Just like, you can either go back in YouTube. There's two options here, Ruben, for how you go back and watch that. You can do what most people might do, which is to go back on the YouTube, or you could do what Superman used to do in those shows. He used to fly around the world backwards. Did you ever see that? That's how he went about that going back in time thing. Probably the YouTube. But do you know who Superman is? Do you get him in your country? No, I don't know. Maybe it's an American thing. Let's get back to the action here then. It's Lorenzo Casati on your screens right now, and it looks to me like they might be kicking off here. Here he comes then. He looks very pumped up here riding in. He'll be opening up his account. The former duotone teammate of Aaron Hadlow, now flying Cabrina, starting with a double loop board off back roll. It must have been a double loop, Ruben?
I think it was a single loop.
You think it was a single? I just presumed it these days. Let's have a look at the replay. He had his hand on that backhand of that kite for quite some time. There goes one. Yes, you're right. Sorry, Ruben.
Yeah, it wasn't that high. It was not what he was looking for. I think he's going to try harder in the next attempt. And I think Aaron Hadlow also knows what to do against Lorenzo Casati. Definitely get some scores on the board. Aaron Hadlow's strategy. Get the three trick families on the board and then start improving and progressing.
I think Aaron's going to open with that almost identical move, Ruben, here. He loves the back roll mega loop board off. It's something that he practices a lot of the time. I know we can see a 6.07 coming in for...
What? For that trick?
For that... You're not happy about that?
No, it wasn't that high. I was not expecting...
It was 9.9 meters. It wasn't actually that special. Let's... I know you're an Aaron fan, but... have to put this aside.
Oh, I love the new generation. I love the new generation too. I'm not biased. I was just looking about what I was seeing, and I wasn't seeing the height that I like. And let's see Aaron on the
bit bigger
double back roll kite loop board off, and he's stomping it. So getting the score on the board.
And this is where it's nice to see this data. So it's a couple of meters more high.
What do you think this will score?
Well, personally, I feel it should score more than a 6.07.
Exactly.
We can see from the surfer data that it was a little bit higher. So let's see what the judges reward these riders with.
I was going to say 6.5, but a 6.63.
6.63. So Aaron Hadlow getting on a nice start here. He's going to be up against the King of the Air winner. Two King of the Air champions on the water right now, Ruben.
Yeah, this is absolutely... Oh, look at the control in this trick. A nice doobie loop board off for... Lorenzo Casati with an added rotation.
14 meters that time, Ruben. He really connected on the way up.
2, and then an added rotation. So 3 forward spins whilst taking the board off and looping the kite, landing it super clean and confident. And the question is, have I performed a double mega loop? I have not tried the double yet. I'm sure I can do it, and I will do it sometime soon, so stay tuned. But here Aaron Hadlow takes it to the skies with a nice preload pop. Just a mega loop laid back roll and a board off and extra rotation on the way down, covering some nice distance and landing it clean.
I loved how long Aaron had the board off his feet there. We see that from the likes of Edgar Ulrich. Just look how long he was comfortable floating through the air.
He took it off a bit late.
He's always, yeah, you could argue that. He's always been a master of board offs, Aaron. He's comfortable with the board off of his feet. So Aaron Hadlow with a 15.4 meter high jump there, but may well not get the best score as far as extremity. As you said, the board came off afterwards, but Aaron is currently matching Lorenzo. Was that in the same trick family though?
No, because...
No, it just hasn't come up on our screen. Yeah, here is his...
Oh, he's diving forward and taking the board off for that contra loop. 3 rotations, 4 rotations. Are we going to... Yeah, 4 rotations with a contra loop and a board off. So, absolutely nice one. And what was the height on that? 17? Look how big.
It was big. I think the contra loop was a bit later. Normally you could almost see him wait for the right time. But the height there. The height was really impressive with that. 17.9 meters coming in from the surf wrap, and interestingly, 117 meters of distance, Ruben. That's another metric I like to see, and over 8 seconds in the air. So Aaron Hadlow's score we can't see just yet for his second score coming in.
Going hard. Also for the boogie.
Tic tac.
Boogie board spin. No, there was not a tic tac. Tic tac is when you grab it by the fin and then flip it around and grab it by the handle.
Sorry, boogie board spin.
Exactly. Cheers, mate.
That's okay.
Some nice height.
Who would have thought Aaron had these moves?
Yeah,
you know,
well,
there'll be people. I mean, we see this a lot when you ride with him, but he's really showing the rest of the fleet here that he's well comfortable with. I don't think we've seen many of those done today.
No, and why did this preview? I think they missed a score for Aaron. Yeah, there's only has 2 scores and he did 3 tricks.
I think one of them still being worked out. Perhaps that can happen. We can only talk to you about what we see on our screens, and right, that wasn't the best takeoff. You could just see it. He got a bit too grippy on that edge sometimes. Sometimes your fins can dig in there, Ruben, right? And it just digs in. It doesn't give you the takeoff. Just look at this takeoff here as he went up. It just didn't release in the way that he would have liked.
And then all you can do is just float down safely and try again on your next attempt. If you've got some attempts left. This was his 4th attempt, so Lorenzo's got 3 attempts left. And Aaron Hadlow, yeah, his score came in, which is into the 6 as well, a 6.60.
But it was a kite loop back roll board off. They're both being scored that. What was that?
I was watching the scores. Let's go for a replay for Aaron's move here. Contra loop.
Yeah.
Two spins. Oh, I don't know. Oh, another one. Yeah, dealing with it.
How did we miss that?
Extra lofty.
Wow,
So
what a move for Aaron. So we're very much glued to the scores there because he actually repeated the same trick family at the start, scoring the same thing. But now he has 3 scores in it. Now we're getting a bigger picture of how things are at the moment. 0.61 currently separating these 2 riders.
see Lorenzo Casati preloading, popping. Taking it to the skies with a double back roll board off, and also that signature extra spin, spinning 3 times in this trick in the back rolls.
So if this was the backhand, which I feel it was the backhand, so he's upgrading one of his previous moves. He's already got a kite loop back roll board off, scoring a 6.07, Ruben. So we expect that, I think, to be pushed out here, and he's starting to work for a few upgrades. So the 6.07 we feel will be replaced. It is replaced, Ruben, and it's a pretty decent score for him there.
Yeah, very well done by Lorenzo Casati, still in the lead here with 20.8 points. Whereas I'm curious to see what Aaron is going to bust out.
Yeah, me too here. I think will he start to double?
He's got the power.
He's gone right foot forwards.
Oh, almost onto the beach there. He's going a massive contra loop board off with a nice rotation there.
Was there a rewind?
And landing
Was
clean.
there a rewind,
No,
Ruben?
no rewind.
Okay, I want to see.
There we go. He's riding right foot forward. Did he go in the back roll? 2 back rolls.
Yeah, he did end up in the back roll. So that's a move. Haven't seen so much of from Aaron. Aaron seems to have an answer back at the moment for Lorenzo Casati, and there's only 0.8 in this. Aaron Hadlow, the former 5 times world champion, is giving him a real run for his money. The current Red Bull King of the Air champion up against the multiple former Red Bull King of the Air champion. Ruben, this is a real highlight of a heat and a wonderful heat. I've just found myself realizing what we're watching here right now. This is definitely the man of the older generation against one of the men, definitely representing the younger generation here, the new generation.
Yeah, what a heat. Aaron is twice the age of here Lorenzo Casati. So it is great to see the new generation pushing the old generation to the next level. And here Lorenzo Casati stomping another beautiful move. Let's go into the replay here. Preloading, popping, diving into that front spin, taking off the board with the front hand, so looping the kite backwards and controlling that landing. Wasn't covering a whole lot of distance, but and I don't think it's going to better his score, or just
a bit. Yeah, it has done. So it's kicked out one of his lowest scores as he enters in the Tic Tac family of board off. So here comes Aaron Hadlow. What's he thinking? God, this is a great heat, Ruben.
He's going for the double. Oh no, just a boogie board off. That's not gonna. Oh, what?
Oh, now we got a problem.
Oh, I think was it wrapped? I think it was wrapped. Aaron did it wrapped and then turned around.
So it's a doobie board, mega loop.
Yeah, this is wrapped. This was wrapped.
This is nuts. Aaron Hadlow stepping up now. Can you believe it? Of all the people we haven't thought about that knows how to land things backwards on, it's flabbergasted, absolutely bamboozled is Lorenzo Casati here at the first big air event of the year on the GK World Tour.
What are the judges going to do with that?
I don't know how they're going to do it.
They already did something with it.
Perhaps. I think that might get boosted. Power boosted. Here's Lorenzo Casati. He's just seen that incredible move from Aaron Hadlow. Can he do it? That's not going to be high enough for me. There's lots of board spins in that one, Ruben, but I don't think... he's shaking him up here. Aaron Hadlow has sent a message out here to Lorenzo Casati. This could go down as one of the best comebacks in history.
3 and a board spin in there. So a triple back roll kite loop with a board spin. Unfortunately crashing the landing there. But what a heat between Lorenzo Casati and Aaron Hadlow.
Aaron Hadlow on a D-Lab Evo.
Oh, yeah, but here.
So yeah, this is getting very close.
I want to see Aaron's
Still
score.
Waiting for this score to come. It hasn't fully cleared this score. His lowest score, let's take a look what his lowest score is right now for Aaron Hadlow. As you keep looking at the action, he's got a 6.3, and I think that should boost
Aaron going right foot forward. What is he going to do? A Mega Loop KGB, is it?
He wanted
to go for it.
He wanted to go for it. What goes on in that mind?
Holy moly. So Aaron Hadlow went for the back roll kite loop, and then mid-air, here you see he's edging, he's rotating backwards, looping the kite, and at this point he wanted to unhook and pass the bar behind his back, but unfortunately he couldn't make it. But that would have definitely sealed the deal for Aaron Hadlow.
Wow, can you believe that we're talking about? So he hasn't quite got the scores at the moment to overcome Lorenzo Casati, but he's going to have, I think, one more chance, or are we all done here?
I think we're done. No, one more chance. No, that was his last chance.
Yes, you're right, Ruben. So it very much looks like the writing's on the wall for Aaron, losing so close. Was that heat? Now, if he'd have managed
Why is he still riding out?
Maybe he just wants to have that trick done.
Yeah.
I don't know. We haven't seen that trick.
Can't get over it.
Somewhere new, show me burgundy sunset sky. Let's fly. One of every feather, one of every hue, traveling together, taken in view. I'd wait for you forever. No one can deny how it feels. To fly, to fly, to fly. Fly, fly, fly.
Wherever you go in the world, one airline goes further to make it feel exceptional. Qatar Airways, going places together.
We're back then at the Lords of Tram. It is the GKA Big Air Kite World Cup here in the south of France. I'm Lewis Crathen, Ruben Lenton just standing next to me at the moment, and it's
stuffing my mouth with a nice sandwich, with a nice baguette.
Well, I was trying to be kind and just said standing next to me, but in this heat then, Koan van Dijk up against Josu Sam. We've just seen an incredible heat with two legends of the sport already. Aaron Hadlow, 5 times world champion and double King of the Air champion, having a tough heat against Lorenzo Casati, and it went down to the wire, and we're starting to see some old moves being brought back. We now can talk about the mega loop handle passes, the mega loop unhooks, unhooking his back. Whoever said that was dead and buried can go and do one. Because it was never dead. It was just too far ahead of its time. It's simply the best way. You know, like the Concorde is the best way to think about that. The Concorde. Nobody can deal with that thing. It's too fast. Coan van Dijk opening up with a 6.4 then. And then the reply here with a very inverted mega loop delayed back roll from Josu San from Brazil. Nice move, this one. Nice and high. Gets a really nice takeoff. Very inverted. So upside down, Ruben. Little grab on the end, double grab.
Really nice, but no board off, and he's up against Coan. So, but he's done well for himself here, Jose San, coming up through the ranks like that. And now taking on Coan van Dijk from the Netherlands here in the blue Rash Fest. Purple. Oh, was it a double? Was it a booby loop or just a doobie loop? A boogie loop. So here Coan van Dijk spins once. Yeah, it was a booby loop for sure. So one forward rotation with two backward kite loops. So not getting the height he needed on that.
Surfer app coming up with 6.3 meters there. I think it was.
That's the lowest double loops the lowest double loop we've ever seen.
Nice smile from Aaron Haddo there as he walked. But I think he really enjoyed himself. I haven't seen that smile for a while. Coming back in competing. Have you, Ruben? That was nice.
He can be proud, and with a heat like that, ranking into the 20s, taking on Lorenzo Casati, the current Red Bull King of the Air champion. Aaron Hadlo did very well there, and yeah, he tried it. If he landed that Mega Loop KGB, that would be sick. But it's on to the next generation, the new generation, the young gun, the fresh energy in this sport. We are seeing the level get pushed in each heat, and it seems like the wind will keep kicking in throughout the day. So. So this is heat number 7 of round number 3, and we have 8 heats to go in this, we have 8 heats in total in this round. So one more heat for this round after this, where we'll see Andrea Principi from Italy taking on Julian Hoon from France. But right now looking at Coan van Dijk with Jose San from Brazil. And Coan van Dijk showed us what he's capable of earlier. Absolutely insane double loops, S loops, board offs, you name it, and he throws it with style, with commitment. And that's what the judges love to see. Oh, the takeoff wasn't too good here, but dealing with it. Doing the loop, the board off the rotation, and riding away full speed. He is stoked with that. Like, look at that. Jose is getting up in the air, looping the kite, taking off his board. Getting flung into a forward rotation because he puts the board back on. But very well done. Thanks for joining us in the comments here on YouTube during the live stream of the Qatar Airways GKA Kite World Tour. We're here at the stop in Barcares in the south of France, where the wind is pumping and the water is nice and flat. The spectators are right by the action, and it's getting full on today. Here we see Coan van Dijk looking for the right power, the right gust, but unfortunately aborting the trick attempt. If you're just tuning in, the way it works, the riders get 7 attempts to perform their best tricks, and 3 of their best tricks will actually make up their overall score. And there needs to be a variety in the trick the riders do. So they can be backwards rotation, forward rotations, looping the kite forward, looping the kite backwards, riding left foot forward, right foot forward. They cannot be all the same moves. So that's what the judges are taking into consideration. A double loop, yeah. The wind is just not here for Coan van Dijk to get the height he really needs. Here you see him looking for the gust, bumping, jumping, double looping that kite, but unfortunately not nailing it. Or he's nailing it, but not what he was hoping for. If you have any questions about any tricks, about any rider, then please feel free to drop the comment in the YouTube comment box here on the live stream. And here we see Jose San crashing that Megaloop board off back roll. So here you see him throwing himself into the air with the kite loop and a late back roll board off. Unfortunately landing a bit too hard there.
Looks like you got an interesting heat going on here, Ruben.
Yeah, it's full on action, but the wind is not playing a game too good for us. Koen van Dijk, we know that he likes all the power, and the crazier the better. But I hope it will kick in shortly for him.
Just putting my coat back on again as the sun goes back in. It's interesting temperatures down here in Barcares at the moment, but let's talk about this failed jump here. What has happened there from Koen?
A question in the comments is, are any riders using a soft shell harness, or are the pros all onto the hard shells? What do you think, Lou?
Well, I would, from my own perspective, I'd say I think it's somewhere in the middle is a pretty good answer. How do you feel about that?
I think most of the riders do prefer the hard shell harness because it just distributes the power and pressure a bit better. And I feel that it also helps with crashes. It does take some of the impact, which might come in handy here for Koen van Dijk.
So here is Koen van Dijk then, really trying to force this move in there. Gets the board off, nicely extended, but just got swung round in a rotation and thrown off. Now to just go back to what you're saying about the harness, the hard shell harness could also dig in a bit more. It doesn't flex as much, maybe when you have those landings where you float above the water. But I think my reasoning to say somewhere in the middle is actually to really define. I think most riders are using a hard shell, but it's important that it's equal balanced with a good bit of squidge in the harness too. You don't want it to be so solid and so hard that it's
love
really...
a good squidge.
You love a good squidge?
Yeah,
I'll give you a good squidge.
Oh, nice one. Oh, yeah. Some love going on here in the commentating box. At Barcares from the Lords of Tram edition of the GKA Kite World Tour, the big air discipline.
And can you feel this downer? Can you feel this down on the live stream? Can you see the wind has gone slightly? I want you to remember this feeling you have right now where we're talking, things aren't going mental right now. At any time at all, one click of the fingers and this 40 knots comes in here and you see something unbelievable. It's so good at doing that to us, as we see here a nice big move from Jose San.
Double loop board off.
It just can take you by surprise.
Two forward rotations and taken off his board. Very nicely performed. Not the height he was hoping for, but like Lewis says, the wind can kick in anytime, even mid-air. And yeah, you just need to be ready for it.
They're talking football talk on those comments, Ruben. It's not me anymore.
God. Oh, God.
His bar released earlier during a trick. What? His, like, football goal bar. Back to the kiteboarding action here at the Lords of Tram. And I do want you to remember these hard times where the wind's a bit dropped here for these riders. It's a tough heat to deal with now. Look, we're barely going 10 meters. This can happen here. And as soon as that sun comes out, that can change the air temperature. It can affect the wind. It's been very much an event with the differences of wind. These are the sorts of heights we don't want to see so much of in big air. But what can you do as a rider out there right now, Ruben? You go straight up to the judges' booth and start banging away on this metal container?
I would be so gutted if the wind drops in my heat. But yeah, I'm not such a competitive rider, so I'll just I don't know, just go back to the beach, have a beer.
No, what would you do here? Like, you're out in a heat here and you think, come on, this is big air. I've just seen those other guys hitting 20 meters. Now you're putting me out in this. I've flown all around the world, come here, you know.
But you also know that the wind can kick right back in, and that's what you're hoping for, and that's what gets the adrenaline going. And here you see a very beautiful move. Is he sticking it? Yes, he's got it.
What a move from Jose San. They like that. Any of you South Americans, he has really lit up the atmosphere here at the Lords of Tram as we're 309. Look at this for a landing. He had that all day long, Ruben. So just as we're saying, if you can find that gust here and it's your time, which it certainly was there for for Josu. That was an amazing boost there. Let's put him in the lead against Kohan van Dijk, Ruben.
No way. He
Your
scored
compatriots
massive.
in trouble.
He scored massive there with that, I think it was a triple forward rotation board of contra loop. But Kohan van Dijk has got the moves. And if he has the wind, is he going for the double? Oh, what is he doing? Just a boogie. Was not a double, was it?
I don't think so. Let's take a look. I've just been thinking about what's really going on here.
Boogie loop. Ooh, no. Boogie loop board off.
Yeah, so I think this is really working into the hands of Josu San. He's a much smaller guy. Kohan's a big strapping lad. You know, like, so he's a bit heavier. This Josu's like really up for this now. He's it's just swapped over. Wow, 0.46 separating these two riders. So here we go again with another very interesting heat. Line lengths tend to be around 24 meter lines these days.
Are they going to take this heat into the 20s or what's going to happen? The wind is kicking back in, so we're seeing some massive moves here. And Jose San is actually growing throughout this event. He's performing very good. All the way from Brazil.
That's going to upgrade his 5.30 to a 6.53. That might well put him back in the lead, Ruben. So this is getting really interesting. And Kohan now is definitely at panic stations here. As
only one more trick attempt.
Yeah, and I want to see those scores updated.
Or is it done?
No, Jose San, 19.67.
No way.
Is this the big devastator? I think he's got one more trick, though. Here he comes.
Does he? No.
Kohan.
3. Oh, yeah, he does. Sorry.
I think they how many does Josu have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is really going down to the wire here, and this will be an absolute devastator for Kohan van Dijk, who'll feel already...
He needs to better his 5.93 to at least a 6 or 7. If Kohan doesn't score a 7 now, then it's up to Josue.
He does. He needs something big here. Kohan van
He's going
Dijk.
for the double.
He's not
no,
this is a devastator,
no, devastator.
Ruben.
Only a double back roll kite loop.
Kohan van Dijk recently winning the Big Air Kite League over in Cape Town, I believe. And he's just... I'm so devastated for him that I don't know what to say. But I'm also so ecstatic for Jose San that I think has caused a big upset here.
Jose is taking the lead in this heat against Kohan van Dijk.
It's not done yet, Ruben. I think there is a trick to go.
Oh, they still have one trick to go? Oh, that's correct.
One trick each. So it's not done yet here.
Ooh.
But what can he look to upgrade? He's found himself with one hand on getting through to round 4 here. The young man from Brazil. This is very interesting. Scoring all online for you. GKAKiteworldTour.com. Click right. He's hit a biggie, Ruben.
Massive doobie loop.
And he takes it. And we've definitely got a South American fan in here in the live stream booth that's loving every moment of this.
Oh, look at that.
Massive.
Oh, massive doobie.
This is big. Is it going to replace? What's it going to replace? Jose San. This is incredible riding from him. Kite loop front roll board off at the moment. 6.03. I think
it might not better his scores.
Let's see. Is it better than a 6.20, which his lowest score was? Kite loop front roll board off. I think it was big, Ruben. I felt like it was.
But that was the last trick.
No, I think he's got another one as Kohan.
2, 4, 6, 7.
Yeah, maybe this is all over.
Oh, wow. Kohan is going to be upset with that one, but yeah, Jose definitely gave it his all and started improving and progressing and landing all of his tricks.
They can't deal with it either. Look, they're desperately looking at the live scores here below us. As finally, oh no, this one's just for the crowds. Was that Kohan or was that him just throwing a board of? What a devastating result here, and how great this must be for the young Brazilian. Josu San looks like he's edged Kohan van Dijk. This has got to be one of the biggest upsets that we've had so far here, Ruben, I'd say. Apart from Aaron Hadlow going out.
And yeah, the ladies division will actually continue after round 4 of the men. The semifinals of the women's division coming up into the mix in a little bit. So stay tuned and stay with us. But in the next heat, we will see Andrea Principi against Julian Hoon. Two very good riders, young guns, ready to give it their all. Andrea, super talented, definitely on the top of his game, and coming up with basically a new trick almost every other day.
Kohan van Dijk just leaving the water here. just to your left-hand side out the picture here, and he's going to be very upset about it. He didn't really get going. He didn't really have that strength that he needs. Who's Joe and Sue? Nice answer from Rene there. Yellow flag is up there on the flag sequences, and that just tells the riders that we're in sequence and we've got under 2 minutes until the first rider will perform their move. It's Andrea Principi against Julian Hun.
Got some Brazil fans rooting for Jose as he climbs through the ladder of this competition. And after this, we will continue with round number 4 of the men.
Round 4? We're nearly in round 4. Is that the quarters, or is that just...
That is quarterfinals, exactly, with Jamie Overbeek, Giel Vlucht, and then waiting for the other guys to get in there.
Opening up his account then with a huge double front row. Oh, and he's got the mega lift on it. Look at this for an extended grab. That's like a 5-second grab.
How far did he travel? 150 meters?
132 is my guess. You go 150, I go... Well, look at this height. I think he's definitely up to around 20. Look at this extra lift he's getting. Andrea Principi on his secret kite here. That's big. You've gone 150, I've gone 132.
123. 142.
You changed it to 120. You changed it. You changed it.
Oh, shit.
Andrea Principi really comfortable with these conditions then, finding the height, and he's really sent a message there to Julian Hun. Was that even his first move?
Yeah.
It has to have
scored
been.
a 7.73.
Yeah. Okay, good. He wasn't just warming up, because that would have just been ridiculous.
Well, it seems like he's always warmed up and ready to throw the sickest tricks.
Julian Hun, I think that was a contra loop, just by the body position. Let's take a look here. It's definitely gone into a front roll here. And no, it wasn't. Sorry, it was a boogie loop, and it was pulling on the left hand.
I'm getting a bit stuck there.
Yeah, just got a bit. It wasn't as fluid as we like to see, that nice control and power going into the body. But
someone is wondering how Andrea just kept floating after that last jump. Well, he was going absolutely massive, and then his kite was coming back up to the zenith, and giving him his second lift and third lift. And as long as you've got the speed and the kite is climbing, then it will produce lifts, and you get this lofty gust that you can just float on.
Here he comes then, left foot forwards. Nice takeoff into a back roll. It's got I think there's a board off in there as well.
2
and here he
board-offs.
goes. He's really...
3 board-offs.
This is getting silly.
What?
What's going... He's stuck to a helicopter.
Yeah,
he has to be stuck to a helicopter. This is it's ridiculous.
So
He's still going.
200 meters.
200 meters. He loves it. Oh my word.
A replay.
Right. Can I get a replay?
Here we go. So back roll, contra loop, into another board off.
I actually think
into another board off. And he was like, way oh la 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 la.
And it doesn't even look nuking out there. But
Holy moly, he is finding the lift
still went
there.
up again.
But what did the surfer data say?
He said 200 meters. I say 235 meters. Come on, come on. This is ridiculous.
That is a new record,
now.
Is it?
I think like over 100. I think there was a record before this. He just broke his own record. So you are witnessing some incredible kiting going on right now. Maybe this is the change. I'm going to predict it, Ruben. I think the nuking winds are following very shortly. I think the sun has come out. I think there's some interesting things going on with the wind here. And Andrea Principi with his setup is really in touch with his gear. He's getting unbelievable flow. So we can't believe what we're seeing. 18.1 seconds. We haven't even talked about the hang time here. Blimey, you could run the 100 meters nearly twice there and back if he was a top pro.
That's why he did 3 board offs. He was like, oh, should I put it back on? Oh, no, wait, I can keep it longer. And then, oh, yeah.
Some saying this guy's an alien. He's an Italian alien. No.
Italian. Easy now. Well,
let's put this in perspective now. Julian Hun is really going for it here, and he just can't.
Jumping 30 meters far.
He can't get into the same stratosphere that we see. Or he's getting really unlucky. You know, maybe there's that to it, but
different dimension.
Wow, like we can't believe what we're seeing. I'm looking out to the water here, Ruben. I've looked out to the water many times here in Barcares. I'm not seeing 50 knots, berserk, crazy wind. I'm seeing a gusty kite from one of the riders.
A prototype looks like a blank white kite.
Blank face. Oh no, it's not called that.
Maybe
Is it?
maybe it is from the blank kite test.
What's that?
Completely white, testing all these
They paid
kites.
you well for that.
So well. Well, I thought somebody was flying away, but it's all under control. And we are actually waiting for Andrea Principi to kick off his next big air trick, but he scored an 8.53. All right, people ordering the D-Lab as they see them floating through the sky.
Wow, where do we start here? So massive distances, starting off with a 7.83 and an 8.5. What has he got for us now? How long is he going to stay in the air for?
Everything's going to be boring after that.
Oh,
move.
well, cool.
Just like, I'm just going to go for a swim.
I'm just going to remind everybody that actually this doesn't always happen. So Andrea Principi finally running out of that magical stuff. So it was a double back roll, kite loop with a board off tic-tac there, Ruben. Oh, sorry, a board flip.
Board flip, exactly.
Sorry, Ruben. You were unhappy with that description, weren't you? We've got to get about 10 tricks in one these days, especially as they're in the air for 18 seconds. You've got to be on the ball here. No wonder we sometimes stay quiet and just take a look at the data coming in. But come on, Julian Hoon, can you reply to us? Is it your turn now to get a ridiculous jump?
That's a tic-tac, but doesn't get the double lift floaty, let alone the triple lift, quadruple lift. So the tic-tac is grabbing the board by the fin and then flipping it, grabbing it by the handle and putting it back on. He performed it very nicely here with a kite loop.
Do you have to grab it back on the handle?
Yeah, or by the rail, but
or by the rail.
At
Yeah,
least
that's,
you got to flip it and grab it by the middle.
All right. By the middle. Okay. Do you have a handle on your board?
Yep. Not only on my board. Just grab it.
We just can't deliver that much stoke on a regular basis after we've seen what we've seen in this heat. As we see another nice manoeuvre in the back roll category. Let's remind you then, it is 7 trick attempts that these riders are getting. It's their 3 top tricks that count out of 10. So it's a maximum score of 30. Now look at the surfer date here, okay? Just look at this. 39 meters. That wasn't a bad distance. 50 meters, pretty good. We have over 200 meters of distance. That was. I wonder if we'll ever see that.
He's going unhooked contra loop. No, mate.
He's been forced. He's been forced into it, Ruben. He's been absolutely bamboozled by what he's seen here. And the coffee's getting brought in. Wow, cool.
Beautiful.
Thank you. It's that in celebration of that amazing move. The coffee's come out. Cheers, Ruben. Salute to Andrea Principi's world record 200 plus. Now, I would love somebody from Surfer to get on the case here and tell us, is that the longest distance we've seen before? Here he comes then, riding in left foot forwards. He's not even totally lit, Ruben. That's the big thing here. He's not even totally lit.
I think that must be the biggest number, unless they tied it to the Steven Seagal and go for a big float down the sky.
Steven Seagal. Famous for his action movies. Double S, they call him.
Oi! Look at the control.
Right, here comes that strong wind then. I predicted it, Ruben, and I think it's going to come. It's just had to. The wind doing all sorts of strange things. There's less and less kites now out on the beach in front of us as some of the riders are removed. Aaron Hadlow packing up his 9. He won't need that as wind coming in a bit. There it is. There's the mega loop. Unhooked.
But just a straight mega loop unhooked doesn't really do it for me, though.
It's a nice feeling, though, isn't it? Every now and then you want it, but you kind of want...
It is risky, though. Like, imagine if...
That was before. It was before.
Before the loop, yeah.
You don't want to be letting go of that.
Like, imagine if you get a gust and the thing just gets ripped out of your hands and then you just come crashing down so hard. Yeah, the kite yanks you down and then it's like... Woo.
Do you think you could blow a leading edge, sending it that hard down there?
You can blow everything, mate. But besides some kites disappearing from the riders who got kicked out of the contest, there's also some kites being rigged up by the ladies who will continue their semifinals after round 4 of the men. And look at this massive contra loop again, and he's going to get another floaty. Yep, look at that. Coming down for the landing.
What we got there, Ruben, distance-wise?
Yeah, I think
89?
150.
150? Oh, yeah, I've just realised how high it was there.
Well, maybe no.
I did?
20.
Yeah, no, I'm going to lose this one. I subtract my 89 and go 112.
Ooh.
Because you're allowed to do that before the scores come up. You weren't getting that earlier. Oh, 119. That's
nice one. Nice one.
Yeah, cheers, yeah.
Or are you measuring there?
Was I measuring?
Organic measurement.
I put my ruler away. 22.1 meters in height that was. And this is really entertaining stuff. And the real
Oh no no!
Oh, he did. What's going on? Please to blind.
Almost called it there. Oh, what a.
What is going on with this replay? Ruben, you can't even write this stuff. He was in the same position for ages. He wasn't even going downwind.
He was just jumping, unhooking, and trying to make the most of that kind of failed takeoff.
Any kiteboarders out there now that are looking at this wind thinking, what's going on? We've all been on the water when you experience those strange uplifts, right, Ruben, where you just jump, you go up, you come down, you go up again. You just feel this sensation that you're getting really a thermal or something different than the normal. And that's definitely what we have on the water right now. They're not super lit, these riders, and it looks very calm. I feel like the wind's shifting angle actually here, but the sun is coming out. It might be heating the air slightly different. The really beautiful thing about it is we'll never know what is going on.
Principe going for that. Boy, not getting it together on a triple back roll board off kite loop. But look how handy he just gets back on his board. So he was taking off, going into that back roll, second back roll with the board off, looping the kite and spinning again, but he realized he wasn't high enough. But look how he gets back on his board. Like, whoop, he just got lifted out, put his board under there. And this guy is so talented, also training very hard off the water to just stay fit and prevent injuries from happening by just being super strong and flexible.
We hope you're enjoying this as much as we are right here. This is the Lords of Tram. It's the GKA Kite World Tour. It's the Big Air, and we're having a wonderful time down here in the south of France, and we're not even in the quarterfinals just yet. It's the last heat. Oh, he's thinking of unhooking again. He's unhooked into another kite loop. He's really playing the variations here. And I think that was a mega loop unhooked, then into another kite loop. So let's just take a look here. There's one. There's unhooked. Then I think he sends another one unhooked.
Weird timing going on.
He's exploring everything he can, and this is really a platform for him to do so. I think he's going to find it hard here to beat Andrea Principi, who to me, Ruben, we must look at the scores here. I think he's done it. Yeah, so this one is done and dusted. I think Andrea Principi will be taking the win here. Let's go to a commercial break. No commercial break. We do not want to miss the start of this Jamie Overbeek and Hill Vloed. Do you hear me? No. Oh, we're live. Oh, sorry. Hey, welcome back, everybody.
Hey.
Hi. Good job, director. Yeah. And we are here at the Lords of Tram, and this is a heat that we do not want to miss. This is so nice to hear you enjoying this stream. Comments like that about you enjoying your Sunday, best one of the year. So it's not been many Sundays in the year, to be honest. So either way, Jamie Overbeek from the Netherlands up against Giel Vloed from the Netherlands. God, look at that. The Netherlands are going to win something here.
As usual.
Yeah, I guess.
Maybe not in the football, but hey, we're talking kiteboarding here, and we're ready to kick ass. So we got Jamie Overbeek, only at 17 years old, absolutely going massive with a 35 meters jump height record. So yeah, super curious how he's going to take on Double G, the inventor of the double mega loop, Giel Vloed himself.
If you look closely there, Jamie Overbeek's got 2 E's in his surname. He's got a double E in his surname.
And there he goes, kicking off this heat, taking it to the skies with a massive mega loop, board off, late back roll, and an added rotation on the way down, and landing it clean.
Rewind rotation at the end there. That's a pretty good start.
Was not a rewind? Was it?
I felt it was a rewind. What do you think? Do you think that was I thought that was a front roll rotation, this late one at the end there. So maybe you can tell me what you think in the comments. But you don't seem so sure, Ruben, as you asked me.
I think he went for a massive mega loop
back roll. Yeah, no, he did. But I think he
rewound. And then put the board on.
I think he rewound out of it, personally.
Okay,
I'm going to be firm about that.
Possibly.
Because it appears that I'm not being firm enough, some of the comments on the live stream, so I'm going to step things up here. So here goes Heel Vloed, and he's mugged that off. There's attack abortion there, Ruben. He said, no, I'm not going into that. I don't feel it. He comes back right foot forwards, and
I don't see Giel jumping to the right, though. He's doing most of his tricks just to the left, performing very good double mega loops and S loops.
Here comes the wind, Ruben. It's pounding now on the live stream booth. What a great bit of timing this will be for this heat. Look at the difference now, everyone watching online. Can you see? I think this wind is about to enter this competition box.
It's almost like a fake shot with football, right? Like you're tricking the goalie, like I'm kicking, I'm not kicking yet, mate.
I'll kick you out of this live stream booth in a minute. This is kite surfing, not football. Here goes Heel Vloed. I think that may well have been an S loop.
Not happening.
Didn't feel it, but look, there's power there, Ruben. The power's back.
There's the replay of Giel Vloed's last attempt, so he's going. No, he wanted an S loop, but it unfortunately wasn't happening. He wasn't feeling it. And Jamie Overbeek going straight on to a doobie loop, board off with an added rotation. Is he getting it in time for the landing? Yes, he is.
What a landing, Ruben. He really landed that full speed. He had one chance to stick that board down. Overbeek really sending a message out here then.
Not the signature height, but definitely a nice
impressive landing.
Nice trick. I think Jamie is on the 7-meter edge on the 24-meter lines. And Giel Vloed, is he on the 7 again? Or did he step it up? But at least the wind is kicking in nicely for this heat.
Here comes Giel Vloed then.
It's going to be double. Yeah, double laid back. Oh, he's sticking it. Not the height he was hoping for, but definitely dealing with it. So here we go with the replay of Giel Vloed double. Is he throwing the laid back, like he's first looping it, and then throwing it like in the middle of the two loops?
Yeah, I think just after the first one. So I do think the wind is going to make a real appearance in this heat room. And it's actually a bit more from the northerly direction, it looks like. But here comes Jamie Overbeek, who looks like he's got the setup to deal with this sort of strange lighter wind. It's much more high aspect. Kite. Wow, look at that. He's found the height there. Contra loop, Ruben.
Massive contra loop, board off with 2 forward rotations. Absolutely going massive. Jamie Overbeek going 20 meters high. Here he goes into 1 forward rotation, 2 forward rotation, and actually 3 forward rotations with that contra loop. Very, very nicely performed by Jamie Overbeek there. That is going to score him well, I believe.
Overbeek, 20.99 to 10.04 here. I've had a word with the director. I said, let's zoom out a little bit to show you these kites. There you go. Look at that. How's that for a bit of directing there? Doobie double?
No. How do we call that? We just named it today. It's got a new name. It's the booby loop.
Spring roll or something.
It's the booby loop. Come on, the boobies do reserve some respect there. With this epic move, so a double kite loop with a forward rotation. It's not called a doobie loop, it's a booby loop. So
there's enough respect for boobs out there right now. We don't need any more.
Always need more, mate.
God, how quick is he replying here, Giel Vloed? Sorry, Jamie Overbeek. He gets on with his moves so quick. He's up there again. Contra loop. Double back roll, board off, contra loop this time.
Yeah, this time with the back rotations, indeed. So
Thank you for confirming I said that right,
adding
Ruben.
to the trick family. Exactly, Lewis. You're saying it super duper right. How round is the football?
Well, it depends what brand, obviously. What a stupid question.
What does a football weigh? Standard weight?
I don't know the answer, I'm sorry.
Okay, you're a fake fan.
It depends what it's filled with. Heliums.
Cement.
Oxygen.
I'll let you kick that.
What a football feels like to you. You don't have the strength, to kick it.
There goes Giel Vloed. Taken off into a double. Board off. Nice. Oh, with that added rotation. As he tucks to put the board back on, he flips into that last added forward rotation. But here you can see a nicely performed double mega loop by the double G. Giel Vloed.
Yeah, and we listened to you. You wanted to see the kites in the screen? Quick word, the director is now getting some nice shots of the kites as we see these doubles here. So Jamie Overbeek, fresh I guess fresh from a podium victory, I nearly said. I mean, he was victorious in his own way to get on the podium at King of the Air. But here he is. Look, he looks pretty chilled. Up he goes. This is big. Kite loop.
He is going massive, and here he goes for another lofty, very nicely performed move. So clean, so much control from Jamie Overbeek. He's riding his Code V3 from Ozone, along with his 7-meter edge, and that seems to be the right big air combination for him on 24-meter lines.
Yeah, on the Ocean Rodeo is Giel Vloed. Is that a rise?
Is he going for the kite change?
Yeah, he is. So Overbeek coming in down in front of us now to kite change. So the Rashfest man has got a hand up as if to say stop right there. He's yeah, they want to make sure this is done safely. We must turn our attention back to Giel Vloed then in the white Rashfest. This one's it's getting interesting, this one. They've been matching each other. Overbeek's got this at the moment, but there's a lot of action to go yet.
But Giel is double looping on his Ocean Rodeo rise.
I think that's a 7.
Very, very fast kite. And I'm curious to see what Jamie's going to do on his 5-meter enduro.
You think it's a 5 or a 6?
It's a 5. Looks so small.
What was the red one?
The red one was a 7.
Okay, so interesting tactics here. Swapping 2 meters down, or maybe going somewhere in the middle for... I don't think he's going to swap, is he? Is this man here, Giel Vloed, who just can't find a gust. This is really challenging, and it's something the riders don't often have to deal with here. It's usually just mental strong all the time. It's bringing the best out of these riders.
Is Giel going to double right foot forward? Oh, no, unfortunately, messing up this attempt.
I think you get away with having, I don't know, he had a feeling, didn't he? He had a little feeling.
So
are they going to let him come back left foot forwards
No
here?
ways. He already went 2 tags.
Hey, he's from the Netherlands. You got to support him, man. Oh, no, they both are.
Give him a break, yeah.
Give him a break, bro.
And there goes Giel for the... Oh, no, he wanted to go for the double, but... And there's the rewind.
Perhaps. Let's see. I didn't see it.
Oh,
yeah,
that was back.
Yeah,
and now he goes forward.
Back. Yeah, that was a rewind.
Nice.
How many degrees? How many degrees did he rewind there?
So many. 1080, like you sounded earlier. 1080.
Close. 180. Close. I'll just take 1,000 off that. Not bad. Or not 1,000. It's not 1,000, is it?
The mathematicians are going wild up here.
It's tough. It does.
But look at here, Jamie Overbeek on his 5-meter enduro. Is he gonna perform the double loop? Unfortunately, messing up this attempt. And I'm not sure why he's riding a 5-meter. He should definitely grab a 6. But hey, who am I?
You are Ruben Lenton, and I'm Lewis Crathen here talking to you at... I nearly said Lord of the Rings. Where did that come from? Lords of Tram. Here.
Does that ring a bell?
Lords of Tram. It's the GKA
Kite World Tour.
Big Air here. First leg of the year, because we now have multiple events. It won't just be the once-off World Championships in Tarifa. This event will count towards the Big Air Championships, and there are rumours of a third event after Tarifa, which they won't tell me where. Where's it going to be, Ruben?
In some windy-ass place, I hope.
Probably not Cape Town. Noordwijk? Oh, no, they got the Mega Loop. We don't know. Baby Shark is the name of the Brazilian. Yes, very good. Thank you. I didn't get the takeoff. He's angry. He's angry about it, isn't
Jamie
he?
Overbeek in the lead in this heat with both of the riders only 1 trick attempt left. So, yeah, Giel Vloed definitely needs to land something phenomenal to edge out countryman Jamie Overbeek.
Countryman?
Country.
That's a pretty good countryman if you only did contra loops.
Andrea Principi is countryman, I think. Or, yeah, well, Janek, he brought the contra loop, so he's countryman. I said countryman, but that also sounds a bit weird, so let's not...
That's okay.
Yeah,
You're
okay,
more than
thanks.
welcome to contradict
sound
yourself.
weird, okay. Cheers. Now, definitely having a blast up here. And let's see if Jamie can find the gust that he needs for his 5-meter enduro to double loop it, or maybe S-loop it. I think he wants a double loop board off, because that's kind of what the standard is. His scores were just at 22, and now it just slightly got adjusted to 21.89. So
interesting.
Yeah, let's see what happened there, but definitely a little adjustment.
I think it's pretty good. Yeah, 85% chance to get this strong win, but this is interesting stuff right here. The riders are really being worked hard to think as best as they can about what they need to do. There's not much in this one now, as Jamie Overbeek going for. They've both got one more move left here, Ruben. And what must be going through their minds? You know, if one of them goes for it, the other one's got to. This is an interesting one for the race director here because it's tight.
Yeah, does he get
There's
another
nothing
attempt?
going on in the flag sequence there, Ruben. He's just letting this one play out, almost like a really good advantage played in football. You
But
know,
it
when they
looks like a
just
little
carry on.
lull in
It
football.
does. You know, when they play an advantage and they like just get on with it. The race director here is just
Exactly.
letting this one play out, and this is getting ridiculous. They can't even get going.
Yeah, the wind is gone. So sometimes the race director gives him some slack, just depending on the conditions. And Giel also needed a little bit more time to take off on his previous attempt.
Surely this points to the direction that the wind is about to come and nuke here. We've seen the forecast. We've all seen the forecast down here today. It's got 30, 40, and even more knots forecast. There's barely 15 to 20 on the water right now for this crucial stage in this first heat of the quarterfinals between Giel Vlucht, one of the biggest names in big air kiteboarding right now, against Jamie Overbeek. Also, huge name in kiteboarding, recently getting those massive 35-meter plus jumps that we're all talking about. And right now, this is a tough time to be a competitor out there, Ruben. How do you deal with this?
Or a judge, or a race director.
Or a commentator.
Exactly. There's lots of loose elements that have to come together for this big air kiteboarding World Cup. But there was a waiting period. Started off yesterday, and we scored the conditions on the first day of the waiting period, which is always super nice. So I'm super stoked to be here together with you, Lewis Crathern, in the commentary booth, reporting live as these big air tricks unfold in front of our eyes.
You mentioned we scored on the first day. What did we score that first day? Like 7-8-0, that sort of smashing? It was a good one, wasn't it? It was a great day yesterday.
Yesterday, the ladies took it to the skies, and we got all the way to the semi-finals, which will be completed after this fourth round. Oh, look at Double G throwing his signature double mega loop and stomping it. And I think that will better his previous double mega loop. Let's see what the judges think about that. Here, he's taking off. He's got some nice height. And he's thrown in that laid back, so
6.47 he's already got for a kite loop back roll, though. It's not going to upset the scene that much, though, I think, Ruben. And I think there's no way he can catch him really now. I think that
it's only 1 point apart.
I think that was his last move.
Yeah, it was the last move. Jamie got scored 0. Ooh, it got very close. But not as close. Jamie Overbeek taking the lead here over Giel Vlucht. Very nice riding from these boys. A nice heat well into the 20s. And we're going to go to a commercial break. And shortly we are going to continue with the next heat. Stay tuned.
The next heat coming up then, it's Edgar Ulrich from France, who's really finding his rhythm and he's finding his form here in the south of France. And he's up against none other than Liam Whaley from Spain. Duotone versus duotone this heat. And we have just seen Jamie Overbeek from Ozone advancing over Giel Vlucht from Ocean Rodeo. And Giel, I think, is going to be a bit frustrated by that heat, and there'll be a number of riders that find he's legging it right up to the beach here, Giel, just in front of us. That's it, Ruben. He's gone straight up to the race director, absolutely furious about something. Is Giel Vlucht in front of us now, and I wonder if this is some form of protest here. Furious is Giel Vlucht in the conditions of that last move. Just from his body language, I don't think he's happy about this. And we can see this discussion on the beach right in front of us here with race director Cedric. And I'm just going to talk you through it whilst this next heat comes on, because clearly this is a very unhappy Giel Vlucht, who's at this moment in time out of the competition. I can also see Andrea Principi with a skipping rope, the big air world champion, getting the blood going to the vanes. There's Luca Cerruti still in this kiteboarding competition. It's getting lots of interesting things to see down there, Ruben.
100%. And the upcoming riders, Edgar Ulrich and Liam Whaley, both capable of scoring 10s. We saw Liam Whaley in the Red Bull King of the Air in South Africa earlier this year perform some incredible moves. And I'm looking forward to see what he's going to show us. And Edgar Ulrich, local Frenchie, definitely showed us that he also can do the double lofties and mega board-offs with contour loops and whatnot. So let's get this started. How long before we go?
There's the yellow flag, which is telling the riders that they're not ready to go, just left to the left-hand side of your screen on top of the hill there. So some of you wondering in the comments that, they shouldn't run heats with this wind. The trouble is that some of the riders are finding gusts here. We only have to cast our minds back less than 20 minutes to Andrea Principi that scored apparently the world record distance ever on Surfer App, going over 200 meters. He had no problem finding those gusts. And all the while that some of the riders can find those gusts and still be boosting quite high, unfortunately, the ones that don't quite get them gusts, it's a bit harsh. There is an argument for the riders that because they're taking it in turns, they weren't exposed to that particular gust, and that's for the riders to deal with the race directors. That's why I sit nicely up here, Ruben, away from the conflicts of those politics. But right now, the blue Rash Vest rider on the water, his flag is up. It's Edgar Ulrich, and let's see what he's got for us, Ruben.
Shredgar. We see some nice fans of him in the comments, stoking out these riders as they're gonna show us what they've got and who comes out on top. This is winner takes all, so whoever wins the quarterfinals here moves on to the semifinals and makes a chance to go to the final. So looking forward.
They do now have enough time to change their kites, just to get back to you. Also, some of you curious here, they are getting time to change it. These are professionals on the waters, by the way, everyone. They're used to dealing with not perfect conditions. And
no way!
Oh, wow! He's done it. Where did that come from? Mega Loop KGB, was that in front of our eyes?
He jumps up, does the back roll, kite loop, unhooks.
Boom! How about that? Mega Loop KGB. When was the last time we saw one of them landed?
Red Bull King of the Air sometime.
8 years ago, perhaps?
But it wasn't that high.
It wasn't that high, but I don't care. It means that these guys here are pushing the limits of the sport.
Only 3.83. Yeah, because it was not high. He had a butt check, so definitely some deduction. But just to see where the minds are at of these riders, they know really what they need to do in order to take home the win in this heat. That's giving their all. And Liam, no stranger to giving it his all. So let's see what he's going to perform.
That's an outrageous opening move.
Whoa!
Oh, they're unhooking now. So look at this. The riders are starting to adapt to the slightly lighter winds here, Ruben. And I think this is answering back some of you on the comments here wondering that they shouldn't compete in these winds. These are still over 25 knots winds. We might not get winds over 45 knots around the world. And Big Air, with the equipment available to us today, can be demonstrated in more ways than just the big mega loop. So this is really showing a level of maturity from these athletes, Ruben.
But I do see Edgar Ulrich going for a kite change, and not to a smaller kite to perform double loops. No, he actually needs more power, and he just flying his 8 meter into the air.
I'm going to put this out there, Ruben, and say we've never seen an opening trick in any competition.
Unhooked.
Hooked to unhooked. What's this guy doing? Someone just climbing down outside the window.
But yeah, this is going to be a very interesting heat. Liam already with a nice score of a 6.63 for that unhooked Kung Fu front spin handle pass. He was thinking about a blind landing there as well, which we've seen from him before.
Liam scoring highly for that move, a 6.63 for that unhooked performance. There still is a place for unhooked riding, Ruben, in both lighter and strong winds. We've seen
Thank
that.
God.
And landing blinds or wraps or whatever you want to put it. This is really showing that, this is when I get back to this. This is a new generation of big air riders. They don't have to be doing these moves, but they're choosing to.
If you want some adrenaline, then definitely unhooking in strong conditions and doing some big air is definitely doing that. I invented that unhooked Kung Fu pass a long time ago, and it was always upping my adrenaline. And now I just cannot put myself to it anymore. Just don't feel confident or strong enough to do those moves. But luckily these guys are and can show us what it's all about here in big air kiteboarding during the GKA Kite World Tour.
Yeah, we're at the Lords of Tram down here in the south of France near Perpignan, just 2 hours north of Barcelona. Liam Whaley all the way from the south of Spain.
I think he's
from
on a
Tarifa.
7.
Yeah, that's huge. The wind's definitely coming back here and just shifting a little bit more to the west, Ruben. I'd have to guess that's
Edgar
around...
switching his kite again. It wasn't performing well or something, so...
That's impossible.
Somebody rolled up his lines already, so he's wasting some time. He's now unwinding his bar quickly.
Yeah, he doesn't need this, so he's going...
Sorry, you guys can't see it, but we can see it on the outside of our window.
I think he's going to get scored a crash for this next move.
Oh,
Ruben.
that will be harsh. What a gamble.
He's just got nailed over...
he just tripped over a kite. Ooh.
All the action taking place down here.
All comes down to strategy, but it looks like Edgar Ulrich's time is running out because he has 40 seconds in order to perform his move. So let's see if he can do it.
I think we're there now, Ruben, with this solid wind that I keep banging on about. I mean, I hope so. But he looks really nicely powered now.
On the 7.
Yeah, it looks like the wind is getting a bit consistent. Looking out in the bay, it's a bit cleaner. So I do think he's going to struggle to make it into this round of his tricks. Let's see. Only 3 of their best scores, of course, will count out of their 7 trick attempts. You can see it's a nice clear sky with a bit of cloud. It's warmer temperatures than we're used to down here for this time of year. Even 15 degrees has been reported. But with this cold wind, someone asking me earlier, why is it called Lords of Tram? And it's in reference to the Tramontane wind, which comes from the Pyrenees, the cold Pyrenees mountains out to our west, blowing towards the Mediterranean, the warmer Mediterranean. An unusual type of wind. Wind usually blowing onto the land. This one's offshore. Can he find that window right now, Edgar? Oh, it's massive, Rubes.
Definitely getting his rotations in with the board off and butt checking it.
Board off blowout.
But was this still his attempt? Did they allow him to change the kite? Oh, what a move. I love how he just comes out of the rotation, decides to stretch out his legs and stick the board on only just before the landing. Unfortunately, crashing this one.
Here comes Liam Whaley now, who switches attention to more of the big air style moves there. Lovely to see these two adapting to those conditions at the start. And a great answer to all the people saying, it's a bit light, shouldn't be doing it. Still going massive, but using every ounce of their vocabulary of big air, Ruben. Because it's good to remind people it's not just straight big air, the mega loops sometimes.
100%. You need to come up with all kinds of tricks consisting of contra loops, mega loops, double loops, S loops. Combined with forward, backward rotations and board offs, obviously. And the winner who comes out on top needs to consist of all of them.
Some big upsets, Ruben, already at this event. Heel Vloed being knocked out by Jamie Overbeek. We also saw Kohan van Dijk, Baby Shark, taking him out. Of all people, Baby Shark. BS. Also known as Josu San, doing really well.
From Brazil.
Yeah, good for him.
But here Liam Whaley with a nice... did he land on the board?
Had to be careful to get rid of that board there, didn't he, Ruben? It's actually the arm I was more worried about that might come in contact with the board, because that's where some of the injuries can come from, is landing on top of the board.
Did he grab it by the handle, and then, he just chucked the board downwind of himself, but luckily enough to the side to not land on top of it. I landed on top of my board not long ago. My elbow still hurt from that. It's like 2 months ago.
I'm sorry to hear that, Ruben. You also landed on the beach a few weeks back, actually, but it was an incredible beach landing. One of the best I've ever seen, I think.
Yeah, that's what we do these days. We take off and we land. What goes up must come down. One way or another.
Unless you're Andrei Principi, breaking the record for distance covered earlier. If you were lucky enough to be with us watching that heat, he went over 200 meters in distance. To give you an idea of how good that is, 100 meters we start getting excited here. Something like 230 meters across the bay, multiple uplifts that he was able to engage in that space above water out there, Ruben. And it's really that space above water that these riders are using. As
he was in the air for 18 seconds, really having some flight time. He did about 3 board offs and
18 seconds? No way. You're joking me.
18 seconds, Lewis, and covering 232 meters, which is what the Surfer app data was showing us. Unfortunately, the data is not coming through right now, is it?
Contra-loop then from the man with the blue rash vest, which is Edgar Ulrich. These riders are having to show more vocabulary than most of these heats so far, as the wind is going from anything from 20 to 35. Not so high. I don't think this is going to be much higher than 9-10 meters, Ruben, as we may well see the surfer app there. 10.8 meters to the bottom left-hand corner, and so these riders can jump all the way up to 35 meters. We turn our attention back to Liam Whaley then, flying into the box with that signature hand off the bar. He's gone in for a doobie into 3 rotations, and it tried to rotate him into a 4th into that doobie front roll. A board off mega loop.
Oh, and there Liam Whaley goes down in this replay. And the next trick attempt will be for Edgar Ulrich. Both guys had at least 3 trick attempts. I feel like it was more. Was this their 4th attempt? Yeah, this was 4th, 5th. Who opened up this heat? I think it was Liam. Or Edgar. You tell me.
Well, sometimes there's a reason to stay silent.
I know.
On the air, it's when you just don't know. I don't know what you're talking about. I actually wasn't even listening to you there, Ruben.
Staring at the screen. Like,
I was thinking
cross-eyed. You got a bit cross-eyed there, mate.
No, that's dangerous, especially with these double loops.
But yes, the wind is pumping, and we are here in heat number 2 of round 4 of the men's division of the big air discipline of the GKA Kite World Tour here in Barcares, France, where we see the best riders in the world take each other on, and it is with some pumping conditions, Lewis. We see anywhere between 20 knots and 40 knots gusting through the competition area today.
Is it pumping though? I mean, look at that.
At some point,
you can't tell me it's pumping. I'm looking at that, sitting at home, thinking, "What are you talking about?"
It is part of the game because this spot is just a bit up and down. It is a bit gusty, and that's just something the riders have to deal with. And the stronger the wind, the sicker the action. So stay tuned and bear with us as the wind will kick right back in.
Yeah, and it has been pumping, and we're getting these strange gusts come over our live stream booth now, which is formed of it's basically made out of a big container, a biggie, maybe a double.
It's like a tiny house.
Container. Yeah, and we see we feel it in here. It really rocks us in. It's coming and going, and it's still not quite set, but one just feels it has to be delivered here. Liam Whaley's riding around just like, well, what? There's no wind right now. And actually, look at how close this heat is right now, Ruben. We need to draw your attention to the scores here. 0.7 separating these two as we wait for these scores to update. Liam Whaley still hasn't got a... Maybe he actually hasn't got a 3rd trick in yet, Ruben. This
but what was interesting to me is that Edgar was feeling the need for more power and changing to his 8, but that wasn't pumped or flying correctly. So he changed back to his 7. And Liam Whaley on his 7 meter, looping it twice with a nice front loop. So that is the booby loop.
That's the danger in naming something so close to something else.
The booby doobie boogie loop.
The booba doop. Lots of people lining the shores now here in Le Barcares. It's a World Sailing special event. Sailing as you've never seen it before, Ruben. Our sailing craft taking off from the water after sailing back and forwards up to 200 meters across the bay, and it's lovely to see the local people coming here. The Port Barcares giving us so much support for this event. They've turned it into something world class and have got the attention of the GKA, which is our official world body now hosting this big air competition. It's nice to see. Just look how many people are watching on the side there. It's filling up big time, and they're here really, Ruben, to see the climax of our event here. It is the big air focus on twin tip riding, and we are all the way up to the quarterfinals. We still have, Ruben, let me remind you, the semi-finals of the ladies and the finals to run of those fleets.
It is still impressive that Liam is still scoring into the 20s here in this heat. Remember that they have 7 trick attempts, where the 3 high scoring tricks being shown at the top of the screen. And Liam is well ahead of Edgar Ulrich right now, who still needs to better his 2 low scores.
Whoa, he's found it. He's gone almost out of the shot there. This is big from Edgar. Can he get What a landing that was, Ruben. That is a crucial stage of this heat. Are we going to see another upset perhaps here? Edgar just so patiently waiting into that back roll, mega loop, taking the board off, taking the hand out, throwing it away to try and gain some balance there, Ruben. That was a crucial landing. And what is that going to do to the scores? And Liam replying very quickly, obviously sensed that there was a strong bit of wind there to take as well, Ruben. So didn't want to mess around.
Definitely, and we're getting some comments about the booby loop, but it's just a natural progression of the doobie loop, or the boogie loop, the doobie loop, and then the booby loop. So nothing sexist about it. There's men boobs, there's female boobs, all kinds of boobs, and they're here for the better. And definitely keep checking them. Stay safe out there, and also check your balls to see if you can pull mega loops and if they're safe. So yeah, health comes first, so we can keep shining bright and spreading our love into the world. Thank you so much for tuning in into the live stream of the GKA Kite World Tour with the big air discipline being thrown down here in Barcares with a beautiful flat water spot with very gusty and challenging conditions. But we've got the world's best riders dealing with it, and it's going to be an epic show. We still have the women's division coming up right after round 4 of the men. So definitely stay tuned and bear with us.
What's he signaling there? That's Edgar Ulrich with some sort of signaling going on there. I wonder if he's not happy about something here, Ruben. You know, this is really getting tight, this heat here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 tricks for Liam Whaley. And I think 6 perhaps for Edgar. This is also getting interesting here. The donkey dick needs renaming if we're going to go down this path.
Yeah, don't bring the animals into this. Well, they might as well be part of this beautiful sport. And they're invited.
What about the chicken loop? I have to talk about the chicken loop.
Yeah, you can loop like a chicken. Now, the chicken loop is actually the name which we call the chicken loop, the ring that we hook into our harness hook that hangs us to the kite, attaches us to the kite. So yes, we got animal names as well. Don't be offended. And sometimes the riders even chicken out or abort their trick or their full takeoff.
Do not start on trick abortions, Ruben. That's not legal in some countries, trick abortions. You've got to commit to your moves straight away everywhere around the world. You can't just, change your mind halfway through.
Yes, of course you can.
Here is Liam Whaley, right foot forwards then here with the white rash vest. And this is a real tough heat. It's one of our longest heats that we've had today, actually, because the judges really are giving them some grace here on their timing. Now, we told you they have 40 seconds to complete their moves. Sometimes they're giving them 2, 3, 4, 5 minutes here. Left foot forwards he comes in here, Liam Whaley. This is a crucial time in this heat, Ruben. He's got the height here, but he didn't get the board off.
He wanted the double mega loop board off, but like you say, he couldn't get the board off. Where you can see in this replay, he's reaching for the board. Up, throwing out the hand, putting enough pressure. Oh, no, wasn't getting it. Not satisfied with that one. Was that his last attempt in this heat? He is still in the lead, so nothing to worry about, I'd say, for Liam. A very competitive rider, very skilled, talented rider, definitely on top of his game. And taking on Edgar Ulrich here in heat number 2 of round 1, the quarterfinals.
Last trick left here. He's 3 down, Ulrich, so he needs to upgrade his 3.83. He needs a 3.34 to lead. If we add that onto it, wow, this could be it. Forget about the numbers. He's just gone absolutely massive. This could be big if he lands this. Look, he's holding on for as long as he can. Oh! He sticks it. This is massive. Edgar Ulrich, what did he need then to go into the lead here? He needed more than 3 on top of that. He needed around a 7.2 or above, Ruben. Here is the replay. This is going to be massive, and it might be what he needed. It was a contra loop. Board is massive. The kite angle is beautiful, Ruben. But look at this technique. How confident is this to just wait for his right time? This was amazing, Ruben. This is going to be, for me, way above the 8s, and it's going to put him in the lead with Liam Whaley still to perform a trick. I do think we're going to see these scores change round now.
What is it? Show me the trick.
It was an 8.43, but was it in the same category?
No way. Yeah, because one
is a contra loop. No, it's just been categorized correctly. It was a contra loop. Straight in the lead he goes, Ruben. So Liam Whaley now, it's been thrown to him now, and he's 1.1 more than his lowest score, which is a at this moment. So he needs roughly a 7.5 himself to stay in the competition. Just like that, Ruben. This can happen here at the Lords of Tram. Just while we're talking about all these other things, the action brings us back down to earth once more. The strong wind is coming here. What's he going to do, though? Is it going to be the double mega loop board off?
Yeah, but I doubt it's going to be enough. But he has let's see, Liam, what is he going to do? He's got maybe an S-loop board off that will a proper one, like getting leveled on the kite, but Edgar just busted out a massive one. Oh, double kite loop back roll. And landing it clean, full speed. He is stoked with that trick, but is it going to be enough?
I think he needs a 7.57 to equal Edgar, but he can't.
Wow, he was pretty leveled on the long lines there.
He can't equal Edgar here because Edgar's got a higher score trick, so he needs a 7.57. Actually, a 7.56 to take this one. Is it going to be enough for Liam Whaley? We watch the scores.
See.
They're coming in high. I can already see some scores flying in here, Ruben, and I think he's going to be okay here. More than a 7.57 will do for him. The category is in the kite loop back roll.
8.4.
Category 8.4 coming in for Liam Whaley.
Liam Whaley
taking
taking
it in
it.
the last move. What an incredible heat we've just seen there. He's so good at that, Ruben, at reacting and knowing. And he looks devastated there. Edgar Ulrich's on the beach, and I'm sure they're refreshing those scores. And unfortunately for him, he just didn't do enough there. That 5.8 really just bringing his score down. So that was absolutely massive.
Two super stylish and talented riders taking each other on in the quarterfinals here at the GKA Kite World Tour. Absolutely mind-blowing action. And I am so surprised and aware by the absolute control Edgar was showing as well throughout that contra loop with the rotations and the board off, and then keeping the board off, stretching out his legs until right before the landing. And he actually trains that during snow kiting as well, just to be so aware in the air and off his body, off the kite, off the lift. And yeah, just absolutely epic performance. Thank you very much, and congratulations, Liam Whaley, for taking home the win of this heat.
Well, I'm speechless there. Both these riders congratulating them. It's love. Look at that scene down there, Ruben. These two duotone team riders congratulating each other in what was an absolutely epic hit. Interesting that Edgar actually using a click bar.
Yeah.
And
different bar. Are they on the same kite?
Liam?
Both on a 7?
Don't know.
It looks like Liam is riding a bigger bar.
I don't know where they are now. Oh, so they're just waiting for these tricks to be. This is interesting what's happening here.
They're so close. Look at that. They still got adjusted. Like the 8.4 got adjusted to the 8.10.
Yeah, I did see something was adjusted.
So I think this is going to be it, though.
But
and in the next heat, we've got Luca Cerruti against Lorenzo Casati. So Luca Cerruti coming from South Africa, Cape Town, one of our favorite places to ride in the world as well, taking on Italian Lorenzo Casati, current King of the Air, Red Bull King of the Air champion.
This one just for the crowds then, I think, here as we turn our attention just to the crowds as well. I think he's boosting one there just for the crowds as the Frenchman comes into your screen now, floating from the right-hand side. There he is, coming in at that. Nice.
Very fast.
Just to say goodbye as he's had that great support. But wow, here we go straight into another biggie, Ruben. It is a slobber knocker of a heat as a kite falls out the sky in front of me. Luca Cerruti from flying under the Italian flag, obviously from South Africa a lot of the time, and Lorenzo Casati with the Spanish flag, but with Italy written underneath.
The country flags are getting a bit mixed up here, but luckily we're here to put things straight, Lewis. Isn't that right? And I'm looking very forward to see these two young guns take it to the sky, because they can throw S-loops combined with board-offs and rotations. So this is definitely going to be a heat to watch. Thank you so much for tuning in on this wonderful Sunday. We hope you're doing well and that you're enjoying this show.
I think we're pushing around 35 knots now, a bit more consistently than we were for those previous heats. You can see the AP flag being raised here, which is the triangular flag in the top corner. This seems like a good time. Let's go to a commercial break.
you go in the world, one airline goes further to make it feel exceptional. Qatar Airways, going places together.
Big, I gotta make it just for my kids and for their kids' kids. That's wealth years and years. Promise my brother soon as he out and finish this bid, we finna do it bigger than anybody ever did. And I promise I'm trying to. Before you count me out, homie, let me remind you. They was blocking the shine, now I think it's my time to. Counting them dollar signs like lights, they'll blind you.
Lords of Tram was the first real big air contest in France and started in 2019 in Grouessant. After our third edition, the city of Barcares saw the potential of the event to develop their water sport appeal to the world. Barcares is a dynamic city, committed to events promoting their territory. Thanks to Barcares for their trust.
L'économie, c'est comme le climat. Ça subit de plus en plus de tempêtes, de crises, et ça s'accélère. Et un kitesurfer, quand il regarde la tempête, il voit une opportunité de sauter plus haut, de surfer des plus grosses vagues et d'aller plus vite. Et c'est ce regard-là qu'on veut amener aux entreprises pour qu'elles voient les tempêtes qu'elles traversent comme des opportunités. Prenez par exemple la transition environnementale. Ça peut être vu comme une contrainte réglementaire. En réalité, c'est une opportunité incroyable de se réinventer et d'attirer des nouveaux clients et des nouveaux talents.
So welcome back here, and this is going to be an exciting heat. You're here with me, Ruben Lenton. Lewis Cratton will be right back, just going off for a little wee. But we have about 10 heats left to finish off the event today, where we almost finish off the quarterfinals here with this heat between Luca Cerruti from actually South Africa, not Italy. Lorenzo Casati, however, from Italy. Two young guns taking on each other. And yeah, the wind looks stable, looks steady. It's not 45 knots, but definitely between 25 and 35 knots. So perfect for big air kite surfing. And if you're just joining us, thank you very much. We very much appreciate the support. And we hope you enjoy the show and the tricks that are coming right up. After the round 4 of the men, we will continue with the women's division, where we were left off yesterday in the semi-finals. So we will keep running the semi-finals for the ladies, then we will dive into the semi-finals for the men, and then on to the mini-finals, and finally the final. So some exciting action coming up, and hopefully the wind does increase and keeps picking up throughout the day. It can change with the sun, with the warmth. It's very variable conditions here. But I am very excited for this heat. The yellow flag is still up, so we still have some time before the kickoff of this heat between these two young guns. You can join us in the comments on YouTube. Let us know if you have any questions, and we're happy to address those, to give you some more information on the things you're curious about, on the things you maybe not fully understand, or yeah, some suggestions, always welcome. So someone was asking, what is the biggest kite you can loop? Can I loop my 14 meter? I mean, if you don't loop yet, definitely start off with a smaller size, and even underpowered, so you can get used to cranking the bar. And yeah, then you can step up to bigger sizes, but yeah, don't recommend it really above the 10, 11 meters. However, the kites are getting quicker, and here we are with the first trick attempt of Luca Cerruti with a massive double back roll board off contra loop. One of his signatures. Is he? Yeah, now finally sticking it. He was having some trouble getting the landing on this one in earlier heats, but here he goes with the double back roll, taking off the board with his backhand and looping the kite, contra looping the kite with the front hand. So very well performed. And let's see what the judges will score this. If you want some more insights in the scoring, you can go over to the GKA kiteworldtour.com, then click on live, and you can scroll down into the quick menu to the live stream, the live ticker, the live scoring, the elimination ladders, just to find out a bit more on what is going on. So this is the first trick attempt in this heat from Lorenzo Casati. Looking very, very good here for the first one. So let's see. He dives into a booby loop with a board spin. So that is a double, sorry, no, it was a doobie loop board spin. So 2 front rotations. Hoppa! Luca answering back with a doobie loop and added rotation of his own. Not doing the board off, but definitely getting very inverted on that doobie loop. 1 and then 2. That second one goes right over his head, so very inverted. But that needs to be combined with a board off even to really rack up the points. However, he did score a 6.7 for that doobie loop. So very, very nice. Here goes Lorenzo Casati again with a double forward board off contra loop. Sticking it clean, I think an added rotation. So even 3 rotations. 1, 2, and then an added rotation on the way down. And even a stylish grab to finish things off before coming in for the landing. So a trick doesn't count if it's crashed or if you take off during your trick attempt and you don't perform the trick. So Contra loop, board off, 2 front rotations. Not going that massive, only 9.8 meters, as you can see in the bottom of your screen there. So 1 and 2. Not super wild trick. So I don't think it will score close to Lorenzo's previous trick. Wow, very nice. Now combining the board off with the back rolls. So here goes Lorenzo Casati doing the kite loop, triple back roll board off. Very nicely performed. He stuck it clean there to rack up his points. And Lorenzo Casati in the lead here in this heat against Luca Cerruti from South Africa. So both riders had 3 trick attempts, and they get 7 attempts in total, with the 3 highest scoring tricks visible in the screen on top, making up the overall score, which you see. Now it's up to Luca Cerruti in the purple lycra, taking off, going front roll, double front roll board off with a contra loop. He's looping his kite with his front hand, so that is a contra loop. Keeping the style and the rotations going, covering some nice height on this one. Look at that, nice angle. Not too much distance, but yeah, the wind is maybe not fully cranking, but still performing some epic moves here.
Guess where I've been, Ruben?
Going for a quick session?
No, yeah, right. I've actually just been down there, a couple of yards away from this angle right here. I managed to walk around the back there. I wanted to feel the conditions and see how it felt. I could see what kite size was out there. This is an 8 meter from Lorenzo. I just wanted to see what it felt like. Wow, what a lovely move this is, with multiple back rotations from Lorenzo Casati. And I'm going to send you down there shortly, because I want you to see and feel that too. With the wind, it comes and goes, and
I was down there earlier, and
it's good to see it, isn't it, and feel it. Wow, look at this move though, landed. Just a bit of a butt check for Ruben. Give me an update. What's going on in this heat?
Yeah, so Lorenzo Casati against Luca Cerruti. I feel that Lorenzo is getting a bit more technical, getting some more tricks done. And Luca, 4 rotations. Oh, just not getting the landing on that one.
That was a direct reply to me. He's just showing that he can do the old windmill, I believe you called it, Ruben. He can do that move too, so he really did start powering through the rotations there. That seemed like a bit of a reply to Lorenzo. So where are we at with the scores here? Not too far away from each other, about 1.5 separating these two riders. How many trick attempts do they have left?
It looks like Lorenzo is indeed riding without a helmet. Usually we always see him riding with a helmet, but he might have just forgotten it, lost his head.
He lost his head. It's not a good time to do it in the quarterfinals of
Why not wearing a helmet?
World Championships. It's not mandatory to wear a helmet, of course. Mandatory to wear an impact vest, though.
Is it mandatory to wear an impact vest?
That's true, yeah.
Oh, that is good to know.
Left foot forwards then as he comes right towards the crowd here with this massive back roll mega loop board off into multiple rotation and sticks it clean. Ruben, that was really well executed.
4 rotations, I believe. We're going to see it in the replay, and it was 16.2 meters high. Look at this. 1, board off, 2, 3, and 4 rotations for Lorenzo Casati with a board off and a massive kite loop. So what a skill, what a landing.
What have you done to my laptop here?
I changed around the sizes of your screens and it's not working for me.
It's not working. Do you know how to change the size of the screens?
Yeah. You start hammering down.
Hammering on the edge of your glass. Okay, yeah, we're back there. Thanks everyone for staying on board with us for this epic Sunday of action. It's 4:27 p.m. I've been told we are going to get this thing wrapped up today, men and women. So women still got the semi-finals and finals, but this is the quarter-finals of the men right now. And we're nearly getting to the edge of their trick attempts. They've got 2 more trick attempts left each, and Lorenzo Casati really edging in front there, especially with that last maneuver. What's the low score from Luca Taruti here? He's got 6-2-6. He's actually got 3 6s on the board. He's really going to have to nail these next 2 moves, Ruben, as Lorenzo has got the opportunity to try and upgrade some of his. So the 6.4 lowest scorer for Luca at the moment is a kite loop front roll. So I expect this might be in the family of a kite loop front roll.
Super zoomed in here. You can see his board racing through the water.
He's on a zoom off, this guy. Yeah, the director shouting like, "What are you doing, mate?" If I translated that from French to English, probably like, "What are you doing, mate?" You got one more chance.
There he is.
Raphael.
What size was he riding, you say? 7?
I think he was on an 8 as well, but he's not happy here with...
oh, the wind is not
if
there
he has
for
to
him.
go right foot forwards, what will he do? Maybe contra loops? Does he do them that way?
No.
Two of his
sure.
tricks are contra loop.
But he's going to jump left foot forward, like he's going to turn around.
Interesting, Ruben. Very, very interesting. This 50 knots that we really thought was going to happen hasn't quite happened so far. Here he goes then. He's taking off to the skies here.
Oh, he's going for the double.
Did he go for it?
Yeah, double kite loop with a back roll.
Delayed back roll, yeah.
Yep.
Let's take a look at the replay there. It's hard to tell if you're not
He
watching.
kept pulling his backhand here, one.
Yeah, he did. And
But I think he's riding a 6 meter. This kite went around super fast.
Maybe he swapped. I don't know. Yeah, and meanwhile, look at the height difference. There's a big contra loop here from Lorenzo Casati, looking to upgrade his 6.8, I expect. And his 6.8 at the moment from Lorenzo Casati is a contra loop back roll board off. So that was from the front roll variety. So this should give us a good idea of what's there. He got on with that, didn't he? What an instant reply. Handing it back over then to Luca. Both these riders vying for a place in the semi-final. They'll come up against the winner of Baby Shark and Andrea Principi. That looked like a double kite loop board off to me, Ruben Lenton.
Looked like an S loop board off to me because he was...
How do you swap hands and do that?
Look at that. One.
He's right.
Yep.
He's right. He did swapping hands and doing it.
I did see him taking his board off with his right hand, so the second loop would have had to be with his left hand. But maybe it wasn't really an S loop because the kite already came up kind of too high for my likings for an S loop. So maybe this was just a kite loop board off contra loop.
Well, whatever it was, I don't think it's going to be enough now. 7 trick attempts on the board for Luca Taruti, and he is nowhere near Lorenzo's high score of 22.49. So he really looks like he's got this one in the bag. It was an 8 meter. I was down there, Ruben. I saw it with my own eyes, that white Cabrina. And
Cabrina Nitro. It's a new kite from Cabrina, apparently, and it's performing very well. Lorenzo is showing off.
Interestingly, it's white, that Cabrina Nitro. Wouldn't you expect like a dark nighttime colour, like the Nitro?
No, nitrous oxide, man. Keep it light.
What colour's that?
See-through. Laughing gas. Ha 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 ha.
See-through. You can't have a see-through kite. The judges wouldn't see it, but do the judges see that? This is getting popular, Ruben, this landing. Okay, how has he landed there? Okay, blind. You're going to say blind, I know.
No, this is wrapped. But he already swung around. It's just a last-minute rotation, I think.
Yeah, interesting.
He didn't land.
What I can tell you, though, is Lorenzo Casati has definitely taken that one, bar a judging miracle for that to be turned round. So Lorenzo Casati continuing on his power surge up the rankings here. He will be in the semi-finals.
And people are wondering what happened with Giels and Jamie's heat.
He do need to find that out.
Whoa, they did change things around.
Something.
So it wasn't Jamie Overbeek, it's Giel Vlucht indeed now put on to the semi-finals instead of Jamie Overbeek.
We need to bring you this.
We need to get to the bottom of this.
More importantly, someone needs to bring this to us.
Yeah,
How
exactly.
can you be telling us that in the comments and we don't know?
We only saw that now.
Who was that? Thank you very much, Rene. Maybe you can tell us.
Yeah, what happened there? Which trick got thrown out? Let's
Maybe
find
it is
out.
worth going up to the race director. We did see Hill doing that.
Let's go to the heat. Let's look at the scores there.
Should we ring someone live on air here?
So in the heat number 4 of the quarterfinals here in Barcares between Jose San, Baby Shark they call him, from Brazil, taking on Andrea Principi, who basically can keep flying for days. He just had a 232 meters long jump, spending 18 seconds in the sky, which was absolutely phenomenal. So let's see what Baby Shark can do to try and kick out Andrea Principi in this heat coming right up.
Well, I have officially put that on our special WhatsApp group. I want to find out what's happened with that heat, and we want to bring that to you. There is the crowd there waiting in anticipation still for this. It really hasn't had this 55 knots that, 50 knots, 100 knots that we talk about here, Ruben. It's been a difficult competition for the riders to get into the swing of things here. Let's take a look out the window. Yeah, it is the blue rash vest here of Josu San, Baby Shark as he's known, starting off with a big doobie loop.
Nice. Yeah, you saw him grow the confidence throughout his tricks in the event and feeling well at home here on the flat water. Here you see a replay of that nicely performed doobie loop, 2 front rotations and a back kite loop. But Andrea Principi, known for his height, his technicality and extreme moves. What can he do? He is definitely going huge on this double front spin contra loop board off, and exactly again covering a lot of distance here.
How much distance, Ruben? 112 meters worth of distance?
102.
Okay, interesting. I mean, look at the height he is here. I mean, he must be around 20 meters, that's for starters. That's lovely with his Surfer app data that we should be able to bring you. How far? 112 from Lewis Crathen, 102 from Ruben Lenton, 138 meters distance. He really is the standout rider here, getting these distances and heights. 18.1 meters in the sky here. He's in another level here.
10 seconds airtime in this trick and getting a maximum speed of 78 kilometers per hour. Absolutely incredible height and distance from Andrea Principi. But Baby Shark answering right back with a massive move. But only 10 meters height. Here's the replay. Double back roll, mega loop with an added rotation on the way down. If he would have taken his board off, it would have stood a chance against Andrea Principi. But Baby Shark really has to take it all out of the tank to try and match Andrea's moves.
All right, let's answer that question quickly before the next move. Now, how can scores be amended? Sometimes the judges' scores have either been entered incorrectly, maybe they've been labelled as the wrong category, and it can sometimes change. It's not always exactly the same. So here we see a lovely double back roll, contra loop board off here, Ruben. Nice and controlled. The hand just came off the bar just a second there, but
just to
again,
balance himself out.
Yeah, to balance himself. You throw that hand out sometimes to balance yourself. Let's watch that key moment here where the contra loop happens, gets the board on here, the right hand just swinging round as if to say, whoa, hold on a minute, I'm not ready to be Yankee doodled into that bar. So
it helps him stay balanced and stop his rotation to just be up straight for the landing. Very nicely done by Andrea Principi.
We apologise if the live scoring isn't currently refreshing properly on your direct access to the back end of the GK KiteWorldTour.com. We are seeing it nicely on our stream, so we can continue to talk about that. And we do have a bit of an access, me and Ruben here, to the back end just to give you all the details. It's lovely to follow all of that action. So, oh, big contra loop. This is massive. Wow. And Baby Shark here from Brazil, Josu San, he's now been able to access those big wins up the top there, Ruben. This is big. Take a look at this replay, Ruben. It was a contra loop. You don't often see heights of contra loops quite like that. And look at the distance traveled here. Any guesses here, Ruben? This is going to be up to 130 meters, I think.
150.
You 150? 111 meters.
111. Bad guessing.
Just a bit further, yeah, well. Isn't it fun that we can play that game thanks to the Surfer app? 8.4 seconds in the air here. So back over we go to Andrea Principi.
Riding right up to the shore, almost touching his board on the sand. But look at this triple back roll, board spin. Good. Oof. Kite loop, I think.
Yep, let's see. Was it the front hand or the backhand? A lot to work out here.
One.
Backhand. Yeah, there goes the kite. Backhand, so it's...
with 4.
Don't know how many rotations, Ruben, but what this indicates to us, commentating up here, the riders are getting on with things very quickly. There's obviously good wind there, Ruben. They're not waiting around 40 seconds or more, wondering where the gusts are. When we see the riders going boom, 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 we know that they want to access this nice lifty wind. Just like any session you're out kiteboarding yourselves, you want to be jumping. When you feel that it's good, you don't mess around. So these two are absolutely throwing down here. And Josu San, I'd love to know how old this young Brazilian is, because he's come out of nowhere here, also known as Baby Shark. I believe he's flying into the box now, left foot forwards, Ruben.
Just not getting the board off during his tricks, and that's something that is going to be crucial to up his scores. Definitely against Andrea Principi, one of the best riders out there at the moment. See, he was reaching for the board, just couldn't get it off. Otherwise, he would have had a nice doobie loop board off.
I think that's fair to say. He's underrated, Ruben. He wasn't even on the radar. Do you know what? He wasn't even rated before as much. To me, I'd never seen this guy ride so much before. Certainly riding conditions which have been, which he's, really being allowed to express himself. Often we see riders in lighter winds and having to deal with the experienced riders that know how to deal with that. But he really is up against it here, against Andrea Principi, who is the big air world champion, by the way. Also got to the podium. People don't talk about that much. Got to the podium for his first ever King of the Air. So much expectation was on him as we see this board spin here, Ruben, just go wrong for him. Everyone thought he was going to take that final out, and obviously he finished third, and he was very graceful about that and was happy for his friend, his close friend, a team rider of a long time as well at Duotone before he moved. Lorenzo, that is. But here, I think he'll be wanting to make a statement. Big mega loop with a delayed back roll. Whoa! What a landing.
What a take.
Wow, and he takes the kite as well here. So here we're going to see this replay. It's always at the bottom. You don't think it's at the bottom, but it's at the bottom. Yeah, nice kite work then from Josu. And get this, Ruben. The winner of this heat will go against Lorenzo Casati. We could see an Andrea Principi Casati semi-final. Here he comes with the yellow helmet here, flying through this heat.
Look at that.
Doobie loop.
What a control, and flipping the board. Oi!
He got rid.
He was not handling that, but look how he was flying with the board besides him and then flipped it. Here he goes into the front roll. Contra loop, and then there he flipped the board, and he was like, oh, too much speed to the left, and couldn't come in for a proper soft landing.
It's a really good point someone's made here. Just, of course, always reading what you're up to here on our live stream. Of course, paying attention to the action, but it's nice to interact with you. You don't often see big air riders coming from Brazil, Ruben. Why do you think that is?
Well, I mean, Brazil has got phenomenal kite surfing conditions all along the shores, especially in the north. The wind is cranking, and the conditions are just like a hairdryer. Every day from the same direction it kicks in, and it's a really great training ground for all kinds of technical maneuvers. And if you can do all the rotations, you can do all the kite loops, then you just have to go somewhere else with some more wind, just like Barcares, to get the height, and then show that you have all the technical tricks, just like Baby Shark is doing here.
3 rotations there on that mega loop delayed roll, I think, here. If we count them back here, Ruben, taking off, pulling that backhand, it's the right hand, getting lovely in. 1, 2, 3, locking it out nicely there. I think that's going to be a nice score for Josu. It's going to definitely replace his 6.0, which is currently his kite loop back roll. Only a 6.10, so He's getting showed there, Andrea Principi, the scores live. We hope they're working for you at the moment. But just my thoughts about that with Brazil. We've seen lots of wonderful freestylers, of course, Bruno Cagia being one of them, and also Carlos Mario Bebe, amongst many others. But we're also seeing here Michele Sol from Brazil as well, flying under the United States flag here, Ruben. We'll get back to that in a minute. That's a kite loop variation with the front roll, board spin, I believe, Ruben. Yeah, so Andrea Principi well in control of this one, but Michele Sol now turning her attention to big air, and she's dominating at the moment. She's currently the big air world champion and the freestyle world champion as well. So we are seeing it in the ladies, but in the men, not so much so. I think the density of the wind, which you covered a little bit there, Ruben, this colder wind, which we're more used to in Europe and places like here and maybe Cape Town, it takes some training to get used to these gusts.
Baby Shark seems to be loving it. He's getting some good airtime today, and really showing that he's got some moves. But Andrea Principi definitely, yeah, it's going to be hard to beat. How many trick attempts do they have left?
They've both got one trick attempt left, and it will be Josu San,
aka Baby Shark, here in the purple lycra, riding right foot forward. What is he going for? Pre-pop, jump, and it's a triple front roll contra loop. Not gonna score that well, I'm afraid. Here he goes for a little preload, and then Rob edge right into it. One double front roll contra loop, but no, not what the judges like to see, and also crashing his kite as he rides out of that trick. So I think it's up to Andrea Principi to just yeah, do one for the show and save his energy for the semifinals, because this is the last heat of round 4 of the quarterfinals of the men's division here at the GKA World Cup Big Air Kitesurfing. There we go. Andrea Principi going for that massive contra loop with quadruple or triple front roll and that board flip that we saw him try earlier, but this time he lands it. There he goes in the replay, edging full speed. Look at how high he goes.
Ridiculous scores coming here, Ruben. I can see massive scores coming in from all of our 5 judges.
One, board off, up
Whoa.
2, up, and that board flip. That is so tricky. 3, up. So
How
good.
controlled is that? That is really so controlled. Absorbs that landing, and that most likely being one of the biggest moves, I think, of the heat. So that is the end of the quarterfinals, Ruben. We'll be back after a commercial break, and it is semi-final time.
Are we first gonna do the women's or continue with the semis of the men? I think the ladies are up now.
Oh, yeah, sorry about that. I wasn't informed on that. But yeah, no, actually that's still correct. I said semi-final time.
Semi-final time.
I said semi-final time. I didn't say which...
women's division coming up. Some standout riders from yesterday. Definitely Michele Sol from Brazil, showing that she has all the tricks in the bag to take home the win. But also Angélie from France. She was absolutely going massive and riding really aggressive. So it's going to be an epic semi-final coming up.
I don't think we're going anywhere, are we? And I don't think we should. Let's remind you. No, we stay. It's okay. We stay with the action. So Natalie Lambrecht against Angélie Boulard. You might be wondering why the scores are on the screen there. Have you just missed 10 minutes? But no, you haven't. They're recontinuing. Recontinue? Is
Restarting?
that a word? No, not restarting.
No. Sorry. Yeah.
Continuing. It's got to be re-something. Yeah. Maybe you can help me in the comments there. Been talking a lot today. But they are going to continue with the heat from yesterday, which was abandoned due to the actually, I think it was the ridiculous strength of the wind, actually. So
yeah, gusts of 72 knots, Lewis. We're pumping through the competition area yesterday. So yeah, Natalie Lambrecht from Sweden taking on French girl Angélie Boulard
for a place in the final as well.
So it's winner takes all. Continue. If you if you lose in the semi-finals, then you get another chance to fight for third and fourth position in the mini final. So definitely riding twice, these girls. But they definitely want a spot in the final, and they're gonna give it their all. So I'm curious to see who's gonna take home the win in this heat between Natalie Lambrecht from Sweden and Angelique Boulot from France.
It's an interesting dynamic, this heat, Ruben, because it's not necessarily as simple as saying this is for a space on the podium. It guarantees your place on the podium because it's going to put you in the 2 women final, but you will get a chance in the mini final to fight for 3rd and 4th, but you'd like to have it done here, right? And maybe if you've got that sort of mindset, you might be just thinking, I only want to get first, I'm doing it, I'm going all the way, but to some, getting onto the podium is an achievement. For others, like Aaron Hadlow, it's not good enough.
Not good enough, just need a win, otherwise I'm devastated. Yeah, all these riders are quite competitive and dedicating their life to kite surfing. Such a lovely passion we all have for this sport. If you're not kite surfing yet and just enjoying the epic dynamics of this beautiful sport, definitely give it a try. There's many awesome kite schools around the world where you can get started, get informed online, and then get a couple lessons and get started.
Here goes Natalie then, who's opening up.
Straight into a boogie loop.
Nice landing. Cool. That was like that board just sucked to the water there, Ruben. Let's take another look at the replay on this landing here. Didn't get super high on this. They had stronger wind yesterday, but nice kite position. Kite did. What a landing. That was outrageous landing.
Yeah, that tapped down on the water pretty tight. So
Nigel Bannon absolutely nailing that word. It was reconvene. Do you know this word? It's a good British word, this. Reconvene was the exact word. Thank you very much, Nigel. That was just out of my reach here, as it sometimes is.
With so many things going on, Lewis.
No, with words. Just with key words sometimes. Everything else I've got covered, Ruben, as we know. But there has been a lot going on here. And again, these scores aren't currently refreshing.
Massive shout out to all the Dutchies watching this epic live stream today, supporting all the Dutchies in this event, and everyone around the world. Thanks for joining, tuning in. You're here with me, Ruben Lenton, and Lewis Crathern, reporting live from the GKA Kite World Tour stop here in Barcares, France. Barcares. Just into the semifinals, which we reconvene from yesterday's stoppage of the event due to too much wind. And now we're actually looking at Angelique Boulot in the white lycra, doing her massive mega loop laid back roll, getting a super nice kite angle and landing it clean. That was good power, good angle. Let's look at the replay here. Going massively, nicely inverted and landing it with speed, super clean. I think that's going to be some nice scores coming in for Angelique.
Still waiting for Natalie's trick score to come in here. She had a kite loop back roll already on the board. Oh, there it is. There is Natalie's. It's the kite loop front roll that we were looking for, which is the 6.13. So this heat already quite close, less than a point in it. And just to remind you about this heat, they already did perform some moves yesterday. So there are already 4 trick attempts each here. 3 trick attempts left for these riders to try and get into the final. Will it be the French lady Angelique Boulot with all that support off the beach? Will it be Nathalie Lambrecht, who's really storming onto the big air scene right now, Ruben Lenton?
100%. Edging hard, going massive with a kite loop nose grab. Not going too high. Let's see what the surfer app data says. Around the 10 meter mark there. Here she's edging. Yeah, nice, nicely controlled one-handed kite loop with a nose grab.
And what I love about that grab was on the way up, Ruben. The real big grabs in mega loops are done on the way up for me, not afterwards. Exactly. Easy to grab it afterwards. You do it on the way up. You want to get serious about grabbing mega loops.
Feels so good. I love just doing the massive mega loop and then grabbing the nose on the way up and then just swinging yourself into that laid back. It feels absolutely ridiculous. But here we got Angelique going for a kite loop board off, and is she sticking it? Wow, that's going to be epic scores for Angelique right here. Well done. Wow.
Yeah, a crowd like that on the beach. Here is the replay of this, Ruben, and you really can't pick this apart much at all. Lovely height, got the legs out nicely and controlled, and she always looked odds on to land this. And now just look at the ocean, actually, or the lake, whatever, the water. How about that? It's a lot flatter. We've not got such strong wind hitting us right now. I'd say this is in the region of about 30, maybe 35 knots maximum, Ruben, because the water is so much flatter. The landings, even here, look how glassy the takeoff area is, and so downwind is also flatter. We're not seeing as many trips over the nose.
Quite a weird stance there from Nathalie before she takes off. trying to hang on to that kite. We're gonna need a replay on this one.
He found her in the end. Oh, she still had to repair the damage on that, and she hasn't, Ruben. I can tell you, whilst this replay cut in out the window, Ruben, she didn't manage to save this. So this won't be scored. It all looks good here, but then that kite just diving. We need a couple more seconds on those clips.
Will that count?
No, it won't. I'll tell you, it won't.
She was riding out quite
for the
far.
Count. She's out for the count right now, Ruben. She's got a kite leading edge down, facing into the wind. The jet ski's coming over to offer assistance. She needs to rescue it. She's got a good chance here of rescuing it, as long as she doesn't have a line wrap around the tip. But this is really handing the advantage. There is that kite there. Great shot. She's okay. No equipment malfunction there. Just a bit of gusty wind sends it in the water. But has she got the board on? Yeah, I think she has, Ruben.
Boom.
Yeah, so she's still in this. Angeli Bouwa now will feel like she's really close to the final. And what a moment this will be for her. She's really starting to get herself together now as this wind looks like she's looking for a different kite then. She wants a smaller kite than on the beach. We can talk to you just in the background here, riding in. You get just as she goes past it.
What is she doing?
Don't know, but Angeli Bouwa, meanwhile.
Whoa, going on a boogie loop to the right side. Right foot forward boogie loop with a nice tail grab there from Angeli, showing that she is boss.
Natalie needs a quick job here, and I think she's going to have to pull Daniels that kite bar. She needs that kite launcher to keep the kite there. She's got a tangle. This isn't help. We need to see this on the beach right now. On La Plage. I'm telling the director, she's got this green kite here. Okay, desperate to see. I think she's fixed it, Ruben. She needed to pull Daniels. He's actually a magician in the UK. Whenever you get that line wrap, I think her lines were tangled, and she really needed to get that kite sorted. And if she's managed to do that, Natty, that's a brilliant turnaround. You haven't seen that. I can tell you, out the window, I've just seen Natalie Lambrecht come in. There she is, fixing.
Her kite flipped, so her lines were twisted, so she had to land her kite and throw a bar through her lines and unwrap that. So she did, and now she's back for her next trick attempt.
Even more impressive, Ruben, is that the launcher there brought the kite right back towards her. All the lines went slack. It's much easier to visualize where you've got to push your bar through the lines to fix that with the kite being held nicely. But Natalie Lambrecht will get back into the zone, and she will get a chance for a 7th trick attempt, but it's going to have to be a big one because Angeli Bouloir is absolutely walking away with this at the moment. She needs over a 9 here, Ruben. She's got a 5.13 scoring as her lowest trick. Angeli has absolutely caned it in this heat, so I don't think she can quite get this score. It's looking like it's a high 9s, Ruben.
So yeah, people are wondering what kite Angeli is on. It's a core with the Alula leading edge. So what we see in the development of kites is that they're getting lighter, more tighter, more stiff, more direct, more performance. So yeah, definitely lots of development and prototypes being flown around. And they're actually quite slippery. I tried to grab one by the leading edge the other day, and it slipped out of my hands. I was like, oh, this thing is slippery. So watch that if you ever grab an Alula kite by the leading edge, and just make sure you hang on tight.
I'm wondering what you were talking about.
Slippery leading edge.
For a second there, but I understand now.
Yep. Slippery people. Here, Angeli taking off with a double back roll mega loop.
Didn't even need to. She had the she had the heat in the bag. Hope she's not picked up a bit of a cane up for. Yeah, it looked like a big little rib one. So she had this one, just warming herself up for the final. That kite's sticking out the side there for me, Ruben. She's hit a power spike there, and she's away from her board. So I wonder if she needed that.
She didn't need that, but she just couldn't resist herself. There's the spectators on the beach, and they're always going to give it that extra. So nicely done from Angeli. Unfortunately, not nailing that landing right there and then. But
Ruben, we talk about she didn't need that. Do you sometimes need that? A big caner to wake yourself up?
You never need a big caner. Trust me, I've tried many times, but you don't need a big caner. Nobody needs a big caner. Maybe the spectators.
Do you know what, Ruben? There are some times where you receive a big caner, a big crash in the water. I've always felt if you can take that big crash, come out of that big crash, you think, I must be in a good... You can turn that into a positive. Well, I took that. I'm physically fit. I'm able to bounce off the water like that. I'm in a good place. Sometimes a big caner can be good for you.
Yeah, I will pass on the next big caner. I've had enough big caners in my life, with the last one being 2 weeks ago in Vietnam, coming down hard from 11 meters without the kite catching me. So that was gnarly. I've luckily walked away without any permanent damage, so stoked on that.
Hey, but hold on a minute here. There's big caners and there's stupid crashes.
True that. Yeah, that was definitely a stupid move from my side. But
Well, they talk me through what happened there. You had a foil kite, right? How big was this kite?
it was
No?
massive, and it didn't work out. So I learned my lesson there, mate.
You don't want to talk about it. That's fair enough. Sometimes he's just giving me that quiet signal we do to commentators where we zip it.
We're not going to talk about foil kites just yet. As soon as the first rider is going to use one in competition, we will start talking about it.
Okay. It wasn't you training or anything to be back in the comps like this, or you're just curious, right?
Yeah, you just take that thing out on short lines, mate. Good luck.
Oh, look at this. Dimitri Marimendes. I haven't heard that name for a while. I think last time he competed, he was booted out first round.
Oh, God. Oh, the wind is pumping through. We see Angeli just edging super hard against her kite. But yeah, that was the end of this heat. And
yeah, and here we are then. So
on this next semi-final heat for the women's division, we got Francesca taking on Mikali, and this is going to be an interesting heat because the winner will move on to the final and take on Angeli Boulou. Ew, she is stoked, claiming it.
And so we're yet to bring you the full rundown then on what's happened with Hills Heat, but I have requested it here. It's a protest to be discussed, to be resolved shortly, Ruben. Cool. That sounds interesting. I'd love to be in that protest. And actually, ironically, somehow the back-end system's given me the scores of Jamie Overbeek and Gil Vloed, even though we're on this heat with the ladies here, which we're looking the way I've got this scores right now, Ruben. There's a protest, that's all I know, and I have to stick officially. There was about 0.5 or 6 difference from them, Jamie Overbeek winning over Gil Vloed. But as far as we know, Gil or somebody has had to do a protest. So we will get to the bomb here.
It still says Gil Vlucht in the semi-finals, but the scores here say different on our screen, so let's see.
Here we go. Francesca Mani from the UK up against Michaeli Sol flying under the USA flag. That is correct. I was informed yesterday by Craig, of course, Cunningham from Duotone. Whoa! Meanwhile, Francesca Mani going out of focus. Oh. She can't just ride through that first powered mega loop. That was high. 14.6 meters opening up her account, Ruben. This is a biggie.
Nice. Yeah, she just got yanked out of balance a little bit there. So, unfortunately, crashing on the landing here. So, ending up in a 0 score for her first trick attempt.
Yeah, that's unfortunate for her. So, she's up against the world champion, Michaeli Sol. So, flying under the USA flag. She actually has dual citizenship, apparently Brazil and the United States. So, this was deliberate.
So in the end, it turned out that Jamie Overbeek is indeed through over that heat against Gil Vlucht, who seemed very upset about the first initial scores that came in. But after reassessing everything, Jamie Overbeek did make it through to the semifinals and is on to Liam Whaley in a little bit in the men's semifinals of the men's division. But right now, here in the semifinals, Francesca taking on Michaeli Sol, who is absolutely champion in freestyle and big air. So yeah, this is the hottest in the sport right now. The wind is on. I think the girls are riding 5 or 6 meter kites.
Where are you getting that info from? Am I not on the same WhatsApp groups as you? Well, you're just looking at the scores. Yeah, I know, but that could still change.
It did change.
It did change?
Again,
I thought I wasn't
now.
on a WhatsApp group that I should have been on, that you were or something, but no, not that WhatsApp group. Yeah, here we call another biggie then from Francesca Mani, and she can't stick that one. Or was that the same one? There was no. It was a replay. There's the replay. And maybe was that the second attempt from Francesca Mani? It looked very similar to the first, though, Ruben.
Very similar, but crashing even harder on this attempt. Yeah, and that's correct. In the previous heat against Jamie and Giel, the wind was kind of challenging. There were some lulls in there, but the race directors decided to keep it going as the guys were still getting the scores on the board when they found the gust. So that's how it also works in condition-dependent competitions.
It's the Lords of Tram 2023 here at the GKA Big Air Kitesurf World Cup. We're in the south of France. There you go. You can see the buildings, the terracotta tiled look that we see all around this area of the Mediterranean. And we are in the Mediterranean. I mean, are we in the Mediterranean Sea here? Would you call this the Mediterranean? We're just off the. This is the sea of the Mediterranean. Even though it's a lagoon off the shore, the Mediterranean's actually to the left-hand side here behind those trees. As we see Michaeli Sol just shaking off her hair. What's up with the scores here, Rubes?
Point blank.
Point blank out.
The wind blew away the scores.
Well, at least they're both going through to the final at this rate. Oh, that wind got scary. What was that for a gust of wind on the lives? That was really scary.
A gust of terror.
That was a gust of terror. That was straight out of Augusta.
Yeah, promote the air style, bro. Nice one, Toby, with your 1 million trick variations. Nice floaty, lofty jumps. And these guys definitely taking that to the next level, combining it with big air, so that's absolutely epic. Putting the extremity to the board off maneuvers with plenty of rotations, epic height. And the stronger the wind, the stronger these riders can jump. And Francesca and Mika are battling it out to get a spot in the final.
I know what you're thinking. You're watching this just thinking, what is going on here? Don't worry. I'm thinking the same here. We've got a replay here of Francesca just trying to get one of her mega loops in. We'll get the scores sorted out here for the moment. We are also in the dark here, me and Rubes. Got a dead iPad here, Rubes. But 5.03 from Michaeli Sol is up there on the board. And I thought there were more landed tricks in. Oh, there we go. Some scores coming in now. So we start to make a bit more sense of this semi-final heat number 2. It's day 2 down here near Perpignan, 2 hours north of Barcelona. The locals have come out in force here, and we've had great support from Barcares, the port. Cool, what a camera change that was, Ruben. Am I going cross-eyed? Mega loop delayed back roll from Michaeli Sol. Couldn't take that landing, Ruben. It was a bit of a dropout. It had to really absorb it.
Nicely done. Let's look at a little replay here. She did the loop, then threw herself into that late back roll. Unfortunately, bouncing too far forward for her balance to ride out clean. So Mika is normally a lot more consistent, but here goes Francesca with a kite loop late back roll of her own. Not going super high, only 5.1 meters. Well, there we see it from Francesca, but she's landing it, and that's always better than crashing, but I doubt this will be a high score because it wasn't super high. What the judges are looking for is definitely height, the variation in the tricks, also the style, the commitment, and the kite angle, which all are looked at very closely by the judges.
Ruben, these ladies have had to wait around all day for this. You know, you've been in these positions before, as we see Michaeli Sol going straight into it. Is she going to go into another rotation? Just the boogie loop, the move that you brought to the fray, Ruben Lenton. But just getting back to that, how must they feel? You know, it's a long day waiting for this semi-final. So we see another nice replay. That was a nice move, Ruben.
That was an epic
How do they
boogie.
keep themselves, not from getting cold or staying motivated on the beach in those situations, Ruben?
Yeah, I just want to say I'm so proud of all the ladies stepping it up in the big air discipline. And here Mika shows that throwing epic boogie loops, no props. And she can even do the board off mega loops as well. And I'm looking forward to see this heat unfold further. They're going pretty close, but how are they feeling in these type of conditions? They're training more and more in strong winds and really practicing their tricks. So it's all eyes. Oh, what is this? A very low contra loop. It was probably only 1 meter above the water. That was the lowest contra loop I've ever seen. Look at that. There she goes in a forward and a contra loop. Still landing it though. It's, not going to score that well.
Stay with us because we will have the finals coming up of both the ladies and the men very shortly. What a way to end your Sunday here, or maybe to start your Sunday or start your Monday. How about that, Ruben, for wherever you are?
Monday, ho, easy. We still have a party to go.
Yeah, what, on a Sunday?
Yeah, Sunday night we're throwing a big party after the event.
All right, nice.
Let's go. Ready to play some music, get everybody grooving, dancing. Woo! On the disco vibes. Let's go. But not there yet. We still have the semis of the men and the finals of the men and women's division coming up. So, yeah, now she is sticking it. Michaeli Sol from Brazil, landing that move properly. Let's look at the replay here coming up. Here she goes. Mega loop, laid back roll, and this time landing it clean.
She looks like she's really riding well in this heat, Ruben, Michaeli Sol, but she's not quite through the woods yet. She has, what is this? They're both on about 4th or 5th trick here. So she's going to have some more attempts here. Look at the wind just dying down again, Ruben. It's almost gone quiet again in this live stream booth. It's been a very interesting day of Tramontana, and it's come very much from the north to me. I mean, look at the angle that Francesca Mani is going back into the beach here now, and it's more of a cut than usual, which you can't quite tell from that angle, but this is not as perpendicular with the beach. Perpendicular? There's a joke to be had there with Perpignan. But we're in the same...
Perpendicular. Nice one,
It was
Lou.
clear to you, Ruben. I wasn't ready for that.
Totally
one.
made sense. Totally made sense.
Perpendicular. Perpendicular to the beach. Here she comes, left foot forwards, riding towards the crowd, breaking off again, right foot forward. She just changed kite there. What's happened? She's ended up quite far out the zone. 4.0 is her lowest score at the moment, Ruben, and she'd like to boot that out of her scores. And that's a kite loop front roll. I think we're going to see a bigger kite loop front roll from her now.
I think also from Mika, I think she has a bigger straight kite loop in her repertoire, so she can get more critical on that one to better that 5 score.
She didn't really get that takeoff there, and I wonder if she's thinking maybe I can sneak another go, but I think the judges will score that a 0. Let's see.
And some people were wondering about the prize money involved in this event, and this event is I think a combined total of 16k only. And yeah, I think the big air discipline definitely deserves more for the amount of risk, the amount of time, that effort, skills that go into this. But the sport is rising, and we are trying to give you the best show possible. So I think it's 8k for the women and 8k for the men, divided over the top 4. So yeah, taking home a couple K and some good sponsor deals, hopefully, for the riders.
Yeah, and we've got to put it out there as well. Events like this, we can put it out there to the world, seeing you all interacting with us on the live stream and putting on a good live stream, getting some good content, images, videos. We've got the top riders in the world here. We've got huge channels on social media, so it's getting it out there to attract these sponsors, which is all about. As you see, Francesca Mani with just a mega. What was she? I think she was thinking double trouble there, Rubes.
No.
You know, you tell me what she was thinking.
Okay, well, that will be interesting. She's
already
going for the
got a kite
takeoff.
loop.
Kite loop? No, definitely not high enough for a double.
She's already got a 4.73 kite loop in the bag here. Why would she have just gone for another
Because she
straight
doesn't know
one?
what she scored. Maybe she felt like it wasn't good enough and she could better the score by a lot. But yeah, besides the prize money, obviously, there's huge pride being taken away if you do well in the event. That definitely ups your confidence and makes your name grow in the kite sport, which is nice. There's a lot of passion in the sport, a lot of respect for each other amongst the riders, great sportsmanship always in the events. We're a tight community. We love each other. We love riding and progressing all together. So that's what this is about, the love for the sport and the love for each other, and seeing everybody fly through the sky.
Mega loop delayed back roll then to the right hand side for Michaeli Sol, which is her preferred tack to perform that move. She's got a lovely technique as she gets nicely backwards on for that move, and it looks like she's coasting to this one, Ruben, and I think she's going to need something special, Francesca Mani. She's going to need a 7.3.
But she's done.
She done?
Yeah, this is the last trick of this heat in the
Yeah, you're
semifinals.
right. Sorry, yeah, forget about that.
Oh,
She needs a miracle.
It's done.
Yeah, it's done, Ruben.
So Michaeli Sol advancing to the final against Angeli Boulou. Amazing final coming up. First we will go to the semis for the men, where we see Liam Whaley taking on Jamie Overbeek. So a very exciting heat. coming up between the boys to see who can claim a spot in the final and have a chance to win this event. Put this event to their name. This is 1 out of 2, maybe 3 events this year. The tour is growing, and hopefully we can add the stops, so we have nice 3 events this year. And then we can crown a proper big air world champion, hopefully later in this year. But right now, here at the GKA World Tour stop, kitesurfing big air in Barcares, France. You're here with me, Ruben Lenton, and obviously Lewis Crathern, bringing you all the live news and the insights that we can see and share with you.
Ruben, you're getting my surname pronounced absolutely perfectly these days. After all these years, you're absolutely nailing it. Thank you. I bet you're so tempted to say it wrong, aren't you? But you're just too professional now, Ruben, aren't you? You're too professional for that. And talking about professionals, Ruben, we got 2 on the water right now. Liam Whaley, Jamie Overbeek. Jamie Overbeek avoiding a bit of a scare protest from a Giel Vloed earlier, where it looked for one moment like we might see Giel Vloed advancing into the final, but Jamie Overbeek actually was deemed to be okay. We don't really know the nitty-gritty of that. But
yeah, well, I know the nitty-gritty that Giel was pissed off and ready to take someone out, but luckily he contained himself, and the judges reassessed the heat and if they didn't miss any tricks. And yeah, I think it's basically compared to football where they go to the VAR.
No, it was worse than that. I think it was worse than that. It was like going straight up to the directors or something. Here we go then. Meanwhile, Jamie Overbeek starting off this semi-final. Very inverted back roll. Mega loop board off. Lots of distance there, Ruben. Where's that other angle we had from downwind? It was lovely. But
this one here, boom!
How high, Ruben? 18 meters?
No, it was 15 something, 15.9.
Isn't it lovely that we can just do that and look at this live data, bottom left-hand corner? 15.9, Ruben, you got me on that one.
But he got nicely angled with his kite there. But here, Liam Whaley riding full speed, having a nice edge, going massive on this. Whoa!
Wow.
Boogie S-loop. So a forward rotation with an S-loop. Absolutely mind-blowing action. First start from Liam Whaley. Look here. He's diving forward whilst looping the kite back and now readjusting to pull the kite in an S-loop the other way. Very nasty move from Liam Whaley.
Ruben, I watched that one out the window, and it was something really special because that kite, I think it's looping quite low, and I didn't think we were going to see another double, another kite loop in that move, but we did, and he just seems to easily have the time in here. He's so in tune with his kite right now. We got the duotone versus ozone, Ruben here, very much our teams in a way, but it's not about our teammates here right now. It's about the level of the sport being pushed. And Jamie Overbeek going this time for the Doobie Loop board off.
Doobie Loop board off with the added rotation, getting some nice height on the above the 16 meters. Here's the nice replay of Jamie Overbeek diving forward, not once, not twice, but 3 times in this epic boogie loop with an added rotation board off.
And we do need to fill you in again if you've joined us late in the day now. We did see the first triple mega loop attempt earlier from Clement Hua. That seems like a long time ago now, Ruben. He got picked up a bit of an injury with that and did get packed off to the hospital. Our latest on that is that he's in a stable condition. But right now these riders are being gifted with some nice wind now, Ruben, coming in to showcase their big air moves. And it's now working through the doubles. Liam Whaley with a mega loop delayed back roll, double mega loop delayed back roll. He's gone straight into the doubles, Rubes.
Exactly. He's not holding back. He's showing what he's made of, and he is looping his kite twice and throwing himself into the laid back roll, and yeah, landing it just in time. But definitely putting a nice score on the board for Liam Whaley.
Liam Insanely. I like that.
Yeah, Liam Insanely at it again, already onto the 15. So we're going to see scores well into the 20 as these guys are firing off each other.
Whoa, this is big, Ruben. Sorry to interrupt you. That is a sin of a commentator, but I had to there because this is big. We're talking maybe a few 150 meters at least on the way down here as Jamie Overbeek stepping things up with a 19.1 meter jump, 125 meters. Look at the height here, Ruben. He got off this. This was a belter of a takeoff.
What a control. Here he's edging full power into the wind and flying so high whilst looping that kite. And he's keeping his board off and just flying, putting his board back on, enjoying the second lift of his kite. And just landing clean. What a control. Nicely done.
Straight over to Liam then. There's obviously good wind in the box right now. That hand coming off to steady himself.
Well,
Mega loop. Oh, double board off.
Yeah, double kite loop board off. Absolutely mind blowing here from Liam Whaley. No holding back. What an epic heat we've got on our hands. Thank you so much for tuning in and joining this epic action. Liam Whaley getting kite leveled whilst having his board off and looping the kite twice. Nice work, Liam insanely.
Wow, it's kicking off again here, Ruben. Is this finally? I feel like we've got a bit of consistency in the wind today. It's been a tough day for wind, but these
Don't say that, otherwise it might.
Sorry,
lull it in
got a
again.
bit of consistency in the wind now. But here we go. Oh, big contra loop. Moving into the contra loops now is Jamie Overbeek, who's currently down 3 points on this. That landing is going to help. I think we might see a 6.3 kicked out of this. What would that be? A kite loop board off. That's already on his top 3 scores right now. Ruben, for you, does that score more than a 6.33?
But it was a contra loop, no, not a kite loop.
Yeah, but I think it will replace that, and it doesn't matter.
Okay, yeah, I'm not sure. I'll leave this one up to the judges.
I think it kicks out that category. I don't think it replaces it. I think it just becomes a new category for him.
S loop by Liam Whaley. He is not getting the height, but he is performing the move, so nicely done by Liam Whaley. Only 10 meters, but still S-looping that. Is it an S-loop? Is he... Yeah, there is a little discussion going on whether the S-loop is pulled at the right time. But I feel this was okay. Let's see what the judges say about that. So yeah, the contra loop board off from Jamie before scored nicely. And now he's doing another insane contra loop with 2 or 3 back rolls and a board off. So
board spin as well, actually. Ruben,
and a board
I think
spin.
that one.
So much spinning. 1, 2, spinning the board, and 3. Insane.
Starting to see these different styles between these two. I know it's similar moves, but you can just see the aggressive nature of Liam Whaley and the floaty control here. And here we go again then from Jamie Overbeek, changing down to what you think is a
baby kite.
But Liam Whaley, he's staying on what is working for him now. Big scores these right now for Liam Whaley. He's already up there. It looks like he might go right foot forwards here, Ruben. Or he's just decided to come back. No, I think he's going to come back.
I don't know why Jamie is riding a 5-meter kite, but he obviously feels well comfortable on that kite. So hopefully the wind kicks in, because in this last heat, he didn't get the goods on this kite, so a very risky kite change. But to stand up against Liam Whaley's double moves, he has to throw in doubles as well, and he knows that. So he's heading out on his 5-meter enduro, which has a different shape and will allow him to double loop a little easier. But Liam looking very comfortable here, and yeah, well in the lead for now with a nice 8.27, a 7, and another 8.13. Whereas Jamie's scores are just in the 7. So let's see. We still have some trick attempts left.
Crucial stage of this heat, Ruben, here at the Lords of Tram at the GKA Big Air Kite World Cup down in France. This for a place definitely on the podium. There will be a mini-final to decide 3rd and 4th positions, but you'd rather get in 1st or 2nd. Liam Whaley, he's got one hand on the podium. Oh, we didn't like it, Rubens. We didn't think it was high enough. You were scared there, Ruben, weren't you?
What a caner, but yeah, he managed to save himself. It is the forward speed that he had that saved himself. So 1.
He committed to that, and it didn't look like he got the uplift he was expecting, but he was committed.
Committed to the booby loop there. Double kite loop with a front spin. But yeah, not really getting the height and also not the landing, so it's not going to better his scores at the moment.
You really think that's going to stick, the booby loop?
Well, who knows, at least for now, unless someone else comes with a better name. We first have to find out who did it first, and he can name the trick. But otherwise, it's just a double kite loop front roll that works, or a boogie double double loop. Boogie double loop. That's better.
It sounds like a different language you're speaking. Boogie double loop.
Boogie double loop. Tell us in the comments, is it a boogie loop when you do a double kite loop for, front roll, or is it a boogie loop double loop? Boogie double loop.
I just get lost with it. I really do. There's just so many different names, so many different new tricks coming about here, and this is the sort of platform the riders want. Strong winds over 30-40 knots here at the Lords of Tram in Barcares in the south. This cold wind coming from the Pyrenees Mountains, the northwest, that rushes out to the warmer Mediterranean Sea. It's unusual. We're seeing you know, a bit of tense moments here, Ruben, as Liam Whaley coming in to complete his 6th trick here.
No, it's Jamie Overbeek on his little baby 5-meter kite with a double
S-loop, I think that might have been. Sorry, you're right. Just caught the hair.
It was a doobie double loop. Yeah, that is a doobie booby loop then. If it's if it's a double loop with 2 forward rotations.
And I can't stop the temptation of reminding you that we did see a triple loop done today. Go back to that Clement heat where he wasn't even really that super high, about 10 meters. But we got to talk about this action in front of us right now. Look at those lulls coming in there. That drop in wind, Ruben, from Liam Whaley, who's pumping his bar, physically pumping it. We've all been there. We've done that. Hand comes off the bar, and now he will ride away from the beach and have his private word with the wind. Like, come on now, here. I'm in the semi-final. Can you just deal with this now? Got 2 points over. Barely 2 points over Jamie Overbeek here. I could just do with one more biggie. Please give it to me. Come on, please give it to me. These, we say these things, Ruben, don't we?
100%.
Give it to me.
Yes, you have to talk positively there, not to yourself, but also not only to yourself, but also to Mother Nature. And then feel her just feeding you the wind. And then Liam Whaley can take off for a massive doobie loop. It's a double front spin kite loop.
Double loop as well, that, Ruben.
Oh, yeah? Did I miss
so
that?
what does that become? Is that the booby?
Yep, doobie booby.
Here we go. So Liam finding that wind gust, calming himself down, well, he probably wasn't even angry. Going to the right-hand side, coming back, big scores coming in for it. The judges are like this, Ruben. I'm seeing scores of 8s coming in here from these 5 judges. One more trick has to come in, trick score of one of the judges, until it will be averaged out of these 5 judges. High score and low score kicked out, and the 3 scores remaining will be averaged, and this will be the score given to Liam Whaley, who's currently leading this one, and now he's leading it by a bigger margin, 24.63 to 21.74. It is the last trick then from Jamie Overbeek, and he's going to need something a bit special. I think he needs something higher than an 8 here. His lowest score is a 7.10.
He's going for an S-loop board off or the double loop board off, I think.
I think he needs an 8.21.
I think he needs a bigger kite. I just cannot deal with this kite. This is too small for my eyes. But look at how small the thing is. It's a 5 meter. Liam is on a 6, doing doubles as well. So
you think he's on a 6 or 7?
I'm gonna have a chat with Jamie to see what his thoughts are on picking such a small kite.
Here comes Jamie Overbeek. To my maths, needs an 8.21 is how I feel about this. He'll have to replace the 7.10, and it's telling me he needs 1.10 more than that. Here we go. I don't think he's going to do it, Rubes.
S-loop. Double back roll S-loop, but not too high and just pushing it, and unfortunately not making the most of this trick attempt.
Well, Ruben, I think that heat coming to a close here, and as far as I've got it here, Liam Whaley still has one more trick attempt, but I think he has this one in the bag. He's in the white rash vest, so that means he was second to perform his trick. Blue goes first here. Liam Whaley coming in looking very calm. He's got one more move as he goes back, right foot forwards again. And these riders are so good at that sort of feeling that they have about whether or not they're winning. They can go in and speak to any of their caddies who have the live scores. You can look at the live scores too at the GKA KiteWorldTour.com. Just click on the live button. You will see currently running is Liam Whaley and Jamie Overbeek. They can't perform the same 3 tricks, Ruben. We haven't said that for a bit, so I should probably say it, right?
100%. Explain them the trick family, bro.
Well, there's just so many trick families, but really it's about doing mega loops in both ways. But with, you do the back roll mega loop, the front roll mega loop. I don't even want to get started on the booby loop. They do the contra loops, but double loops are considered to be an evolution of, let's say, a boogie loop, a front roll kite loop. If you then go and do a front roll double kite loop, that's considered an evolution of that family now. So it will replace that score. It won't be scored separately. So you can't just do 3 of the same thing. That's the main thing. So here comes Liam Whaley here. He can find the wind with that setup. And I wonder if someone's...
riding up the beach there, running out of space, but staying in control there, right in front of all the spectators that are chilling on the beach there. What a beautiful spot we got here in Barcares, France.
They gave him a crash for that. I think they didn't like him riding up the beach there. They've just given him a 0 for that, Ruben.
Yeah, out. But he's in the lead. So
over the back there. Was that Angeli? I need to get her name right. Someone caned me for it.
So after this heat, no, Liam, your heat is over. Save your energy. Oh, he's going for an S-loop board off just for the sake of it. The heat is already over, but that would have definitely sealed the deal for him there. Look at this replay of this trick that he didn't even need. It didn't even count. S-loop. Board off, very nasty trick, very, very nice. And after this heat, we will see two Italians battle it out against each other. Lorenzo Casati and Andrea Principi, two legends who also found themselves at the Red Bull King of the Air podium earlier this year in Cape Town, South Africa, where Lorenzo Casati took home the win and is now a crowned Red Bull King of the Air champion. Whereas Andrea Principi is always ready to kick some ass, and we saw him perform earlier. This is definitely going to be a heat to watch. It's called a semi-final, but it might as well would have been the final. It is just how the ladder turned out, but we are in for a treat. Live chat is getting dirty. It's going down. It's happening.
Booyo! That's how you say Angeli's surname. I've just got it in my head now. Corrected very nicely.
Booyo!
Booyo! That's how you remember it. Not
Perfect.
Apparently I've been murdering her surname, so you should have told me. There's me saying thanks, Ruben, for getting my surname right. I've been doing 10 years of Angeli's. Booyo! That's how you remember. Liam Whaley there looking very happy, just obviously hearing the news that he will finish in either first or second place.
Making it to another final in his life. He is stoked. It is kind of where he belongs as a champion of freestyle, a champion of big air, a champion of kitesurfing for sure. Always pushing it with so much style, so much commitment to pushing the sport and pushing himself to new heights. So thank you so much, Liam, and congratulations on making it into the final.
Do you know what? Do you want an interesting stat on Liam? Do you know where he was born?
In the UK, man.
Straight into a final.
Oh, there we go. With Lorenzo Casati opening up this heat with his trick attempt. I need to see a replay of that.
Ruben, what do you think the wind speed is here?
Looking at the wind, I think Lorenzo is riding his 8 meter. It is a consistent 35 knots. Well, 32, 35. Andrea, just going for a nice carve in front of the spectators. Just didn't feel the right timing or gust for this trick attempt. So he does have time to turn around. Remember that the heats are not really ran by time, but really by trick attempts. The riders get 7 attempts, where the 3 best scores will make up their final score. You see Lorenzo Casati, he already took off for his first trick attempt. And here is Andrea Principi with his answer to that. And again, not feeling it or riding too close to the beach. He's almost running up the beach there. Maybe the judges are not giving him any more time to go for this and scoring a 0 for this.
Well, this is interesting. Unhooked TV and Toby strictly hooked on our comments right now. Maybe those guys are going to get into a big old debate. I like this contra loop here, Ruben, going to a double front roll rotation. Looked like a board spin as well in here. So let's see what he gets scored for this Andrea Principi, the current Big Air World Champion. Lots of height in that move, Ruben. Looked very controlled. Love how he grabs out of this. He's in lots of control. So let's see what he's going to get for this.
I am curious if they do...
Goes into the Tic Tac family, the contra loop Tic Tac family. 7.03 coming in for Andrea Principi. That rhymed.
Lorenzo Casati, is he going to spin forward? Is he going to spin backwards? He is going to maybe jump to the right. Or he's going to turn around and look for some better speed.
Where have you been today? It's Sunday. Surely you haven't just joined us now. 5:31 p.m. We were here, or I was here at 7 a.m. in the morning. I can't even do the maths on how many hours ago that was for this long day of action on day 2 of the Lords of Tram at the GK Big Air Kite World Cup down here in Barcares for the 2nd time. It is the 5th time of the Lords of Tram, and it's just wonderful that you can be here to watch this action. It's big air. It's not as windy as maybe we would like, but it's not always like that big air, Ruben. And we've seen riders start bringing out unhooked maneuverers during this event.
And blind landings to spice things up.
Look how high they can go, even when things aren't absolutely nuking. And
this was not what Lorenzo was going for. This was a very late contra loop. Could almost not call it a contra loop anymore, but just a down loop. Like he was pulling it very late, not off. Yeah, he just didn't get the board off and get the right rotation. So unfortunately, not scoring well for this trick attempt.
Big heat this one, Ruben. You know, we've got to talk about these two teammates for so long on duotone, and Lorenzo Casati deciding it was time to go to Cabrina just after the King of the Air. And there he is, just riding through. The good friends, of course, these two, but Lorenzo Casati thinking, right, it's time for me to do, a new challenge. He then wins King of the Air. Andrea Principi, though, big air world champion, winning in Tarifa. This is a huge heat.
Massive. These guys are big air kiteboarding in the heat of the moment. Look at that, very nice mega loop board off with a back roll rotation.
Here's the replay there. You can't deny that, Ruben. This is actually the heat of the moment.
Into the back roll with a board off and that kite loop. He looped a bit late. I think the guys would love a little bit more wind, but isn't that always the case? Are we ever satisfied? Well, yesterday with the gust up till 72 knots was absolutely crazy. But glad that the wind is back here today for more epic big air action here. Lorenzo Casati from Italy doing an absolute banger of a move with 3 rotations and a board off.
He liked it.
During that kite loop.
Why do you think he liked this one, Ruben?
1,
I think
2,
the multiple rotations.
3. Oh, he did 4 rotations. So that's why I liked it.
He liked it. That's
spinning 4
hand
times.
Goes up into the air. Is there a little element to that where the judges might think, oh, blimey, he's happy with that. He can do anything, but he's happy with it. Maybe I should score him a bit more here, like.
I wonder if the judges even saw that it was 4 rotations instead of 3. So they need to have a very close eye on all the action here. Especially when the action of these riders is so close together. These are the 2 top riders in the sport right now. Andrea Principi and Lorenzo Casati here during the semi-final of the GKA Kite World Tour in Barcares, France.
Kite change coming, I think, possibly for Andrea Principi. Where is he?
He grabbed an 8 meter, or he's on an 8 meter. Did he just change already?
I think he just changed to an 8. He's got something up with his straps here as well. They're being done on the beach right now. So he's on the beach right in front of us, Ruben, down here to the left-hand side. So this is interesting. Andrea Principi running back upwind. What a beach start. How easy did he make that? Look, out of the corner of our screens here. You didn't see that. He's just run in, changed his foot straps, and enters back into this semi-final. He looks quick flash over to see. I think the judges will give him a bit of flexibility on the time, although I'm seeing a 0 here, Ruben, for that time to change. And they really are being quite harsh on that. They want
action, and this was his time to shine, but he decided to go for a kite change instead and fix his foot strap. But now with the right setup on his 8 meter kite, I think the trick attempt goes over to Lorenzo Casati.
I reckon this is 25 knots, Ruben, if I had to have a guess here.
25,
You reckon? I don't think it's much more than that.
No.
But these riders are so good at extracting every bit of height with these kites. Now, we thought it was going to be nearer 50 today, but such is the way with the wind. We never truly know. All this sun out now, maybe this extra heat around here has messed things up a little bit. But Lorenzo Casati coming in for his next trick. It is the blue rash vest flag is up. And so, yeah, unfortunately for Andrea Principi, he had to take a 0 for that kite change here, but it might pay off dividends. But this massive double front roll, triple front roll, contra loop, might have even been more than a triple, Ruben. Contra loop, big from Lorenzo Casati, who's currently leading this. Let's take a look at this replay, Ruben. There's the first rotation, and the board comes off. 2 rotations, 3 rotations, 4 rotations then for that contra loop board off with the front roll. So Andrea Principi still not to get his 3rd trick on here, but he's changed up a size, Ruben, and that is what we find interesting here. He's gone up a size. He's gone up a size, Ruben?
Yeah,
he has, yeah. I think, that's
more
like when
power. I'm just trying to look at the forecast here, and it still looks windy. Yeah, let's hope it continues to deliver. Sometimes.
Whose computer's that? That guy's got WinGuru Pro.
Of course he's got. He's a pro. But Andrea Principi ready for his trick attempt to put a third score on the board. But Lorenzo Casati currently in the lead of this heat in the semifinals of the men's big air division here. Andrea Principi going for a double front spin, tic-tac contra loop, but unfortunately crashing it, so
almost rode out of that.
Not in his element, so
He's almost rode out of that, I know it's not really a scorer, but if you watch that carefully, somehow he ends up actually riding out of this.
It's like a skipping rock. What do you think the world record for a skipping rock is? How many times did it skip? Is it 20? Is it 30? Is it 50? Or is it 70? Or 100?
I don't know.
What do you think? How many times can a rock skip by a single throw by a man?
I don't know. Human. This is not where I want to be focusing my attention right now, Ruben. That's
It is
a
close
nasty,
to 100.
You know the answer?
Yeah, close to 100.
Okay. Thank you for that. Very informative info. That's the sort of info I want at a semi-finals at a World Championship event here. Just
when they crash, they're like a skipping rock, Lewis. And you know it. You've been skipping rock.
Skimming stones, we call it
skimming
back home.
Stones.
You can't read the rock. You need a good shape, Small pebble. You can't go for the big ones. It's got to be round.
Shapes, sizes, it matters. Also with kites.
88 skips. That wasn't a bad guess.
88 skips.
Pumping
nice.
up and down on the board here now. This is really an interesting stage of this big semi-final here. And with a higher score so far, this is what I find interesting about these heats. The wind's died. You can't deny that. The wind has really dropped now. Lorenzo Casati is winning this now by a healthy margin. He doesn't want this heat abandoned right now, right? He's happy to push on here. He's still out there. He's comfortable. Unfortunately, Andrea Principi had to change kite size. He's out of his rhythm. He's got 2 crashes scored for his last 2 moves, Ruben.
That's harsh.
How are you feeling here, if you're Lorenzo? You want to carry this on?
I want to give it my all, and with so many spectators on the beach and showing that you're the best. Oh, is he getting his board? No, he wasn't getting his board on there. I wonder if Andrea's going to get himself together and perform some epic moves in the lower kind of winds we've seen today.
Here's a question for you, Ruben. Who do you think is going to win this today in the men's? How's that for a question? Stick that in your pipe.
Yeah, I'll stick it in there. And I think Liam Whaley can take home the win, or Lorenzo.
I think Liam is a great shout here, because in these conditions, you know what he was doing in his heat? In these conditions, he was going unhooked. Started to send some big kung fu passes, the moves that you invented a long time ago, Ruben. And I think this will be right up his street. He's not bothered if the wind does this in his heats. And these two don't really have that. And it's often, you don't often say that with these two, to see that in their repertoire. We know that some of these guys on the water right now can land to blind. And they must be starting to think, surely, maybe I need to really squeeze every bit of the points out of this heat.
Well, there's no wind. The riders are kind of complaining whilst we're experiencing a lull in the wind. And you know what a lull in Dutch means?
No, I don't. Please inform me.
Yeah, it's a low in the wind, man.
But that's in English. A lull means a drop in. It's a drop in the wind, right? You got a gust, a strength for the.
Lull.
Does it mean something else?
Laughing out loud, man. Lull.
It's not spelt like that. It's L-U-L-L.
Yeah, double L. Boy, but here he's finding the gust. Andrea Principi entering back with another one of his lofty jumps. I cannot wait to see the replay of that one.
Double L. Who's double L?
Double Lewis. Double loop.
Let's take a look at this replay, Ruben, because he really did find that what we saw earlier with him. He got right up there. Let's remind you, he got over 200 meters in his distance here with that big contrib. He started to find that extra lift. Again, is Andrea Principi, where it's just ridiculous. When you see that angle, Ruben, you think, what are his lines attached to? It's outrageous. He blew it. That was the big head slam there, where you just know you've done something special on the water. That was a big moment in this heat, and it's put Andrea Principi in first place, Ruben.
And just when you think there's a lull in the wind, it kicks right back in and puts the action right in front of her eyes. And absolutely incredible. Andrea Principi flying absolutely massive with 15 meters height and 120 meters distance with 11.7 seconds in the air, performing his 3 rotations, board off contra loop into a 1-footer just before the landing.
Getting a 7.6.
Highest scoring trick so far. So
yeah, so, you know, who's laughing out loud now?
I am for sure, because this is fun to watch. And the riders are going from being frustrated to really focused to just nailing the biggest and baddest tricks. So let's see Lorenzo Casati entering with a double back roll board spin kite loop.
Here's a replay on that one, Ruben, and you could just see the height, the uplift wasn't there on the way up. We often see with these guys and girls, it's all about that uplift, that elevator up into the sky, and he didn't access those lifting winds. Some of the riders telling me down there when I was down there recently, Ruben, this isn't lifty wind today, you know? What does that mean when someone says it's not lifty wind?
It's not lifty wind, yeah. Sometimes the wind is really like lofty, lifty, more dense, more kind of blowing upwards. And sometimes the wind is just a little bit different and not giving you the power and lift that you want to feel. So yeah, there's definitely different conditions every day. What is this? Oh, pulling a bit late there on that kite loop. But yeah, not a really nice angle, not super high. So let's see what the judges will score that. He's taking off, not going super high, going in a double back roll, nice and stylish. Stretched his legs out, but yeah, the kite angle wasn't too critical. And after this heat, we will go into the mini final. So fighting for 3rd and 4th place of the women's division big air here at the GKA World Tour will be Nathalie Lambrecht against Francesca Mani.
We're getting to the end of the day nearly, Ruben, here on a Sunday. 5:43 p.m. Lots of action still left today, though, as we get to the finals. Lots more power on the water, and this is a biggie from Lorenzo Casati. Was that a rewind on the end there? He just can't take it, Ruben. He just can't take it. Andrea Principi now looks like he's taking control of this heat, Ruben Lenton.
But yeah, he has one more trick attempt left. Oh, that was a good move, but just falling from the sky a little bit faster than he anticipated. And
it's close though, Ruben. Look, it's about 0.29 at the moment. This heat is separate for a place in for a chance in the main final for 1st and 2nd. Who's going to get it here? Coming in left foot forwards, then wanting to access these wins is Andrea Principi. What's he going to look to improve here, Ruben? He's got a 6.17 on the board right now. I don't see it in his score here. Where is that?
Which one?
It says 6.17. That's what he's looking to upgrade.
Wow! Speaking of upgrades, he upgraded himself to the sky.
And a rewind.
No board off though, no rotation. Yeah, a rewind. Oh, he's stoked on that jump.
Why?
It must have felt great. Don't think the score's going to be great. So here's the replay.
Think so? Why not?
Andrea Principi going for he shot into the sky like that. Whoop! A massive mega loop laid back roll. And
it's
then
a rewind at the end.
Yeah, a rewind. He's getting flung into his forward rotation.
We're seeing things with his setup today, Ruben, that I don't think I've seen so much of before. Not just the first time. He's getting a secondary lift so far at the end of that move. And we're just not seeing that from some of the other riders as going for, I think, his last move there is Lorenzo Casati, that may well regret how that last move just turned out. Sorry, we're a bit out of focus on this shot here. What is going on there? And a bit of an anti-climax for you at the end of that heat. But it looks like Andrea Principi, to me, is going to take that one. And it was very, very close.
Andrea going to probably advance to the final, where he's going to take on Liam Whaley. But let's wait for the final results.
Hey, that's you on TV there, Ruben.
Hello, well, hello, Mum. How's it going? Long time no see.
It's Lewis Crathern here with Ruben Lenton alongside me. He's to my right-hand side in the studio, but on your screens, he's to your left hand, to my left-hand side. You can't do that. We're live on TV here. It is the Lords of Tram down here in the south of France at the GK8 Big Air Kitesurfing World Cup. It's twin tip Big Air, and we've had some epic action today. It hasn't been the strength that we thought it might be. It was windier yesterday as those ladies got all the way up to the semi-finals, Rubens. We got the mini-finals coming up now and the main finals. It looks to me like Andrea Principi has got into the main final alongside Liam Whaley.
That's correct.
So this is exciting, Ruben, you know, and the wind could do anything right now. It still could come up crazy, but even if it doesn't, I think what I'm taking from today, Ruben, was so many new unhooked, well, maybe not even new unhooked tricks coming back. We could see anything, right?
I definitely love how creative the riders got today. Sometimes there was a low in the wind, sometimes there was proper wind, but they had to get creative even with blind landings, and especially combining big air maneuvers with unhooked is very risky and critical, which I love to see. I love to see the riders push this even further, but we've seen some insane tricks today already. And we still have the finals coming up. So first we'll move into the mini finals of the women's division Big Air with Nathalie Lambrecht and Francesca Mani taking on each other in a little bit.
Looks like they're ready to go, Ruben.
Massive first trick here from Nathalie, unfortunately crashing there. You saw her mega looping and laid back rolling as a first trick attempt, but unfortunately not handling the landing on that one.
Handling the landling.
Nice landing. So Nathalie. This was Francesca. Here's a replay of her straight mega loop, landing it clean. Just waiting for the scores to come in. Francesca with a 5.1. Now it's up to Nathalie to answer with a trick that she will land.
Important this heat, really, Ruben. They call it a mini-final, but this is for the real final, third place on the podium. I think fourth will get to stand up there. Big boogie loop then from Nathalie Lambrecht. There's a drone flying, so you obviously know the wind isn't that strong as far as it was yesterday, when you would never have flown a drone in your wildest dreams.
Watch him go. They'll fly a drone in
your wildest dreams. You wouldn't have flown a drone yesterday.
Will.
Not even your wildest dreams.
What do you know about drones, man? Ask Janek. He will fly up to 16, mate.
Oh, a cool guy.
Yeah, just fly
Getting
that
his drone out.
Exactly.
Well, I hope he's got a proper license and he does things by the book.
Of course, safety third.
Because I cut my face with one of them once. Don't ever try and handle one of them.
Oh, that's what happened.
Yeah, I did. It shot into...
Lewis, Nathalie scored a 6.7. I'm just trying to refresh my screen for some actual live scoring here. But,
well, on our screens right here, we've got two scores right here.
This is the mini-final, so Nathalie Lambrecht fighting against Francesca Mani for that third position. The critical moment, who's going to land on the podium. These ladies are definitely pushing it. Going for a nice takeoff, mega loop, laid back roll.
Lovely technique.
Added rotation, but
on back mountain, Ruben.
Again. Here's the replay when she tries to add the second rotation. She just not high enough to complete it, and that means landing on her back. Yeah, I know she over-rotated.
Almost rode out a bit though, but yeah, unfortunately for her, that was a lovely technique on the way around there. Really getting underneath the bar, which is key to that delayed back roll. You can't get locked up forwards on. You've got to commit to it, almost be sent towards the kite a bit, but just turn the body there. She really has that move down well. But here goes Nathalie Lambrecht here coming in. Nice kite position. Lovely shot there, actually. She rides away from the beach. And a good landing, Ruben Lenton.
Very nice landing there. And let's look at the replay here, where she shoots into the air with a back roll, or a kite loop laid back roll. And landing it clean and fast. She has a funny landing style. Just sticks the board to the water and cruises out of there.
Yeah, it's a very tall lady as well. But here's Francesca Miani. Can she repair the damage on that mega loop delayed back roll? Going into another over rotation. She's just really going into that back roll quite hard, Ruben. So we almost see again an exact same replica of that move. As meanwhile, outside, I can see Angeli Buyo. She's getting ready for that final. This is for third and fourth position, let's remind you.
After this, we'll have the mini final for the men. And then straight into the women's final before finishing off the event with the men's final today here this beautiful Sunday, where we see Nathalie Lambrecht performing an epic move. Look at this replay here. Nice one-handed loop there with the nose grab. Covering some nice distance. Sorry, a bit out of focus there. But yeah, I think that's going to score well.
This is the women's mini-final here at the Lords of Tram down in Barcares. It's the GKA Big Air Kitesurfing World Cup here in France. And this is Francesca Miani going for the back roll mega loop this time. Just to get, I think that's a good decision to change it up a little bit there, Ruben. She's had a few crashes on the mega loop delayed back roll. And this showed some nice control. Bit better, yeah, nice sorted his focus out there. Been a long day here on Sunday. And yeah, it's been a few caners here today, Ruben.
Action-packed, actually. I could not believe when Clement Hott went for that triple loop, the first triple loop we've seen. Unfortunately, yeah, he was riding a very small kite, but he was only jumping, I think, around 12 meters and trying to get that triple loop in. Unfortunately, crashing, wiping out, and getting taken away by the safety crew. Oh, what a nice landing here by Nathalie Lambrecht.
She loved it. I tell you who else loved it is that beach PA guy. Hopefully that's not too loud for you on the stream, because I know it was a problem yesterday. But that's a biggie, Ruben. Look at that lovely angle there with the mountain into the background. A one-footed mega loop, and she punches the sky, Nathalie, as if to say, finally, I've got a biggie on the board.
Yep, that's exactly what you want in a mini-final to claim that third position. So these girls are not holding back. Oh, no, she's going for a front roll contra loop, but only, I think, 4 meters high. Yeah, 3.9. So not too massive. That's not what you want in big air. You want to go more high, and that will get scored well. She was adding a rotation and a contra loop, so that's great. I hope she can find some more height in her next trick attempt. So remember, the heats are not ran by time, but only by trick attempts. Each rider gets 7 attempts, whereof the best 3 tricks will make up your overall score. And we can see Nathalie Lambrecht well in the lead here with some nice 6s, high 6s, and a 7.5. Oh, unfortunately losing her. Oh, trying to still land it. Accidentally, her foot came out during the kite loop. And here you can see it in the replay. Hopefully. Nope. Oh, nope. Sorry about that. But Nathalie Lambrecht in the lead, and Francesca needs to find some better wind, some more height in this mini final of the women's division here of the Big Air GKA Kite World Tour in Barcares. Landing this one clean, not too spectacular of a move. Unfortunately for Francesca, it's just a straight back roll. The Nick Jacobson one-footer, just do a one-footer without even touching your board, but it looks like the wind is coming through right now. The scent is starting to fly again, and we are seeing Lorenzo Casati getting ready for the men's mini-final straight after this. Against Jamie Overbeek. So Lorenzo Casati and Jamie Overbeek will battle it out for the 3rd and 4th position in the men's division. Yeah, the wind is definitely picking up. You can see the body position just fully hanging out, sheeting out that bar for some deep power. And then trying to find a good takeoff. Yep, there she goes. Oh, unfortunately not feeling it for this trick attempt.
Wind is picking up. Perfect timing for these mini finals and finals coming up, Ruben. This is great timing as things starting to blow around here in the live stream booth. Who's left these sunglasses up? They call their crap.
Oh, it must be me.
Oh, sorry.
Cheers, mate.
Live from Barcares then, it's Lewis Crathen here with Ruben Lenton bringing you through the final stages here on a Sunday as Francesca Miani chased by that drone there, not quite feeling the win that she wanted, and they're almost at the end of their trick attempts, Ruben. This is for the third position. Yep. I think that's all over.
That's it. So Nathalie Lambrecht finishing in third here in the women's division with Francesca Mani in fourth place. We are going to get underway with the mini final of the men. I don't know if you can call it mini when you have Lorenzo Casati from Italy taking on Dutchman Jamie Overbeek. This is definitely going to be some insane action as the wind is kicking back in.
What a timing, Ruben. What a timing. Mother Nature really does have its way with timing, right?
She knew we needed this, and we deserve this. The riders deserve this because they are ready. They trained all year long to catch the best wind, the best gusts, and perform their most insane tricks right in front of our eyes here at Barcares in France.
Now, this is a big heat, all right? You might be thinking they're just playing for third and fourth place, but they're really after the points here, Ruben, because it will be a total of this event here and Tarifa's Big Air World Championships taking place later on in around May and June. There's even rumours of there being a third event on the tour too, so...
Bring it on!
Wow, that was keen. Was that a sound effect?
Yeah.
You keen about that?
Bring it on.
You love the sound of this this Big Air tour here. So to crown the Big Air World Champion this year, Ruben, it won't just be a once-off winner-takes-all event in Tarifa. It's going to be possibly 3 events. So just getting back to that before we had that bring it on moment that might be replayed many times over the coming years. This really is about some points here for these two. Jamie Overbeek and Lorenzo Casati. Every point more you can get might help them towards their goals to become Big Air World Champion here. So this heat just about to take place. The yellow flag I can see on the beach.
Flying, man.
It is
the wind
going.
is kicking in. The guys, I think Lorenzo just took his 8 meter out. He's going to be well
there's
powered.
a kite about to go, Ruben. 7 meter duotone SLS about
ready
to be blown away on the beach.
That's with these light kites. You just fly away, man.
And everyone's looking at the big action now.
Yeah.
So the rash vests.
Kites just end up disappearing.
Yeah, they are. I don't think they've seen it. We've got these wonderful helpers down there. That duotone's about to go, Ruben. Which kite do you think's about to go first?
I think nobody's seeing it.
Oh, I mean, we have.
The crowd is dancing. The crowd is loving it.
I feel like I should get out there and save it.
Congratulating Nathalie Lambrecht with her win in that mini final, landing herself on the podium at this GKA World Tour Big Air Kitesurfing.
Should I get out there and save that? That might be a fellow
nobody
friend
sees
of mine. I wouldn't get it if it was an ozone. It's going, Ruben. It's on its way.
And then it's going to fly to those people.
I think this guy's seen it. This guy's seen it here.
Somebody,
he's walked away from it.
Somebody must see it. I think it's still stuck on that kite enough.
Don't know. It only takes one big gust here, Ruben. As the yellow flag has come down, the blue flag has been raised, Ruben. This second to last heat of the men.
With Jamie Overbeek riding his 7 meter edge on 24 meter lines. And Lorenzo Casati riding his Cabrina Nitro on, I believe, 23 meter lines, or also 24. But here is a great opening move from Jamie Overbeek with a mega loop, laid back roll board off, and an added rotation. 15 meters high, 84 meters distance covered. It's funny how he always flings his head back just before the landing, or just before the takeoff. Look at the distance and the power. I love it. Great speed. Let's see what Lorenzo Casati is going to answer with. He's riding his 8 meter. Not getting the height. He's getting his board off.
Rewind?
Yeah, rewind. Rewind. Oh, crashing.
He couldn't take it. Someone get that duotone. He doesn't want it. Nice replay there of that move. We thought there might have been a rewind in that. It just got bounced out. And as the wind picks up here, the sea and the landing area, or the lagoon, whatever you want to call it, it just gets choppy. Look at that dead flat water here with this nice angle we've got. The takeoffs aren't the problem and the aerial maneuvers. Usually these riders are nailing here. It's the landings that causes anything. There's the signature side head from Jamie Overbeek. And it's
I thought he was going to
biggie.
go for an S loop, but no. Oh, some great height there. 17 meters height. Let's look at that replay here from this epic boogie loop. So the mega loop with a front roll. And he was already loving it in the air, putting his hand up. Just getting the adrenaline pumping. And Jamie Overbeek feeling it in this heat. Taking on Red Bull King of the Air, Lorenzo Casati. Unfortunately, not getting the height, not getting a proper takeoff. Ooh, just landing this trick. But that was not what he was hoping for. Sometimes you ride a bit too overpowered and then it's very hard to get a proper takeoff. Although this looked proper, the wind was just not there for him during this takeoff.
This is for positions 3rd and 4th, let's remind you. And I've been told that 4th place will also get up onto the podium. So, you know, they'll be up there, but this is about points, pride,
and money.
I was looking for another P there. And Perpignan? Perpendicular. I think that's one of our top words that's come out of this one, Ruben. We are in the
pure happiness.
Yeah, perpendicular, pure happiness. Well, that's the city slogan as you drive in.
Yep.
The closest city around here is Perpignan. We're 2 hours to the north of Barcelona. What's happening here? Was there a hand signal or gesture given to the two riders? But Overbeek currently leading this right at the moment with some with the big 7.20 of that kite loop back roll board off. The KLBRBO.
Look at the spray coming off his board, and you will see him do a little pre-pop before catching the airtime, and he's going for a double back roll contra loop.
And a rewind or not? No.
No, I'm sure he was looking for a board off in there as well, but unfortunately not reaching his board in time. Boom! Look at the control at the takeoff, so consistent. On his ozone edge, 7 meter, Jamie Overbeek putting another score on the board. Let's see. You cannot stop looking at this kite that is about to fly away the whole time. Lewis is just heading out, running after this kite. Nice save. Go save the kite, Lewis. So here we got Lorenzo Casati. Finally getting it. Oh no, not getting a good takeoff. It's all about the timing. Kite position, body position, and hoping for that gust to kick in right as you try and take off. You can kind of read the water where the gust will kick in. You can also feel it. And yeah, you just have to be ready to pull the trigger and send it the biggest and baddest you can. What is a rewind? A rewind is actually when you initiate the rotation backwards, and after that you rewind the other way. Nice one. Here Lorenzo Casati putting a score on the board. Let's look at the replay. He is going into the front roll with a... Whoa, I kind of got lost during that move. Trying to look at the kite and the rider at the same time is quite difficult. That's why it always helps me to look... Oh, that's what he wanted. No, that's what we wanted. Yeah, and another one. Oh, no. But landing it. Fuck. Nice. Oops. Very nice move here. Let's look at the replay. Jamie Overbeek shooting in the air with a double back roll, board off, contra loop, and rotating another time when he puts his board back on. So 3 back rotations with a board off and a contra loop. Very nicely done by Jamie Overbeek. Performed at 18.7 meters and covering 100 meters distance with 8 seconds airtime. Reading the Surfer app data in the left bottom of your screen. Very nice riding, and I'm curious to see how Lorenzo Casati is going to step it up. And we also see the little baby enduro kite, 5 meter, waiting by the caddy of Jamie Overbeek. He's going to go for a kite change at some point. He's got 3 well-scoring tricks on the board already. And Lorenzo is not going to do doubles on this 8 meter, I suppose. Oh, no, 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 no. Oh. Again, that quick release just opened up like that. Is he okay? Is he okay?
I think he makes a good entrance into the water here, Ruben. Something blows out there.
No way. This is... Oh, not at all. This brings back some trauma of my trick like that. It happened. Is he okay? Yes, he is okay. He signals with his thumbs up. Woo! Thank God. That is absolutely scary when in big air you're at that height and you're actually just... Oh, no way. So what? Sorry. scary moves. Glad things are turning out all right. And yeah, this is done for Lorenzo. Unfortunately, some failure there. I think there's some equipment failure.
These are the hardest times, Ruben, here to talk. I think he's okay there. We don't know. So he's, I think he might have maybe taken a bit of a caner.
Yeah, maybe a bloody nose, but who knows?
But it looked to me, Ruben, there that he entered the water in the best way he could have done. 2 feet down. There was still a lot of work to be done there. These riders don't just end up in positions where they just crash. Once that happened, he's going for the best chances that he can get there. So he managed to get 2 feet in the water. He's managed to keep away from the kite. Keep away from the board.
Yeah, so bit tricky now. Only with Jamie Overbeek got the competition box for himself. Yeah, whereas Lorenzo is out of this heat, landing Jamie Overbeek in a 3rd position here at the GKA Kite World Tour in Barcares in this mini final. Yep, that was some scary action. So he's being looked after now by the safety, Lorenzo Casati, that is, and yeah, hopefully
It's
will
still
be.
going here, Ruben. Interesting that he is still going. He's off the water, and do you know what? I think he's just coming to terms with things to the left-hand side of your shot here. Just about how, I mean, what that must have been like to see that, and what must be Jamie Overbeek be thinking here as well, Ruben, because I say this once again, these riders are sometimes going 25, 30 meters up in the sky, Ruben. Unfortunately, that we weren't in 50 knots territory right there, because you're coming in from double the height.
How high it was? He came crashing down from 13.4 meters, just falling straight down without the kite helping him up, and that's a scary situation to find yourself in. And luckily, he was able to get rid of the board and yeah, land as safe as he possibly could. So yeah, big shout out to Lorenzo Casati for pushing the limits and giving it his all. And congratulations with your 4th place, our current Red Bull King of the Air, Lorenzo Casati.
Overbeek will know that also, that he's had to take assistance from the jet ski there in one way or another. So just comes in to check if everything's okay here. But this heat is going to be done after that. Overbeek was currently in the lead, but it comes as a disqualification for touching the jet ski. Ruben, they're always hard things to see in big air. Have you ever had to deal with something like that in competition?
Well, with big crashes, yes. Always have to overcome the challenges, which happen sometimes. You obviously don't hope for it, but they definitely part of the game, especially in big air kiteboarding. No risk, no story, I always say. If you don't take the risk, or there's no risk involved, what are you going to talk about? What are the gambles? What are the chances? So yeah, big air is filled with it. So yeah.
There's a heel fluke down there. Just that affected him. I can see he's seen that crash. He's looking up here like, yeah, that was a big one. Seen a few big ones over the course, but we kind of knew that was going to happen. It's big air, Ruben, at the extremes. These guys are pushing the equipment, and we will see crashes. We've seen, I mean, however many crashes we've seen here. This sport now, it takes its toll on the body, and I mean, my mind goes back, Ruben, to when we were all in bindings for so long. Ooh. And I know there was a few biggies back then, but you know, there wasn't actually that many for how many there might have been. I think that's down to the types of moves we're seeing now and the way they're pushing the moves with double loops, taking the board off. There's more hands off the bar, which can perhaps come into contact with chicken loop releases. We were just holding on 2 hands back then, you know, like kind of straightforward, super powered moves. But
yeah, comparing also the risks to other sports, like in snowboarding, you see massive risks taken with so many rotations on these massive ramps, and there people are crashing on the ice as well. And with motocross, people overshooting the landing, or with mountain biking, landing in the flats. Also with snowboarding, the slope style, you see people tumble down the mountain. It's all part of the game, but these is the top in the world, yeah, pushing the limits. So it's obviously part of it. Kitesurfing is obviously not always scary. You can do it at your own pace, in your own conditions. You can ride in the sunny Egypt. You can go to Brazil. You can ride in Greece. You can have all types of disciplines and conditions that suit your likings, your level, your age, your physics, your capabilities, basically. So kiteboarding is for everyone. The youngest kitesurfer is 3 years old.
3.
I think David Ribeiro in Brazil was riding his trainer kite on a surfboard down the lagoon. only at 3 years old. And I've also been tangled up with a guy over 80 years old. So this sport has definitely a broad range of spectator or participants. And also spectators. People sometimes love to watch kite surfing, but they don't necessarily want to or need to partake to enjoy this sport. And I hope today you are enjoying and still at the tip of your seat, as we are going to continue with the ladies final, where we will see Angela Buio taking on Mika Sol from Brazil.
Ruben, lots of skepticism on whether that was actually the bar, or what do you think there? Were you pretty confident this was a chicken loop blowout?
I think the quick release opened up. Not too sure what he's riding, what he's using, but
easy to assume, some might think, but he didn't lose the kite.
One thing is for sure, this should never happen again, and we need to look closely on how we're gonna make big air riders safer in the near future, because this is unacceptable.
I think we're right to not. We are presuming, Ruben. We can only go off what we think up here. We don't know the bottom line of that. And once again, just an eerie silence falling over the event site, with the crowd there pretty shaken up by yet another big, massive caner. I mean, looking back at that replay when we do see it, or if you go back on the stream, I thought that was a pretty decent effort to minimize the damage here. But we go straight into the final of the ladies now then. It is final times, ladies and gentlemen. It is the Angeli Buio versus Michaeli Sol to see who will be the champion of the women's division here at the first round of the GKA.
Only champions here, Lewis. These girls have been pushing big air. They've been changing also from freestyle to the big air discipline, which is very different. But Michaeli Sol has her competitive mindset, her athletic capabilities to perform everything. Like, she landed, I think, the kite loop board off the first try, so that just shows what a talent she is. And Angeli has been competing in big air for, I would say, a decade. She's been on top of big air kite surfing, pushing it for the women.
Nice to see her in the finals and stuff now, Ruben, because
very
she
well
was
deserved.
Far ahead. Competing wasn't always her thing in the old days, you know, but now here she is in a final against the current ladies world champion, big air world champion. It's Michaeli Sol. Here we go then. We've worked all the way up to here in 2 days of action here on the 1st and 2nd of April. Could have run any time in April, Ruben, but here we are in just the first 2 days. So good is the wind here, and the strong Tramontana wind that blows in from the northwest down here in southern France. We're on the Mediterranean side. I'm Lewis Crathen, and I'm joined by Ruben Lenton at this special world. That was a serious thing I was doing there. At this world sailing event, and now I've lost my chain of thought. We're over to you,
Nice
Ruben.
one. Just a little wayo there, man. As we get underway with the women's
That's all it
final.
takes sometimes is a wayo, especially a bayo. I mean, that's next level.
Here we got Angeli riding super powered. Glad the wind is kicking in for the finals here. Just going for a straight booster. Not feeling it.
I'm pretty sure these riders aren't hooking in incorrectly as the extreme professionals. But hey, you're welcome to presume all you want.
Yeah, it's not really about blaming brands here. It's nobody that does this on purpose. This happens, but it's definitely time for us to take a closer look on how we can make this safer all together. We are all working together to make this sport as safe as possible, and that also includes looking at the equipment and making it better over time and as soon as possible as well.
You know what I think could work, Ruben, with AI being such a big thing now? Alexa, release my kite. No? It's a good idea.
Hey Siri, double mega loop for me.
I could make millions.
Is this heat been going or what?
Yellow flag is still up.
Ah,
so
so
no,
this heat
these are
hasn't
just,
started. Sorry
no,
about that. Just
that's okay.
losing a bit of timing here. So still see some surfer data coming through from Angeli, who is just warming up before her final. She must be frothing to be in the final against Michaeli Sol. And both riders with a slightly different style, whereas Angeli goes absolutely massive and aggressive. Michaeli Sol goes really technical. And I can only keep my eyes open and see how this will turn out.
Well, thanks, Ruben, for keeping your eyes open. That's very kind of you as we go into the ladies' final here. Who do you think? Come on, Ruben. Tell me who you think's got this here.
Well, I mean, the wind can kick in strong, or the wind can kind of go lower. And now Angeli is fully powered, which is definitely in her favor because she can get the height and power that she loves. Is she going for a mega loop laid back roll, classic signature? And she shoots that kite out right to the side, making her fall so fast. Oh, unfortunately not getting the landing on this one, so this will score a 0.
I love that technique of shooting out the side though, Ruben, because it's actually quite more of an old school mega loop type. You never flew it all the way 360 with the old kites. You didn't want it to be up there. You saved that for the end so that you could decide up or around, and she does that. I quite like it.
Yeah, she sheets out, let the kite fly all the way to the side, and then accelerating and looping that kite up again. Here goes Michaeli Sol, also with a nice mega loop laid back roll, sticking it clean.
12.9 meters was Angeli's Buyo's height. I think this one's going to be nearer to 10. Nice replay of the jet ski and Angeli riding along. I like that. It's in my top 3, that one.
Some nice kite discussions going on in the comments here on YouTube, so keep it going, guys, and enjoy the action being thrown down by Angeli and Michaeli Sol, as this heat is well underway now, with Angeli coming up for her second trick attempt in this women's final of the GKA Kite World Tour Big Air.
Yeah, we've had some great interaction on board with you today. Thank you for joining us all around the world. I wonder what she's got for us here, Angeli Buyo. Just repairing the damage. Yeah, she couldn't deal with it, Ruben.
Oh, butt checky.
Was a bit butt checky, wasn't it, Ruben? Looked like she had it in the bag, and she would have been scoring a similar, maybe a little bit more than Michaeli. I don't know. I like that inverted position, but
she was a bit delayed on there, getting a little bit stuck and not doing it as fluent or as big as she would love to. But yeah, she has 5 more attempts left to better her score, so let's see what she does.
Not the start she wanted though, Ruben.
Especially against Michaeli, who is such a consistent rider and can perform so many moves. Like, let's see what she's gonna do here. What was that? I'll have to check a little replay on that. I think she wanted to go for the contra loop, but here she's just going for a front spin. Double front spin. Can't even see her kite loop, so not that radical, not that extreme, so it won't be a massive score. 1.7. So here comes Angeli. And after the women's final, we will continue with the men's final between Liam Whaley and Andrea Principi.
Yeah, that's going to be a biggie. Don't go anywhere for that one. Into a good 11 hours down here on the beach today, and it's been absolutely epic of action. And would you believe it, we didn't have that 50 knots yet that's come through.
Whoa, what? He's just beach starting with a kite loop.
Kite loop board on.
Just getting onto the water, ready for his final.
KLBO. Kite loop board on from Andrea Principi, getting ready for his final. They're not bothered about these fluctuating winds. And here is Angeli Burak. She would have loved this to have been up into the 40s, Ruben, I can tell you that much. But it's a sign of how the maturity of her riding has really come on here, to have found herself in a final here when the winds have been everything from 20 knots to 40 from yesterday.
Oh, boogie loop to the right. Yes, and she's got this one. Nice one.
Good decision to head right foot forwards there. Maybe that's where the wind's a bit better right now. Changing it up after her 2 crashes, really. She did get a 3 earlier on. Gets nice and inverted. Not super powered with the pull of the kite, but you can't get that power if the wind's not there, Ruben.
100%. You need the wind in order to perform your trick, and that's all part of the game here in this challenging spot. It's a lovely flat water spot, but the conditions are definitely challenging for the riders. Michaeli Sol also entering with a nice boogie loop and an added rotation and coming out straight on her board. She was just shaking that one off. Couldn't believe it. It was a sketchy one.
She liked it though, I think.
She was like, woo! And then you're going for the boogie loop, so the front roll with the kite loop, and then on the way down she added another rotation.
Really is interesting to look at her takeoff, Ruben. She likes to go right foot forwards in a lot of the moves, but her pop and takeoff, I mean, that comes a lot from the experience of being an unhooked freestyler as well, world champion that she is. That takeoff just looks so perfect every time. It's a big thing in kiteboarding, your takeoff, whether or not you're a professional or an advanced rider as well. But Angeli Buyo indicating here.
Got a bit confused by the flags.
Yeah.
She needs her flag to be up in order to go for a trick attempt, but
it's
looks
a white
like,
one up at the moment. Now the blue one has been raised. So
somebody's been slacking on the flags there. Sorry, sloppy.
I don't know. Well, we
She
can
got
only
confused.
presume. We can only presume.
True that. But I think it's Angie's turn to really find the guts and perform her move. Pumping the kite, pumping the bar, going for the kite loop board off, and is she getting it?
Is her foot in enough?
Yes.
Yes, it is. Big move, Ruben, for that. I just was hoping for her there. She got her foot in enough for that. She steps it up again, Angie. She's not bothered by these challenges anymore. Look, right over the horizon, performing the mega loop board off. I think she's back in this one big time. 7.73 coming in on my back end here. Ruben, that's big. That's really taking
Angie.
it to the current world champion.
Yeah, she scored a 6.7 for her boogie loop earlier, and now a 7.73 for her kite loop board off. And Mika is gonna answer with a straight kite loop. She also wanted the kite loop board off, but unfortunately couldn't get it together in this trick attempt.
Does she have it?
She definitely, yeah. I've seen her perform it in Brazil, and yeah, I mean, here she can do it as well. She can do everything. She's a world champion.
Wow, this has really changed things round then in this final here. Angeli Buyol, I can just see it now with the crowds. Can I get a Buyol?
Buyol.
You know, is she going to have that moment up on top of the podium? One of these riders will take the winner. It's the sun breaking through the clouds once more here. This overcast, then cloudy, then the sun's out again. And Angeli Buyol. Wow, this is tight, this one, Ruben. At the moment, there's hardly anything in this. 0.21. We hope that you are staying on board with us here at the Lords of Tram 2023. It is the GKA Big Air Kitesurf World Cup down here in France. I'm Lewis Crathen. Ruben Lenton still standing next to me. Seems like forever he's been here. What are we going to see here, Ruben Lenton?
Angie going full pull, getting the height. No, unfortunately, the wind wasn't there for her, not finding the right takeoff. And yeah, that is true. Mika also has the boogie board off in her repertoire. So let's see if she can get it together and bust it out to overtake Angeli in this heat. Angeli just scoring a 0.83 for that missed trick attempt.
Angeli's got to stay calm out there now because she'll be thinking, come on, I'm in the final here. Give me some wind. But meanwhile,
Mika is in first with a doobie loop.
Textbook.
No
Ruben.
way. Yes.
I loved it. I loved it.
She absolutely stomped that. So a doobie loop. Nice 2 forward rotations from Mika Sol with that loop. Oh, getting inverted on that second one.
In the second one. And that's what I love about the doobie loop. That's how I envisioned it, that move to always be. You go around, you've got to go fast into those front walls as well because you want to hit the apex or just before heading into that second one. It's no good just doing a slow one up there, going into the second one. Send it in there in the cannonball on the way up.
It looks really good. It was a scary move. I just learned this move past season in Cape Town. And what is Angie gonna do? The mega loop laid back roll, and is she gonna land it? Yes, she is. Oh, she is crashing this. How unfortunate. Oh, nicely done right in front of the spectators, but unfortunately riding full speed. Oh, just butt checking and crashing out of this move. And we got Michaeli Sol in the lead here at the final of the women's division of the GKA or Kite World Tour here in Barcares, France. Oh, this action, that is why we were still standing. Michaeli Sol replying with a mega loop board off of her own. Here you can see the replay. She's riding right foot forward, jumping, looping the kite with one hand, with her back hand, grabbing the kite or the board with her front hand and landing clean. Nothing too massive, nothing too crazy, but definitely a nice score and a variety on the board. Both ladies definitely capable of scoring well into the 7s, maybe 8s if they get a good gust. But it is all about if Angeli can find a good gust to perform her favorite trick. Her signature mega loop. Oh, double. Oh, unfortunately not feeling it on this one.
And that's her last trick, I think, Ruben. She just couldn't find the win that she so desperately wanted there for Angeli. Where was that 40 knots when she wanted it? But if she can perform this well, Ruben, and get to the top 2, I think she's going to be still in for a shout when we get to Tarifa, and potentially the third event that's going to take place as well. It's rumoured at the moment, so not confirmed yet, but Michaeli Sol is leading this with one trick left, and she can't catch her up, I don't think, Ruben.
Incredible, and absolutely no shame on anyone here, but Angie unfortunately couldn't get it together fully in this final, ending her in the second place. With Michaeli Sol with one trick attempt left.
Where's the flag? She's saying, where's my flag here? You got the blue one up here. I want my last go. What are you doing? Where's my white flag? Interesting. She wants her go.
She can only jump when her flag is up, so the judges are already... Oh, what?
She got a second go here.
What?
So Angeli Buyo has been given a second go. Maybe there was a confusion with the flag sequence, Ruben. That was interesting. Possibly that 0 with a crash. Now this could get interesting, Ruben.
What happened there?
Well, the scores are gone, so... what happened to her 7th trick attempt then? She just didn't get... What a deal. Went from having her last trick to it being given to the other rider.
And what was that last move from Angie? I couldn't see it. It says SJ.
No reply.
Super jump.
No reply. Well, now we're going back to Michaeli Sol. We don't have that score coming in.
Oh yeah, there's the boogie loop board off. Oh, unfortunately going for a massive wipeout here for Michaeli Sol in the final here. She is already in the lead, so she didn't really need that, but it would be great to top off the final with a boogie loop board off. Unfortunately ending up in a crash. Hopefully the wind will kick in for the men's final, which is coming right up. You came to the right place for big air kiteboarding. We got Liam Whaley and Andrea Principi ready to take it to the skies and fire off their most extreme big air moves. Their names will pop up in the...
No, it's the mini final now, right? Oh no, we know this one. We already know this one.
That was done. That was the massive crash from Lorenzo, remember?
Oh yeah, the biggie.
So there's their names, ready for an epic final here on the GKA Kite World Tour in Barcares, France. So this is the last heat of the event before we can wrap it up with a beautiful sunset party here in France at the GKA Kite World Tour. Thank you so much for joining us, for supporting us, for interacting with us. We love having you here. We love having you to spread the love of this sport and support these riders, pushing it to the limit. And sometimes even beyond the limit, which we've seen today as well.
Many times today, Ruben. It really has been pushed to the limit. Where are these riders? Are they out there just yet?
So if you want to tune into the live scores for this final, you can go to the GKAKiteWorldTour.com and scroll down.
This is the final, Ruben. It's the big time here. We're in the final. It's the last heat of the weekend. Lots of tension put up for this. Liam Whaley against Andrea Principi. It is the current Big Air World Champion, Ruben. Who do you think is going to take this?
Phenomenal riding. Both of these legends can definitely take it. Whereas Liam has been around competing for longer, so his experience is on his side. But I think Andrea does have a few more tricks in his bag and definitely has the height, style, and commitment. So this is definitely going to be a final to watch, and I can't wait to see this unfold.
Ruben, I'm going to go straight out there now and say we're going to see unhooked moves from Liam Whaley there. He knows he's had some good scores from that Kung Fu pass. The wind isn't as strong as it has been. I really do think we're going to see everything thrown out the books here from Liam Whaley. He's going to use all of his vocabulary of unhooked riding. Doesn't seem to be bothering him at all here that the wind is on the lower side of things. Andrea Principi, we know that he can find the gust of that setup that he's got here. He has had some of the most incredible jumps here, so it's going to be Andrea Principi up against Liam Whaley here at the Lords of Tram 2023 for the last heat of the day, the GKA Big Air Kitesurf World Cup.
Yeah, nicely put there, and very aware, Lewis, of both of their different riding styles. I haven't seen Andrea unhook that much. I've seen him throw a few handle passes here and there, but Liam Whaley is a world champion in freestyle. He knows how to unhook and combine this with big air. So here, his first trick attempt is a Kung Fu pass, and he is landing it, getting it together. Not the height he was hoping for, but definitely putting a nice score on the board to open things off with in this final against Andrea Principi. Unhooking is definitely a bit more scary than staying hooked in, because it puts all the power and pressure on your arms, and the kite, if the gusts come, then it can be just ripped out of your hands and come in for a massive crash. But here we see Andrea with his answer.
Left foot forwards coming into the box then, Andrea Principi finding a nice board spin into, that looks like a kite loop.
Oh, double back roll board spin contra loop.
Was his foot even in the board there?
No, I don't know.
There?
It could be. Could be just out of the strap.
I think he's landed it on the strap here, Ruben, because this foot... Oh no, it did look a bit clearer from this angle here, but he's able to find the height. But I really do feel like this man here, Liam Whaley, is going to turn to some of his unhooked riding. So this is just too close to call. And you've got to take the emotion out of this as a big air rider and think, oh, I want it to be 40, 50 knots. You've got to be realistic. We don't get delivered those conditions all the time. This sort of condition may surprise us, Ruben, and we have been surprised here with some of these tricks being landed to wrap, to blind. We've even seen attempts. So we've actually seen a Mega Loop KGB landed today. Who would have thought that? And it was the lighter winds that gave us those wonderful opportunities to see what these riders can do, because all around the world won't always be 40 knots. But here is Liam Whaley. Look, he's gone high enough, hasn't he, with a massive Mega Loop back roll board off around his body in a clean landing. Ruben, what are we thinking here? 13 meters?
Yeah, 100%. Here's Liam Whaley, definitely finding the height in a bit of a lull in the wind, but still performing this massive Mega Loop late back roll board off and putting a nice score on the board. And people are complaining that the wind is too light, but this is
winding me up now, Ruben. Yeah.
This is what is part of kiteboarding and what you have to deal with in competition. And of course, it is big air. We would love 40 to 50, even 60 knots of wind, but this is what we have to work with. And within a second, the wind can kick right back in.
And here he didn't get the height. That nearly hurt his arm there, did Andrea Principi. So, no, what do you expect him to do out there now? Just call the whole event off into the final? Don't be ridiculous. This is kiteboarding and we get things done. And I think we're still going to see a spectacle here between these two riders.
Yeah, 100%. Definitely a great decision to run the finals. And yeah, the guys will be allowed maybe some more time to really find the right takeoff spot. But once they connect the dots, they're able to fly and perform. And like Lewis says, this does open up the door for new kind of tricks. They can unhook better now in a little bit of lighter winds, which will up the creativity for the riders, and even blind landings. Let's see what the riders are thinking. They are riding the same kite, so that is mostly down to skill.
Yes, this is true, Ruben, and I can hear this wind picking up a little bit over the top of our live stream booth now, so maybe there's one more return of this Tram Montana to wrap things up on our final heat of the day. I think we've ran, 1,000 heats today? Feels that way, but they've each been equally exciting. We've had absolutely everything here at this competition, and meanwhile, Liam Whaley, you tell me that this isn't special and interesting as a big air rider in 25 knots.
Oh.
Okay, maybe you'd have a case there. I knew that would happen.
Just missed the gust there like he had it before. He's putting up his hands. He's complaining, where's the wind? Of course, he wants more wind. I want more wind. Everybody wants more wind. Unfortunately, not finding the gust there and missing his trick attempt. So let's see what Andrea Principi has got in his bag in these lighter conditions, trying to find the wind, trying to keep his head cool, trying to maneuver his strategy through this final.
In his kite bag of tricks?
Yeah, in his bag of tricks, his repertoire of tricks. He will be able to... Repertoire.
Sounds like a French word, doesn't it?
Exactly. Bring it on.
What other French words have we got here? Perpendicular. One of our top words of the event so far.
Oui, oui, merci.
S'il vous plaît.
Que glace, Louis?
Je ne comprends pas. The best one, that. You answer that with everything and somehow you get respect when actually you don't understand. Like, brilliant. Coming into the beach then. Sorry, Ruben, you're about to lead on me there. There is Cedric to the left-hand side with the blue coat. Here's our race director.
Race director in a tough spot. What do you do in a final with two of these top guys waiting for more wind and kind of complaining that it's maybe not suitable enough for a final? We might just wait a couple minutes to see if the wind kicks back in.
Let's think about his options here, Ruben. So he could, 1, wait for more wind. He could, 2, force these guys to go out now. He could, 3, he could also just go home and leave. That's also one of his
Look at the trees.
options.
Look at the flags. I can see sand flying. It is gusty. That is the typical spot here in Barcares. This is something that the riders will have to deal with, and I am looking forward to see what they're gonna pull out of the bag right now.
Ooh, there's a drone. Sneaking up into the little pass of water there, which links to the main lagoon here. Maybe just having a little peek to see what's coming in, as we've lost our screen temporarily. No, we're back again. So the tension can be cut on a knife edge here right now, Ruben. Lots of tension on the beach with the crowd, the riders.
The decisions, the stakes are high at this moment.
Stakes are high.
For the race director, for the riders. It will be great to finish the event. It could also be a good idea to wait a little bit for the wind to really kick back in. But yeah, it's all on the line.
Be a good name for a meat restaurant now, wouldn't it? Stakes are high. You know, on top of maybe a skyscraper, the stakes are high, you know.
Did you say steak? Nobody is going to make a mistake in the final.
I said stakes.
Stakes.
The stakes are high, not the mistakes. The mistakes have been high as well today.
Miss Stakes
wins the Mrs. Stakes Award for looking the female stakes.
Oi, there we go with a contra loop, one of his signature moves, landing it clean and full speed. There he found a gust in order to perform the move he was after. Was it 3 front rotations? There he goes, 1, board off, 2, and the board spin. Yep, 3 rotations. Oh, just getting in time.
You know what, Ruben? That looked like big air to me. That was an unhooked freestyle or racing.
But Liam Whaley riding full speed. Is he going to find the gust? No.
Nice turn there. Good carve. Carving background. Right foot forwards now. He comes. Riding a slightly bigger bar. Looks like the big truss bar for me. And as he rides out towards the right in a southwesterly direction, he'll then return. Nice little transition there. Trying not to lose too much ground. He's got to refocus himself here. This is the final. We can't emphasize it enough. Lots of drama already in this final. What's Liam Whaley got for us here?
Oh, he wants a double loop board off. Ah, whoa! How did he deal with that impact?
I don't know how he dealt with that impact. That would have been scary. He's angry. Visibly angry. Ruben, look at this. He looks like he found the gust then. The wind did come in.
He flew, did 2 forward rotations, got the board off, but then he just dropped a bit too fast. Oh, from behind that looked well harsher.
I bet that's higher than most of the people complaining it's not big air.
How high do you jump? Let us know in the comments.
30 meters. Nice move then from Andrea Principi, Ruben. He has no problem there. The white caps are returning, Ruben. The flags are starting to go here. And he goes into, it was a double front roll and a kite loop and looked like a board spin as well in there, Ruben.
He loves throwing in the variation there with the board spin. It does add a factor that the judges love, giving you some extra points. But is it going to be enough to stand up to Liam, who is now coming in for a kite change? He is on his 8 meter at the moment, and I think a 7 meter is waiting for him because he knows he can double loop that a little better and it will score well for him. So let's see what he's going to pull out of the bag with that.
So he obviously feels the wind is picking up here, and I think you need to keep this in mind at home if you're thinking this isn't quite big air conditions. They're voluntarily changing down to 7s here, okay? So you could be easy on a 10 here, going big, but obviously the style of tricks that they want to do and just how well these new lightweight kites are performing, Ruben, is giving them a kite. He's edging fine out there, you know. He's powered. He's gone out on he's on a 7 meter. Okay, so we usually need 30 knots for that, but it looks like we're not far off that, Ruben, because we can see those white caps are back, and Liam's obviously getting ready for his doubles and felt that the wind was suitable enough for that, and I'm pretty sure they're going to let him return into the box, no problems.
So we see even the viewers online, they're jumping up to 20 meters, they say. 9 meters, 10 meters, 21.6 meters. That's some good results there. 20 meters high at 14 years old. Epic one. Keep that performance going and enjoy the progression. Every day you learn something new. And here Liam Whaley finds the gust, gets the height, and goes for the double loop. And landing it clean and claiming it. He stomped it. I want to get a replay on that to see exactly what the kite did. So he took off. He did a kite loop, double kite loop with a massive late back roll and getting really leveled with that kite, Lewis.
Yeah, and what a reminder, Ruben, about big air and strong wind, that sometimes it's not always that strong, but there's a rider staying patient and waiting for that wind to build. Cancelling events, stupid idea. Bit of patience from the race director, and now we're starting to see these moves really take place. Into the front roll, and it's a contra loop. It's a contra loop here, Ruben, and it's big. Lots of distance. Riders now hitting the 15 meters mark. 16.8 meters on height.
With a tic-tac during that contra loop.
This
so
is
he
big.
grabs it by the fin. Oh, nice. What a momentum to just flick the board around like that. And grab it by the handle and landing it clean. It's going to be a good score for Andrea.
Nice to read something about Clement there. Of course, this isn't official, but if that is true that he's left the hospital with those scans, then wow, what a great result that is. Again, that's not official that I had that. I'm just feeding that back off someone who's politely shared that with us. But Liam Whaley here in this final, he is on his 6th trick and he's starting to score biggies here, Ruben. Is that a doobie double?
Yep. I think he looped the kite twice and he did. Yeah, he's claiming it must be. So doobie loop, 2 forward rotations with 2 kite loops, 1 loop and 2 loops. Oh, get it. Look at that height and the angle. Very, very, very nice from Liam Whaley.
Wow. Pretty special this final here, as we reminded once again to just be patient with Mother Nature. It's delivered right here as now we get a few clouds passing over the sun now. Andrea Principi being asked questions of Liam Whaley. He's got 2 in the 8 so far as Liam Whaley. Andrea Principi about to perform his 6th maneuver.
But did Andrea just change his kite as well?
It looks like it.
He is on a different kite, so this is his double loop kite.
What a sneaky change.
Didn't even see it, mate.
Maybe he's gone for that see-through kite color that you were talking about earlier.
But hopefully the wind stays there for him so that he can perform on this smaller kite, the same height that Liam Whaley already was able to put some doubles on the map, scoring him a well 8.4 and 8.6.
We often don't talk about the sailing aspects of these competitions and the knowledge of the wind right there. Liam's come in during a spell of wind, which we were even talking about it, underpowered, needs a bigger kite. This isn't big air. These words were being talked about. Liam's come in, changed from an 8 to a 7, right, Ruben, in preparation and anticipation. He felt the wind was going to be strong. That was really a gamble for him, but he felt, I mean, he doesn't know this place inside out, but he's been here the last few days. That was really amazing piece of what I like to call seamanship.
He knows Mother Nature inside out.
Seamanship?
Also
no
that.
reply?
Also that. Seamanship, Mother Nature go hand in hand. And here, Andrea Principi knows exactly what he needs to do. He was just looking at what scores well, and he needs a double contra loop, but he was not getting the height. I was already feeling, I thought he was aborting this trick, but he still went for it for a double contra loop board off. Here in the beginning, I thought he was gonna stop it, but then he went for it anyway. With the long lines, not having enough height for the kite to catch him on time, resulting in a crash, which fires up Liam Whaley, coming in full speed, left foot forward, chucking himself into a massive double kite loop board off and landing it clean. Liam Whaley.
Liam Whaley looks to me like he's got this one, Ruben. What an epic move that was from Liam Whaley to complete his 7th. The scores are going off the scale here.
Look at that. He's getting leveled with his kite, even with those long lines. Absolutely mind-blowing action here in the final of the GKA Kite World Tour here in Barcares.
A 9.37. Are you kidding me, Ruben? I think that was the biggest move of the day. He always had it in the bank, but how can there be any reply to this?
Oh, no. I already saw that was not going to turn out well. Unfortunately, Andrea Principi crashing out hard on that one.
Didn't get as high as he would like to, and it was about this.
And he just committed. He just kept pulling, and look at that. That is so scary to find yourself in a situation like that.
Still got the kite above him, though, there, Ruben. That was pretty special, but what must be going through this man's head?
that is the end of this final heat here, and we can safely say that Liam Whaley is the champion here today at the GKA Kite World Tour Big Air discipline.
Oh, I don't even know where to start, Ruben. That was really special. Liam Whaley he always had something extra. He had an answer for everything here. He's looking back to the beach to say, like, you know, what's going on here?
Do I need to put on more show? What do you want from me? Absolutely.
Come on, really. I've had to do every single discipline here today. Surely you don't want to make Please, guys, what have I got to do to win this?
But Liam Whaley gonna do some crowd pleasers maybe, or no? They're done.
Given an extra trick. I was told it was 7 tricks. So
yeah, the guys already think it's done. And Liam Whaley, is he smiling? Yeah, he must be smiling. He kind of knows that he performed well and that Andrea was crashing out. So look at the scores. Liam Whaley with the highest scoring heat of the day in the final. Very well. It's always great to see him build up his performance throughout an event and actually feeding off this competitiveness and of all the spectators right here. I always get goosebumps when I see somebody else win, and he absolutely deserved this win. So very well done, Liam Whaley. And congratulations, Andrea Principi. Too bad you couldn't get it together here in the final, but a well-deserved second spot here for you today at the GKA Kite World Tour Big Air.
Well, Ruben, that was pretty epic scenes there. Oh, a little high five for that. Nice to see that the fans get. Oh, watch your board, mate. Watch your board. Although, to be honest with you, I know that board can take it. It's nice to see those scenes for the crowds who are now going to come down for this prize giving. And I think I'm going to have to leave you up here, Ruben. I think Liam's going to join you while I think I'm going down to perform this prize giving as the scenes are set after this incredible 2-day event. We've had absolutely everything here, Ruben. We've had really, it's been relit, that fire under the unhooked category, which so often not. We didn't talk about the Mega Loop panel pass for years, Ruben, and I've always wanted to address it. And it's back now firmly in the sport. Unhooking isn't dead, and we've seen that today. But Ruben, I think we're going to sign off officially. Well, I am going to sign off officially onto the camera with you. I've got my coat on here and got all my right stuff on to go down there. We come back into the studio. Big hello to you and thank you for joining us over the last 2 days that were very special. I'm going to leave you now, Ruben, and get ready for the podium down there. And I think I'm going to leave you up here. But I think Liam's going to be in here with you. Ruben, what were your highlights for this event so far?
The highlight for me was definitely this final heat. I still think that it was quite challenging given the conditions, with a bit of a lull in there with the debate, should we go on, should we cancel, should we, like all the stress that was accumulated in this final definitely up the adrenaline, up the vibe, and then to see Liam Whaley going for the correct kite choice and performing those massive double loops, absolutely great performance. But throughout the event we have seen some incredible riding also from in the women's division, who already showed us yesterday that they truly belong here in the big air discipline, and today with Michael Sol taking the win, absolutely mind-blowing action.
And how often are the women often sent out here in slightly lighter winds, but how ironic it would turn out to be that yesterday being the stronger day with gusts, seriously we've been told we're up to 70 knots, they were out there all day yesterday. So what a day for them to show actually they can deal with that, no problems. It was the men that had the slightly lighter wind today, or actually significantly lighter, but they still performed, and it was lovely for me, Ruben. I think the highlight for me of this event is that there's no complaints if the wind dies. The equipment has come on so far now that even on the smaller kites the riders can still go big, which is great news for big air as we try to expand around the world to different places. We're not always going to get the 40 knots that we crave. Big air is in a wonderful place right now, Ruben, and it's so there's so much variety in big air, including unhooked. That's the highlight for me. I'm signing out, and I'm going to leave you here, Ruben, as Liam comes in shortly. So thanks, everybody on the live.
Not Liam Whaley. Liam will be on the podium, but
Liam Dredge will be in here as well. So see you later, Ruben. It's been a pleasure
thank you so much,
to work with you, and you give me a nice hug. We get on okay, don't we?
Yeah, for sure.
Friends. Even though I just met you.
No, thank you, Lewis. That was absolutely great. Always great to hear your commentary and to join you here today at the GKA Kite World Tour Big Air. They're going to move on to the prize giving. I'm going to start a little party right now, right after. So looking forward. All the spectators are making their way down. So also a great result, what I find. Despite all the epic action we saw, we also saw some great crashes and to walk away with everybody being okay makes my heart warm. The riders, these are the best riders in the world, pushing it to the limit, and sometimes due to the wind, some equipment failure, or just a pilot error, things can happen and things can turn out pretty badly. We saw one knee getting hurt. We saw Clement trying the triple loop and unfortunately crashing really, really hard and definitely into some pain. But news is that he is sort of okay. I don't want to confirm this fully because I haven't spoken to him, haven't gotten the official news, but it all looks to be pretty good. Joris, his knee will have to be looked at, but from what we've seen, it's a pretty okay price to pay, I'd say.
Yeah, as well. Firstly, good to join you here, Ruben, back up in the stream. I mean, what a day of action. Thoroughly enjoyed. I must say the vibe down on the beach. I spent probably the last hour down there running a few errands, but also being right on the shoreline there. And I mean, great event and really good to see, obviously, Liam Whaley taking the crown there, just nipping it from Principe, who's won the last 2 events here. But as you said, we saw some big crashes throughout the day. Good to hear that everyone is on the mend and feeling good. And we've got a exciting. But first, games are going to shortly get underway.
100%, and all these riders deserve to be on the podium. Also, Angeli Buyo, challenging Michael Sol for the win there in the final, and that was some great action as well.
Yeah, Mika didn't really put her foot wrong in that final. She was looking very confident down there, and definitely challenging conditions towards the final back end of this event. It's definitely a little bit gusty, but the riders here, they are the best in the business, so they made it work. And as you can see on your screen now, the crowd's starting to form as we will be crowning and going through those podiums very shortly. And cameraman getting a lovely view of the ankles down there.
Just gathering, and I just want to give a massive shout out to, of course, all the riders for putting their skills on the line, showing an epic display of big air kiteboarding. Obviously to the organizers from Lords of Tram, the GKA, the whole team, all the partners, the host here at the port of Barcares, absolutely beautiful. So thank you very much, and sending a lot of love to all of you for this combined effort, for putting this live stream up, and thank you guys for tuning in and really enjoying this show.
Yeah, it's been a fantastic show. We're gonna keep you guys entertained just with this with these podiums here. So very shortly, we got Lewis actually gone down now. He's gathering the crowd together, gathering our athletes, and we'll shortly present those podiums, those 3rd, 2nd, and 1st positions. And I was also a little bit sneaky. I had a little cheeky look at the trophies, Ruben, and I must say their 1st place is rather special.
Not just cake?
No, not just cake. It's unique. Put it that way. It's definitely unique.
Is it going to be some sort of mask as well, or?
I mean, that's not too bad. Not a bad guess. I mean, 3rd and 2nd, very nice, but the 1st place, I must say, is different.
Well, looking at the Lords of Tram and kind of the style that it has with all these graphics, it is wild. And the Lords of Tram. The Tram stands for the Tramontana Winds that trade here, and Lords of Tram, obviously, who masters the wind the best, is coming out on top.
Yeah, and there you can see the podium just waiting for our riders to take centre stage. Wonder if they'll get a couple of bottles of champagne as well. That I don't know, but maybe we'll see a bit of a spray shower. Did you like a little champagne shower on the podium?
Obviously, definitely. Don't waste too much of it. Well, I mean, there's always another bottle, so definitely spray it and celebrate. It's the moment for the riders. This is what they've been training for. This is what they've been dreaming of, what they've been aiming for. So a well-deserved win, and definitely it comes with a celebration. If you don't celebrate your highs, then you definitely should start.
Exactly, and just waiting now. It's all the crowd pretty much here and ready to go. It's local time is just coming up to 5 to 7, so we've been pretty flat out since first thing this morning. We gathered all the riders here for a riders briefing at 7:30 a.m. and it was a first possible start at 8, which happened pretty much straight away. So we have been here coming up to 12 hours now, and the aim of the game today was to finish the competition. We wanted to try and wrap things up today, although the forecast is really good tomorrow. We wanted to be hopeful today, and it's all worked out very well. And there you can see the GK photographer Samuel Cardan's just getting those all-important shots.
Yeah, this man has got some skills as well. It's also a great effort from the media team around here, so big up to them. Always picturing it perfect, so loving to see the footage after the event as well. Looking at some of the highlights, which will be brought to you shortly after the event as well. So definitely keep an eye out for that. Massive thank you to the Port of Barcares for having us, and Qatar Airways for being the tour sponsor. Ian, Anio, Duotone, thank you very much for all the support. It's been a phenomenal event, and I'm glad that we got it over and done with today. As Liam was saying, the wind doesn't look too good for the next couple of days. However, yesterday was beautiful. Today was absolutely massive, and yeah, loving it.
I mean, what's not to love? You know, the sun is shining at the moment, the wind is blowing. There's plenty of people here to watch all these riders just throw down to the absolute max. So, you know, that's what these riders want. They thrive off that. And we're just going to wait patiently now while the riders are just... Oh, we're just gathering the riders. You can see there on the left-hand side in the blue coat. That is the tour manager of the GKA, Tom Hartman. He's probably around the back looking for those country flags. We're always searching for those. They seem to go missing at every single event. But, you know, nonetheless, we're going to give our riders the flags, the trophies, hopefully the champagne. And then, rumour has it, there might be a little bit of a party tonight.
Ooh, in the comments I read, Ruben is just here for the party. Well, life is a party, you know, so let's keep celebrating all together, spending time together, and having beautiful moments. Also on this Sunday, fun day, with some epic action, lots of spectators down at the beach, gathered around the podium. This is going to be a great moment of celebration. We can see Lewis. Can we also hear him on the live stream soon, so we don't have to...
I don't think we're going to be able to hear him, so we're... Oh no, I think we are going to be able to hear him. So let's we're going to wait and see if we can cut through to Lewis now.
Nights for me being the triple kite leap attempt. We saw some big crashes and movements. What about for you, Val? What did you enjoy?
Donc on a vu des choses incroyables aujourd'hui. J'espère que le public là pour l'instant vous êtes calme, mais si vous avez aimé, vous faire un tonnerre d'applaudissements pour la compétition prolonge of Tram. Si vous êtes contents. On a vu des choses incroyables, on a vu des premières. Les riders ont repoussé les limites, les conditions étaient vraiment extrêmes, donc voilà, on peut vraiment applaudir tout le monde et je pense que Lewis qui était derrière le live a aussi beaucoup apprécié.
I'd say the biggest thing here right now with Big Air is that we saw such a variety of Big Air moves. We saw moves that we haven't even talked about, let alone seen for years. We saw such strong wind yesterday, which is so often associated with the male fleet. It was the female riders out there yesterday showing they can handle the strong winds too. We saw the winds lighter today, Val, which forced the riders to really explore every type of trick we've seen in kiteboarding, from unhooked riding, mega loops, unhooking. Who knows where the future of Big Air right now is going, but one thing's for sure, it's extremely exciting. Watching that today and yesterday was just amazing, magnifique.
Donc aujourd'hui, on a vu vraiment, entre hier et aujourd'hui, on a vu des conditions incroyables. Le vent a soufflé à plus de 70 nœuds hier. D'habitude, on envoie les hommes dans le vent fort, mais hier, c'était les femmes qui ont envoyé Angélie, Nathalie, toutes les filles de la compétition, elles ont envoyé des loops dans plus de 70 nœuds, donc on peut les applaudir. Vraiment, les filles, elles ont fait un spectacle formidable aussi. Et ça, c'est important pour le sport. On a vu des nouveaux tricks aussi dans le Big Air, vraiment. Donc voilà, c'est une très belle compétition et le sport il fait que commencer. Chaque année ça développe de plus en plus et donc on est excité de voir faire ça l'année prochaine et c'est déjà incroyable.
Let's continue now with the formalities, and one thing we really need to do is thank this wonderful region. Everywhere you go around here, it looks like a place where they want things to happen. So we have to say a big thanks to the Port of Barcares for being such a wonderful support to today.
Donc aussi, on a de la chance d'habiter dans le sud de la France, dans la région de la Tramontagne Sud. Et c'est grâce à la Tramontagne de Barcares qu'on a pu avoir ce show. Et grâce à la ville de Barcares, donc un grand merci à Barcares, à ce spot, à cette région aussi d'avoir accueilli cette compétition. Et voilà, merci à la nature, la mère nature de nous offrir de tels spots dans le sud de la France. Et tous les meilleurs riders mondiaux qui est là pour rider à Barcares.
Come on, let's have some noise for Point Barcares. They're doing something special here. We also want to thank the following Duotone, Anio, Ion, Soul Shake, and of course, World Sailing, and the French Federation of Sailing. Lots of new riders coming with their support as well, Val.
Donc on remercie aussi les sponsors de la compétition, Duotone, Ion, Anio, Point Barcares, sans qui ça c'est pas possible. Soulsay, World Sailing et la Fédération française de voile également. Donc un grand merci à eux pour faire en sorte que ce événement soit réalisable.
A big thank you also to our squad. Big noise for them. Come on, they're providing so much for ourselves throughout the course of the event.
Et un grand merci également au spot de rester à côté. Il y a une grosse soirée ce soir aussi. Donc c'est là qu'on va célébrer. Donc un grand bravo aussi au spot. Il faut faire un peu d'applaudissements pour le restaurant à côté.
And Kite School, the Jotan Pro Center, as well. Big thank you to them.
Merci aussi à Jotan Pro Center, Surf, le magasin de Kite à côté, Surf and Kite.
And I think we definitely need a big thank you to all the GKA crew and the Lords of Tram crew who've worked so seamlessly together for the first time here. All the judges which have spent countless hours up there in the booth. The live stream team, of course, our race director.
Et un grand merci également à toute l'équipe, la sécurité, le GKA, donc, qui est le tour mondial de Kite qui s'est associé au Lord of Tram cette année pour être la première étape de la Coupe du Monde de Big Air. Donc un grand merci à toute l'équipe qui a rendu cet événement possible aussi, qui a fait un incroyable travail pour les riders et toute l'équipe et pour vous aussi public de vous offrir un magnifique show aujourd'hui.
All right, let's get to the point here now. 2 days of kiteboarding action has led us to this moment. But we're going to start with the best crash. As is customary here, for some reason at Lords of Tram we have an award for the best crash. And for the best crash in the ladies division, it goes to Nathalie Lambrecht.
Donc, on récompense le meilleur crash de la compétition et ça revient à Nathalie Lambrecht. On peut l'applaudir pour le meilleur crash de la compétition.
There you go, here's your best crash.
On peut l'applaudir. Il y a le best crash, c'est-à-dire qu'on l'envoie le plus fort et on peut vraiment l'applaudir très très fort.
I get to keep the hat?
No, you can't pick it up.
And for the men, the best crash, Lorenzo Casati.
Lorenzo Casati, le meilleur crash de la journée, on peut l'applaudir.
We're alive! He doesn't mind wearing it because he's alive. So the customary. Yeah, you got it.
On peut les applaudir, ça veut dire qu'ils ont vraiment repoussé les limites du sport.
They tell me to keep this prize giving serious, but hey, you've got to have a bit of fetch in this as well. Well done for your best. Well done for those crashes. I don't know. But okay. Now we can get serious here with the results coming now for the ladies, for the big air. In 4th place from the United Kingdom, Francesca Mani. Well done, Francesca. And now we go to the top 3 and back up here once more. Nathalie Lambrecht in 3rd place, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, like you are.
Well done. And that really was an epic final between the 2 ladies out there at the end. And I'd like to welcome and make some massive noise. Now I'm finally going to get her name correct. Angélie Bouillot in 2nd place. And without further ado, our winner here, the current Big Air World Champion, Michaeli Song! Well done. Michaeli.
No, you can't put it.
A bit more serious. Let's make some noise for these ladies now then. Michaeli, I want to grab a quick chat with you very briefly right now. The conditions were tough out there for you. Was it hard to keep your head in that final, perform your tricks?
The conditions definitely were a little tricky. I expected it to be a little windier. I mean, yesterday was absolutely nuking and it was insane. And yeah, I really don't know if I would have gotten the win if it was yesterday. Probably this one over here, or with those two, definitely crazier than I am. But yeah, super stoked, and yeah, just wanted to thank everyone for just saying goodbye.
Well, you're on top of the podium again, Mikhail. Round of applause for you, our winner of the event, Mikhail Stoll. Oh, champagne. Come on, let's get the champagne.
Wait. Calm down.
Our ladies podium, ladies and gentlemen, from the fourth position all the way up to the third. Congratulations. Is it safe to come round here now? I think it is safe to come round. That was our ladies podium. They went out there yesterday at 70 knots plus. Can you believe that strength of wind? Please don't go anywhere, ladies. We'd like to do a group picture at the end, so please don't go away. Same for the crowd. You have to stay here. We now turn our attention to the men. A difficult day of competing for the men, where we saw wind fluctuating up and down. But in fourth place and surviving that massive crash in the men's department, Lorenzo Casati. He is the current Red Bull KVN champion. Where's his check? Have that in the bank straight away. And the next rider doing so much for Big Air right now, finding himself on the podium again. It is Jamie Overby. The final was an epic affair between these two riders. One feels that we will see these two battling out many times in the future. In second place, our current Big Air world champion is Andrea Principi. Andrea Principi also winning the highest jump of the event at 22 meters. Yes, you're also breaking the record for distance traveled on the Surfer app, over 200 meters on that stepper jump, and an 18-second jump. That was something really special we saw from you, Andrea Principi. But it took something even more special to beat you here at this event. And I'd like to bring up in first place our event winner in the men's, Liam. Well done, Liam. There we have it. It's going to get messy again in a second. The champagne, where's the champagne? Right now.
Give me the champagne.
I can't give you a head start. Oh no, let Tristan do the champagne. Here comes the champagne. We get some surfer out data on these champagnes. I remind the crowd, please stay where you are after this prize giving. We'd love to get a photo with you all in the background. So You seem to have an answer for everything that was thrown at you today, Liam. How does it feel to be on top here in Barcares?
Well, right now I can't really open my eyes. Oh man, it's been such a journey. I started competing when I was like 11 years old and had some really good junior events in France, in Saint-Pierre-la-Mer, and and in Le Cat when I was super young, just like 13, 14 years old. And yeah, man, there's a lot of ups and downs competing for so many years. It's really hard to stay motivated, but days like today just keep me going. So yeah, I'm gonna keep going until I can't. So let's go.
Thank you. Amazing all the men.
Sorry?
Sorry, we didn't catch it. You got it, so I get to swim.
I don't have the hat. Like, it's alright, no? Fine.
Big round of applause then for your men here. Great result for you. So we'd like to ask you to remain where you are in the crowd now. You get the ladies up on the podium. Ladies on the podium as well, guys, you stay where you are. You're going to join them. There are enough room for them up there. Liam, you get to stay on the podium a bit longer. Andrea. Right, quick photo. Let's make some noise then here for your finalists here. First, 2-4. Actually, I can't deal with that. That's the look perfect. This is it. Mine? My one? No, take it. Certainly not my one. Round of applause then for all your riders here in the One more request then, that all of the lovely crowd stay now as we get this lovely photo. It's going to be from afar as well, so we're going to ask the riders to come out. I'm going to take this so. Can we have all the someone else is in here. All the riders down here, please.
Guys, can you step down here? And turn around so we can do
Turn your back.
Turn around like this. Closer.
All right, now if there's anything for the crowd, let's put your hands up in the air for these riders. It has been the water Tram and the GPA Big Air Kitesurf World Cup in France. Well done, guys. Thank you. Merci beaucoup. Au revoir.
On a de big la station avec la musique.
Guys, intéressant.
So good.
Ok, je me place avec le speaker. Ah, t'as ouvert les deux premiers.
On fait quoi, une interview?
Tu veux gérer le son?
C'est chaud, hein. Mauvaise pub hein, pour Camille.
Je peux me déplacer. Ah, yes. Huh? More stoked about today's turnout. It's yeah, been a challenging lead up to this event, but yeah, man, I'm not for words. Like this was my year. Getting better and better.
Lewis, did you interview with them on
Such a tough competitor. I've lost against him like in the 3 last competition, so it felt so damn good to beat him today. My gear was working amazingly. Duotone really finding out that tuning up that gear, making it perfect. So couldn't be happier. And yeah, see you guys at the next stop.
Congrats, man. Thank you, bro.
Oh, you filmed it at the same time? Yeah. Now I can drink again. That's why I had apple juice yesterday.
Oh. Cool. Just closing the live stream, yeah? Thanks for coming. See you next year. You tell me when to go. Yeah, that'd be... Oh, sorry. Perfect. Just closing the live. So there you have it. What a fantastic event here in France. And Liam Whaley, Michael Sol taking the championships. And now you guys and girls are going to have to wait another year before we're back here, because what an event, what a place. We are absolutely stoked for the rest of the year with this Big Air event and the GK Big Air calendar. Thank you to Lord of Trams. And let's go and party now, because next year we'll be back bigger and better than ever before. Done? Yeah?
Somewhere new, show me burgundy sunset sky. Let's fly. One of every feather, one of every hue, traveling together, taking in view. I'd wait for you forever. No one can deny how it feels to fly, to fly, to fly. Fly, fly, fly.
Wherever you go in the world, one airline goes further to make it feel exceptional. Qatar Airways, going places together.
Welcome everybody to the Qatar Airways GK Kite World Tour.
Inside the water, like everybody want to win. It's gonna be a good show.
All in all, I just really enjoyed this event, even if it was super freaking cold.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's not, it's like hometown for me, but
I live in Brazil,
we're a little
okay?
bit
I have
different,
the
all right?
luxury.
Exactly, you got the luxury, I've got the freezing cold -5 weather, but nonetheless, obviously on the freestyle tour as well, you know, we've got a pretty busy GK calendar on that front as well. So I know last year you were sort of up in, you know, you weren't quite sure how 2023 was going to look for you, but you started off in Qatar, not with the result you wanted, but you bounced back in Colombia, taking the win. Freestyle back in the game for around, I believe it's around August time. So we're going to see you there as well.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, freestyle Big Air, I'll definitely be there. I don't know how many years, but at least for this year, you count on me to be there.
Plan tonight, a few more bottles of champagne, going to party, or are we going to take it easy?
I don't know. I'm feeling kind of tired, but we see what the people want.
Oh, I know what the people want. We're going to get you out for at least a little bit of a boogie.
Now
But
that I'm legal.
grab the bottle. Yeah, exactly. Grab the bottle. Finish that thing off.
Holy shit, dude!
And we'll see you in the next one.
See you guys.
All right, we're gonna finish there. So thank you for tuning in, and we'll see you very soon.
Lords of Tram is more than a competition.
Always ready to catch in the spot.
From the beginning, the desire has been to bring together the best riders in the world to develop the big air kite discipline. To make an event, you need a lot of things. A team, organization, authorizations, budgets, and more. We are very grateful to our volunteers, our media team, and our judges. Everyone takes part in and is passionate about extreme sports. You will find them in the air or on the water. Partners are also a big part of the event. We are committed to creating meaningful links and building long-term relationships with them.